Chapter 1. A Sense of Oddity. In a third-tier city nestled in the Midwest, the stars twinkled brilliantly across the sky. Unlike the vibrant nightlife of metropolitan areas, this sparsely populated locale offered an exceptionally clear night sky. Gu Xiaoli shut her laptop, climbed into bed, and exhaled deeply, still savoring the thrill of having just completed an exhilarating dungeon in her game. Endowed with remarkable intelligence, she gained admission to a prestigious university with the potential to thrive in a first-tier city. Yet, she chose to retreat to a quieter existence. Perhaps if she ventured to major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen while still young, she could achieve considerable success. However, a certain languor and indifference seemed to reside within her, rendering material wealth of little consequence. She detested the frenetic pace of life in large urban centers. The jostling crowds during peak hours suffocated her with a sense of claustrophobia. After graduation, she meticulously selected a quaint third- or fourth-tier city to establish her home, finding a leisurely job at a local small enterprise that provided sufficient income for her sustenance. Life in this small city was both relaxed and isolating, leaving her with few close friends. Her social circle largely existed within the confines of a beloved video game, where the internet formed the backbone of her interactions. The clock read 1 a.m., yet the raucous laughter, music, and chatter from upstairs showed no signs of abating. Gu Xiaoli sighed, turned over, and picked up her phone to search for equipment guides for the mage class in her game. Although her heart was restless, she dared not confront the inebriated youth above her. The thought of knocking on the door and facing a rowdy group of drunken young men and women was daunting. Tomorrow was the weekend. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to continue playing her game. Before launching the game, she habitually checked the forums for any new developments. The glow of her phone illuminated her fair visage as her sparkling eyes fixated on the screen. A trending topic on the forum caught her attention. Players of the creation magic have gone missing again. This marks the 5th case this month. Intrigued, she clicked to delve deeper. It concerned a prominent guild leader who had been notably absent from both the game and the forum for 3 consecutive days. Typically, some players discreetly quit the game, often due to boredom. However, this particular leader had vanished just as a significant guild event was scheduled, his absence casting a shadow over the occasion. Known for his active participation, he had never before failed to show up, and it was expected that he would be a central figure during the annual guild celebration, making his sudden disappearance a topic of speculation among the forum members. "Come on, brother you. He hasn't met with some misfortune, has he? Can anyone reach out to him? Tianyao brother." Old Yu is being uncharacteristic. His absence has thrown a wrench into the carefully prepared guild event. It's not like him to act in such a way. Bayami Chatsi. Perhaps he's been swept off his feet by our guild's flower, off gallivanting somewhere. Qing Shualian. Gu Xiaoli rubbed her eyes, realizing this was not her first encounter with such posts. Just days prior, she had seen similar incidents, though the individuals involved did not possess the clout of this particular leader. Lying in the dark, she stared at the only source of light, the screen of her phone, and a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, dispelling her earlier drowsiness. The revelry above seemed poised to continue until dawn. With a determined resolve, Gu Xiaoli flipped over and skillfully seated herself at her desk. She powered on her previously dormant computer and launched the familiar game. Chapter 2. A New Arrival. Within the game, an upgrade task remained uncompleted, necessitating collaboration with multiple players to tackle a particularly challenging dungeon. This dungeon had only been released in the past 3 months, purportedly crafted by the developers who had invested heavily in hiring top-tier talent to create an entirely new map and storyline, themed around an ancient or continent, aimed at unveiling a novel gameplay experience. Many players eagerly sought to participate in the dungeon's beta testing, all brimming with anticipation for this fresh gaming world. Unfortunately, after numerous tests, the game still seemed riddled with countless bugs that remained unresolved, and many players who had initially approached the dungeon with excitement and enthusiasm found their patience waning, their expectations devolving into disappointment and criticism. The dungeon's high difficulty level meant that even seasoned players, who had been immersed in the game for years, required meticulous teamwork to succeed. Gu Xiaoli had yet to find suitable partner for this dungeon and had refrained from attempting it, diligently leveling up through solo monster grinding. However, today, upon revisiting the dungeon, she realized that with her mage and archer classes nearing maximum level, she was nearly capable of tackling this high-difficulty challenge solo. Once initiated, the dungeon could not be exited midway, nor could progress be saved. Additionally, failure would result in the loss of all items and resources consumed during the attempt. Gu Xiaoli double-checked her equipment, estimating that her chances of completing the dungeon in one go stood at approximately 70%. She glanced up at the ceiling, where the sounds of music, laughter, and playfulness from above resembled an endless celebration. With her gaze returning to the screen, she steeled herself, grasped the mouse, and decisively clicked the option to enter the dungeon. However, the game interface showed no change, remaining stuck on the confirmation screen. Click, 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 click. Her patience waned as she began to furiously click the start button. Yet, the computer screen appeared frozen. Even the lush leaves of the dynamic wallpaper ceased to sway in the wind, becoming static. Sigh. Leaning back her chair, Gu Xiaoli let out a weary breath. The notorious bugs of the dungeon were indeed as feared, and after 3 months of frugally saving her salary to purchase a high-performance computer for an optimal gaming experience, it was disheartening to find that while the hardware functioned smoothly, the software faltered. Crackle. In an instant, the computer screen flickered with static. Gu Xiaoli froze, for with the electronic sound and the snowstorm of pixels, her world seemed to twist momentarily. She leaned closer to the screen, peering intently. Crackle. Beep beep beep. Roar. Crackle crackle. Before she could react, the computer screen erupted into chaotic flashes, emitting a jarring and terrifying electronic noise interspersed with the heart-wrenching roars of wild beasts. In an instant, her surroundings spiraled violently around her, centering on Gu Xiaoli as if caught in a vortex. She struggled to escape, attempting to rise, but found her feet unable to gain purchase on the distorted ground beneath her. The frenzied whirlpool seemed intent on tearing her apart. Amidst the intense pain and chaos, her vision faded to black, and she lost consciousness. Time passed, though she could not discern how long. Awakened by waves of heat and the blinding brightness of the sun, Gu Xiaoli opened her eyes. The scorching sun bathed her in warmth, illuminating the floral patterns of her nightgown as the golden grasses of the prairie swayed rhythmically in the breeze. In the distance, a few towering trees with lush foliage stood abruptly against the horizon. She had inexplicably found herself in an endless expanse of grassland. Chapter 3. A Crisis Unfolds. Gu Xiaoli propped herself up, half sitting on the ground, her gaze sweeping around in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to her, as the ground trembled slightly, a series of thuds grew louder in succession. When she turned to investigate, the thundering noise erupted around her like a muffled thunderclap. A herd of wild boars was charging towards her. Gu Xiaoli had never encountered wild boars of such immense size seated on the ground. She had to tilt her head at a 60-degree angle to catch sight of their snouts. From several dozen meters away, the stampede felt as if she were experiencing an earthquake. Initially, the boars were barreling towards a distance beside her. Yet, the leading boar, upon locking eyes with Gu Xiaoli, abruptly altered its course, charging directly at her. The formidable leader of the wild boars was followed closely by its ferocious horde. Gu Xiaoli had never witnessed such a spectacle. Fear immobilized her as her mind blanked, leaving her rooted in place. The boar leader, Yuba, was leading its kin to escape the drought by migrating across the prairie when they unexpectedly encountered a powerful pride of carnivorous leopards. The period preceding the drought was one of dwindling resources, where various groups faced the imminent depletion of water and food. The predatory leopards would not hesitate to prey on any lower-tier animals that could not transform into human form, and during times of scarcity, they would hunt the weaker humanoid factions for sustenance. Surely, the leopard pride would seize this golden opportunity for hunting and stockpiling food. Yuba sensed the leopard's presence and immediately predicted that today might spell disaster for them. As the leader of the group, Yuba bore the weight of its kin's survival, needing to muster all its strength to ensure the clan's continuation. With the wild boar's speed far outmatched by the swiftness of the leopards, it would not be long before they were caught. However, if one were to risk their life to delay the pursuing leopard clan, perhaps a glimmer of hope for survival could be secured for their own kin. Yet, Yuba did not anticipate encountering a solitary young female during his flight. The wild boar tribe frequently suffered oppression from ferocious clans such as wolves, tigers, and leopards on the vast grasslands, and as a result, few females were willing to join such a beleaguered group. Thus, females were exceedingly precious within the wild boar tribe. Even sacrificing a few members to acquire a female was deemed worthwhile. With a resolute heart, Yuba altered his course and swiftly charged towards the bewildered young female not far ahead, accompanied by his brothers. His intent was to seize the young female quickly, a reckless gamble that left him in a state of anxious turmoil. To Gu Xiaoli, this appeared as a fearsome, relentless beast bearing down upon her. Staring vacantly at the rapidly approaching wild boar horde, Gu Xiaoli sat frozen on the ground, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shock and dread. As the wild boar's gaping maw loomed above her head, her mind momentarily short-circuited before reconnecting. She did not wish to die. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her head and let out a terrified scream, her body taut with tension, and in that fleeting moment, she inexplicably found herself dozens of meters away in an open space. Gu Xiaoli had merely acted on instinct to escape, never imagining she could evade them by such a distance. This sudden movement astonished not only Yuba, who intended to forcibly take her, but also left her in disbelief. Gu Xiaoli stood, still clutching her head, somewhat dazed in the open space. It felt remarkably akin to the blink skill she often employed in games. Could it be that the abilities of her game character had manifested in her real self? Yuba, the wild boar, had intended to grasp the young female in his jaws and whisk her away, but to his surprise, he found himself biting only air as she evaded him. This seemingly delicate young female exhibited an agility he could hardly fathom. Nevertheless, his momentary doubt did not hinder Yuba. He swiftly assessed that the leopard clan had yet to catch up, leaving him time for a desperate bid. If he could bring this young female back to the tribe, it would resolve the long-standing issue of his clan's reproduction. Chapter 4. Too much pork? As Yuba urged the wild boar horde to continue their flight, he and one of his brothers made a swift turn, charging directly towards Gu Xiaoli. Seeing the wild boars pivot once more, it was evident they were making a beeline for her. Inside, Gu Xiaoli felt as though a stampede of horses was galloping through her mind. What had she done to offend this group of wild boars? Why were they fixated on her? Could it be that her recent indulgence in pork was now coming back to haunt her? In the blink of an eye, Yuba had closed the distance between them. With a formidable foe behind him, Yuba could not afford to consider the young female's thoughts. He opened his mouth wide, intent on seizing her. As the wild boar charged towards her, Gu Xiaoli was confronted by its massive tusks, nearly matching her own height, and she could distinctly feel her heart racing within her chest. Gu Xiaoli did not turn to flee. She understood that her speed was no match for the wild boars, and thus she placed all her hopes on the skill she had just discovered. If she truly had inherited the abilities from a game, she could utilize the blink once more to evade the wild boar's attack. Regrettably, she could not recall how she had executed that previous blink in her moment of panic. She stood her ground, fixated on the advancing wild boar, repeatedly reflecting on her state during the last successful blink. As the wild boar rapidly closed in, she felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. Mere moments away, the wild boar opened its cavernous mouth, seemingly poised to bisect her in a single, brutal bite. I truly do not wish to die. At that instant, the fervent desire to live clashed violently with the terror of death in her mind. And just like before, her form jolted, vanishing without a trace to reappear dozens of meters behind the wild boar in the open space. Anticipated softness did not land in his mouth, as Yuba failed to seize the delicate little female. Confounded, Yuba pondered how a duck that was almost in his grasp could suddenly take flight. The oppressive aura of the leopard clan had already closed in too closely. Lingering here would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Reluctantly, Yuba cast a wistful glance at the distant little female, feeling a deep sense of regret. Yet he knew he had no choice but to flee. The enormous wild boar, which had been watching him intently, finally turned away, allowing Gu Xiaoli to exhale a sigh of relief, only to realize her back and palms were already drenched in sweat. She was now certain that she had traversed into this world with skills from a game. However, while using skills in the game required merely a mouse and keyboard, in reality, she could no longer find the fixed keys to unleash these abilities. In the game, she had specialized as both a mage and an archer, enduring countless painful experiences of being instantaneously defeated due to her fragile nature, which had honed her acute perception of danger and reflexive evasion. Were it not for the experience gained from a game, she would likely have perished beneath the wild boar's tusks just moments ago in the game. The blink ability could be used 3 times without cooldown, after which it required a cooldown of about a minute. Given that the distance of the blink ability in reality had expanded to dozens of meters, the cooldown could very well extend several times. In this untamed, primitive world, Gu Xiaoli could not fathom the challenges that awaited her. Having to face a giant wild boar upon her arrival was just the beginning of the unknown crises ahead. Thus, she hesitated to use her final blink, as it might serve as her last lifeline. Gu Xiaoli gazed into the distance, where the wild boar had become a mere speck on the horizon. Just as she was about to take a stroll, the ground beneath her trembled with an unsettling vibration, rapidly escalating from subtle to pronounced, unlike the earth-shattering tremors caused by the wild boar's passage. This vibration seemed to be deftly controlled, more discreet and subdued. Anxiously, Gu Xiaoli turned around, and the sight before her left her utterly stunned. Even after being gored by the wild boar, her situation was 1,000 times preferable to what she now faced. Chapter 5. Not as good as being gored by a boar before her. A group of colossal leopards was charging in her direction, their robust forms moving with the grace and swiftness of the wind. While the previous wild boar had been equally strong, it appeared somewhat plump and cumbersome in comparison. Gu Xiaoli felt minuscule in their presence, barely reaching the height of their chests, given her current capabilities. Facing a formidable pack of leopards left her contemplating the righting of her in the blink of an eye. The swift leopards had surged to her front. Gu Xiaoli mentally composed her epitaph. She suddenly noticed that the leading leopard merely cast a fleeting glance at her before gliding past, accompanied by the rest of the leopards, leaving behind 2 solitary leopards flanking her. A flicker of hope ignited within her. It seemed they did not regard her as a threat. With 1 blink remaining and the 6 skills from her dual class in the game, she still had a significant chance of survival against only 2 leopards. She steeled herself, observing the 2 leopards on either side, fearful that a single misstep could lead to her being devoured. Every movement she made would determine her fate. This little female appeared reluctant to accompany them, causing Xingu some distress as he scratched his head with a large paw. The ratio of females to males was drastically imbalanced. In any tribe, females were tended to by their male suitors. Consequently, females were not required to pledge loyalty to their tribe or the males, effortlessly finding their place within the community. That it was commonplace for a female to form bonds with 2 to 30 different males for various tribes throughout her life. For females, the criteria for selecting a tribe often revolved around the resources available and the number and capabilities of the pursuing males. The leopard clan to which she belonged was renowned for its strength, attracting many females who traveled great distances to join. This little female bore no trace of the fetid odor typical of animals. Her petite frame and fair skin indicated she was a rare purebred human. Although her tribe was thriving and not lacking in female beast folk, young purebred human females were exceptionally scarce and must be secured for the tribe's benefit. The purebred human before her was observing her warily, showing no inclination to join the tribe. With his strength, Xingu could easily forcefully take the frail little female without issue. Yet, as he gazed at her, even with her face pale from fear, her defiance struck a chord of compassion within him. Moreover, forcibly abducting her would likely foster resentment towards the tribe, detrimental to future propagation. Contemplating how to fulfill the chieftain's task while peacefully returning the little female to the tribe, Xingu looked down only to discover that the little female had vanished without a trace. His companion, Levin, also began to search in astonishment for the missing little female. despite the lingering scent unique to females. The little female who had just stood before him had seemingly disappeared. Closing his eyes, Xinggu could even sense her cautiously concealing her footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he found the surroundings empty save for sparse grass swaying in the wind. The two leopards had never encountered such a scenario, and they were momentarily incredulous. After confirming that the little female they had seen was not a mere figment of their imagination, they began to meticulously search the area. Following the scent and sounds, Jiu Shaoli had initially intended to use her blink ability to maintain a safe distance from the two leopards, but they merely circled her, showing no immediate intention to attack. Her final blink skill was her lifeline, and she was determined to conserve it. Chapter 6. A desperate gamble with a slight sense of relief, Gu Shaoli mustered her courage to attempt using her invisibility skill as a mage. The skill activated instantaneously without any delay, rendering her body transparent as she had seen in the game. The two leopards, no longer fixated on her, began to scan their surroundings and sniff the air. Her heart soared with joy. In the game, she always kept a blink ability at the ready for emergencies. She had lost count of how many times this method had helped her escape peril, and now she placed her hopes on it once more. Xinggu and Levin continued their search nearby, their keen senses allowing them to detect her presence, even without visual confirmation. Though they could not see her, their acute sense of smell and hearing informed them that the fragrant little female was nearby. Her erratic breathing and frantic movements nearly gave away her position, though unsure of how she had concealed herself. They were certain she was close at hand, that in the tense standoff between hunter and hunted, panic would inevitably lead the prey closer to death. For the two swift leopards, patience was key, as long as they remained close and awaited their opportunity. They could strike with lethal precision. In contrast, Gu Shaoli, lacking physical agility from years of sedentary living and only possessing combat experience from the game, found herself flustered and disoriented in this real-life hunt. Several times, she narrowly avoided colliding with the searching leopards. The invisibility skill lasted no longer than 10 seconds in the game, and even if it were prolonged in reality, it might not suffice to evade the two leopards. Should her invisibility wear off without a safe escape, she would have no choice but to confront the two agile leopards directly. And as a fragile being, she had little confidence in surviving a close-quarters battle. Resolutely, Gu Shaoli mimicked the casting motion from the game and unleashed her mage's freezing spell upon the relentless leopards that a flurry of snowflakes descended unexpectedly upon their heads. The two leopards, engrossed in their search, felt the temperature around them plummet and realized something was amiss. Before they could evade, they were rendered immobile, transformed into two statues of ice. Success. This is a control skill that inflicts minimal harm. In the game, it can only immobilize the enemy for a fleeting second or two, yet has now afforded Gu Shaoli precious time to escape, the instant she witnessed the two leopards frozen in place. Gu Shaoli disregarded everything and sprinted away into the distance. She was oblivious to how far she could run or how long her invisibility skill could shield her. All she knew was that she had to flee desperately across the boundless expanse of golden grassland. Xinggu and Leah, encased in ice, basked in the sunlight of the prairie. Mere seconds later, they began to tremble from within, cracks forming in their icy prisons. With their robust muscles, the two leopards swiftly broke free from their frozen confines. Shards of ice cascading to the ground. Once free, the leopards, undeterred by surprise, instinctively pursued the sound of the small female's flight with lightning speed. If it were an ordinary female, it might not matter, for their tribe thrived and was never short of females seeking refuge. However, this petite female, though seemingly delicate, harbored a secret by some means unknown. She had managed to immobilize two strong adult males simultaneously. She absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of other tribes. Chapter 7. A terrifying experience. Ultimately, Gu Shaoli lacked experience and did not realize that the sounds of her footsteps and heavy breathing would serve as navigational cues for the leopards tracking her. As she ran, panting and out of breath, sweat soaked through her clothing, intensifying her scent. Although the two leopards could not yet see her, they could clearly hear her labored breaths and detect the mingling scent of her perspiration on the wind. Without a moment's pause, Xinggu took the lead, Honing in on Gu Xiaoli's presence with his acute hearing and sense of smell, that Ji Xiaoli's heart raced like thunder, though she dared not glance back. Her instincts warned her that the cheetahs were hot on her heels. In an instant, the sound of their thunderous footsteps and the rustling of grass drew perilously close. In a reflexive motion, she dodged, propelling herself dozens of meters in the opposite direction of the leopard's charge, skillfully evading them. Xinggu, though he missed his target, was swiftly followed by Lei Wan, who deftly turned in pursuit, guided by Gu Xiaoli's scent. Without hesitation, Xinggu cautiously scraped the ground with his claws, confirming that the petite female had not burrowed underground but had instead employed some method to render herself invisible. He then resumed the chase, following the scent trail toward her. The distance of mere dozens of meters was swiftly closed by the leopard's explosive speed. Even with her invisibility, Gu Xiaoli could not shake off her pursuers. Was it her scent or the sound she made that betrayed her location? As this thought crossed her mind, she ignored the approaching leopards and adeptly rolled on the ground, trying to cover herself in the yellow earth to mask her scent. The invisible petite female seemed to have ceased her flight, her scent growing fainter, gradually obscured by a small patch of dust that had been stirred up despite the stillness of the air. A clever female, yet it was too late. Lei Wan approached like a bolt of lightning, leaping toward the raised dust, only to land with empty claws, his face dusted with yellow earth. Ji Xiaoli, while masking her scent, kept a wary eye on the pursuing leopards that, the moment one leapt, she deftly rolled aside, narrowly evading its lethal claws. Had she been off by even a centimeter, the sharp talons would have drawn blood. Lying close to Lei Wan, the mingling sense of sweat and dirt rendered it difficult for him to pinpoint her exact location. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Xiaoli's back as she cautiously prepared to flee once more. Glancing down, she was dismayed to find that her hands, once transparent in their invisibility, had reverted to their solid form, caked in yellow dust. A chill ran through her. The leopard beside her wasted no time in pouncing, its sharp fangs clamping tightly around her slender white neck. She lay on her back beneath the leopard, feeling the sharp pressure of its fangs at her throat and the weight of its massive forepaws pinning her down. Despite her desperate struggles, she could not budge the formidable creature, their sizes and strengths so vastly different. Today might truly be her last. Gu Xiaoli gazed up at the azure sky, despairing as a few clouds drifted leisurely by. From her previous viewings of nature documentaries, she recalled that leopards on the prairie typically bite their prey dead before dragging them back to their kin for a shared feast. Yet there existed a small portion of unfortunate creatures who, while still alive, could only watch helplessly as they were devoured, their bodies torn apart piece by piece. Her final wish was for this pack of leopards to wait until she had fully departed this world before feasting upon her. She truly did not wish to witness her own disembowelment, tears silently falling within her heart. Chapter 8. Captured though the leopard tribe was not in want of females, they remained exceedingly precious in the eyes of the males. The thought of harming a female was something Lei Wan would never dare entertain. Yet now, in a moment of desperation, he found himself grasping the small female as if she were prey. After all, this petite female possessed the remarkable ability to become invisible and flee with astonishing speed. Such a talent would make her an object of contention wherever she went, even against her will. He felt compelled to secure her for his tribe. With the small female pinned beneath his claws, she ceased her struggles, falling silent for a moment. Compared to the seasoned males, females were often delicate and fragile. He wondered if he had inadvertently harmed her. Lei Wan promptly loosened his grip and gently sniffed her soft, pale cheek with his large nose. Fortunately, her breathing remained steady, although her face was pale with fear as she gazed at him. Having been so fierce with her today, he feared she would come to despise him. Regret washed over Lei Wan. He retracted his claws and, in a conciliatory gesture, tenderly licked her neck, making a conscious effort to restrain his strength. Although he had not drawn blood, the stark bite marks marred her pristine skin, filling him with remorse. Noticing that the diminutive figure beneath him showed no inclination to escape, he breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head to nuzzle her soft chest, continually offering gestures of apology and goodwill. Even with such intimate actions, the small female exhibited no signs of resistance, indicating she bore him no particular animosity. Perhaps, if he atoned for his actions, he might still have a chance to pursue her. After all, it was the first time in his life as a leopard that he had encountered such a fragrant, exquisite, and resilient female. Should he succeed in becoming one of her chosen males, he would desire nothing more for the rest of his days. Gu Xiaoli, initially pinned down in a position of prey, felt the pressure on her artery as the leopard clamped down, followed by the rough caress of its barbed tongue licking her neck. Lying on the ground, her body stiffened. She felt as if she were about to become someone's lunch, having already recited countless farewells to her parents and friends in her mind, now wishing only for a swift and merciful end. The anticipated agony never arrived. Instead, the leopard pressing down on her began to nuzzle her chest with its large head. In the realm of predator and prey, Gu Xiaoli had never imagined that the creature before her was seeking forgiveness from a potential future mate. Did it perhaps find her chest appealing and wish to sample something novel, testing the waters with its gentle nudges? Gu Xiaoli's growing fear caused her hands and feet to tremble involuntarily. Beside her, Exinga looked at the trembling little female, frightened by Raven's fervor, with a sense of helplessness. This fellow, Raven, was quick to learn the art of hunting, yet utterly clueless when it came to understanding females. It was one thing to lack finesse in courting within the tribe, but it was quite another to see this little female turn pale with fear while he, oblivious to the situation, continued to express his affections. Without hesitation, Gu delivered a firm kick, sending Raven away from Gu Xiaoli. After carefully inspecting the bite marks on the little female's neck and confirming there was no bleeding or injury, he turned her over and lifted her by the waist, grasping her skirt with his mouth. Being hoisted by her waist left Gu Xiaoli gasping for breath, her head low while her waist was lifted high. Fortunately, the quality of her nightgown was excellent, providing ample support. As Xing stood up, Gu Xiaoli dangled over a meter above the ground, swaying uncomfortably as he turned his head. Raven, witnessing his precious little female being handled so roughly by Gu, instinctively moved to intervene, only to be halted by a fierce glare from Gu. Aware that they needed to reunite with the main group swiftly, Raven reluctantly watched as Gu Xiaoli was carried away, feeling as if his heart was swaying along with her. Chapter 9. The hidden danger. Had the little female willingly joined their tribe, she could have been carried back in the form of a leopard. Unfortunately, she seemed to harbor a strong resistance toward them, forcing them to make her endure this situation for now. Thus, across the vast grasslands, two leopards raced ahead, carrying Gu Xiaoli back to their settlement. Unbeknownst to them, several cunning wolves lurking nearby had been observing the entire scene. The wolves, naturally sly, dared not make their presence known in the face of the formidable leopard duo, yet they were not so easily deterred from their intention to seize the precious pure-blood female. An unbred pure-blood female was already a rare treasure, especially one endowed with exceptional skills that would be immensely beneficial for the tribe's future development. Once the leopards hurriedly departed with the little female, the wolves swiftly vanished into the golden expanse of grassland. Upon reaching the tribe, Gu Xiaoli was already in a dazed state, having been shaken to the point of near unconsciousness when placed on the ground. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. In her disheveled state, she could scarcely pay attention to the massive leopards gradually gathering around her from the tribe, struggling to steady herself and suppress the urge to vomit. By the time Gu and Raven returned to the tribe, Chief Leo had already led the main group in bringing back and storing the freshly hunted wild boar, upon hearing of the arrival of yet another little female. The single males of the tribe eagerly emerged to observe, excitedly anticipating the opportunity to find a mate. Gu, aware that Gu Xiaoli was no ordinary female, knew she needed to be protected and urged Raven to remain by her side. Ensuring she could not escape, nor allow any other males to approach her, he then rushed to the base of the mountain where Chief Leo resided to inform him. Throughout the journey, Raven watched as Gu casually carried his beloved little female, feeling both envious and pained. Finally, he had the chance to be alone with her, and his heart surged with excitement. He first circled around the little female, giving her a gentle nuzzle, only to glance up and find the tribe's single males staring at her with greedy eyes, causing a sudden surge of displeasure within him. Summoning all his might, he let out a warning growl to those nearby. Though Raven was not the strongest leopard in the tribe, his status deterred many from approaching, fearing they would offend the chief's brother and invite trouble. After several warnings, the curious single males reluctantly dispersed. After a moment on the ground, Goose Xiaoli regained a semblance of her composure and surveyed her surroundings, only to find herself encircled by a large group of leopards. Their gazes seemed to suggest they were poised to pounce and devour her whole, causing a cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Had she been brought to the leopard's den as a reserve food supply, she mused that it would have been far kinder to have been bitten to death on the grassland. Noticing that the leopard closest to her was exhibiting protective behavior, growling at the others to keep them at bay, she felt a wave of confusion. Having exhausted her escape skills earlier, the chances of fleeing from so many leopards were slim. Should she perhaps wash herself clean and offer herself up as a meal to the leopards, thereby ending her unfortunate life? Just as Goose Xiaoli resigned herself to her fate, the massive figure before her suddenly stood upright, and in a miraculous transformation, shrank in size, shedding its fur to become a rather handsome young man within mere seconds. Goose Xiaoli stared in astonishment at this bizarre metamorphosis, struggling to believe her own eyes. Chapter 10. The beautiful young man. The young man before her had fair skin and golden hair. With strong brows and thin lips, his jawline was defined yet retained a youthful charm, and his tall frame bore no excess fat. His well-developed muscles were a sight to behold, leaving Goose Xiaoli unsure where to direct her gaze. He was completely different from the massive beast he had been, save for his striking golden eyes, which confirmed he was indeed the gigantic leopard that had been circling her moments ago. The young man slowly approached, kneeling before Goose Xiaoli and bowing his head, rubbing his soft golden hair gently against her cheek. Reminiscent of his former feline form, Goose Xiaoli froze for a moment before instinctively leaping back over a meter, covering her already flushed cheeks with her hands, her heart racing uncontrollably. Previously, she had perceived the nuzzle as a mere act of a leopard, and thus had felt sheer terror. Now, confronted with a young man of such striking handsomeness, she dared not draw near. With a face akin to that of a K-pop idol and a tall, muscular physique, any girl would be enamored. Goose Xiaoli prided herself on not being infatuated, yet she found it challenging to resist the allure of such a dazzling man so close to her, especially in his current state of undress. Was she experiencing shyness? Raven observed the blushing little female retreating shyly and found himself even more enamored. In a tribe where females were scarce and often the object of pursuit by numerous males, it was rare to encounter someone as reserved and bashful as her. Her flushed face, coupled with her furtive glances at him, seemed to intensify Raven's protective instincts. Having already frightened her once, he realized that perhaps gentle and courteous males would be more to her liking, and he resolved to leave her with a better impression this time. Thus, he maintained a respectful distance, crouching half a meter away to meet her gaze. "I am Raven," he said, pointing his slender finger at himself. "What is your name?" he asked, gazing at Goose Xiaoli with warmth. The sight of the handsome young man smiling like a gentle spring breeze eased Goose Xiaoli's tension somewhat. "My name is Goose Xiaoli," she replied, her voice still tinged with timidity. Noticing her unease, Raven endeavored to make his smile appear more approachable. "May I call you Xiaoli?" Raven inquired, his bright golden eyes sparkling. Raven's heart soared with joy. He was the first leopard in the tribe to learn the little female's name. If he could amend his past mistakes and earn her affection, might he not be the first male in the tribe to possess Xiaoli? Observing that Xiaoli was no longer tense but still somewhat distant, he made a conscious effort to appear harmless, hoping to improve the frightening impression he had left on her before. "You must be tired. Allow me to take you to rest," Raven offered politely. Extending a hand to help her up, Goose Xiaoli nodded slightly, but did not take the handsome young man's hand. Instead, she rose on her own, brushing off her skirt and signaling for him to lead the way. Having never been so close to such an attractive male before, his proximity caused her heart to race, and she forced herself to remain composed, maintaining a polite distance. Raven awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand, sensing that Xiaoli was still unable to accept him, likely due to his previous actions that had frightened her. However, he understood her hesitation. After all, males often risk their lives to pursue the rare females. What female would willingly accept a male who had previously harmed her? Chapter 11. The cave-dwelling tribe. Two figures walked towards Raven's dwelling, one in front of the other. Typically, a newly arrived female would be escorted to the communal square for introductions, facilitating her integration into the tribe. However, Xiao Li, slender and exquisite, was unlike any female he had encountered before. Undoubtedly, she would attract the fervent attention of the tribe's males. The mere thought of that scenario filled Raven with unease. It was best to take Xiao Li back to his abode for her protection. Considering she would likely prefer to avoid the boorish greetings of the tribe's male, Xiao Li followed closely behind Raven, oblivious to his concerns, and sensed that his mood had plummeted after she had declined the advances of a handsome stranger. He appeared like a dejected dog, rejected by its master. If he had a tail, Gu Shaoli mused, it would surely be drooping dismally behind him. Curiosity piqued, Gu Shaoli surveyed her surroundings. They traversed a small plain, with a path leading toward the towering green mountain that pierced the clouds. Upon closer inspection, numerous caves dotted the mountain, indicating the presence of a cave-dwelling tribe. Along the way, many males from the tribe gazed curiously at Gu Shaoli from a distance, only to be met with Raven's fierce glare, which deterred them from approaching. That a few solitary male beastmen trailed the two from afar, yet they found no opportunity to directly engage with the petite female. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, "Tisich, that Raven fellow refuses to introduce the new female to us, intent on keeping her all to himself. How selfish," they lamented. "She smells divine, not a trace of odor. Could she be a pure human? There is no scent of other males on her. She must be untouched. But how could such a lovely creature have reached adulthood without mating? Perhaps she was imprisoned by nefarious individuals." Gu Shaoli vaguely overheard the beastmen's discussions, treating them as mere background noise. She had not chosen to come to this tribe, nor did she plan to stay. There was no need to concern herself with the opinions of those around her. The beastmen, deterred by Raven's intimidating presence, could only follow behind, their eyes filled with longing in the beast world. Females were typically tall and rugged, and even the most beautiful pure humans could not compare to her fair, delicate skin and the subtle fragrance that emanated from her. Yu Xiao Li's arrival was undoubtedly a bombshell among the tribe's unclaimed males. The reputation of the fragrant, beautiful, and enigmatic female swiftly spread throughout the tribe, igniting the interest of many males eager for a glimpse of her. Walking behind Raven, Gu Shaoli pondered the implications of leopards transforming into humans, forming a relatively simple social structure within the tribe. What of other species? Could other animals also take human form? Observing her surroundings, she felt a striking resemblance to the game she played, as if she had stepped into a game instance in the Beastman continent. Regretfully, she had not researched this instance before her arrival. Otherwise, she would not feel so uncertain now. She wondered what had brought her to this world, for in this perilous primitive realm, it would be challenging for someone as physically unfit as she was to survive. Her stubborn, independent nature disallowed her from relying too heavily on others, so she resolved to devise a way to return to her original world as soon as possible. After a short while, Gu Shaoli followed Raven to the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain. Raven entered first, rummaging through a pile of animal skins by the wall and pulling out a complete pelt, which he spread in the center of the cave, inviting Gu Shaoli to sit. She accepted his kind gesture without hesitation, sitting down and lifting her gaze to examine the cave intently. Chapter 12. Uninvited guest. The cave was spacious, with stone walls and a floor ample enough for 7 or 8 individuals to move about freely, aside from some animal skins and fruits piled by the walls. It was otherwise empty. Raven did not rush to sit down. Instead, he selected a few of the most vibrant and plump fruits from the corner and turned to offer them to Gu Shaoli. The handsome youth, with an expectant expression, presented a collection of unknown fruits before her. Gu Shaoli, though not particularly hungry, felt unable to refuse. She took them all. What could have been easily held in one hand by the young man appeared overwhelmingly large in her petite grasp, requiring both arms to cradle the 3 red fruits. She placed 2 on the animal skin beside her and tentatively picked one up, wiping it before taking a cautious bite. The flavor was a delightful balance of sweet and tart, bursting with juiciness, and she found herself unable to resist devouring the entire fruit in one go. Seeing her enjoyment of the fruits, Raven felt a surge of happiness and sat down beside her. "These fruits grow on the mountain, that if you like them, I can gather them for you every day, and just eating fruits isn't enough. Any meat I hunt will be yours as well, that I promise you'll never go hungry." The boy's bright voice was filled with a charming eagerness, and his sturdy frame unconsciously leaned closer to her petite form. Xiaoli sensed his movements. She was not fond of close contact with strangers. Yet, the boy's warmth and innocent anticipation made her reluctant to retreat, fearing it might hurt his feelings. It seems your brother has already made his move." A boisterous laugh interrupted the moment, causing both to turn towards the cave entrance in surprise. 3 males stood at the mouth of the cave, their robust bodies nearly blocking the entire entrance, casting a shadow that dimmed the interior. Xiaoli could not discern their features in the backlight. But the tallest among them bore a resemblance to Raven. Though his imposing aura far surpassed the youthful boys, the 3 males did not stand on ceremony. They quickly entered the cave, encircling Xiaoli and Raven. The leader of the trio approached Xiaoli, his golden eyes piercing as he scrutinized her. He was even taller than Raven, and unlike Raven's delicate skin, his body bore numerous scars, a testament to countless brutal battles. An air of charm and maturity emanated from him, his chiseled features exuding an intimidating authority even in silence. Xiaoli felt a chill as the man's gaze bore into her, rendering her unsure whether to sit still or rise, as if she were a defendant under scrutiny. "Little beauty, I hear you possess quite a talent." The leader, Leah, remained silent, while the casual Ricky chimed in with a teasing tone. "And no, I don't," Xiaoli stammered, facing the 3 formidable men, her heart racing. "I do not possess anything to bring you back." Singe and the second were thoroughly outwitted. Ricky emphasized the word bring with a playful inflection, though his jest only heightened Xiaoli's anxiety. "I mean no harm. It was just a sudden incident that startled me," she explained, shrinking back, although they had forcibly brought her against her will. Under Leo's overwhelming presence, she felt as though she were the one in the wrong. "Ricky, don't be so fierce. Look how scared she is," Singe interjected, stepping in front of the other 2 with a friendly smile to diffuse the tension. Chapter 13. Accommodations. "Hello, little female. I am Singe. Though these 2 may appear fearsome, they are truly gentle beasts. You need not be afraid of them. Since you are now part of our tribe, we will treat you with kindness," Singe explained warmly to Xiaoli. After all, she was a female who would have to remain with them. They could not start off by frightening her. "Indeed, Xiaoli, there's no need for fear. My brothers mean no harm," Raven quickly added, eager to ease her apprehension. Xiaoli, at the sound of his brother's affectionate address, Leo's expression subtly darkened, yet his responsibilities as the tribe's leader compelled him to maintain a smile as he seated himself on the ground. "I am Leo, the chief of the leopard tribe. This is Singe, and this is Ricky. While I am away from the tribe, they handle all matters within our community." Leo gestured towards the 2 males beside him. As he introduced them, Ricky shot a flirtatious glance at Xiaoli, while Singe nodded at her in a friendly manner. The 2 then took a seat on the ground like Leo. "I am Xiaoli." Overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the 3 beasts, and compounded by Xiaoli's inherent social awkwardness, she found herself stumbling over her words, observing the timid demeanor of Xiaoli. Leo felt a twinge of surprise that he had previously heard from Xiangu that considerable effort had been expended to capture a female endowed with special abilities, and he had anticipated the challenges ahead. Especially considering the arrogance and dominance exhibited by females in this land due to their scarcity, he had assumed that a purebred female with extraordinary powers would possess a heightened sense of self-worth. Yet the one before him clearly lacked the acumen to leverage her advantages in negotiations. If she had been raised in a tribe, she would have undoubtedly received the attention and protection of numerous males, making it improbable for her to exhibit such a weak and timid character. It seemed evident that this young female did not hail from an ordinary tribe. Typically, newly arrived females are allocated ample supplies of hides and provisions, and a beast would soon arrive with more. Furthermore, as she was unfamiliar with the tribe, it was advisable for her to reside with Raven for the time being, allowing him to help her acclimatize. The dangers that lay beyond the tribe were abundant, and it was unwise for a female to wander alone. Leo appeared to be fulfilling his duties by introducing Xiaoli, seizing the opportunity to place his younger brother at her side. Generally, newly arrived females are assigned their own caves, unless they choose to share quarters with a male, providing them with ample living space while allowing other males a fair chance to compete. However, given Goose Xiaoli's exceptional skills and the fact that she had been forcibly taken, placing Raven beside her served to prevent any attempts at escape. Moreover, despite being the tribe's leader, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no ulterior motives. His brother's gaze seemed glued to the young female, and as the leader, how could he not assist his brother in vying for her affections? Should the two truly form a bond, Goose Xiaoli's unique abilities could significantly bolster the tribe's strength. Meanwhile, Xangu and Ricky, who maintained a close relationship with the leader, chose to turn a blind eye to his clear favoritism. Really? Raven exclaimed with delight upon hearing that his beloved Xiaoli would be sharing a cave with him. However, Goose Xiaoli felt a sense of foreboding. Despite Raven's seemingly gentle demeanor, she had known him for less than half a day. One could never truly gauge a person's heart. A strong male sharing her living space posed a potential threat, especially in the stillness of night. How could she possibly resist if he chose to act upon any intentions? Yet being sheltered under a roof provided her with a modicum of security. Xiaoli, rest assured, I will take good care of you if you desire anything. Just let me know, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Noticing the troubled expression on Xiaoli's face, Raven quickly assumed she feared he lacked the strength to protect her and eagerly offered his assistance. Thank you, Goose Xiaoli replied politely, managing a faint smile, which made Raven's heart soar. Chapter 14. Interrogation 1. Leo cast a glance at his ineffectual brother, silently sighing. Since the young female will be residing with you, you shall be responsible for her daily needs. Fetch her the hides and food that rightfully belong to her. Although reluctant to part with Xiaoli, Raven obediently rose to comply. Before leaving, he hesitated, saying, I'll be back shortly. You get along well with my brother. Brother? Goose Xiaoli realized that the two were siblings, which explained her impression of their resemblance. If Raven was akin to an endearing Alaskan Malamute, then Leo resembled a fierce wolf. At such a young age, wielding authority in the tribe demanded considerable cunning and strategy. With Raven dutifully sent away, Xangu and Ricky, the leader's right-hand men, were now left to oversee the interrogation of Goose Xiaoli. Knowing that Leo was about to scrutinize her origins, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. Beside her, Ricky reached out and snatched a fruit that Raven had given her, munching on it with a grin, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama, as if it were a spectacle. Where do you come from? Leo inquired, narrowing his eyes at Goose Xiaoli. His penetrating gaze made her feel as though he could see through her, rendering her carefully concocted lies unutterable. I don't remember, she replied, attempting to maintain a facade of calmness. Being new to this world and nearly ignorant of its intricacies, she realized that fabricating a falsehood would likely lead to her being easily exposed by these seasoned beasts. It was wiser to feign amnesia, remaining oblivious and avoiding the trouble of weaving an elaborate tale. That's so. Leo chuckled lightly, his golden slit-like pupils making Goose Xiaoli feel increasingly uneasy. I only remember my name. When I opened my eyes, I was in that grassland. Aside from my name, I truly recall nothing. She summoned her courage to meet Leo's gaze, striving to appear sincere. Rest assured, you are a precious human female. We will not harm you. Where do you come from, and how did you manage to elude our sight and trap us in ice? We merely wish to ascertain the facts to ensure you pose no threat to our tribe. Xangu interjected, his smile disarming yet sincere. It appeared that Xangu had already relayed her use of abilities in the grassland to Leo, which explained his relentless questioning. While she could pretend to forget her origins, she could not claim ignorance regarding her powers that had been evident before them. I only discovered my ability to conceal my presence in a perilous situation. The specifics of how I achieved it remain unclear to me. With little choice but to divulge something, Goose Xiaoli chose to share the less significant details in an attempt to placate them in this treacherous beast world, where she could not transform into a formidable beast to flee or fight as others did. It was vital to keep a few skills hidden for her survival. Typically, an unidentified outsider refusing to disclose their origins would face severe consequences, and under Leo's ruthless methods, No beast could withstand 3 rounds of punishment. However, Gu Xiaoli was not only a fragile female, but also a rare purebred human. Thus, Leo could not employ his usual tactics against her. Leo's golden eyes scrutinized Gu Xiaoli from above, while she resolutely kept her head down, silent. Observing Leo and XNG's gentle treatment of the young female, it was evident that they were at a loss, unable to resort to their usual interrogation methods. He had never witnessed the leader approach a subject with such kindness. Yet the young female remained guarded and reluctant to speak. Ricky, still munching on his fruit, could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 15. Interrogation 2. Ha, Leo, I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Ricky laughed heartily. Disregarding the glances from the other 2 males, Ricky's lightheartedness darkened Leo's expression further. Sighing, Xingu encouraged, you are still an unbonded female. Many males will vie for your attention in the future. For the sake of the tribe and ourselves, we would never wish you harm, so there is no need to be wary of you. Gu Xiaoli, momentarily distracted by Ricky's boisterous laughter, was taken aback by XNG's words. Inadvertently asking, you don't practice polyandry, do you? Polyandry? Leo furrowed his brow, and the other 2 looked at Gu Xiaoli with curiosity. One female can marry multiple males. No, mate with them, Gu Xiaoli stammered, a faint blush creeping on her fair cheeks. Feeling utterly embarrassed out of course, it's possible. Females are so rare, and they have always been the objects of competition among many males, and a purebred human female like you is even more sought after. A half-beast pairing with you could produce exceptionally powerful offspring. Ricky explained, his gaze unabashedly wandering over Gu Xiaoli. His unabashed stare made her uncomfortable, prompting her to shrink back slightly. Were you accustomed to a monogamous arrangement in your previous home? Leo queried casually, his golden eyes glinting with intrigue. Gu Xiaoli instinctively nodded, only to suddenly realize she had previously claimed to have amnesia. How had Leo inferred her previous living arrangements from a single statement? The atmosphere in the cave grew tense, and Gu Xiaoli parted her lips, uncertain of how to defend herself. This is for your own good. You would do well to disclose everything you know sooner rather than later, Leo said, a smile that was both reassuring and threatening gracing his lips as he surveyed Gu Xiaoli. Although he could not harm her, he possessed sufficient means to compel her to speak. Otherwise, I suspect you would not wish to discover the consequences. The commanding aura that radiated from him, imbued with an unspoken authority, rendered Gu Xiaoli both anxious and breathless. Were she an ordinary female? Such unreasonable interrogation would surely provoke a tempest of rage and a fierce retort. Yet Leo, having astutely discerned Gu Xiaoli's gentle disposition, deliberately sought to intimidate her, testing her response. After considerable hesitation, she reluctantly divulged her background, briefly outlining the skills she had previously employed, while purposefully omitting several that she had yet to unveil. Upon hearing of her origins from a world inhabited solely by humans, the 3 beasts fell into contemplative silence. Raven cast her several meaningful glances, instilling in her a disquieting sense that revealing her secret of coming from a human realm was ill-advised. After a moment of stillness within the cave, Leo inquired about her skills. She succinctly explained the release time and effects of her abilities. Curiously, the 3 beasts displayed none of the astonishment she had anticipated, instead listening attentively before exchanging knowing glances. Initially intending to request a live demonstration of her skills, Raven found himself thwarted, as the cool-down period for Gu Xiaoli's abilities had not yet elapsed, leaving her with nothing to showcase. Thus far, aside from us, have you disclosed your abilities to anyone else? Leo asked, lifting his gaze. No, not even your little sidekick. Raven? Ricky chimed in with his habitual teasing tone, but he hasn't asked yet. Singo scoffed, while Leo inwardly sighed, recognizing that his foolish younger brother's arduous pursuit of love was far from over. However, little female, do you possess only these 2 abilities? Leo raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Gu Xiaoli. On the surface, she shook her head, internally scoffing. 2 is hardly a meager offering. You beasts possess none. Do you truly expect me to lay bare all my talents before you? Chapter 16. Interrogation 3. Noticing Gu Xiaoli's retreat into evasion once more, Leo maintained his composure. Refraining from further inquiries, he rose, brushing off the pelts that clung to his lower body, and made a pretense of heading for the cave entrance. "Are you leaving just like that?" Ricky called out from a seated position, seemingly eager to ask Gu Xiaoli something further. However, seeing Leo nearly at the cave's exit, he stood and prepared to depart alongside Singo. "I see your ability meant to manifest in times of crisis." Leo's voice remained devoid of any inflection as he stood at the threshold of Gu Xiaoli. Initially believing their interrogation had concluded, failed to process Leo's statement. Turning to look towards the entrance, she could only discern his robust silhouette against the light. Sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, she attempted to voice her concerns. Suddenly, her throat tightened and the world spun as a rough hand gripped her neck, forcefully pushing her to the ground. Contrary to her expectation of pain upon impact, Leo, while pinning her down, cushioned the back of her head with his other hand. The events transpired with astonishing swiftness, and once she regained her senses, Gu Xiaoli found herself firmly pressed against the ground, her eyes wide with shock as her hands instinctively grasped the large hand encircling her throat. Leo applied only moderate pressure. Yet Gu Xiaoli still struggled to breathe in a moment of panic. Her face flushed crimson, and her futile attempts to dislodge his hand proved ineffective. With an effortless grace, Leo leaned closer, his imposing form completely overshadowing the petite Gu Xiaoli. Whispering softly near her ear, "Will you not reveal your true abilities to me?" Gu Xiaoli's ears flushed with an intense heat, unable to discern whether it was due to her asphyxiation or the tantalizing breath brushing against her skin. In her disarray, she caught a glimpse of the two beasts standing nearby. Singo cleared his throat and turned his head away, while Ricky observed with a bemused expression, relishing the sight of Gu Xiaoli's flushed face. "Let go of me!" Gu Xiaoli's voice emerged weak and strained, more akin to a whimper than a demand. Leo chuckled, lowering his frame to further assert his weight upon her. His intention was to ascertain whether she had concealed any other skills, as the little female, being new to their world, was likely to harbor secrets. Gu Xiaoli, both humiliated and enraged beneath his restraint, yearned to escape and deliver a stinging slap to this lecherous man, leaving no room for thoughts of showcasing any abilities. Rendered immobile by his weight, she found herself unable to perform the necessary gestures to cast a spell, resorting instead to a desperate and uncoordinated struggle beneath Leo's oppressive form. Her attempts yielded no significant noise, yet Leo felt a surge of desire awaken within him, captivated by her flushed cheeks and delicate lips, stirring an overwhelming urge to consume her entirely. She perceived the grip on her neck tightening gradually, yet it remained controlled, as though he feared causing her harm. Having never encountered such a situation, Gu Xiaoli refrained from further resistance, suppressing her fear and indignation as she allowed Leo to maintain his hold over her. Sensing her reaction as amusing, Leo boldly straddled her frail legs, the looming dread of impending violation spreading rapidly within Gu Xiaoli's mind. She certainly did not wish to lose her virtue on her very first day in this beastly realm. Alas, she found herself utterly unable to resist this formidable male, surrendering to the inevitable. "I will speak. I will tell you everything. Just get off me. I'm listening," Leo replied, showing no inclination to rise, leaving her with no choice but to disclose the remaining skills she had kept hidden. Chapter 17. Supplies. Once Gu Xiaoli had laid everything bare, Leo tightened his grip around her slender neck slightly, ensuring that she truly had no further secret to share before gradually releasing her. The weight upon her vanished, and the constricting hand withdrew, prompting Gu Xiaoli to spring upright, instinctively coughing several times. Leo stood and stepped towards the cave entrance, inhaling deeply the fresh mountain air, allowing the breeze to quell his desires. He turned back, wiping his mouth with his finger, casting a lingering glance at Gu Xiaoli. Startled by the assertive intensity of his gaze, she instinctively recoiled, fearing any further advances, still reeling from the shock and humiliation. Gu Xiaoli covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, striving to regain her composure, when Raven burst into the cave, laden with supplies. Initially eager to present her with his findings, Raven abruptly sensed the peculiar tension among the four of them. His attention was immediately drawn to Gu Xiaoli, whose hand shielded her reddened face, igniting his concern as he rushed to her side. Xiaoli, what is wrong? Why is your face so flushed? He instinctively reached out. Wishing to cradle her face for a closer inspection, Jiu Xiaoli awkwardly sidestepped his hands. I'm fine, please don't come so close. Flustered by Leo's lewd behavior, Gu Xiaoli's face had barely cooled when Raven's proximity reignited her embarrassment. These two brothers were relentless in their ability to unsettle her. Unable to discern the underlying cause, Raven grew increasingly anxious about Gu Xiaoli's well-being, aware that purebred females were exceedingly fragile and could easily fall ill if not careful. Could it be that my brother has bullied her? Raven's concern escalated, realizing that only Leo and the others had been with her during his absence. Bullied? Would you like to witness what true bullying entails? Leo quipped, unfazed by his brother's accusations, casting a teasing glance at Gu Xiaoli. Gu Xiaoli was rendered speechless, grappling with the reality that she had nearly been violated by this insufferable beast. Yet, despite his handsome features and robust physique, she found her heart racing with a confusing mix of anger and attraction. Internally berating herself for her lack of fortitude, Gu Xiaoli lamented how she could succumb to infatuation even in such dire circumstances. Seeing Gu Xiaoli angrily turn her back and ignore him, Leo let out a nonchalant chuckle and strode away with his two beasts. Raven glanced at his departing brother, then at Gu Xiaoli seated on the animal hide, and couldn't help but speak a few words in defense of his brother. He then opened his fully packed animal skin bag, eagerly extracting its contents one by one. Gu Xiaoli, no longer upset, found her attention drawn to what he was presenting. Raven first revealed several intact animal hides, in colors of pristine white, deep black, and fiery red, all boasting rich, clean fur. Was indeed a luxury for a typical female to obtain even a few ordinary herbivore pelts. Yet Raven had ventured into the tribe to procure these rare carnivore skins as a gift for Gu Xiaoli. These hides were acquired during tribal conflicts when the leopard tribe captured stragglers from other tribes, extracting their skins with brutal efficiency. Naturally, members of the leopard tribe who fell into the hands of others also met a grim fate. Initially, the orc responsible for managing supplies was adamant about withholding these prized pelts until Raven promised to introduce him to the new pure-blood female in their tribe. Only then did the orc reluctantly part with these treasured hides, insisting that Raven must present them as gifts from him. 1. The pelts were indeed delivered, albeit under Raven's name, while the promised introduction had long slipped from his mind. Chapter 18. The offering. Gu Xiaoli examined the vibrant, well-furred hides, feeling their substantial warmth, curious about the animals for which they had been stripped, although it felt somewhat peculiar to use the skins of living creatures for bedding and clothing. She had only the single sleeping gown on her person and could not afford to be finicky. Thus, she respectfully accepted the hides and neatly folded them. Next, Raven poured forth a large assortment of fruits and fresh meat, all appearing robust and carefully selected for her. Jiu Xiaoli, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the generosity extended to her, recognized the kindness of others as she stayed in their home without offering anything in return. However, since the provisions were specifically for her, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. Together, they arranged the various food items neatly at the back of the cave, planning to enjoy them slowly in the days to come. After tidying up, Raven discreetly retrieved a small bundle from beneath a pile of animal hides, seemingly containing something special. With a hint of shyness, he beckoned Gu Xiaoli to sit on the pelts once more, carefully unwrapping the bundle to reveal its contents before her. Her astonishment. Nestled in his palms was a thumb-sized black pearl, shimmering magnificently in the light streaming through the cave entrance. The pearl was perfectly round, its surface polished to a flawless sheen, exuding a captivating beauty and an aura of mystery. This is a pearl my beast father brought back from his travels to the seaside, if you like it. Please accept it, Raven said, his eyes sparkling with hope as he gazed at Gu Xiaoli. Jiu Xiaoli was awestruck by the pearl's exquisite beauty, recognizing that even in modern times, it would be considered a prized black pearl, let alone in the savage world of orcs. She couldn't fathom the cost her friend's father must have incurred to acquire such a perfect gem. This pearl must be quite rare, she mused, though she hesitated to accept such a valuable item. Indeed, my beast father procured this pearl during his journey to the coast, a sight seldom seen on our inland grasslands, Raven replied. What he did not disclose was the perilous quest his father undertook for his mother, nearly losing his life in the process. Tragically, shortly after returning with the pearl, his father succumbed to injuries sustained at the sea. Before his passing, he had entrusted Raven with the pearl, urging him to give it to a beloved female, should he find one. Gu Xiaoli held the pearl in her hands, examining it closely. Although she was not particularly enamored with jewelry, the allure of the radiant black pearl captivated her, and she found it hard to part with. Observing her delight, Raven felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared Gu Xiaoli might dismiss the pearl, much like his mother had disregarded the gifts from numerous strong male orcs, gifts that his father had struggled to present. After admiring the pearl for a while, Gu Xiaoli, though reluctant, returned it to Raven. It was undeniably beautiful, but she felt unworthy of such a lavish gift, especially one that belonged to Raven's father. Raven was puzzled by her decision to return the pearl, looking at her with a hint of disappointment. "What is wrong, Xiaoli? Don't you like it?" Gu Xiaoli quickly shook her head. "It's not that your gift is inadequate. It's just too precious, and I've never done anything to deserve such a valuable present. How could you possibly be unworthy?" Raven protested. "Xiaoli, you are a rare pure-blood human. This pearl is beneath you. Could it be that you are still upset with me and refusing to accept it?" Feeling disheartened, Raven lowered his gaze, his beautiful eyes shadowed with disappointment. He did not realize that Gu Xiaoli had never held any anger towards him. From her initial experience with food to becoming a guest in the tribe, she felt as if she had been rescued from despair, overwhelmed with joy rather than resentment. Seeing Raven's crestfallen expression, reminiscent of a large, forlorn puppy, Gu Xiaoli felt a pang of sympathy. However, as someone who typically shied away from social interactions, she struggled to find the right words to ease the awkward tension. The two remained silent for a moment, and Raven clenched the treasured pearl in his hand. He resolved to store it safely, hoping that one day, through his persistent efforts, Xiaoli might accept it. After all, which male succeeded in winning over a female in a single attempt? Every male endured a long journey of pursuit to earn a female's affection. With such a minor setback, he would not give up easily. Taking a deep breath to bolster his spirits, Raven turned back to her, donning a bright smile that if you ever need anything, Xiaoli, please don't hesitate to let me know that I will do my utmost to assist you. Gu Xiaoli, having worked up quite a sweat while escaping across the grasslands, now felt grimy and in need of a wash. Hearing Raven's offer, she promptly expressed her desire to bathe. Raven frowned slightly. While he had no objections to her bathing, he worried about her recent arrival in the tribe and the potential for her to seize the opportunity to escape. Noticing his hesitation, Gu Xiaoli assumed he found her a bother and quickly reassured him. "I can bathe quickly. It won't take long. That if you have matters to attend to, just tell me where to go, and I can wash by myself." Raven could not possibly allow her to bathe alone. Not only was there the risk of her fleeing, but would also draw undue attention for an unbonded female to venture out alone. With so many male orcs eyeing Gu Xiaoli, he could not let anyone else claim the opportunity. "Follow me," he instructed, leading the way out of the cave, while Gu Xiaoli hurried to keep up, fearing he might change his mind. Raven chose a seldom-used path down the mountain, avoiding unnecessary onlookers. However, the route was winding and rugged, filled with obstacles like cliffs and thickets, making it quite challenging for Gu Xiaoli to navigate. Raven took his time, walking slowly ahead and carefully breaking branches that blocked her path. At the cliff's edge, he swiftly leapt down, cradling Gu Xiaoli under her arms and gently lowering her to the ground. Suddenly lifted off her feet, Gu Xiaoli lost her balance and instinctively grasped Raven's sturdy arm for support. She leaned into him, creating an intimate moment between them. Unaware of the implications, Gu Xiaoli simply hoped to wash up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Raven was overjoyed to hold Gu Xiaoli so closely, feeling that he had made the right choice in this route. After a prolonged internal struggle, his affection for Gu Xiaoli ultimately triumphed over the honesty he had always held dear. The descent down a mountainside grew increasingly treacherous, and Gu Xiaoli, clad only in a nightgown, found it nearly impossible to navigate the dense underbrush and crumbling cliffs. Raven, seizing the moment, lifted Gu Xiaoli effortlessly, perching her upon his shoulder while he steadied her as they maneuvered through the jagged rocks and sharp thorns. Chapter 20. The dishonest child. Raven's shoulders were broad and sturdy. Even as he darted between the fissures and cliffs, he ensured that Gu Xiaoli remained unharmed. Gu Xiaoli felt a deep gratitude towards Raven, coupled with a sense of helplessness regarding her own lack of physical stamina. In truth, the path down the mountain was not as perilous as it appeared to Gu Xiaoli. Raven, recognizing this opportunity to draw closer to her, deliberately veered off the main route, opting for the more rugged trails, thus allowing himself the chance to embrace her. Indeed, upon realizing that she could not traverse the lush thickets and the towering cliffs, Gu Xiaoli had no choice but to submit to Raven's hold. Occasionally, when jumping down a ledge, Raven would jostle her playfully, causing Gu Xiaoli to cling to him in fear. In his youth, Raven's father had warned him that dishonest children would face divine retribution. Terrified of such punishment, Raven had always adhered to a strict code of honesty. Yet at this moment, he shattered his own principles, unable to quell his infatuation for Gu Xiaoli. If this path could stretch into eternity, he would willingly accept any punishment from the heavens. Even as Raven intentionally meandered several times, they ultimately arrived at a tranquil stream for bathing. The final stretch to the stream had become noticeably flat and open. Gu Xiaoli wished to dismount from Raven's shoulder and called out to him, but he seemed oblivious, continuing to carry her until they reached the babbling brook before finally setting her down. Gu Xiaoli found Raven's behavior peculiar, yet refrained from questioning him further. Eagerly, she crouched by the clear water and splashed her face, the warm summer sun filtering through the stream, illuminating the sandy bottom. The water provided a rare refreshment from the sweltering heat. After their arduous journey, she felt sticky all over and longed to immerse herself in the water. However, Raven stood motionless behind her, like a wooden post. Gu Xiaoli inwardly chastised his rigidity. As a grown man, how could he watch her while she undressed to bathe? I need to wash up. Would you mind turning around for a moment? She asked politely, turning her head away. This place is rather remote, and if a wild beast were to emerge, it could harm you. I must ensure your safety, Raven stammered, avoiding her gaze. His face flushed crimson. He covered his mouth with his hand, but it could not conceal the redness that suffused his entire countenance. Gu Xiaoli, having been brought back against her will, might not wish to remain in the tribe, and he merely wanted to guarantee she would not attempt to flee. Gu Xiaoli gazed speechlessly at the flustered youth, astonished that someone with such an innocuous face could harbor ulterior motives. Yet, given his strength, she recognized that she was no match for him. With patience, she urged, I'll be finished shortly. If anything happens, I will call for you immediately. Could you please turn your back over there and wait for me? Seeing the conflicted expression on Gu Xiaoli's face, Raven, fearing her displeasure, dared not be too insistent. Reluctantly, he stepped away, glancing back to remind her to call for him if anything occurred. At last, he moved some distance away, though close enough for her to see his robust silhouette. Gu Xiaoli decided not to dwell on the matter. After all, she was immensely grateful for the opportunity to bathe in this primitive land. Swiftly shedding her nightgown and undergarments, she tentatively stepped into the crisp stream. The water was cool, but under the blazing summer sun, Gu Xiaoli did not feel cold. The stream's deepest point reached her waist, and the water was so clear that her graceful form was fully visible from the bank. Chapter 21. The curious observer uncertain of any lurking dangers, Gu Xiaoli hastened her washing. Lacking any bathing supplies, she could only scrub herself haphazardly in the water, rinsing off the dirt and sweat. Suddenly, she heard a rustling in the grass nearby, freezing her in place. She glanced around suspiciously. Raven still stood with his back to her at a distance. The rustling returned, sending a jolt of alarm through Gu Xiaoli. Without thinking, she rushed to the bank, hurriedly donning her clothes. Raven, holding his breath and listening intently, sensed something was amiss and called out, "What is wrong, Xiaoli? Are you okay?" "I'm coming over," just as Gu Xiaoli was about to respond. She noticed movement in the grass across the stream. A furry little head emerged, its large eyes filled with a pitiable gaze directed at her. Gu Xiaoli had always been defenseless against adorable creatures like kittens or puppies, and this little animal was most likely not a leopard. Having witnessed the treatment of the wild boars by the leopard tribe, she feared that if Raven discovered it now, this adorable creature would likely meet a grim fate as dried meat for others to consume. "I am fine. Don't come over," Her mouth blurted out before her mind could catch up. In her panic, she glanced back at Raven, relieved to see that he had only moved a bit closer, but still had his back turned. He had not yet noticed the little creature. "Don't turn around. I'm not dressed yet," Goose Shally shouted. Raven's ears visibly reddened. Although he was stirred by youthful feelings, he obeyed Goose Shally's request and obediently retreated to his previous position. "I'll call for you once I'm done washing. Please don't turn around until then." Goose Shally remained uneasy as she cautioned Leywin. After receiving Leywin's assurance, she waded across the stream, gradually approaching the thicket and cautiously parted the grass with her hands, revealing a small creature nestled within. The creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, its body adorned with a striking pattern of black and white, while its limbs and abdomen flaunted a vivid orange hue, presenting an overall likeness to a wolf, albeit with large, fox-like ears. This was the first time Goose Shally encountered such a species in reality. Recalling the animal kingdom she had once watched on television, she deduced that this little one must be a prairie dhole. Generally speaking, dholes are cunning and treacherous creatures, individually weak but remarkably skilled in teamwork, adept at employing strategies to capture or steal prey on the plains. Occasionally, they can even snatch prey from formidable predators such as lions or tigers. The little dhole appeared diminutive compared to the other massive creatures of this continent, its size comparable to that of an adult golden retriever from a previous world, suggesting it was still a juvenile. That a ghastly wound traversed its orange-yellow belly, with blood seeping slowly from the injury. The little dhole glanced at Goose Shally, then cast a look towards Leywin in the distance, curling itself into a ball, its large ears drooping against the sides of its head, trembling in the grass. Goose Shally found herself in a dilemma. Summoning Leywin to assist the little dhole seemed nearly impossible, yet her own strength could not ensure the safe return of the creature to its pack. Leaving it here would likely result in it being tracked down and killed by members of other leopard tribes. In the thicket, the little dhole emitted a whimper akin to a plea, nuzzling her ankle in a gesture of submission, as if begging Goose Shally for mercy. Her heart melted at the sight, and she instinctively reached out to gently stroke the little dhole, which responded with an affectionate nuzzle against her hand. Chapter 22. A soft heart. Goose Shally realized she had yet to employ one of her healing skills. Having sustained no injuries during her previous chase with a leopard tribe, she had managed to remain unscathed thus far. Despite the tribe's harsh efforts to capture her, they had not inflicted any real harm, instead providing her with ample resources for survival, indicating that her status as a pure-blood female was still of considerable value to them. If she could coexist peacefully with the tribe's members, she should remain unharmed for the foreseeable future. After a moment of contemplation, Goose Shally made her decision. She gently placed her hand over the little dhole's wound, mimicking the actions of characters in the game she had played as she began to sing in perfect pitch. Without lyrics, a melodious hum resonated through the jungle, and a soft white light emanated from her hand onto the wound. The little dhole felt a wave of warmth enveloping its belly, which then dissipated. Upon removing her hand, Goose Shally examined the former injury, which had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. The little dhole, noticing its wound had vanished, leaped up and spun around joyfully, giving her hand a gentle lick. Goose Shally affectionately patted its head, and the little dhole's large eyes narrowed in bliss, a smile gracing its face. "You should go now, and don't return," Goose Shally whispered to the little dhole, fearing that Leywin might notice its presence, and she gently nudged the little creature. Understanding her intention, the little dhole glanced reluctantly towards Leywin before nuzzling Goose Shally's leg one last time and darting into the distant thicket, vanishing from sight. After healing the little creature, Goose Shally shed her clothes and plunged into the stream, vigorously washing herself. The scent of the leopard tribe was quite keen, and she worried that Leywin might detect any lingering traces. So she even soaked her nightgown, scrubbing it vigorously for quite some time before daring to emerge from the water. The damp nightgown clung uncomfortably to her skin, and Goose Shally began to regret not bringing a change of clothes before leaving. However, reflecting on it, she realized she had no other garments to change into aside from this nightgown. Resigned, she could only hope that the sweltering summer heat and sunlight would swiftly dry her attire. "I am done washing," Goose Shally announced as she approached Leywin, who stood with his back to her. During her absence, Leywin had remained alert, his ears perked to catch any sound from her direction. When he heard her ascend the bank and the rustling of grass as she entered the thicket, an indescribable sadness enveloped him. He braced himself for the worst. If Goose Xiaoli chose to flee once more, he would have to capture her again. Even if it meant earning her disdain, he could not afford to lose her or let the tribe lose a pure-blood female. Upon hearing her melodious voice, his unease intensified. He knew that Goose Xiaoli was formidable and likely harbored many hidden abilities she had yet to reveal, that if she were to utilize those unknown powers, she might indeed depart from him forever. Leywin had already readied himself for the hunt, poised to transform into his beast form at the slightest disturbance in her voice or scent. However, the anticipated sound of her escape never came. After a series of evocative splashes, Goose Xiaoli returned to his side, and an overwhelming joy surged within Leywin as he turned and embraced her tightly. Suddenly enveloped in his strong arms, Goose Xiaoli felt a bit uncomfortable and pushed against his robust chest, awkwardly realizing that her slender arms could not budge him an inch, leaving her with no choice but to succumb to his embrace. Chapter 23. Anger and humble love immersed in the joy of having Goose Xiaoli back. Leywin held her close, relieved that she had not abandoned him. Yet amidst his elation, he detected a faint, discordant scent. This aroma, subtle yet entwined with Goose Xiaoli's sweet fragrance, did not escape his notice that it was the scent of a dole. And in an instant, his heart turned cold. Dajiu Xiaoli sensed the sudden rigidity in Leywin's embrace and felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She gently patted his back and said, "Let us head back." Without uttering a word, Leywin released his hold on her, yet he firmly grasped her wrist, silently leading her back. His grip was strong, causing Goose Xiaoli's wrist to ache, and she realized he was upset. Stumbling slightly as she was pulled along, she pondered her situation. She would be dependent on Leywin for some time, and maintaining a good relationship with him would be advisable. "Leywin, I'm sorry," Goose Xiaoli said nervously. Upon hearing the slight tension in her crisp voice, Leywin halted, loosening his grip on her wrist and turning to look down at her. Towering over her by more than two heads, his expression was devoid of emotion. Yet it conveyed an unprecedented sense of pressure that Goose Xiaoli had never felt from this once sunny youth. Goose Xiaoli stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, while Leywin patiently awaited her explanation. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Goose Xiaoli finally spoke. "I found a little dole injured in the grass, and I didn't want you all to harm it's just a child." Noticing Leywin's continued silence, she pressed on, "It's really so small, it can't weigh more than a couple of pounds. Not enough for you to even have a meal, which is why I trust you." Leywin interrupted her. His golden eyes bored deeply into Goose Xiaoli's, revealing that he did not expect her to willingly remain with the tribe. As long as she was by his side, he would be content. The mere fact that Goose Xiaoli was willing to defend her actions softened his heart. He was ready to unconditionally believe whatever she said. "I trust you. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Leywin gazed intently at Goose Xiaoli, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. His golden slit pupils shimmered with a clarity akin to the stream water, reflecting both sorrow and sincerity. Goose Xiaoli felt a pang of guilt. She had already resolved to return to the modern world, unwilling to be swayed by fleeting emotions. Yet, Leywin's almost humble acceptance filled her with remorse. Her gaze faltered as she avoided his penetrating stare. But Leywin stubbornly held her gaze, waiting for a response. "Yes, I want to leave." Goose Xiaoli forced herself to meet his eyes, uttering a strained lie. She anticipated that Leywin would be profoundly disappointed by her reaction. Yet he responded with a childlike smile. "All right, Xiaoli." Leywin gently cradled her reddened wrist in his hands, his expression tender. "I'm sorry for hurting you just now." Dajiu Xiaoli felt a bit embarrassed and attempted to retract her wrist. "It's all right. It doesn't hurt." Raven did not release his hold. Instead, he gently yet assertively lowered himself and bestowed a kiss upon Goose Xiaoli's wrist. Taken aback by this sudden display of intimacy, Goose Xiaoli found herself frozen in place. Without making any further moves, Raven turned slightly and pointed towards the increasingly steep mountain path ahead, indicating that Goose Xiaoli should sit upon his shoulders. She, without any hesitation, took advantage of his strength, knowing her own legs would struggle on such a steep ascent, and gracefully settled onto his shoulders. Chapter 24. Losing control as they ascended, their closeness intensified, with Gu Xiaoli leaning more intimately against Raven's arm, allowing his large hand to rest firmly on her waist as they swiftly climbed the mountain together. After navigating several levels, Gu Xiaoli noticed Raven beginning to breathe heavily, his face taking on an unnatural flush. Was he tiring from carrying her? Yet, when he had borne her down the mountain, he had shown no such reaction. Feeling somewhat in the way, she pressed herself closer to him, hoping to ease his burden. However, this only made Raven's breath come in shorter gasps, his handsome face growing increasingly warm. Midway through their journey, Raven abruptly halted, awkwardly coughing into his fist. Could you refrain from being so close? Gu Xiaoli quickly realized her proximity was making him uncomfortable, and she straightened up, distancing herself as much as possible. Yet, even at a distance, she remained perched on his shoulders, keeping them relatively close. Little did she know. Raven's discomfort stemmed not from her closeness, but from the sight of her wet clothing clinging to her body, a rather provocative image. Having spent most of his time in the tribe hunting alongside the males, Raven had never encountered such a situation. A rush of heat surged through him, threatening to overwhelm his impulses, as he feared leaving a negative impression on Gu Xiaoli. Upon finally reaching the cave, Raven set her down and hastily filled his hands with water from a nearby stone basin. Gulping it down greedily, Gu Xiaoli, feeling a twinge of guilt for having made him weary, approached him. Bending down with concern, "I'm sorry, am I too heavy? Did I tire you out?" As Raven looked up, he caught sight of her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, some damp strands sticking to her smooth forehead. The fabric of her clothing, still damp from the sun's rays, clung to her figure, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. With just one glance, Raven felt a rush of heat surge through him, a warm liquid uncontrollably escaping from his nose. As he remained frozen, staring at Gu Xiaoli in a daze, realizing his face was flushed and blood was gushing from his nose, Gu Xiaoli quickly understood the cause of his unusual behavior. It had nothing to do with fatigue, but rather his uncontrollable desires. Her previous concern for his well-being now felt utterly misplaced. Seeing her cover her chest and storm away, Raven belatedly began to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." He trailed behind her, awkwardly clutching his bleeding nose, internally berating himself for his lack of composure. He hurried to catch up with Gu Xiaoli, who was clearly upset, with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Gu Xiaoli glanced back at the bloodied Raven and exclaimed, "You should go stop the bleeding first." Raven, feeling defeated, hurriedly exited the cave to catch some fresh air, leaving Gu Xiaoli to sigh in exasperation. "Oh, you fool!" Alone in the vast cave, Gu Xiaoli wandered aimlessly for a while before her gaze fell upon the pelts that Raven had gifted her. Contemplating her solitary garment, she mused that it would be splendid to have additional outfits crafted from the pelts. Picking up a vibrant red or pure white hide, she felt it would be a waste to use such fine material for her own attire. After sifting through the pile, she finally selected 2 more understated brown pelts. Measuring them against her body and concluding that one should suffice to fashion a skirt. Chapter 25. Improving life. Raven spent a considerable amount of time at the mountaintop, allowing the cool breeze to wash over him, and hastily wiped away the bloodstains on his chest with some leaves. Concerned about Gu Xiaoli being alone, he hurried back to the cave. Gu Xiaoli was deep in thought, contemplating a design for practical clothing, when she heard Raven's breathless approach from behind. Turning to face him, she noticed Raven looked anxious, and just as he opened his mouth to apologize, Gu Xiaoli preempted him with a question. "Do you have any needles and thread?" Raven glanced at her calm expression and the pelts in her hands. Momentarily stunned, it seemed that she was no longer angry with him, which relieved him greatly. "Yes, I'll fetch some right away. Please wait here and don't wander off," he said, filled with enthusiasm to assist her, and added a warning, concerned about her being taken by someone else. "All right, I'll wait for you," Gu Xiaoli replied, stroking the smooth pelt in her hands, determined to create an outfit for herself. Raven glanced back several times at Gu Xiaoli's serene demeanor before heading down the mountain to request some needles and thread from Ryan, who managed the supplies. He returned swiftly with the items. Yet as Gu Xiaoli held the pelt, examining it from various angles, she found herself at a loss, as her skills for modern society had significantly deteriorated. Seeing her struggle, Raven could not resist offering his assistance. proposing to help her make the skirt. Although Gu Xiaoli felt guilty for continuously relying on him, she recognized that without his help, she would remain in her single garment forever, and thus handed the pelts and needles to him. "That I'm sorry. I'm so inept and have to keep troubling you that if there's ever anything I can do for you in return, please let me know, and I will do my utmost," Gu Xiaoli expressed, feeling a sense of obligation since Raven had taken care of her since her arrival in the tribe. As a modern, independent woman, she felt the need to find ways to demonstrate her worth and reciprocate his kindness. Raven's heart leaped with joy at her acceptance of his offer to make her a pelt skirt. As typically in the tribe, females only accepted garments made by their partners. Accepting clothing from a male was a tacit acknowledgement of his pursuit, significantly increasing the likelihood of forming a bond. However, as he grasped the pelt and prepared to begin, Gu Xiaoli's words suddenly cast a shadow over his heart. In the world of the orcs, it was taken for granted that females accepted help and gifts from males. No female would engage in the mundane task of sewing garments themselves, leaving such duties to their partners. Occasionally, a particularly favored male would receive praise or rewards from a female, basking in the glory for quite some time. Raven felt as though Gu Xiaoli was inadvertently pushing him away, unwilling to acknowledge his role as her potential partner. Unaware of Raven's inner turmoil, Gu Xiaoli eagerly followed him, intending to learn how to craft clothing from pelts. With anticipation written all over her face, Raven buried his disappointment deep within and shook his head lightly, resolving that regardless of her acknowledgement, once she accepted his garments, she would have to accept his pursuit. Determined to focus on crafting the clothing, Raven flattened the pelt, allowing his sharp claws to emerge as he deftly sliced through the excess material. Comparing the pelt against Gu Xiaoli's figure, he then rolled it up and swiftly stitched it together with a bone needle and plant fiber thread. The stitches were tight and sturdy, executed with such finesse that Gu Xiaoli, watching intently, found herself utterly captivated. Chapter 26. Unconcealed beauty. Raven stole a glance at Gu Xiaoli's admiring gaze, feeling a swell of vanity blossom within him. Before reaching adulthood, he had taken precautions, diligently honing his skills for nearly a year, refining his technique through countless pelts, and now reflected on the wisdom of his past self with gratitude. Leah presented the finely crafted leather skirt to Gu Xiaoli, brimming with anticipation as he turned his back. Eager to see how she would look in the garment he had made, he wondered if Xiaoli would appreciate the skirt he had fashioned. Turning away, Gu Xiaoli understood his intention for her to try it on immediately. Given that the skirt was crafted by his own hands, she felt it would be unkind to insist on traditional gender decorum and dismiss him from a cave. Without further ado, she slipped off her nightgown and donned the leather skirt. The skirt, designed as a strapless piece, accentuated her delicate, porcelain shoulders, while its hem grazed just above her knees to allow for ease of movement. Leah had cleverly made a slight cut along the side, revealing glimpses of her alabaster thighs. Gu Xiaoli examined herself from various angles, finding the leather skirt both well-fitted and comfortable, yet she felt it revealed more than she was accustomed to. In her modern life, she typically wore long pants or sleeves, even at home favoring long dresses. She had never donned such a form-fitting and revealing short skirt, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, in this world of beastmen, where customs were far more liberal, the sight of beastmen in short skirts was commonplace, along with those who bared their chests or even engaged in public displays of nudity. Gu Xiaoli decided to embrace the local customs, reminding herself that having something was indeed better than nothing. Leah, listening intently to the sounds behind him, guessed that Gu Xiaoli had finished changing to turn around, eager to behold the fruits of his labor. The moment his golden eyes met Gu Xiaoli, they widened in exhilaration, drinking in the sight of her. His Xiaoli was simply stunning. The long gown that had previously shrouded her figure was gone, leaving her long, fair legs and slender arms beautifully displayed to prevent any inadvertent mishaps with the skirt. He had tightened the bodice, further highlighting her exquisite form. Gu Xiaoli possessed an enviable physique, often concealed beneath loose clothing, but the leather skirt boldly showcased her figure. Leah suddenly felt a pang of regret for having crafted such a form-fitting garment. Should they venture outside, he feared the attention it might attract from other males. Gu Xiaoli, already feeling somewhat self-conscious due to the skirt's revealing nature, became even more flustered under Leah's intense gaze. With her arms crossed over her chest, she felt trapped, unsure whether to sit or stand. Although she wore clothing, she felt exposed under Levin's scrutinizing gaze. Perhaps I should change back, she thought, feeling a wave of panic as she reached for her old nightgown. No. Shally, do you not like the skirt I made for you? You look truly beautiful in it, Levin exclaimed, quickly grasping her wrist to persuade her to accept his gift. However, feeling the heat radiating from his hand, Shally was startled and attempted to withdraw her arm. Levin was taken aback by her reaction. Generally, females favored clothing that accentuated their figures, often requesting that more skin be revealed to attract potential mates. When creating the leather skirt, he had intentionally chosen a more modest style. Concerned that she might not appreciate something too revealing to his surprise, Shally was quite modest, deepening his admiration for her. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her demeanor starkly contrasted with the bold, assertive females he was accustomed to. He resolved that he must become her first partner. As Shally lowered her gaze, she noticed the remaining material from the leather skirt on the floor. Though it was a long strip, it was still a substantial piece. An idea struck her. She could fashion a shawl from the leftover leather, ensuring warmth during the night without being overly revealing. Thus, she cautiously requested Levin to help her cut the remaining leather into a shawl that could be draped over her shoulders, creating an ensemble reminiscent of a formal gown paired with a shawl. Satisfied with the outcome, Shally twirled joyfully in her leather attire. Levin, too, was pleased with her design as it covered her rounded shoulders while leaving her delicate collarbone exposed. Although still charming, it was far less provocative than before. Following this style, he quickly crafted several identical outfits from the remaining brown leather, ensuring Shally had enough clothing to change into. After all, his Shally could not be limited to just 2 outfits. He noted that other females in the tribe had wardrobes overflowing with garments, and he would seek opportunities to present her with more diverse styles in the future, while Levin busied himself with clothing. Shally's thoughts turned to footwear. She had crossed over from her bedroom, and her cozy slippers had been lost during her escape across the vast grasslands. She had been going barefoot, which posed challenges when navigating through thickets or over sharp rocks, often requiring Levin to carry her. Reflecting on her observations in the tribe, she realized that no one seemed to wear shoes. The males traversed rocky terrain with ease, seemingly unaffected. Yet, as a modern individual accustomed to footwear, her uncalloused feet would not fare well exposed to the elements. I must acquire a pair of shoes, she resolved, as relying on Levin for every outing felt burdensome. Are there any shoes here? She tentatively inquired, observing that Levin was nearly finished with the clothing. Shoes? Do you want some, Shally? Although they're typically only needed in winter, I can make you a pair right away if you wish. Levin replied, rummaging through the leather. Winter shoes made of leather? They must be intended for warmth, but with summer's heat, thick leather shoes would be unbearable. Do you not wear any other types of shoes? Shally interrupted, halting his actions. Other types of shoes? Levin scratched his head, explaining that the tribe only possessed winter shoes for warmth, as females typically remained in safe areas and did not venture out for hunting. Males often volunteered to carry them if they desired to go outside, leaving no need for shoes during the warmer months. I am not sure. What kind of shoes do you want? He asked, looking down at her. Perhaps something akin to straw sandals? No. The wild grass is too coarse. You could easily injure your feet. How could one wear shoes made of grass? Levin shook his head vigorously. Not all grasses are sharp. There are soft, pliable varieties suitable for footwear. Besides, with careful crafting, straw sandals can be quite comfortable, Shally insisted, feeling a pressing need for a pair of such shoes, lest she continue to rely on Levin's assistance. Levin, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless agreed to accompany her the next day to seek suitable grasses for shoemaking. The availability of grass was secondary. He primarily wished to seize the opportunity to bond with Shally. As their discussion about grass sandals unfolded, night fell unexpectedly. Shally's stomach grumbled, reminding her that apart from the fruit she had consumed during the day, she had eaten nothing else. Busy throughout the evening, hunger was inevitable. She looked at Levin sheepishly while clutching her stomach. Levin promptly offered her some fruits he had stored in the cave, allowing her to quell her hunger momentarily before rushing outside. In summer, food spoils quickly. Aside from fruits, the tribe rarely stored meat. Males would band together to hunt, distributing their catch among the females and young. although Levin had not participated in the hunt that day. His previous contributions allowed him to bring back an entire deer and several rabbits. Levin returned swiftly. By the time Gu Xiaoli had finished a single wild fruit, the massive deer was unceremoniously dropped to the ground with a thud that reverberated through the cave. Without pausing for rest, he unsheathed his sharp claws, expertly skinning the deer and draining its blood before carefully slicing off the tenderest cuts of meat and offering them to Gu Xiaoli. Despite Levin having drained the blood beforehand, the meat still bore traces of blood, leaving Gu Xiaoli momentarily frozen at the sight of the raw, bloody flesh. She hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Surely this world hasn't yet discovered fire? She pondered, distressed at the prospect of being forced into a life of raw and bloody sustenance. Raven observed Gu Xiaoli's hesitation. He assumed it was due to the meat lacking freshness. Consequently, he dispatched a still-breathing rabbit, meticulously dissecting the meat with his nails before presenting it to Gu Xiaoli. Though she had initially been quite hungry, the sight of Raven effortlessly dispatching the cute little white rabbit and then eviscerating it significantly diminished her appetite. Fearing that he might proceed to dismember the remaining rabbit, she hastily waved her hands, indicating her disinterest in consuming meat at that moment and urging him to eat first. Raven, troubled by the prospect of her abstaining from meat, knew that prolonged fasting would surely take a toll on her health. Seeing Raven's furrowed brow, Gu Xiaoli felt equally helpless. It was not her intention to dismiss his kindness. Rather, the sheer size of the raw meat posed questions of whether she could even bear to bite into it or digest it properly. She needed to find a way to procure cooked food. Do you have any cooked meat here? She inquired. Cooked meat? What kind of animal is that? I shall go catch one for you, Raven replied. A perplexed expression adorning his face. Gu Xiaoli sighed, realizing they lacked even the basic understanding of raw versus cooked. Do you have any fire? Fire? What do you need fire for? No. Fire is far too dangerous. You could get hurt, he exclaimed, but how do you endure the frigid winter without fire? She pressed that in winter. Everyone relocates to warmer areas, and the tribe ensures that every female and cub is allocated sufficient fur to survive the cold. He explained. Gu Xiaoli pondered that this group of beastmen, despite their ability to transform into human form, resembled primitive beasts in many aspects. Sensing that Gu Xiaoli was still contemplating the idea of fire, Raven urgently cautioned, only when the beast god is enraged does he unleash great flames that consume everything in the forest. Our tribe suffered tremendous losses in the Great Fire a few years ago. Fire is truly perilous, and you must not touch it. Gu Xiaoli glanced at the deer carcass on the ground, and then at the fruit in her hand, pondering her lack of a plan for leaving this world. If she were to continue subsisting on wild fruits and raw meat, she feared she might not survive until the day of her departure. Raven, could you help me gather some dry grass and wood? It needs to be very dry, she requested. Although Raven was bewildered, as long as Gu Xiaoli was not insisting on fire, he readily stepped outside to prepare. Soon, a substantial bundle of wood and dry grass was delivered to her. Chapter 29. The beauty strategy. Gu Xiaoli did not immediately disclose her intentions to Raven. Instead, she instructed him to place the dry grass atop a thicker log, then sharpened another piece of wood, using the pointed end to vigorously rotate against the grass and wood. Unbeknownst to Raven, he was engaged in the process of friction fire. He simply wanted to meet Gu Xiaoli's hopeful gaze. So he exerted himself earnestly. Before long, wisps of smoke began to emerge beneath his hands. Gu Xiaoli perked up, preparing to gently blow on the nascent flames when she was suddenly yanked to her feet and carried outside the cave. Initially, Raven was unsure of Gu Xiaoli's intentions, thinking it was merely a plaything for her amusement, and patiently followed her commands. However, upon catching the scent of smoke, Raven felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The same smoke had permeated the air during the catastrophic forest fire that had claimed countless beastmen years prior. Without hesitation, he carried Gu Xiaoli out of the cave, prioritizing her safety over all else. As Gu Xiaoli was forcibly removed, she lamented the loss of the small flame that had just begun to ignite, her thoughts lingering on the potential for cooked food. She realized that her chances of persuading Raven to help her create fire would diminish if she failed this time. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaoli recognized that Raven's fear of fire was deeply rooted in his memories. he would require significant motivation to overcome it. Yet, without fire, she could not demonstrate the exquisite taste of roasted meat that might entice him. What could serve as an incentive? Raven stood at the cave entrance, vigilantly watching the smoldering pile of wood, fearful that a fire might endanger the nearby beastmen, oblivious to the transformation occurring in Gu Xiaoli's demeanor. Just as he intended to relocate her to safety, he felt her delicate arms wrap around his neck, followed by her soft head drawing near as her tender lips brushed against his cheek. In that instant, the world shifted, and it took Raven a moment to process what had transpired. The sweet kiss replayed in his mind like an infectious melody, stirring feelings deep within his youthful heart. Gu Xiaoli had actually kissed him first. Raven was resolute in his refusal to allow Gu Xiaoli to play with fire. After much contemplation, he found himself lacking any persuasive arguments, leaving Gu Xiaoli with no choice but to resort to her feminine wiles. However, after being kissed, Raven seemed to freeze in place, his expression one of shock. Could it be that his own beauty had lost its charm? But having crossed that threshold, there was no turning back. And she steeled herself to continue. Raven, if you help me create fire, I will grant you another kiss, Gu Xiaoli boldly proclaimed, a shiver running down her spine at her own words. Raven finally returned to reality, grappling with the notion of fire. Too dangerous. Yet, the prospect of another kiss from Gu Xiaoli ignited a fierce internal struggle between his fear of fire and his desire for her. Seeing Raven waver, Gu Xiaoli seized the moment. In truth, if controlled properly, fire poses no danger whatsoever. It can assist us in numerous ways that if you follow my instructions, I assure you will not be harmed, and we can enjoy delicious roasted meat. Please, Raven, Gu Xiaoli coaxed, her voice taking on a pleading tone that made her cringe internally. She vowed never to speak in such a manner again, feeling utterly mortified. Yet, it appeared that Raven was particularly susceptible to this approach. And under her rare display of charm, he finally relented, carrying Gu Xiaoli back to the fire pit. Chapter 30. A series of twists and turns this time. Raven positioned Gu Xiaoli farther from the dry wood and near the cave entrance, ensuring she could escape if danger arose. Following her instructions, he resumed the process of friction fire. His skilled hands quickly conjured a small flame. Although his heart raced with trepidation, he persevered for Gu Xiaoli's sake. Gradually adding more dry wood to the fire to expand Gu Xiaoli diligently inspected the area around the fire, ensuring no flammable materials were nearby and that the furs were stored safely at a distance. Once the fire had grown sufficiently, she retrieved 2 branch-like pieces from the unburnt wood, instructing Raven to insert them on either side of the flame to form a rudimentary roasting rack. Next, she directed him to skewer the largest piece of deer meat and place it over the fire, turning it as it cooked. Raven soon realized that the fire had not expanded or harmed anyone. Gradually, he began to trust Gu Xiaoli's words, curiously rotating the meat as instructed. Before long, the outer layer of the meat was cooked to perfection, the sizzling fat dripping onto the flames, filling the cave with an irresistible aroma. Even Gu Xiaoli, who had savored countless delicacies, found herself salivating at the scent, let alone Raven, who had endured a diet of raw meat. Had it not been for the need to feed Gu Xiaoli first, he would have succumbed to his hunger long ago. The meat, thick upon the branch, led Gu Xiaoli to surmise that while the outer layer was likely cooked, the interior remained undercooked. She searched for an object to serve as a knife to slice off a portion for tasting. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance. Leo and his companions had returned from hunting, only to spot smoke rising from the cave where Raven and Gu Xiaoli resided. They hastily abandoned their quarry and rushed up the hillside. Lost in the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat, Gu Xiaoli and Raven were caught off guard as 3 large figures swiftly seized them and carried them out of the cave. Gu Xiaoli, resembling a sloth, was hoisted by Singe and Ricky, her legs curled slightly, swaying in midair, bewildered by the unfolding events. Raven, still clutching the succulent meat, was unceremoniously dragged outside by his brother Leo, who quickly chastised him before he could explain. The cave is already on fire, and you two are nonchalantly gathered around it. Even if the young female is naive, Raven, you have witnessed the devastation of a forest fire. How could you endanger the precious pure-blood female by allowing her to remain inside? Leo fumed, questioning his brother's intelligence. Quickly, Evacuate the nearby tribesmen. Leo forcefully tossed Raven to the ground, then turned to issue commands to the two beasts. As they set Guxiali down, they attempted to flee. But she clutched each of their arms with a desperate grip. I assure you, that fire poses no danger. Please allow me to explain, fearing that they might indeed evacuate the orc tribe and incite unnecessary panic. Guxiali clung to the two beasts like a koala, her arms tightly wrapped around their limbs. Seeing this, Sengo and Richie glanced up at Leo for guidance. Leo cast a complex look at Guxiali. Considering her origins from another world, along with her peculiar skills, he found himself somewhat inclined to trust her words, and thus signaled for the two to remain still. Noticing they seemed reluctant to leave, Guxiali quickly explained, "The fire is not as terrifying as you imagine. I merely wish to roast some food for consumption. You need not worry. I will ensure the flames do not spread." The three beasts fell into a strange silence as they regarded her. Their years of survival had taught them that fire is an exceedingly fearsome entity. Countless comrades who once fought alongside them had met a tragic end in raging infernos. Where fire swept through, not a blade of grass would remain, everything reduced to charred remains, and they could conceive of nothing but death that flames had ever brought them. Chapter 31. Long live cooked food, it was I. I am the one who started the fire for Xiaoli. Do not blame her. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Though females were precious, grave mistakes leading to significant losses for the tribe could still warrant punishment. Typically, such consequences involve restrictions on food and supplies or confinement, warnings that bore little weight. Yet Raven could not bear to see Guxiali subjected to any form of distress. Leo shot a glare at Raven, silencing him. After all, Raven had been raised under Leo's watchful eye. He would flinch at the slightest hint of smoke. How could he possibly know how to start a fire? Leo's frustration mounted as he witnessed Raven causing such a commotion while still attempting to defend Guxiali. Guxiali had already devised a plan to persuade the three orcs. Approaching Raven, she took the roasted meat from his hands. Though it had cooled somewhat, its exterior was crisp, coated with a layer of delectable oil. Emanating an irresistible aroma, and no amount of explanation could rival the convincing power of the fragrant roasted meat, so she offered the skewered morsel to Leo, gesturing for him to sample it. Leo accepted it, inspecting the unusual meat on the skewer. They were accustomed to consuming raw flesh. This piece appeared not the fresh red they were familiar with, but rather slightly pale, coated in a layer of golden liquid that seemed oddly out of place. Yet its aroma was utterly tantalizing. Reluctantly, considering the effort Raven and Guxiali had put into this endeavor, Leo took a bite. His initial taste was cautious, but his eyes soon lit up as he devoured the entire piece with the ferocity of a storm. Unabashedly wolfing down even the slightly undercooked portions. It was the first time Leo had ever tasted such exquisite meat. Seeing Leo accept her roasted creation, Guxiali felt hopeful that her culinary pursuits would indeed find a favorable outcome. She pulled Leo into the cave, signaling for Raven to prepare the remaining meat. Sengo and Richie, drawn in by the enticing aroma of roasted meat and witnessing their leader's enthusiastic consumption, curiously followed into the cave. The four of them gathered around the fire, observing Raven as he roasted meat. Seizing the opportunity, Guxiali found a stick and squatted closer to the flames, tending to the fire while explaining the principles of combustion and extinguishment. She confidently articulated her knowledge from secondary school physics and chemistry, using items commonly found in the beast world to illustrate the three essentials of combustion: fuel, oxidizer, and ignition source. The four leopards quickly grasped how to effectively utilize fire, and Guxiali felt a sense of relief at the prospect of no longer having to eat raw meat, though she remained unaware of the increasingly profound gaze Leo directed at her. As the deer meat sizzled under Raven's diligent efforts, the three beasts eagerly dug in, devouring their share. Guxiali, however, took her time, savoring her piece of rabbit meat, and by the time she finished, the other three had already polished off the roasted portions prepared by Raven. Noticing the dwindling amount of meat, Raven, concerned that Guxiali might miss out, went to fetch more from the storage. The cave was filled only with the crackling of the fire and the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Guxiali recalled the interrogation she had endured earlier that morning, and she began to chew slowly, hoping to make her small piece of rabbit last until Raven's return. She awkwardly attempted to prolong her meager morsel. Leo handed her the last piece of roasted meat. Surprised, Goose Xiaoli looked up at the offering in his hand. She had assumed this old lecher was only capable of tormenting her. The enticing aroma of the roasted meat continued to tempt her. And since the other three still had their share, her hunger overpowered her caution, and she boldly accepted the meat from Leo. Chapter 32. Leo's intentions as Goose Xiaoli immersed herself in the meat. Leo skillfully roasted his portion to a perfect crisp on the outside, yet tender on the inside. Considering her possible aversion to raw flesh, he made precise cuts with his claws to ensure even cooking throughout. The end result was undeniably appetizing. Leo approached everything with a sense of purpose. He desired not only Goose Xiaoli's physical presence, but also recognized her inherent stubbornness. Such individuals would never remain willingly unless their hearts were tied to the tribe. By applying a fraction of his usual cunning and strategy, he demonstrated a level of thoughtfulness that revealed his intentions toward Goose Xiaoli, both emotionally and physically. While Goose Xiaoli dined, she endeavored to ignore the cheerful glances Leo cast her way. Sensing that this black-hearted leopard harbored ulterior motives, "Is it delicious?" Leo inquired with feigned warmth. Goose Xiaoli's instinct heightened, and she offered a non-committal hum in response. "Your family must be quite anxious, unable to locate you." Leo continued, seemingly unperturbed by her wariness. His smile unwavering. Goose Xiaoli fell silent for a moment, her expression dimming as she nodded slightly. Since her independence, her communication with her parents had significantly dwindled. Undoubtedly, they would be frantic should they discover her disappearance. "Do you not wish to find a way back to your original world?" Goose Xiaoli assumed Leo was probing her once again and hastily replied, "No. I believe this is quite good. I have no desire to leave." "Is that so? I thought you might miss your previous life." Leo feigned regret, shaking his head. Immediately, Goose Xiaoli set aside her skewer of meat, her eyes widening in anticipation as she fixed her gaze on him. "If you aren't interested, then I won't mention it." Leo adopted an expression of hesitation, completely piquing Goose Xiaoli's curiosity. "Wait, while I may not wish to return, it would be prudent to understand matters concerning me." Goose Xiaoli looked at Leo with eager anticipation. After a lengthy pause, Leo finally spoke as her anxiety reached its peak. "You are not the first purebred to come from that world." His words struck like a boulder, sending ripples through the calm surface of Goose Xiaoli's heart. I have heard they arrived 10 years ago and are currently residing in a distant city to the east." Leo's statement shattered Goose Xiaoli's hopes. If his words held truth, then for a decade, no one had discovered a way back. Was her own chance now even more remote? The disappointment was evident in her expression, while Leo merely smirked. "Those who desire to return have long since done so," Leo remarked, his gaze fixed meaningfully on the fire. "Indeed, those capable of traversing to this world must be players within a game, with the skills they possess and their familiarity with this realm. How could they possibly fail to find a way back?" A flicker of hope reignited within Goose Xiaoli. "Our tribe consists of numerous orcs, and we are well informed throughout the plains. It would not be difficult for me to have the orcs assist you in gathering information. However, but what?" Goose Xiaoli pressed urgently, not noticing the glimmer of keen insight hidden in Leo's eyes. "Every effort must yield a return. You cannot expect us to run errands for you without compensation." Leo stated casually, sitting cross-legged with an air of leisure that starkly contrasted Goose Xiaoli's anxious demeanor. "What do you want?" Finally realizing Leo's intentions, Goose Xiaoli straightened her posture. The mere thought of this cunning leopard made her feel instantly tense. As the leader of her tribe, her desires were not extravagant. She merely hoped for his assistance in strengthening her clan and fostering its growth. Leo smiled, but the warmth did not reach his eyes. Chapter 33. Hasty decisions. Goose Xiaoli was plagued by an ominous premonition, yet she could not fathom what trap Leo might have set for her this time. That wasn't it merely about aiding the tribe to the best of her ability? Sharing her modern knowledge with them would hardly cost her a thing. Observing her hesitation, Leo feigned impatience, remarking, "If you're not interested, then so be. Why brothers have plenty to attend to and cannot waste time on someone who is ungrateful." "I agree." Goose Xiaoli quickly assented, fearing she might miss this invaluable opportunity, that I will help you in developing and strengthening your tribe to the best of my abilities. Leo smiled deep and agreed. You will assist the tribe as best you can, and we will gather information for you in return. It's a deal. Gu Xiaoli mustered her courage to agree, unaware that she would come to deeply regret this decision in the future. As Gu Xiaoli finished the last few bites of meat, Leywin returned to the cave entrance, burdened with a heap of prey. The three orcs promptly stepped outside to assist with skinning and bleeding the animals. Gu Xiaoli had intended to help, but lacking their sharp claws and strength to break bones, she could only be pushed back inside the cave by Leywin to sit and warm herself by the fire. The orcs worked efficiently. In their capable hands, sharp branches swiftly pierced through large chunks of meat. Leo, dissatisfied with the size of their fire, kindled a larger blaze near the cave entrance, with 2 fires and 4 orcs. They deftly roasted several pieces of prey. They seemed to prefer their meat slightly rare, savoring the crispy skin while occasionally indulging in the sanguine juices. Considering Gu Xiaoli's preferences, Leo instructed them to make deep incisions in the meat, ensuring it was fully cooked before serving it to her. After being cared for throughout the meal, Gu Xiaoli felt a rare warmth akin to home. It had been so long since anyone had prepared a meal for her. She suddenly thought that perhaps this life was not so bad after all. She shook her head, startled by such thoughts. How could she entertain them? After the 3 orcs finished their meal, they diligently cleaned up the ashes within the cave, using large, leafy greens to eliminate the lingering scent of smoke. Once tidied up, only Gu Xiaoli and Leywin remained. Leywin spread several animal skins on the ground, forming a makeshift bed ample enough for 2. In his solitary life, he had always slept directly on the cave floor. But now, with Gu Xiaoli's presence, it was imperative that the delicate female have a more comfortable resting place. He reclined on the prepared skins. Beckoning her to join him, Gu Xiaoli hesitated. She had never shared a night with a male before, let alone shared a bed. However, with all the skins already laid out, asking for more would seem overly particular. Noticing her reluctance, Leywin patiently explained, "It will be quite cold tonight. You will surely fall ill sleeping alone. I will merely hold you for warmth. I promise not to do anything else without your consent." With his sincere and forthright demeanor, Gu Xiaoli felt her reservations melting away. Primitive conditions were not akin to modern comforts. Simply being warm at night was already a blessing. As she approached Leywin, he swiftly pulled her into his sturdy embrace, her head resting on his powerful arm, enveloped in his warmth. Cuddling against him, she caught a whiff of a scent reminiscent of mint leaves, and in the comforting darkness, fatigue from the day overtook her, allowing her to drift into a deep slumber without a care. Leywin carefully cradled the female in his arms, contentment swelling within him as he felt her steady breaths. And he too gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 34. The Laws of the Beast World and the Hard-Won Compendium. In the early morning, Leo summoned Leywin for a hunt. After a reluctant farewell to Gu Xiaoli, he transformed into a leopard and bounded down the hillside. Anticipating a day of exploration within the tribe, Gu Xiaoli discovered that Xingge had remained in the cave. They were evidently wary of her wandering alone, which was understandable. After all, she had fought desperately to escape when she had been captured. Aside from the previous impression of Xingge as a decisive pursuer, Gu Xiaoli found him to be a remarkably considerate orc. He readily answered all her questions with patience and attended to her needs with a gentlemanly demeanor. Under Xingge's guidance, Gu Xiaoli began to gradually understand this world. The creatures here were categorized into pure humans, orcs, and lower animals. Pure humans were the rarest, but any offspring produced with orcs would possess remarkably strong physiques. Consequently, pure humans, regardless of gender, were highly sought after. However, the dwindling population of pure humans was scattered across the globe. Lacking any concentrated communities, their bloodlines were continuously diluted, making contemporary pure humans a rare sight indeed. Half-orcs, towering beings capable of shifting into human form, boasted physical capabilities far exceeding those of pure humans. Crossbreeding among different half-orc races could yield offspring with one of the parents' traits, but often resulted in frail and sickly offspring, with many succumbing to congenital issues. Healthy hybrid orc children, even if they survived, tended to be smaller and less powerful. This situation, coupled with the extremely low birth rate of female infants, Rendered pure female, humans fiercely contested among tribes, followed closely by the robust females of carnivorous clans. Lower animals, being significantly smaller than orcs, could not transform into human forms and retained intellect akin to that of real-world animals. Carnivorous orcs primarily hunted lower animals, collaborating within their tribes to catch prey. During harsh seasons of drought or extreme cold, they might even resort to hunting herbivorous orcs for sustenance, in a bid to ensure the safety of their entire population. Herbivorous tribes sometimes selected a member or two, along with a female, to offer to the powerful carnivorous tribes in exchange for peace. Shally felt a chill run down her spine. Carnivorous orcs consuming herbivores was tantamount to humans consuming humans, wasn't it? Sensing her discomfort, Shingu suggested taking her for a stroll around the tribe. Shally, eager to familiarize herself with her surroundings, followed him out of the cave. Unlike her previous outing with Leywin, Shingu opted for a spacious and gentle path. Walking beneath the summer sun, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, thoroughly enjoying their leisurely stroll. Shally, positioned halfway up the mountain, took in the expansive view of the entire tribe. At the foot of the mountain lay a flat clearing, with a large, level stone at its center, surrounded by a lush, verdant forest, with occasional glimpses of meandering streams. She mentally noted the location, hoping that in the future she would no longer need to trouble Leywin to lead her there for bathing. As they continued walking, they arrived at a cave near the base of the mountain. This cave was unremarkable at first glance, save for the heaps of medicinal herbs piled within. Upon closer inspection, Shally recognized many of these herbs as those used in the game for healing or crafting restorative potions. Feeling relieved, she realized that with the support of a compendium and recipes, her life in this world would not be overly arduous. Chapter 35. Grandpa Lion 1. In the cave, an elderly man with a scraggly white beard was hidden behind a mound of herbs. Initially unnoticed by Shally, Rue had been sorting through the medicinal herbs collected by Ryan the previous day when he suddenly caught a faint, elusive fragrance amidst the overpowering scent of the herbs. Intrigued, he paused his work and stepped outside the cave to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a female, pure human. Yesterday, he had heard whispers of a stunning female arriving in the tribe, shrouded in mystery and reluctant to show herself. Though he was curious at the time, he had been too busy to inquire further. As the tribe shaman, he thought it only a matter of time before the newcomer would seek him out. So he did not dwell on it. Now, having seen her, he was taken aback. After living for over 60 years, Rue had never encountered such an exquisitely beautiful female, especially one who was an unbonded, pure human. Pure females were exceedingly rare. Even the most unattractive among them would typically have multiple mates by this age. What could this young female have experienced to remain unpartnered with any orc until now? Louis recalled his incompetent and foolish apprentice, realizing that this was indeed a rare opportunity, that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to encounter a purebred female, one that, even in a lifetime, many would scarcely witness, let alone one as pristine and exquisitely beautiful as the one before him. He needed to summon that foolish lad, Ryan, at once. Shally gazed at the elder's white beard, which cascaded down to his shoulders, frizzed out in a manner that made his entire visage appear enlarged. It reminded her of an explosive golden lion, leading her to silently bestow upon the elder the nickname, Grandpa Lion. The elder clutched a handful of herbs, and his gaze upon her was akin to that of a treasure hoarder eyeing a vault, fixed and unyielding. This intensity left Shally somewhat bewildered, prompting her to glance at Xingu and then back at the elder. This is the shaman of our tribe. Louis, he's experienced and knowledgeable. Should you ever feel unwell, you can come to him. Xingu interjected, breaking the awkwardness at an opportune moment. Please, come in and have a seat. I have fresh yellow fruit, he continued, as Louis, realizing his earlier ungraciousness, quickly spread 2 animal skins on the ground and hospitably beckoned Shally into the cave. Shally felt it inappropriate to reject the elder's kindness, so she respectfully accepted the yellow fruit and seated herself upon the animal skins. This is Shally, a new female in our tribe, Xingu introduced. Aside from Shally, The two casually settled onto the stony ground. Jiu Xiaoli felt a twinge of discomfort, considering that the elder, with his entirely white beard, might feel slighted by her sitting on animal skins while he sat directly on the ground. After much hesitation, she awkwardly rose and gestured for the elder to sit on the skins. Louis was momentarily taken aback, although he was accustomed to the respect afforded to him as a shaman. He had not anticipated such courtesy from a purebred female like Gu Xiaoli. Exangu waved his hand, signaling her to sit down. The precious female must not catch a chill. You must sit on the animal skins. He added, the shaman will lay down his own skins if he wishes to sit upon them. You need not be so formal. Indeed, indeed. Xiaoli, you should sit comfortably. Louis nodded in agreement. With the conversation having reached this point, Gu Xiaoli felt no further need for formality and settled in. Observing that Gu Xiaoli did not exhibit the typical arrogance of other females, Louis felt increasingly pleased and eager to advocate for his apprentice. Exangu, I require a particular herb. Please fetch Ryan from the riverbank for me. Exangu, fully aware of Louis's intentions, understood that the old shaman wished to dismiss him to inquire about Gu Xiaoli's condition and summon his apprentice. Ryan. However, as the elder's orders were not to be disobeyed, he felt compelled to remain by Gu Xiaoli's side. That is acceptable, but Xiaoli must accompany me, Exangu remarked, glancing at Gu Xiaoli. How can Xiaoli possibly walk such a long distance? What if she becomes fatigued? She shall remain here to converse with me. Louis retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Exangu, however, grew cold in response. The tribe chief has commanded that Gu Xiaoli's safety be ensured at all times. Both Gu Xiaoli and Louis paused in surprise. Realizing the significance of this young female, Louis understood that the chief held her in high regard. However, no matter how stringent the watch, it could not deter her suitors. If she were an ordinary female like Leah, it might be feasible for Leo to monopolize her affections. Yet, with Gu Xiaoli being such a rare treasure, it would be impossible for a single beast man to secure her. Even the chief could not unilaterally claim her without facing opposition. Louis even pondered that not even the entire powerful leopard tribe could safely share her. Exangu disregarded Louis's thoughts, moving to Gu Xiaoli's side and discreetly pulling her up as they headed outside the cave. Gu Xiaoli, bewildered, was led away by Exangu. Louis, watching their departing figures, felt unperturbed. After all, Gu Xiaoli was unlikely to have only Leo as her suitor. He must seize the opportunity to ensure Ryan capitalizes on this precious young female. Meanwhile, Leo and Levin raced across the endless grasslands like two golden flashes of lightning. The antelope they pursued soon fatigued, slowing in their flight. With a powerful leap, Leo plunged into the scattering herd, stunning 3 or 4 antelope with a single swipe, his sharp fangs severing the neck of the strong leading male. The headless group became increasingly frantic, falling prey to the approaching leopards one by one. Bloodied, Leo returned to his brother Levin, clutching the lifeless antelope. Throughout the hunt, Levin's thoughts had lingered on Gu Xiaoli back home. Distracted, he had followed his brother's lead and only managed to stun a single antelope. Leo observed his younger brother with a cold gaze, setting down his catch and transforming into human form. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Levin, sensing his brother's displeasure, quickly shifted into human form to apologize. I am sorry, brother. I'm just not feeling well today. Next time. Leo remained silent, placing a hand on Levin's shoulder, signaling the remaining leopards to stay put. Once they had moved a distance away, Leo spoke, Gu Xiaoli. Levin looked up, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Having been raised by his brother, he knew he could not conceal any concerns from him. Leo casually sat upon a nearby stone. Gazing skyward as he spoke, you are young, and it is natural to be enamored by a pretty female. You will understand as you grow older. Females are inherently weak and unable to fight. Lacking foresight, their greatest contribution is to bear strong warriors for us. Once you see enough of them, the novelty will fade. Levin's cheeks flushed as he retorted, That's not true. Xiaoli is not that kind of female. She is very intelligent and capable of much more than just bearing young. My feelings for her will never change. He felt a surge of protectiveness for Gu Xiaoli, despite never having defied his brother before, and now felt an unsettling anxiety. Leo scoffed derisively. Jiu Xiaoli is indeed quite lovely, and possesses a knack for charming males. But inherently, females are fickle and greedy. Her current kindness towards you is merely a ploy to ensnare you. Once you are thoroughly smitten, she will exploit you for her own amusement. When you no longer hold value, she will discard you for a new male, just as your beast mother abandoned your beast father. Levin wished to argue that she would not abandon him, but his brother's words weighed heavily. The haunting images of his father's abandonment replayed in his mind, igniting a fear of repeating that tragic fate. Leo chose not to respond, casting a deep glance at Levin before retracting his piercing gaze, already formulating a plan in his mind. The uniqueness of Gu Xiaoli necessitated her retention in the perilous grasslands. The law of the jungle rendered sympathy a foolish sentiment. He would not heed Gu Xiaoli's wishes. If Levin remained timid, it would grant Gu Xiaoli the opportunity to flee. Thus, he must promptly eliminate that possibility. Binding Gu Xiaoli firmly to his side for his own purposes, Leo chuckled softly. Beauty and skill mattered little when the essence remained that of a short-sighted female. Her timid and weak disposition would enable Leo to exploit her vulnerabilities through intimidation. Although he generally disdained the females in the tribe, he had not failed to observe their character and preferences. Females simply desired males to surround them with attention and flattery, once their needs and vanity were satisfied. Leo believed Gu Xiaoli would be easily within his grasp. The autumn harvest festival was approaching, and at the gathering, he would announce her as the tribe mother, claiming her by night and ensuring she bore his offspring. With continued care and attention, affection would blossom and dependence would ensue, making escape impossible in the tribe. Under the scorching midday sun of summer, Gu Xiaoli and Exingu departed the shaman's abode, making their way down the hillside. Noticing beads of perspiration forming on Gu Xiaoli's forehead, Exingu urged her to wait momentarily while he dashed into the nearby forest. Gu Xiaoli stood uncertainly, glancing around. Moments later, Exingu returned, wielding an enormous green leaf taller than himself. He held the stem above her head, creating a shield from the relentless summer. Gu Xiaoli was reminded of ancient noble ladies, who would sometimes have their maidens hold umbrellas to shield them from the elements. Yet the towering and muscular Exingu seemed a far cry from any maid, bordering on the comical. Unable to suppress a laugh, she accepted the large leaf, using it to shield herself from the sun. I can manage on my OWN, as long as she does not suffer from sunburn. Xing'a has become quite accustomed to her excessive modesty and politeness. The two strolled to a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. This rudimentary shelter, constructed from hay and wood, nestled beneath a vast canopy of dense trees, was cool and dry inside, making it an ideal storage place. The pillars and window frames were made from unbarked trees, while the roof and door curtains were fashioned from hay, giving it a rather simplistic appearance. This was a temporary storage point for the tribe's belongings, where leftover animal hides, meat, and fruit from hunts were frequently kept. As usual, Xing'a made the introductions. An orc peeked out from behind the door curtain of the thatched hut, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Gu Xiaoli, and he immediately sprang forward, darting towards her at lightning speed. Xing'a instinctively reached out to block the ORC. Gu Xiaoli took a half-step back. Had Xing'a not intervened, she would have thought he meant to pounce on her. What a beautiful little female, Ryan exclaimed sincerely. Though it was not the first time she had encountered the predatory demeanor of males in this world, being so openly and earnestly complimented made Gu Xiaoli's cheeks flush slightly. This was Ryan, a student of the shaman, also responsible for the management of the tribe's remaining goods. As Xing'a spoke, he pushed Ryan back a bit. Ryan, undeterred by Xing'a's obstruction, continued to beam at Gu Xiaoli and asked, "Hello there. I really like you. Can I be your male?" To be confessed to within a minute of meeting, Gu Xiaoli, having lived this long, had never experienced such a situation, while being admired was indeed pleasant. This was not quite the manner of admiration she had anticipated. Could it be that most males in this world behaved in such a manner? She couldn't help but feel concerned about her future life among them. No, Xing'a firmly rejected on Gu Xiaoli's behalf, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. She truly was a walking magnet for males. This was just the beginning. He wondered how he would help the chief fend off future admirers. Chapter 38. Ryan, how can you unilaterally make decisions for the little female? Ryan glared at Xinga in discontent, unable to approach Gu Xiaoli due to his firm grip. Little female, you must be the new purebred in the legendary tribe. Right? Don't be fooled by this guy's good relationship with the chief. If he dares to bully you, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you. Ryan's face was filled with indignation. Xinga treats me well. My name is Gu Xiaoli, not little female, and I refuse your offer to be my male. Gu Xiaoli raised her voice, clearly stating her position. Ryan stood there, momentarily taken aback, his earlier bravado fading that he now knew her name. Only to be rejected, and no longer shoving against Xinga. He sulked back to the thatched hut, his demeanor resembling that of a wilted eggplant. Just before entering, Ryan seemed to remember something, abruptly looking back at Gu Xiaoli. Then I can be your suitor, Xiaoli. I am quite capable. Whatever you need or desire, I can provide for you. I have complete snow wolf pelts and fresh meat. Stop. Gu Xiaoli interjected, cutting off Ryan's incessant chatter. I don't need any of that. I don't want a suitor at all. Just stay put and do your job properly. Gu Xiaoli said helplessly. That's not possible. I willingly choose to be your suitor. And you cannot refuse, Ryan declared triumphantly, looking at her with a sense of pride. Cannot refuse? What bizarre logic is that? Gu Xiaoli turned to Xinga, seeking clarification, her face a mask of confusion. Xinga sighed. Indeed, it cannot be refused. Female orcs have the freedom to choose their partners, and suitors volunteer to meet the female's needs or showcase their strengths. Females cannot turn them away. Xinga cast a resigned glance at Ryan. Xinga had never seen a female refuse a suitor before. Typically, females in this world welcomed as many suitors as possible, relishing in the attention and the feeling of being pursued. However, one could refuse a suitor's gifts and was not obligated to meet any of their requests. Gu Xiaoli felt a little relieved. As long as she ignored the persistent suitor, it would be fine. Thankfully, there were no mandatory reciprocations. I had Raven take over the best animal hides I saved from the hunt. Did you receive my hides? Gu Xiaoli recalled that Raven had indeed brought her several unique, high-quality pelts yesterday, which turned out to be from Ryan. Xinga frowned at Ryan. Your hides? Gu Xiaoli, being new to the tribe, was unaware, but Xinga remembered very clearly that those pelts were the result of fierce battles fought by several brothers from the leopard tribe during a war, and there were only 3. The highest-ranking member of the tribe, Leah, had repeatedly sought them without success, only for them to become a gift from Ryan to win Gu Xiaoli's favor. They're the hides I managed, Ryan said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Gu Xiaoli, observing their interaction, had a rough idea of the hides' origins. They might hold the weight of lives lost. Fortunately, she had found them too precious to use recklessly before. Now that she understood their background, she felt even less inclined to mishandle them. It was best to keep them safely stored in the cave. Ryan eagerly pulled out the best meat and fruits from the thatched hut. But Gu Xiaoli felt too embarrassed to accept. She exchanged a glance with Xinga and, citing the late hour, hurriedly left the hut. Unbeknownst to them, the two had meandered around the tribe for an entire day, and the remnants of the setting sun painted the sky a vivid red that a sense of solemnity and melancholy welled up within her as she surveyed the scene. Gu Xiaoli's keen eyes spotted a gathering of many orcs in a cleared area near a stone not far away. As she looked in that direction, the orcs in the square curiously turned their gazes toward her. Chapter 39. Crisis of Trust. That is the tribe's meeting place, where significant events are announced to all members. Xinga explained. However, it's already quite late. We should visit another day. With that, he quickly led Gu Xiaoli away. Many males in the square were eyeing Gu Xiaoli with predatory intent. Approaching them would only escalate matters. And Xinga had no desire to shield her from any more unwelcome advances, so he hurriedly escorted her back to the cave to Gu Xiaoli, wary of drawing closer to the group of muscular males. Was relieved to let Xinga guide her back to safety. Upon entering the cave, Raven had returned with his catch, having skinned, bled, and cut the meat into strips. Seeing Gu Xiaoli return, Raven hastily spread out a pelt and invited her to sit. Gu Xiaoli intended to help start a fire for roasting the meat, but Xinga pressed her down to sit, and within moments, the two orcs had the fire going and the meat roasting. If it had been her doing it, she would have likely starved before the meat was ready. Gu Xiaoli couldn't help but silently lament her poor stamina. Raven purposely cut the meat thinly and ensured it was well cooked before handing it to Gu Xiaoli. As she accepted the roasted meat, she noticed Raven acting strangely, avoiding her gaze. With Xinga present, Gu Xiaoli felt it inappropriate to inquire, so she quietly ate her portion of meat, having only consumed roasted meat since arriving in this world. Gu Xiaoli found it somewhat greasy. She wished she could have some vegetables. However, leopards were carnivorous and likely had little access to plant-based food. It seemed she would have to strive for self-sufficiency in improving her diet. Perhaps she could ask Raven if he would take her foraging in the mountains when the opportunity arose. Xinga quickly ate a few bites before leaving only the two of them in the cave. Gu Xiaoli, lost in thought, found herself nearly full after her meal, while Raven quietly cleaned up the fire pit and remnants. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the cave felt somewhat silent. Raven gently spread out the pelts and silently gestured for Gu Xiaoli to lie down with him. "Did anything happen today?" Gu Xiaoli asked cautiously. "Nothing," Raven replied in a muffled voice. "Really?" Gu Xiaoli leaned in a bit closer. It seemed the big boy's thoughts were written all over his face. Raven was the first orc to show her genuine kindness and considerate care since she arrived. She didn't want to see him unhappy. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around Gu Xiaoli, pulling her tightly into his solid embrace. Gu Xiaoli felt as though she could hardly breathe and instinctively struggled to push away the unusually affectionate Raven. He buried his face in her fragrant hair and suddenly asked, "Will you abandon me?" In a state of panic, Gu Xiaoli almost failed to hear the question that was almost choked out. Nevertheless, she became aware of it. She ceased her struggles and allowed Levin to hold her. I could see that moment. Her body was pressed closely against his chest, and she could even hear the rapid and panicked rhythm of his heartbeat. She had never encountered someone in her life who valued her so dearly. Even her parents, after she graduated and left home, had seen their communication diminish, with only the occasional paternal greetings exchanged through WeChat. When she felt sorrowful, she would gaze at those few words, silently shedding tears. Now, feeling Levin's intense emotions towards her, which had begun to stir feelings of insecurity, she found herself inexplicably touched. Unconsciously, she returned his embrace, shaking her head slowly within his arms, tears dampening the corners of her eyes. For reasons unknown, during the brief days spent with Levin, she felt as though this young man was entirely preoccupied with her. His naive and innocent feelings did not seem feigned, that if someone were willing to unconditionally place her above all else, she found it difficult not to be moved. Chapter 40. A request for a kiss. Gu Xiaoli's response gradually steadied Levin's anxious heart. The strength of his embrace softened. Gu Xiaoli turned her head slightly and said, "Rest assured, you always prioritize me. How could I possibly abandon you?" A gentle tone, like a promise, provided Levin with a sense of reassurance. Dispelling his previous worries, Levin gently nudged his forehead against hers, an uncontrollable joy and relief surging from within. With his mood lifted, Gu Xiaoli, as a friend, also breathed a sigh of relief. She curled up slightly, intending to sleep. However, Levin gently shook her shoulder. Gu Xiaoli. "What now? Wasn't I already comforted?" She longed to sleep. "Don't you remember? You still owe me a promise." "What promise?" She couldn't recall. "It was when I first asked you to start the fire. You said suddenly," Gu Xiaoli recalled. "Oh my goodness, I shamelessly used a beauty ploy just to have a bite of cooked meat. I even had to kiss someone to tempt him." How could he still remember after all this time? Levin had been longing for that promise, but unfortunately, his brother had repeatedly interrupted, preventing him from finding the right opportunity. Now that the conflict had been resolved, he felt it was time to claim his reward. Gu Xiaoli, who had been on the verge of sleep, stiffened in Levin's embrace. She wondered if pretending to be asleep could help her avoid this. Levin, noticing her lack of movement, stubbornly pulled her from his warm embrace. Cradling her face with both hands, the Gu Xiaoli sensed something amiss and, fearing he would lean in for a kiss, quickly opened her eyes and pushed him away. Levin tightened his arms, preventing her from escaping. "You! Turn around and let me kiss you!" Levin's sudden boldness left Gu Xiaoli flustered, and she could only attempt to stabilize him first. Levin felt a tinge of disappointment, but obediently turned his head away. In the darkness, only the outline of Levin's profile was visible, exuding a vague and ethereal handsomeness. As Gu Xiaoli gazed, she swallowed hard. Previously, in a moment of urgency, She had kissed him without much thought. Now, with the night being quiet and her mind clear, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Levin eagerly awaited Goose Shalley's kiss, his palms growing clammy with anticipation. Finally prepared, Goose Shalley leaned in swiftly, hoping for a quick resolution. To her surprise, Levin had been waiting too long and turned to look at her, their lips meeting in an instant that Levin's breath was tantalizingly close, and Goose Shalley's mind exploded with sensation, causing her to jump back in shock. Levin felt a softness and fragrance brush against his lips, and, astonished, remained frozen in place, his arms still wrapped around her. He incredulously touched his lips, where her sweet scent lingered. This was quite the glitch. How could he have kissed her directly? She swore it wasn't intentional. After jumping away, Goose Shalley was at a loss on how to face Levin, anxiously pacing at the entrance of the cave. Realizing she was blowing cold air at the entrance, Levin immediately stood up and pulled her onto the animal hide. Goose Shalley looked down, trying to create distance between herself and Levin, her face flushed to the point of almost steaming. Seeing Goose Shalley's red face, Levin couldn't help but chuckle. His Shalley was simply adorable. With a long arm, he drew her back into his embrace, using his arm as a pillow for her, contentedly holding her close as he closed his eyes. He softly whispered a good night in her ear, certain that he would have sweet dreams that night. Levin had been asleep for quite a while when Goose Shalley finally succumbed to sleep in the depths of the night. In her dreams, she discovered a way to return home, and just before leaving, she caught sight of Levin holding her hand, his eyes filled with despair, pleading with her not to abandon him. Chapter 41. Forest Exploration 1. The next day, Levin rose early and gathered a plethora of wild fruits from the back mountain. When Goose Shalley finally got out of bed, her dark circles evident, Levin was just handing her the dew-kissed fruits. She took the fruits, munching on them while still feeling drowsy. Levin, with concern, asked, "Was the ground too hard for you to sleep well? Or was the wind too strong? I can hunt some more animal skins to make a bed and block the entrance." Goose Shalley waved her hand dismissively. "It's not about the ground or the wind. It's clearly your fault for teasing me in the middle of the night, making it impossible for me to sleep." After finishing the fruits, she felt a bit sour in her mouth and wished to brush her teeth, but realized there were no toothbrushes in this beastly world, so she had to endure it for now. In the game, there was a type of fragrant herb used for a task, given to a foul-breathed NPC for cleaning teeth, and she hoped that this world also had something similar, wishing to gather some in the future. Previously, with Leo and his minions constantly causing trouble, she had been unable to pursue her own interests. Today, at last, she could spend a day exploring with the obedient Levin, and she certainly would let this golden opportunity to gather materials slip away. After a quick tidy-up, Levin took Goose Shalley to the nearest mountain at her request. Upon entering a vast forest, Goose Shalley signaled Levin to stop, jumping down from him to stroll and observe her surroundings. In the forest near the tribe, other beasts dared not venture close due to the presence of the leopard clan, making it almost devoid of danger, and Levin felt at ease allowing Goose Shalley to wander freely. Goose Shalley glanced around, spotting many plants from the game's encyclopedia. The foods listed for cooking in the encyclopedia closely resembled those in real life, along with a variety of peculiar items. Since the orc world lacked modern technology, the game incorporated many plants, animals, and minerals with extraordinary effects that did not exist in reality, serving to replace the outputs of mechanical industry. The Goose Shalley aimed to find some items to improve her life. After wandering in the forest for quite some time, she only managed to pull up a few scallions, with no other finds. Levin followed behind her, unsure why she was so keen on those ordinary green herbs. But as long as she liked them, he was fine with it. After walking for a while longer, near a tree that appeared unusually thick, Goose Shalley spotted garlic sprouts. She hurried over, placing the scallions down, and tugged at the garlic leaves, but they wouldn't budge, so she started to dig in the soil. Levin, seeing her delicate fingers covered in dirt and leaves, felt a pang of concern and rushed over to pull her away. "Shalley, what are you digging? Your hands are getting dirty. This plant is useless. If you really want it, let me dig it for you." The female, raised in comfort, could indulge in some whims, and everyone would turn a blind eye. But he had never seen anyone digging for grass in the forest before. This isn't the ordinary grass. It's garlic, which can be used for seasoning to make tastier dishes. Levin was somewhat taken aback. Realizing she had been searching for food all along that he mistakenly believed that she was throwing a childish tantrum like other unreasonable females. Despite having never encountered such a situation, Raven chose to trust Gu Xiaoli and continued to assist her in digging up the garlic. Gu Xiaoli, appreciating his willingness to help, instructed him not to damage the garlic sprouts and to gently extract the bulbs from the earth. With his large hands, Raven swiftly unearthed a white bulb of garlic, which Gu Xiaoli lifted and found away at least as much as a bottle of mineral water, its size 4 to 5 times larger than that of ordinary garlic. And oh wonder she had struggled to pull it from the soil earlier. She had no choice but to resort to digging by hand. There was still plenty of garlic in the surrounding fields, but she only requested Raven to unearth 3 heads. Such ample garlic would suffice for her consumption for several months. And she could always return to dig more once she had finished, especially since there was no threat of competition. Chapter 42. Forest Exploration 2. The sun ascended to its zenith, casting a harsh glare upon the parched yellow earth outside the forest. While the interior remained shrouded in shadow, the dense foliage of the trees efficiently blocked the sunlight, creating a refreshing coolness amidst the sweltering heat, unlike other male beasts who feasted heartily just once a day. Gu Xiaoli was accustomed to 3 meals, and her stomach growled punctually at noon. Recalling that she had spotted some wild berries along the way, she had initially overlooked them due to her lack of hunger and their diminutive size, which made them difficult to collect. Turning back to search for them, she soon discovered a cluster of small, dark fruits hidden behind a thicket. As she parted the layers of underbrush, she uncovered even more. All ripe and plump, some nearly the size of small cherries. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaoli plucked one and popped it in her mouth. Upon biting down, it burst with sweetness, flooding her palate with a delightful aroma. Raven, taken aback by her sudden consumption of the strange fruit, instinctively grabbed her, pinching her chin to prevent her from swallowing and frantically patting her back. Gu Xiaoli, bewildered by the turn of events, clumsily expelled the fruit she had just tasted, questioning Raven's actions that in the forest. Wild fruits were not to be consumed recklessly. A previous female from the tribe had suffered dire consequences after mistakenly eating a certain berry, resulting in relentless vomiting and a high fever that even a shaman could not cure. Unfamiliar fruits were deemed too perilous for Gu Xiaoli, as Raven believed only meat to be safe and the most filling. I fear it may be toxic. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Raven's grip was rather firm, and he realized he was perhaps being overly forceful as he continued to pat her back. Gu Xiaoli felt a swell of frustration. It was reminiscent of an overprotective parent. Surely, she was not so foolish as to consume unknown fruits. Every plant she dared to eat or gather was one she had seen in her guidebook. Suppressing her irritation, she patiently explained to Raven that the fruit was harmless and that she had eaten it numerous times before. She offered him one to try, and after some hesitation, he cautiously placed it in his mouth. Upon tasting its pleasant flavor and experiencing no adverse reactions, he reluctantly permitted Gu Xiaoli to continue foraging for more. As Gu Xiaoli savored the fruits, Raven ventured into the thicket and captured 2 rabbits. They found a patch of grass with fewer flammable materials, cleared the area, and built a fire to roast the rabbits. After feasting, they resumed their exploration. Before long, they arrived at a narrow creek, and Gu Xiaoli began to follow it upstream. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed distant black fruits glimmering among the tall trees and altered her course toward the fruit-bearing trees. Upon reaching the base of the trees, she realized she had stumbled upon a vast grove of mangosteen. In the real world, she could easily reach for the fruit, but here she would need to climb to the sturdy branches to obtain them. Unsure of how to ascend, she turned to Raven, her eyes seemingly pleading for his assistance. In Raven's memory, the black fruit was known for its astringent taste and difficulty in chewing, yet he began to trust her judgment. Knowing that if she wanted him to climb, it must be worthwhile, he set aside the 3 heads of garlic he had collected, extended his sharp claws, and leapt to securely grasp the trunk. With agile movements, he began to pluck the black fruits. The fruits were hard, and when dropped to the ground, they did not easily break. Raven nimbly hopped from branch to branch, while Gu Xiaoli watched in awe as countless mangosteens rained down like a downpour. That's enough. That's enough. As the rain of mangosteen fell for a while, Gu Xiaoli realized she could not finish them all and called down Lei One. Leywin leaped down gracefully, landing steadily beside Guxiaoli. She crouched down, picked up a mangosteen, and with both hands pressed firmly, she exerted her arms, attempting to crush the tough outer shell. After struggling for quite some time, her arms grew weary, yet the mangosteen showed no signs of yielding. The mangosteens of the beast world were not only larger, but also had much tougher skins. Leywin squatted on the ground, watching Guxiaoli curiously as she wrestled with the black fruit. After her prolonged efforts, she still had not managed to open it, which left her feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 43. Wrapping up for home, however, she could not entirely blame herself. Everything in the beast world appeared to be oversized to her, making her feel as though she had entered a land of giants, where many tasks required Leywin's assistance to accomplish, a situation she did not relish. With a soft sigh, Guxiaoli picked up another black fruit and handed it to Leywin, instructing him to open the mangosteen as she had done. Indeed, in Leywin's hands, the mangosteen's skin was remarkably brittle. With a simple press, it cracked open with a crisp sound. Under her guidance, Leywin easily pried apart the mangosteen, revealing the white, succulent flesh within. Without considering herself, Leywin first offered the fruit to her mouth. The fragrant sweetness of the mangosteen tempted Guxiaoli, and despite feeling somewhat shy about his feeding her, she opened her mouth to savor the flesh. The taste was delightful, even surpassing what she had experienced in the real world, and she planned to bring them all back. It would be enough to last her a good while. As Leywin withdrew his hand, he felt her small tongue inadvertently brush against his fingers while feeding her. The warm and delicate sensation caused Leywin's face to flush, and he instinctively curled that finger into his fist. As if to preserve that gentle touch indefinitely, Guxiaoli was busy searching for leaves suitable for wrapping the mangosteen and remained oblivious to Leywin's small gesture. There were many mangosteens on the ground, far too many for the two of them to carry with their hands alone in the area visible to them. There were only the small leaves of the mangosteen trees, with not even a single larger leaf in sight. She casually picked up a stick and, pulling Leywin along, sketched out several types of leaves in the dirt, though she had seen in her guidebook that were large enough to wrap around fruits, and asked him if he could go find some. Upon glancing at her sketch, Leywin immediately understood and swiftly disappeared into the forest to search for leaves that Guxiaoli sat in place, holding the partially eaten mangosteen Leywin had opened, leisurely enjoying the fruit. Just as she finished the mangosteen, Leywin returned, carrying leaves taller than herself. The leaves were sturdy and resilient. With just two, he had wrapped the harvested mangosteen securely with one hand. Leywin carried 2 large bundles of mangosteens, while in the other, he held 3 enormous garlic bulbs, leaving Guxiaoli to carry only the lightest green onions. As twilight descended, the dense forest grew darker, and without night vision, Guxiaoli began to struggle to see the path ahead. Concerned about the impending night and the dangers it might bring, Leywin sensed the situation and, feeling they had gathered enough, led Guxiaoli to slowly descend the mountain. But on the way down, Guxiaoli discovered some ula grass that could be used for weaving shoes. Leywin skillfully used his sharp claws to cut 3 bundles for her, securing them with the green onions to carry along. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Leywin seemed to catch the scent of prey and carefully set down his load. Noticing his posture, Guxiaoli suspected something and quietly waited to observe Leywin's actions. He transformed into a leopard, stealthily approaching a thicket at the edge of the dense woods. Suddenly, with a powerful leap, he captured a deer that had been hiding behind the foliage, munching on wild fruits. The wild deer, emboldened by the dusk, thought it could remain unnoticed, but Leywin had felt the need for some meat, and he seized the opportunity to bring down a plump deer. This would certainly elevate their dinner that evening. Not wanting Guxiaoli to bear a heavy burden, Leywin shouldered the massive deer alone, gripping the 2 large bags of mangosteens in his other hand, making him appear like a small mountain on the move. Yet he showed no signs of exertion. After much insistence, Guxiaoli finally managed to share the load, taking only 3 garlic bulbs, the green onions, and the ula grass. That on their way home, Guxiaoli vaguely heard the sounds of males arguing and the faint cries of females. Looking around, she spotted a group of individuals gathered around something, curiosity piquing her interest, and she called out to Leywin, wanting to join the commotion. Chapter 44. Joining the fray. Leywin, having keen hearing, had already caught the sounds of the males from afar, arguing among themselves. However, he did not wish for Gu Xiaoli to be exposed to so many males, particularly the predatory single men of the tribe, and thus ignored the commotion. He intended to urge Gu Xiaoli to hurry home for dinner. But she had already taken steps toward the gathering. Reluctantly, Leywin followed closely behind her, still carrying the deer. As they approached the group of males, Gu Xiaoli could finally see the scene unfolding. A cluster of robust males had surrounded a brown-skinned, notably large beast man, who lay face down on the ground, his body marred with gruesome scars and blood. A small white-haired female beast man was sobbing as she lay over the larger beast man. Most of the onlookers were golden-haired and pale-skinned, some carrying their own catches. One of them stood with a massive rhinoceros carcass at his feet, seemingly claiming it as his prize. Among the crowd, a beast man with keen senses was the first to notice Gu Xiaoli's arrival, and attention quickly shifted toward her. She stepped forward to get a better view of the fallen beast man. She inadvertently became the center of attention. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of astonishment. She is extraordinarily beautiful. What race could she belong to? Could she be pure human? I can't believe I'm actually seeing a pure human in my lifetime. Truly, the beast gods have blessed us. She smells delightful. She has no scent of other males on her. Surrounded by muscle-bound onlookers, Gu Xiaoli felt her heart race and, feeling uneasy, glanced back at Leywin. Anticipating that she would eventually face such a challenging scene in the tribe, Leywin was mentally prepared. He cast aside the dead deer and firmly placed an arm around Gu Xiaoli's shoulders, reassuring her. "Little female, why are you still carrying so much grass? Is it that Leywin cannot satisfy your hunger? Allow me to be your male. I promise you will have enough meat every day." A robust male stepped forward, addressing Gu Xiaoli. Gu Xiaoli shook her head, inching closer to Leywin, feeling as though this group of muscular men might rush toward her. She began to regret her decision to come over and witness the commotion. Leywin gently patted her back, signaling her not to be afraid. Observing the little female's reliance on Leywin's protection, the males around felt a pang of jealousy. The beast man standing atop the rhinoceros carcass, exuding arrogance, stepped over the fallen body and confronted Leywin, saying, "You are not her mate. What right do you have to interfere with our courtship? Don't think you can always rely on being the chief's brother to ruin our chances." Only then did Gu Xiaoli notice the scarred beast man, whose right lip bore a noticeable mark, adding a menacing touch to his face. As the atmosphere grew tense and charged, she feared that the group might turn aggressive towards Leywin and contemplated whether she should use her skills to ensure their safety. The fallen beast man coughed a couple of times, slightly lifting his head. Catching sight of the scarred beast man, he suddenly sprang to his feet, letting out a furious roar as he lunged forward. The weeping little female was caught off guard and fell flat, while the scarred beast man was knocked down, landing awkwardly on the rhinoceros carcass. The surrounding beast men hurriedly scattered, fearful of being caught in the ensuing conflict. Although the scarred beast man was not as large as the brown-skinned beast man, he was healthy and quick to respond. In contrast, the brown-skinned beast man, battered and weary, was soon brought back to the ground with a few clumsy moves. "The rhinoceros is mine." "Howl, howl, howl, you are a wicked beast. Return my rhinoceros." The brown-skinned beast man shouted defiantly while pinned to the ground. Seeing this, the little white-haired female immediately rushed to the feet of the scarred beast man, pleading with tears not to be stepped on. Chapter 45. Witnessing injustice, the scarred beast man cast a sidelong glance at the white-haired female and mockingly replied, "Mind your own, foolish bear. With that brainless bulk, how could he possibly hunt such a large rhinoceros? This was a joint effort from my brothers and me. If you're so dim-witted, just stay home and don't embarrass yourself by coming out to scrounge for food." The battered brown bear beast man, still lying on the ground, refused to concede, gathering his strength to roar, "I hunted the rhinoceros. It's mine. You're lying. You're lying." As they grappled in confrontation, Gu Xiaoli learned from Levin that the creature sprawled on the ground was a rather dim-witted brown bear orc named Xiongchong, while the white-haired female was a rabbit orc named Tu Jiang, who had voluntarily aligned herself with the tribe. Xiongchong was the orc that Tu Jiang had rescued during the rainy season. The herbivorous nature of the rabbit orc rendered her devoid of suitors and companions within the leopard tribe. The orc with scars, known as Song, was an adept hunter, valorous in battle, and believed that only purebred individuals deserved to be his partners. Tu Jiang, wishing to spare Chang further harm, felt powerless to protect him due to her diminutive stature. In desperation and heartache, she urged Chang to cease his quarrel with Song, yearning for a peaceful resolution so she could swiftly take him home to heal. Kneeling on the ground, Tu Jiang's tears flowed uncontrollably, unable to halt Song's merciless kicks directed at Chang as he vented his frustrations. After a few more vicious stomps, Song finally felt a sense of relief. Rhinos, colossal and perilous prey of the grasslands, could only be hunted successfully with the collaboration of a dozen leopards. Today, foolish Chang had accompanied them on the hunt, his robust yet simple-minded demeanor rendering him an ideal candidate to lure a solitary rhino. Song instructed Chang to entice a rhino away from the riverbank, promising that he and several other leopards would assist in the ambush, with the catch to be divided among them. Oblivious to the danger posed by the rhino, Chang clumsily led a herd of them back. Realizing the predicament, Song promptly fled with his companions. For an outsider orc, especially a simpleton, was of little concern to anyone. Only after the leopards completed their hunt did they remember Chang. Deciding to check on his fate. Upon arrival, they discovered, to their astonishment, that this obstinate fool had single-handedly slain a massive rhino, utilizing the bear tribe's innate strength and size. However, he had sustained severe injuries in the process and had fainted. Chang only recalled Song's promise to bring assistance for the ambush and felt he could not let Song down, valiantly holding onto the rhino until both he and the creature collapsed. The leopards then transported both the rhino and Chang back to their tribe. Initially, Song had intended to leave him there to perish, but fearing that Tu Jiang would incessantly inquire about Chang's absence. And recognizing that males were forbidden from harming any female of any kind, he begrudgingly dragged Chang back. Upon regaining consciousness, the gravely injured Chang found Song refusing to share even a morsel of the rhino meat, citing difficulties in dividing it, which ignited a furious blaze within him. After finally encountering a purebred female, the audacious Chang had dared to embarrass him in front of her. Song wished nothing more than to eliminate this foolish outsider. Casting a glance at Gu Xiaoli, who was hiding behind Levin, Song transformed his ferocious demeanor into one of feigned warmth, approaching Levin and Gu Xiaoli with a smile. This foolish bear insists on claiming my kill. I shan't hold it against him. Dear female, I presume you are lacking in provisions this evening. Would you care for me to gift you this rhino? Song disregarded the obstructive Levin, leaning slightly to gaze at the hidden Gu Xiaoli. No, thank you, Gu Xiaoli replied, pulling on Levin's arm and peeking out. Although she was uncertain of the full context, Song's duplicitous nature unsettled her, and she preferred to avoid entanglements with such a character. Are you all right? Gu Xiaoli evaded Song, drawing closer to the sobbing Tu Jiang. Chapter 46. A gift of assistance when Tu Jiang heard the melodious voice of the purebred inquiring about her well-being. She froze for a moment, her watery rabbit eyes widening. Soon, she was sobbing uncontrollably, clutching Chang's arm, attempting in vain to lift him. Chang was gravely injured. How could this noble purebred even address a mere rabbit orc? Tu Jiang, momentarily taken aback, continued her futile efforts to carry him home. Gu Xiaoli observed the bloodied Chang and the feeble Tu Jiang, surrounded by indifferent males who merely watched without offering assistance. Her heart swelled with sympathy and compassion for Tu Jiang, realizing that as a herbivorous orc, she must be enduring a profound struggle. Song, feeling overlooked by the purebred he coveted, harbored increased animosity towards Chang. They deserve their fate. You need not concern yourself with them. Song approached, feigning to seize Gu Xiaoli, only to be thwarted by Levin. Levin, are you particularly skilled at hunting? Gu Xiaoli suddenly turned to ask. Levin, caught off guard by the question while blocking Song, assumed she had begun to doubt his abilities, quickly clarifying, of course, day or night. I can procure whatever you desire. Gu Xiaoli exhaled in relief, and then inquired. Could you perhaps spare that deer for Chang and Tu Jiang? Would you be able to catch a few smaller animals from the mountains later? Her eyes sparkled with hope, realizing she was expressing compassion for Tu Jiang and Chang. Levin's heart softened. Certainly. he said, stepping aside from Scar Song and effortlessly tossing a deer taller than a person beside the prone Xiong Chong. Take this deer and return quickly. Do not engage with them. Gu Xiaoli urged Xiong Chong. Uncertain if he could still hear her, Tu Jiang felt a tremor as the deer landed beside her. Turning in disbelief towards Gu Xiaoli, a rabbit orc, she had never received even a glance from the leopard tribe females, let alone a noble purebred. Initially, she thought Gu Xiaoli had come to mock her, only to find that she had directly gifted her an entire deer. In the tribe, females were often embroiled in competition. Their spoiled and domineering nature usually rendered peaceful coexistence impossible, leading to verbal disparagement or even physical altercations. Jiu Xiaoli's act stunned the onlookers. Was this truly the female they had known? One who disregarded the robust males to show concern for an insignificant rabbit orc? Amidst the astonished gazes, Xiong Chong shook his head, regaining his resilience and silently sitting up, staring blankly at the lifeless-deered Tu Jiang. Having emerged from her disbelief, was overwhelmed with gratitude, her tears flowing once more. For now, Xiong Chong's sustenance was assured. Reflecting on how Tu Jiang could only consume plants and how Xiong Chong, injured and unable to protect her, would hinder her from gathering food, Gu Xiaoli turned to open her bag filled with mangosteens, offering several to Tu Jiang as provisions. Struggling to assist the significantly larger Xiong Chong, Tu Jiang had just managed to stand when Gu Xiaoli approached, cradling a handful of mangosteens, signaling for her to take them. Tu Jiang, staring at the dark fruits, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She had thought she had encountered an exceptionally kind purebred, only to find, was she merely overthinking it? Ha ha ha! This lowly rabbit orc is so suited to eat dark fruits. The purebred is merely being charitable. Come on, accept it. Scar Song sneered from the side, reveling in her embarrassment. Tu Jiang's mortification prompted Gu Xiaoli to realize that they were unaware of how to eat the mangosteen. Interpreting her gesture as an insult, "It's not what you think," Gu Xiaoli quickly interjected. "These are mangosteens, not dark fruits. Peel back the skin, and the flesh inside is quite delicious," as she hurried to explain. She gestured for Levin to assist in opening the mangosteen. Levin easily opened one using Gu Xiaoli's method and presented it to Tu Jiang. Chapter 47. The blossoming of friendship. Tu Jiang cradled the mangosteen in her hands, inhaling its fragrance, hesitantly taking a small bite that a look of astonishment filled her red rabbit eyes as she quickly devoured the remaining fruit. Eating eagerly, her cheeks glistened with the sweet juice of the mangosteen, and she contentedly wiped her mouth, realizing she had never discovered how delectable this fruit could be. Suddenly recalling something, Tu Jiang dashed aside, crouching down to rummage for a few items. Upon her return, Gu Xiaoli noticed that she was cradling several dirt-covered sweet potatoes. Startled upon seeing the injured Xiong Chong, Tu Jiang dropped the few earth-red fruits she had painstakingly gathered throughout the day, some of which were crushed under the feet of onlookers. She hurriedly picked up the few remaining intact sweet potatoes. This is what I gathered today. Though it is a meager offering, it is the only gift I can present in gratitude for your help with me and Xiong Chong. Tu Jiang spoke, her head bowed in insecurity. She was acutely aware that her few sweet potatoes paled in comparison to an entire deer and delicious mangosteens. Yet with her and Xiong Chong struggling to eat enough each day, she felt deeply ashamed for being unable to reciprocate Gu Xiaoli's kindness adequately. But can only herbivorous orcs eat sweet potatoes? What if a purebred were to be poisoned by them? How could a mere rabbit orc bear such a responsibility? Scar Song shot a disdainful glance at Tu Jiang's dirty fruits, his tone dripping with contempt and reproach. He had long believed that purebreds ought not to show sympathy for inferior rabbit orcs. How could such a creature be deserving of the compassion of a noble purebred? As Tu Jiang listened, her head drooped even lower, and her hands clutching the sweet potato trembled faintly. Earlier, a female from the leopard clan had indeed consumed the red fruit, suffering from stomachache for several days. Raven, concerned for Gu Xiaoli, stepped forward to refuse, but was halted by a single glance from her. "It's all right, Tu Jiang. This fruit, which we refer to as sweet potato, is extremely delicious once prepared and poses no risk of poisoning. I have been searching for it without success. Thank you for your sweet potato. I truly need it," Gu Xiaoli said, her warm smile accompanied by gentle strokes of Tu Jiang's soft white hair, which felt as delightful as a charming little rabbit. Despite her impoverished state, Tu Jiang felt a burgeoning fondness for the endearing Gu Xiaoli, who was not only beautiful but also kind and wise. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoli's words, Tu Jiang lifted her head, her red rabbit eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Such a pure-hearted individual was truly remarkable. Even if her contributions were modest, she vowed to repay the kindness of the noble woman in every way possible. Gu Xiaoli placed the sweet potato and mangosteen into a makeshift bag made of leaves. By the way, my name is Gu Xiaoli. From now on, we shall be friends and look out for each other, she said, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship. Tu Jiang, having never made a female friend since her arrival in the tribe, was overwhelmed with excitement. Her rabbit ears nearly perked up in delight. However, upon observing Gu Xiaoli's hand in the air, she tilted her head in confusion, unsure of its meaning. This is a gesture of friendship from my hometown. Let us shake hands, Gu Xiaoli said with a sincere smile. Shaking her hand gently, mimicking Gu Xiaoli, Tu Jiang extended her slender little hand, and Gu Xiaoli delicately grasped it, shaking it up and down. Their friendship blossomed at that moment, accompanied by shy yet joyful smiles. Gu Xiaoli's peculiarities intrigued Tu Jiang, yet she sensed her sincerity and goodwill. Having such a clever and understanding female friend made Tu Jiang feel immensely content. Tu Jiang is frail and has only a fool for company. Befriending her brings no benefits. You should bond with me instead. A strong male like myself can offer you true assistance. Ba Song gaped in disbelief at the sight of the two females shaking hands. His jealousy igniting. Gu Xiaoli pointedly ignored Ba Song's incessant interruptions. Chapter 48. Returning home, to cook blocked by Raven, Ba Song could not approach, his gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoli, filled with resentment. Her taste truly left much to be desired. One day, he would make her realize what sort of individuals were worthy of her companionship. Xiong Zhuang dragged a dead deer with one hand while Tu Jiang, cradling a bounty of mangosteen, supported him. The surrounding males, dissuaded by Raven's repeated warnings and Gu Xiaoli's frosty demeanor, reluctantly dispersed. After a brief farewell, the two girls returned to their respective caves. Upon entering, they discovered Ray Qi had been waiting inside the cave, reclining lazily as he scrutinized the items they had brought back. SK, how do you care for her? You didn't even manage to hunt a single animal and left her gnawing on this assortment of greens. Rue Qi expressed his disdain. The two girls paid no heed to Rue Qi's complaints, hastily entering the cave to unload their day's haul. And no wonder the chief insists on us keeping an eye on her, Rue Qi muttered, approaching to kick the garlic on the ground. I apologize. It is my fault. I'll go hunt some animals right away. Raven, avoiding Rue Qi's gaze, felt guilty for only providing Gu Xiaoli with a vegetarian diet. Wait a moment, Raven, Gu Xiaoli called out urgently. Before you leave, could you help me carve a stone pot? Having consumed roasted meat for several consecutive meals, she was weary of it, although the sky had darkened. Gu Xiaoli estimated it to be around 6 or 7 o'clock, leaving her some time to prepare proper dinner, so she wanted to hurry and get the pot ready to boil water. A pot? Raven, eager to head out for hunting, was momentarily perplexed by Gu Xiaoli's request. Hesitating on whether to heed her words, Gu Xiaoli gestured with her hands to indicate size, instructing him to find a stone and hollow out its center. It's a simple task. Raven realized that he could easily complete such a pot in no time, turning to leave the cave and disappearing into the night. Gu Xiaoli had intended to suggest he break another stone and use the sharp edge to carve, as it would be more efficient, but Raven, in his haste, vanished like the wind, leaving no room for her to speak further. Rue Qi glanced at Gu Xiaoli and then out towards the cave entrance, unsure of what she was up to this time. However, recalling how much he enjoyed the roasted meat she had previously prepared, he unexpectedly decided to lend a hand. All right, you two focus on your fanciful endeavors. I will go hunt, Rue Qi said, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the cave, leaving only his silhouette behind. Gu Xiaoli busied herself by peeling garlic and preparing green onions. Not long after Rue Qi left, Raven returned, carrying a large stone. As he dropped it to the ground, Gu Xiaoli felt the tremor beneath her feet, marveling at Raven's incredible strength. as he easily carried a stone nearly half her height. Just as she intended to share her stone carving techniques with him, he swiftly extended his sharp leopard claws and began to excavate the stone effortlessly. In mere moments, a moderately sized hollow appeared in the stone, which seemed as malleable as soil in his grasp. Gu Xiaoli watched wide-eyed at Raven's skilled handiwork, thinking to herself how fortunate she had been to escape without being struck by those iron claws. Otherwise, she might have already met her end. Once the pot was completed, Raven responsibly presented it to Gu Xiaoli, inquiring if it met her satisfaction. The Gu Xiaoli guided him, requesting that he make it thinner and smooth out any rough edges. With the pot ready, she informed him that Rui Qi had taken on the hunting task and urged him to stay and assist. Under Gu Xiaoli's direction, Raven then collected several smaller stones to elevate the base of the pot, creating a space for the fire, and used the large leaves that had wrapped the mangosteen to fetch several bags of water from the nearest source, cleaning the pot and filling it with fresh water. As Raven prepared the fire beneath the pot, Gu Xiaoli finally finished processing the garlic and onions, while also washing the dirt off the sweet potato with the water Raven had brought back. Chapter 49. Preparing a feast. Just as Gu Xiaoli was about to place the ingredients into the pot, she suddenly realized a grave issue. There was no salt. Observing her troubled expression, Raven approached to inquire, "Does your tribe have salt? It's a white substance that tastes salty and somewhat bitter," Gu Xiaoli asked. Upon hearing her description, Raven deduced she was referring to white crystal, a rather unpalatable small crystalline substance. However, if the beastmen went without it for an extended period, they would feel weak and lethargic, making it a precious commodity within the tribe. It was typically distributed by the warehouse manager at designated times, and was difficult to obtain at a reasonable price. "We do have some." Raven hesitated for a moment before resolving to acquire it for Gu Xiaoli. Having witnessed her wisdom multiple times, he was unwavering in his belief in her culinary skills. He turned and retrieved several high-quality animal skins from the back of the cave, setting off towards the warehouse. He could always hunt more skins later to replenish his stock, but salt was a must today. Gu Xiaoli estimated that obtaining the salt was feasible, so she added an appropriate amount of garlic and green onions to the pot to boil with the water. She also tore off a few large leaves to wrap the sweet potato tightly and placed it near the fire to roast slowly. As she tended to the pot, Gu Xiaoli thought of Rui Qi, who often appeared nonchalant. She wondered if he would be reliable in hunting and what he would manage to bring back. Just as she pondered this, she caught a glimpse of movement at the cave entrance, initially mistaking it for a distant mountain peak shrouded in the night. Rui Qi entered, carrying a prey 3 to 4 times his size, entirely concealed beneath the animal's furry body, with only one eye visible. If it weren't for the 2 long legs supporting it, Gu Xiaoli might have thought she was witnessing some wild creature combined into a tank. Rui Qi bent down, unceremoniously dropping his catch onto the ground, causing Gu Xiaoli to feel a sudden jolt. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was 3 robust male deer and 2 plump wild boars, each having met a swift end at the throat. Any one of them was 2 or 3 times larger than Gu Xiaoli, and she felt certain that it would take her 3 months to consume such a bounty of meat. Gu Xiaoli, she had just been worrying that Rui Qi might not secure enough game. This was astonishingly impressive. At this rate, would the poor little creatures really face extinction? She now finds herself preoccupied with the survival and reproduction of these pitiful prey. Gu Xiaoli, lost in contemplation, had not anticipated that Ricky's hunt was far from over. In an instant, he transformed into a massive leopard, seamlessly blending into the night once more. Upon his return, he clutched in his formidable jaws 2 large, fearsome wild boars, their tusks glinting ominously. These boars were so substantial that Ricky, in his human form, could not bear them. Thus, he opted to revert to his beast form for ease of transport, knowing full well that none in the tribe dared to claim the prey marked by Ricky. The presence of the 2 wild boars rendered the spacious cave somewhat diminutive. Considering the limited space within, Ricky piled the boars at the entrance, effectively obstructing nearly 70% of the cave's exit, akin to establishing a living barrier of wild boars. Unfazed, he dropped the boars with a thud, reverted to his human form, and squeezed through the remaining narrow opening into the cave, propping his feet up in anticipation of a meal. Gu Xiaoli, observing from the side, was left astounded, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. The size of these wild boars? Had she been so sheltered that she had never encountered such colossal creatures in the games she had played? How could they all have seemingly consumed a growth ray? And two at that. How outrageous. Ricky glanced at Goose Xiaoli, whose mouth was large enough to hold a whole pebble, sidestepped her, and became intrigued by the bubbling water in the stone pot. The reason he had expended extra effort to hunt several wild boars was that, following the previous barbecue incident, he discovered Goose Xiaoli had a knack for cooking, which piqued his curiosity about what culinary delight she might conjure next. Chapter 50, Diners and Salt. When Raven arrived at the cave with the ever-enthusiastic tail-wagging Ryan, he was greeted by a scene where the once spacious entrance was now completely concealed, obscured by two fluffy mounds that made it nearly impossible to locate a way inside. The two beasts, bewildered, circled the entrance, only to find a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. Once inside, they discovered the space crowded with boiling pots and a variety of ingredients. Making it even more cramped, three beasts found it nearly impossible to maneuver. Ryan cast a puzzled glance at the peculiar stones containing bubbling water, with a dangerous fire beneath them, feeling both astonished and apprehensive. Yet, with the other three calmly gathered around the fire, he suppressed his fears, unwilling to display his trepidation in front of Xiaoli. Raven first handed over the salt he had wrapped in animal skin for Goose Xiaoli to inspect before returning his own animal skin to its place. "This is the white crystal I've saved from my stockpile. I heard you were interested, so I brought it specifically for you." Ryan grinned at Goose Xiaoli, eager to please. Raven sighed inwardly. He intended to owe Ryan anything. But realizing that the white crystal was indeed what Goose Xiaoli desired, he had gone to great lengths to procure it. Ryan stubbornly insisted on keeping Raven from approaching Goose Xiaoli unless he received the white crystal, leading to a prolonged tug-of-war until Raven, fearing Goose Xiaoli might grow impatient, finally relented and returned with the salt and the shameless Ryan. With the salt now in hand, Ryan adamantly refused to accept even a scrap of the animal skin. Determined to showcase his value to Goose Xiaoli, Goose Xiaoli had pieced together the situation between Raven and Ryan. She had no intention of giving Ryan any false hope, yet he had insisted on generously offering her so much salt. With mealtime approaching, she couldn't justify turning him away. Reluctantly, she asked Ryan if he would like to stay for dinner. Naturally, Ryan seized the opportunity to spend more time with Goose Xiaoli, immediately plopping down to await the meal. Goose Xiaoli requested that Raven prepare one of the smaller wild boars for skinning and bleeding, cutting the edible meat into small pieces, and specifically instructed him to keep the heart and liver intact. Following suit, Ricky learned from Raven, skillfully processing 3 deer and the remaining pig, separating the heart and meat onto clean animal skins. Goose Xiaoli was concerned they might not be able to consume it all, especially since the summer heat would hasten spoilage after skinning. Just as she was about to caution Ricky, she reconsidered. After all, it was his catch, and how he chose to handle it was his decision. So she remained silent. The water in the pot had been boiling for quite some time. Raven swiftly tossed in the chunks of raw meat, quickly filling the pot with the flesh of a single wild boar, leaving only some scraps and the heart and liver. Goose Xiaoli, holding the salt gifted by Ryan, sprinkled a few pinches into the pot, hoping to enhance the flavor for everyone. Throughout the wait, Ryan watched Goose Xiaoli's every movement with keen curiosity, prompting her to share the essential principles of fire-making she had previously explained. Ryan listened intently. Having only met Goose Xiaoli a couple of times, he was astonished that she would impart such significant knowledge to him. He felt a flicker of hope that perhaps Goose Xiaoli regarded him with some favor. As he marveled at her wisdom and charm, he fantasized about the bright path that lay ahead in his pursuit of her affection. Before long, the meat in the pot was cooked, releasing an enticing aroma that mingled with the steam, filling the cave and causing the 3 beasts to salivate uncontrollably. Goose Xiaoli, sensing it was nearly ready, devised a makeshift solution for the lack of utensils. They gathered slender sticks, sharpened the ends, and used them to skewer the meat from the pot. Naturally, the first bite belonged to the chef herself. Goose Xiaoli, who, under the watchful eyes of the 3 beasts, blew gently on the freshly cooked meat before taking a small bite. Chapter 51. An exceedingly generous dinner. The meat was indeed tender, and the flavors of the onions and garlic in this world surpassed her expectations, providing just enough zest to complement the richness without overwhelming it. though it could not compare to the modern culinary delights she had experienced. Within this savage realm, it was a veritable feast. Nodding in approval, the remaining 3 beasts eagerly employed their sticks to skewer the meat, eager to indulge. Ryan was utterly captivated by his first taste. Having only eaten raw meat throughout his life, the softness, the rich flavors devoid of any sanguine essence, and the subtle exotic undertones moved him to tears of joy. If he could feast on such delectable meat every day, he would gladly serve goose Xiaoli for a lifetime. Raven and Ricky, familiar with goose Xiaoli's culinary prowess, were less surprised. The taste of the meat diverged from the intense satisfaction of roasted fare, offering a gentler, more nuanced delight that lingered on the palate. Raven felt a swell of pride. Truly, his Xiaoli was perfect in her culinary endeavors. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ricky devouring the meat voraciously and immediately grew concerned that goose Xiaoli might miss out on her share. He quickly prepared 2 more sticks, skewering pieces of meat to offer to her. In stark contrast, Ricky showed no regard for the heat, devouring the meat in large bites, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Reminiscent of a refugee from Syria, he had intended to hunt so many prey for this very reason. The bounty was his, and he felt no guilt in indulging. Growing up among ravenous wolves had ingrained in Ricky the belief that mealtime was a competition. And with such delectable stew before him, he was determined to seize every morsel. Having only ever consumed raw meat, the opportunity to partake in goose Xiaoli's meal was a rare delight. And he cared little for niceties. He simply wanted to eat. A large pot of meat vanished in the blink of an EYES. Ryan, filled with gratitude, reached for a 3rd piece. He discovered that only a few green scallions remained in the pot, meant merely for seasoning. By the time goose Xiaoli finished her piece of meat, savoring it with a gentle blow to cool it down, the pot was already empty. Fortunately, Raven had thoughtfully saved 2 pieces for her in advance. The 3 beasts, visibly unsatisfied, were left licking their lips in disappointment. Ricky scrutinized the size of goose Xiaoli's pot for a moment, deeming it rather inadequate, hardly capable of accommodating a single pig, before hastily shoving 2 pigs aside and darting out. Accustomed to Ricky's swift comings and goings, goose Xiaoli paid him no mind, instead asking Raven to fetch a few large leaves to fill the pot with water. Ryan eagerly stepped forward to assist, urging goose Xiaoli to take a seat. Thus, she munched on the 2 pieces of meat Raven had reserved for her, while directing Ryan to add the necessary seasonings. The 2 beasts busied themselves, quickly refilling the stone pot with meat, eagerly anticipating their next delicious meal. That a gradually intensifying sound of gravel approached the entrance, prompting Raven to be the first to peek outside. He cautiously poked his head through the gap between the 2 obstructing pigs, only to behold a massive stone, over 2 meters tall, being pushed uphill against gravity. The stone occupied the entirety of the mountain path, protruding precariously into the air. Realizing the impending danger, Raven swiftly moved the 2 pigs blocking the entrance further up the path. The stone rolled laboriously to the entrance, making a difficult turn into the cave. Had goose Xiaoli's pot not been positioned a safe distance from the entrance, it would have been crushed beneath the stone. The boulder finally came to a steady halt on the flat ground within the cave, rendering the already cramped space even more so. The 2 individuals inside were startled by the sudden intrusion of the massive stone. Rising to investigate, suddenly, a dusty figure emerged from behind the boulder, squeezing through the narrow gap between it and the wall. Bent over, he closely examined the pot of meat that goose Xiaoli could hardly believe her eyes. It was none other than the previously vanished Ricky, his face smeared with dirt, making him nearly unrecognizable. This pot is far too small. How long will it take to cook? I'll get you a bigger one, Ricky exclaimed, stretching his arms and legs, eager to get started. Chapter 52. Dinner in a Land of Giants. Words cannot adequately convey the astonishment that filled goose Xiaoli's heart. The pot Raven had crafted stood nearly as tall as her waist, a size so immense that it would be difficult to find anything comparable in even the largest of dining halls. Is this still considered small? What then is deemed large? Surely he doesn't intend to use this stone, taller than himself, as a pot. Ignoring goose Xiaoli's wide-eyed disbelief, Ricky unsheathed his claws and began to dig into the giant stone. With a single swipe, fragments of rock flew in all directions within the cave. Raven, hearing the commotion, rushed inside and shielded the stunned Goose Xiaoli with his body, protecting her from the debris. Seeing that Goose Xiaoli was being safeguarded, Ryan positioned himself in front of the pot of meat, unwilling to waste even a morsel. The meat was far too precious to risk contamination from falling stones. Ricky enthusiastically scraped away at the stone, having previously felt that Goose Xiaoli's meals were far too modest, delicious as they were. The portions left him unsatisfied. Today, seizing the opportunity with the boss absent, he was determined to ensure that she prepared enough for him to feast to his heart's content. Ricky, surprisingly meticulous despite his gluttonous demeanor, set aside the large chunks of stone he pried off, planning to use them to elevate the pot later. That Jiu Xiaoli and the other two beasts finally awaited the completion of Ricky's endeavors. Peering out, Goose Xiaoli was left in utter shock, mentally categorizing Ricky as an alien from Mars or perhaps the land of giants. Before her stood a pot large enough to stew every beast present, including Goose Xiaoli herself. The rim of the pot barely reached half a person's width from the cave walls, standing tall enough to reach her chest. Even 3 robust beasts would struggle to squeeze past it sideways. If this gargantuan glutton were to frequent their meals, Goose Xiaoli pondered whether she might need to relocate to a larger cave. Get to work, Ricky commanded without the slightest hint of politeness. Exchanging a knowing glance with Raven, they regained their composure and nimbly hopped over the obstructing pot to follow Ricky's lead. Inside the cave, the fire crackled energetically, leaving only the astonished Goose Xiaoli squatting on the ground, silently poking at the sweet potatoes in the fire with a stick. Today, she profoundly experienced the stark contrast between the land of giants and the land of little people, feeling somewhat bewildered. Outside the cave, Raven remained behind to tend to the 2 wild pigs. Ricky and Ryan scoured for giant leaves, tirelessly transporting water to clean the new pot and fill it, igniting a fire in the process. Raven tossed all the remaining beast meat into the large pot, which perfectly filled it to the brim. Jiu Xiaoli requested that he set aside some fatty meat and all the innards to prepare in the smaller pot later. The 3 beasts busied themselves, and soon the pot was heated, but the stone pot was too hot for them to jump into or squeeze through point one by one. They had to contort themselves like hamsters to slip into the cave from the sides of the pot. Goose Xiaoli was relieved that the cave's ceiling was high, sloping outward. A strong mountain breeze ensured good air circulation within. Otherwise, with such a massive pot blocking the entrance, they would all be trapped, suffocating from carbon monoxide. Upon entering, the 3 beasts noticed that the large pot had yet to receive the assortment of peculiar green and white herbs. They eagerly brought over garlic and scallions for Goose Xiaoli. The rim of the large pot reached the beast's chests, while it towered above Goose Xiaoli's head. She had to leap to see inside. Raven lifted her effortlessly beneath her arms, while Ryan held all the garlic, scallions, and salt. Being held aloft, Goose Xiaoli roughly estimated the amount of seasonings needed based on the smaller pot's proportions and took the ingredients from Ryan's hands, adding them to the large pot. To her surprise, the massive garlic was enough to last her several weeks, but the oversized meat pot required a similarly grand quantity of seasonings, consuming most of her supplies. The salt Ryan provided was also rapidly dwindling. With the large pot settled, the small pot began to bubble. Chapter 53. The dinner continues as usual. Ricky pounced on the food like a hungry tiger. Raven first prepared skewers of meat for Goose Xiaoli, ensuring she would be well fed. Ryan, having only tasted 2 small pieces of meat earlier, could no longer restrain himself, abandoning his guestly decorum to join the fray for the delicious feast. As expected, the small pot of stew was swiftly devoured. Raven prioritized Goose Xiaoli in his attentions, leaving himself with little to eat. His care brought a bittersweet warmth to her heart, suddenly recalling the roasted sweet potato she had casually set aside not long ago. Goose Xiaoli hurriedly unearthed one with a stick, cautiously peeling back the charred outer leaves. The surface of the sweet potato was also burnt to a crisp, and as she attempted to peel it, the moment her fingers brushed against it, she recoiled in pain from the heat. Raven swiftly grasped her burnt fingertip, cradling it in his palm and blowing on it gently. How could you be so careless? Did it hurt? Feeling embarrassed under the varied gazes of Ryan and Ricky, Goose Xiaoli tried to withdraw her hand, but Raven held on firmly. After assuring him that it was merely a minor surface burn, he finally released her hand, adamantly refusing to let her touch the sweet potato again. The enticing aroma of the roasted sweet potato caused Gu Xiaoli to lose interest in the stew. And constrained by Raven's insistence, she could only watch longingly at the darkened tubers. Ryan and Ricky, too, caught a whiff of an unfamiliar sweet scent and curiously approached to inspect the few charred sweet potatoes on the ground. Once the roasted sweet potatoes had cooled slightly, Gu Xiaoli encouraged Raven to try peeling one, fearing he might burn himself. She offered several cautions, but to her surprise, Raven's large hands effortlessly cradled the sweet potato, peeling it without any difficulty, the steam rising harmlessly. Seeing Raven unscathed, Gu Xiaoli skeptically used a clean end of the stick to poke at the orange flesh of the sweet potato, only to immediately spit it out from the heat. Raven quickly handed her some stream water left over from cooking the meat, and she gulped down several mouthfuls to recover. My goodness, these beasts were not only incredibly strong, but also remarkably resilient to heat. It felt like a world where only fragile Gu Xiaoli would get hurt. She could only silently shed tears of despair in her heart. Ricky, having figured out the method of eating, picked up a sweet potato without hesitation and began to devour it, later commenting, "It's certainly fragrant, but far too sweet, and it's so small it barely fills the gaps between my teeth. Stewed meat or roasted meat is definitely more suitable for me." Ryan, feeling too shy to partake without permission, stood nearby, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed at Gu Xiaoli. "If you want to eat, then just go ahead," Gu Xiaoli said, feeling as though Ryan's starry eyes might blind her. Receiving her permission, Ryan quickly scooped up a charcoal black sweet potato from the ground, carefully peeling it to taste. As a member of the leopard clan, he had never imagined that the red tubers he usually disregarded could be so delicious. Gu Xiaoli was truly remarkable. His decision to pursue Gu Xiaoli had proven to be an exceptionally wise choice. Raven did not hasten to consume the sweet potato. Instead, he cradled the already peeled tuber in his hands, patiently blowing on it to cool it down, allowing Gu Xiaoli to have the first bite. The Gu Xiaoli observed and cherished Raven's care and concern, realizing that had Raven treated her as any other beastman would, she would have felt far less burdened. The more Raven showed his affection and consideration, the more she sensed the intricate connections binding them, making it increasingly difficult for her to envision the moment of their parting when she would return home, even questioning whether she would possess the courage to leave alone. Shaking her head, she forcibly willed herself to cease such thoughts, to stave off further musings. Gu Xiaoli stood up and placed the last remnants of scallions and garlic into the now empty small pot, adding some fatty meat and asking Raven to help stoke the fire to heat it. The fat quickly sizzled, releasing oil, and she instructed Raven to fetch the previously set-aside pig heart and liver, cooking them in separate pots. Chapter 54. Leah joins the generous oil rendered from the fatty meat permeated the pig heart and liver, though she remained uncertain of the taste. Raven skewered a piece of the stir-fried heart, perfectly crisp on the outside yet tender within, and handed it to her, cautioning her to be careful of the heat. Gu Xiaoli inhaled the enticing aroma and swallowed hard. Leo's voice echoed from the entrance. "It seems quite lively in here tonight." Leo, preoccupied with hunting and surveying the movements of other tribes on the grasslands, had recently been worn down by the unruly jackal tribe, consuming much of his energy. From dawn until the stars blanketed the sky, he had been tirelessly journeying with his kin, finally finding a moment of respite. Typically, Leo would hastily finish his evening meal and retreat to his cave for rest. However, today, feeling ravenous, he did not swiftly hunt for sustenance. Instead, he thought of the delicate little female and her roasted meat, suddenly finding the raw meat he usually consumed rather insipid. Upon returning to the tribe and lifting his gaze, he noticed the flickering light emanating from Gu Xiaoli's cave. After a brief pause, Leo made his way toward her. Regaining his focus, he glanced inside the cave at the few individuals seated closely together. With a piercing look, Ryan and Ricky obediently exited the cave. Ryan, compelled by Leo, wished to linger with Xiaoli a bit longer, but the chieftain's imposing presence left him with more heart than courage. Ricky, however, was indifferent. As long as he could enjoy the boiled meat, he cared little for whether he was inside or outside the cave. Leo stepped back, utilizing his momentum to glide gracefully into the cave, a testament to his prowess as the chieftain, while others scurried in like hamsters. Once inside, the confined space was fixed under Leo's gaze, causing Gu Xiaoli to feel increasingly uneasy. "Would you like to taste it?" she asked, avoiding his gaze and awkwardly lifting the skewer laden with the stir-fried heart. Leo remained silent, stepping closer and grasping her delicate wrist, pulling her beside him. With her hand, he leaned in and took a bite of the roasted pig heart. Gu Xiaoli suppressed the urge to remark on his lack of hands, questioning why he did not take it himself. Instead, she forced a smile, secretly straining against his grip, but to no avail. The pig heart lacked the usual metallic tang associated with raw meat, possessing a delightful chewiness, and its aromatic flavor flooded her palate. Leo devoured the heart in a few bites, licking his lips in satisfaction. Once he finished, Gu Xiaoli reclaimed her freedom and promptly leaped to the farthest corner from Leo. She pointed to the wooden skewer on the ground, suggesting he could help himself if he desired more. Amused by her vigilant demeanor, Leo refrained from pursuing the lewd antics she had anticipated. Instead, he took a piece of stir-fried liver, casually leaning against the wall as he invited the other two beastmen to join him. Ryan, catching Leo's eye, respectfully took a piece of pig heart and savored it delicately. Ricky, on the other hand, sat across from Leo, devouring his meal with gusto while occasionally engaging him in trivial discussions about tribal conflicts. Raven, ever the diligent caretaker, prepared the skewers for Gu Xiaoli's pig heart and liver before finally attending to his own portion. After finishing the stir-fried heart and liver, the large pot was just reaching a boil. The beastmen enthusiastically cleaned out the pot, and after several rounds of cooking, Gu Xiaoli's stomach was pleasantly full. Following the meal, several strong beastmen effortlessly carried the small pot to the water's edge at the foot of the mountain to wash it clean, then returned it to the cave without breaking a sweat. The small pot and stones were neatly arranged in the corner, while the large pot was propped against the entrance, leaving a narrow gap for ventilation, ensuring the autumn night would not be too chilly. The only one unable to move the door was Gu Xiaoli. Leo was quite satisfied with this makeshift door, as it prevented the defiant little female from wandering off on her own. The beastmen who had come for a meal tidied up and departed, leaving Gu Xiaoli and Raven to embrace the night together. Chapter 55. The desire to take a disciple during the day. Raven ascended the mountain in search of various ingredients, and by nightfall, he returned to the cave to recreate a myriad of modern delicacies. Gu Xiaoli felt that time passed swiftly, yet Leo and his followers frequently came to share meals. Yet they had yet to provide her with any clues about returning to the modern world. Whether they had not uncovered any information or were intentionally withholding it, Gu Xiaoli felt that continuing to wait would render her return home an elusive dream. One day, as Raven and Gu Xiaoli descended the mountain with an abundance of ingredients, they noticed a few beastmen gathered at the forest's edge, seemingly observing something. Having previously attracted unwanted attention, Gu Xiaoli was reluctant to make herself a target again. The two exchanged silent understanding and passed by. With such severe injuries, it surely cannot survive for long. How pitiful! Should we not call the shaman to take a look? This black panther is still juvenile and cannot shift forms. Can you take care of it if the shaman treats it? Besides, who will cover the cost of the shaman's services? The onlookers chattered animatedly, yet the information they shared halted Gu Xiaoli in her tracks. A juvenile black panther, severely injured, whether in the game or in this beastly realm, she was undeniably a fragile being. Although she was confident in her ranged capabilities without a frontline fighter in a world teeming with warriors, she felt as ineffectual as a mere novice. Upon her arrival, she had contemplated finding a reliable frontline warrior as a partner, but after being captured by the leopard tribe, she had not found the opportunity. And Leo had strictly monitored her, treating her like a potential thief. Even those from the leopard tribe who might befriend her were cautious of Leo's influence, making her reluctant to entrust her safety to anyone. Though Raven was exceedingly accommodating, she gradually realized that when it came to matters involving Leo, he would remain silent, tacitly allowing Leo's excessive behavior toward her. The greatest constraints she faced stemmed from Leo. Should the day come when she truly opposed him, she doubted Raven would side with her. If she were to save a child without a noble lineage, nurturing their bond over time, she could cultivate a loyal warrior who would heed only her commands. Free from the fear of betrayal, Gu Xiaoli paused in her steps, calling out to Raven, setting down her ingredients, and turning toward the group of beastmen, initially believing she would show no interest in the others. Raven felt a sense of delight as he pondered what dish to prepare at home. Upon hearing her voice and turning around, he was taken aback. Why was she getting involved again? Quickly discarding his catch onto the ground, Raven hurried to catch up with Goose Xiaoli. The surrounding males, seeing the only pure human in the tribe, eagerly approached her with greetings. Raven stood by her side like a bodyguard, blocking the other males from her. Ignoring the complaints from the thwarted males, Goose Xiaoli swiftly made her way to the Black Panther. The panther was entirely black, devoid of any markings, and its emaciated frame revealed a prolonged period of starvation. Its body size nearly matched Goose Xiaoli's, equivalent to an adult panther in the real world. Yet here, it was merely a youngling compared to the massive beasts. Its body was riddled with wounds of varying ages, the most severe being 3 deep gashes on its neck, from which blood flowed profusely. I could see the forest's edge. A star trail of blood extended towards the unconscious Black Panther, the crimson pool expanding around its weakened body, continuously spreading that it had lost too much blood. Without immediate intervention, it would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 56. The proud Black Panther, due to the presence of surrounding males, Goose Xiaoli did not dare to reveal her abilities, opting instead to have Raven carry the Black Panther back to the cave, silently praying it would hold on until then. Upon hearing Goose Xiaoli's request, Raven hesitated, rooted to the spot. He harbored a disdain for the Black Panther, which had long been in a tense competitive relationship with the leopard on the savannah. What he detested more was that this Black Panther, despite doing nothing, could still garner Goose Xiaoli's concern and anxiety. Although still in its juvenile stage, he wished to prevent this unfamiliar male from lingering near Goose Xiaoli for even a second longer. Raven, hurry up. It's dying. Goose Xiaoli's voice jolted Raven from his thoughts. Pressing his lips together, unwilling to witness Goose Xiaoli's distress, he ultimately hoisted the unconscious Black Panther onto his back and returned to the cave alongside her. With a look of disdain, he placed the Black Panther at the cave entrance. Apprehensive that its blood might stain the interior, Goose Xiaoli leaned closer to examine the Black Panther, instructing Raven to retrieve prey and ingredients. Feeling somewhat dejected, Raven slowly descended the slope, shouldering the prey like a burden, while also carrying the ingredients. The onlooking beastmen, benefiting from Raven's role as Goose Xiaoli's protector, found it difficult to approach her and had long expressed their grievances toward him. Thus, he returned alone to gather the prey and ingredients. The disgruntled males deliberately mocked him, claiming he was destined to lose favor, surrounding Raven with laughter. With an impassive expression, Raven carried the prey and ingredients through the crowd of beastmen, step by step making his way back to the cave. On one hand, Goose Xiaoli wanted Raven to fetch the prey. On the other hand, she wished to conceal her skills from him. If he were to witness her abilities, he might inform Leo, drawing unwanted attention and trouble for the Black Panther. She listened intently to the sounds outside the cave, swiftly chanting before Raven's return, healing the majority of the Black Panther's wounds. She even smeared some of its blood on the original injury sites. And with its entirely black fur, it was nearly impossible to discern that its wounds had fully healed. As Raven returned with the prey, he set down the small stone pot. Over time, Goose Xiaoli had gathered scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and other seasonings, along with substitutes for sugar, oil, and salt. Lacking rice, her staple foods consisted of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which Raven found unpalatable, preferring meat, though he occasionally sampled Goose Xiaoli's dishes during the day. Goose Xiaoli stumbled upon a sauce fruit nestled within a thicket. Its flesh, liquid-like and encased in a pliable skin, bore a resemblance to soy sauce, yet was perishable and fragile. The ripe fruit swayed precariously, threatening to rot if not harvested soon. Thus, she impulsively decided to bring the sauce fruit back, planning to prepare braised meat for dinner. Raven, disinterested in staple foods, found Goose Xiaoli's seasonings, primarily sugar with a hint of salt, to be delightful. The aroma of braised meat wafted through the cave, and both Raven and Goose Xiaoli eagerly indulged in their meal. The unconscious Black Panther stirred slightly amidst the rich fragrance, dreaming of being beset by a pack of feral beasts, badly wounded, and falling into a wondrous realm. First, a beautiful melody enveloped him, alleviating his pain, followed by an indescribable, intoxicating aroma. In his dreams, the Black Panther drooled, searching for the source of the delightful scent. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the blurred shapes coalesced into a petite female figure, her skin fair and radiant, her dark eyes sparkling like stars. The gentle smile gracing her lips bestowed upon the Black Panther a fleeting sensation of peace and beauty. Yet, were not females meant to be cruel, violent, and selfish? Just like his beast mother who had caused his beast father's demise before callously abandoning him. All females were heartless. With a sudden jolt, the Black Panther leaped back, its fur bristling, arching its back and hissing menacingly at Gu Xiaoli. She instinctively retracted her hand, which had been poised to touch the Black Panther, her body tensing in fear. Though merely a juvenile, the Black Panther still loomed larger than her, and her previous experience of posing with tigers at the zoo had left her with a lingering sense of trepidation, let alone facing the agitated creature before her. Chapter 57. The temptation of delicacies. Raven swiftly pulled Gu Xiaoli behind him, emitting a low growl of threat towards the Black Panther. The authority of an adult leopard was evidently more formidable than that of a petite female. And the juvenile Black Panther remained vigilant, yet dared not challenge them, cautiously tucking its tail and retreating to a corner. With Raven present, Gu Xiaoli mustered her courage to offer a piece of braised meat held in a leaf, cautiously inching closer to the Black Panther. The Black Panther, however, was unyielding. Every time Gu Xiaoli moved closer, it bared its teeth in warning. After several failed attempts to touch the creature, she reluctantly placed the meat on the ground at a safe distance. Waiting for it to settle before eating, Raven, concerned for Gu Xiaoli's safety, positioned himself deliberately between her and the Black Panther. Unable to calm the Black Panther, Gu Xiaoli chose to continue dining with Raven. She perceived the Black Panther as a stray animal, scarred by human cruelty, fragile yet defensive, appearing fierce while internally trembling with fear, attempting to intimidate those it deemed threatening. Such pitiable creatures often required patience to foster trust. She believed that with Raven's assistance, she could establish a strong bond of friendship with the Black Panther, ultimately fulfilling her aspiration of gaining a loyal apprentice. Gu Xiaoli envisioned a future traversing the world with her invincible disciple. The little Black Panther huddled in the corner, struggling against the allure of the delectable food. What were they consuming? Why were these strange stones placed over dangerous flames? They seemed unafraid of the fire. Surely, she was a wicked female intent on harming him. Yet the aroma of the food was undeniably enticing. He had never encountered such fragrant meat before. The sounds of the two annoying creatures chewing only heightened his hunger. It had been days since he last ate. However, the food came from that detestable female, and the Black Panther refused to bow before her. All the females he had encountered had been malicious. He could not trust that this one would offer him delicious food out of kindness. The Black Panther would never concede. After finishing their meal, Raven collected the stone pot, while Gu Xiaoli wrapped some braised meat in a leaf. With their hunger sated and nothing else to occupy them, Gu Xiaoli attempted to approach the Black Panther. Yet, no matter how she tried to befriend it or lure it with the braised meat, the Black Panther responded only with aggressive postures and hissing growls. Raven, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in front of Gu Xiaoli, his expression stern as he warned the Black Panther. Personally offering meat in such a generous manner was a privilege Raven had seldom experienced during his time with Gu Xiaoli. This ungrateful Black Panther not only failed to appreciate her kindness, but also dared to show disrespect towards Gu Xiaoli. Were it not for her presence, Raven would have relished the opportunity to teach this insolent cub a lesson. Under the pressure of Raven's undeniable strength, the Black Panther displayed a marked restraint. "Do not attempt to flee, or I shall catch you and give you a proper beating," he threatened, his voice firm. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoli noticed the Black Panther had calmed somewhat, and, feigning authority, she added her own threat. Raven, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of disappointment. She wouldn't want the Black Panther to stay here permanently. Would she? Unable to bear Gu Xiaoli's distress at the Black Panther's aggression, Raven tugged at the hem of her skirt, whispering in her ear, "A beast man can recover quickly from such wounds if you cast him out. He will surely heal swiftly. I cannot abide his attitude towards you. Let me dispose of him." Sensing Raven's aversion towards the Black Panther, Gu Xiaoli countered, "He may simply be afraid of humans due to past traumas. Let us care for him a little longer, and if he still refuses to change, we can release him. All right, but he is a male, and I fear he may pose a threat to you. Raven's gaze flickered uncertainly to Gu Xiaoli burst into laughter. But he hasn't even reached maturity yet and cannot transform into human form. He is still just a child. How could he have any ill intentions? Chapter 58. No children from the gazes and actions of the adult males around her. Gu Xiaoli could sense their fervent admiration for her, yet from the eyes of this untransformed Black Panther, all she could perceive was wariness and hostility. It struck her as amusing that Raven could grow jealous of a mere child. Raven gently enveloped Gu Xiaoli in his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder. If your affection lies with children, we could have one of our own, nurturing our child together. Unlike him, who is so disobedient that Gu Xiaoli was taken aback by this notion. Raven was the first man in this world to provide her with safety and support, which naturally led her to develop a certain intimacy towards him. However, she had never deeply contemplated the responsibilities and lifelong commitments that marriage and parenthood entailed. If Raven's contributions were predicated on such expectations, perhaps she should have refrained from harboring unrealistic hopes for him from the very beginning. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoli extricated herself from Raven's warm embrace. Summoning her courage, she met his gaze. I'm sorry, Raven, I cannot deceive you. I cannot promise you a child. Raven's furrowed brow brimmed with sorrow, the light in his eyes dimming as he futilely grasped her hand. Xiaoli, I can wait. As long as it takes until you are ready to, in the corner. The Black Panther watched Raven, whose tender gaze was met with rejection, scoffing inwardly at his lack of ambition. He would never grow up to be a slave to such foolish females. The moonlight poured into the cave, casting a particularly somber atmosphere tonight, with only the crickets in the grass tirelessly serenading an unknown melody. Raven continued to embrace the soft form, drifting into slumber. His hands tightening, yet still unable to feel her warmth. Gu Xiaoli lay with her back to him, allowing Raven to hold her while curling into a ball, unable to reciprocate his fervent affection. A ray of morning sunlight illuminated Gu Xiaoli's pale face, and she sleepily opened her eyes, faint dark circles beneath them. The person who had tightly clung to her during the night had vanished without a trace, leaving her bewildered as she propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings. No signs of life were present, only the resting Black Panther on the ground and the empty leaves beside it. A smile crept onto Gu Xiaoli's lips as she realized she had caught someone sneaking a midnight snack. She sauntered over to the leaves where the meat had been placed, pinching one between her fingers and shaking it teasingly in the air. Not a scrap of meat left, truly a proud little glutton. The Black Panther remained motionless on the ground, seemingly still in a deep slumber, showing no reaction to Gu Xiaoli's approach. In truth, the Black Panther had awoken the moment Raven departed. He had quietly threatened it not to approach Gu Xiaoli or attempt to flee, and while he had initially planned to escape when left unattended, the memory of last night as braised meat lingered in his mind. Fleeing now could lead to an encounter with the returning Raven, so he begrudgingly stayed behind, not out of greed for the braised meat. While pretending to sleep, the panther engaged in frantic self-hypnosis. Gu Xiaoli, arms crossed and smiling, glanced at the panther's obvious pretenses before leisurely turning to leave. Since the introduction of the small and large stone pots, and with Raven's assistance, each day she enjoyed a variety of delectable meals, and there would be plenty of opportunities for the Black Panther to experience her charm. She believed that soon, the panther would be as enamored with her as her other loyal patrons. Gu Xiaoli waited somewhat impatiently for Raven's return, half-seated as she gazed at the rising sun, lost in thought. Chapter 59. Leo's inspection. Before long, Raven approached the cave, cradling an abundance of fruit. He presented a colorful assortment, glistening with dew, before Gu Xiaoli. Ever since she had nearly fainted from low blood sugar on an empty stomach during her last morning ascent, Raven had committed to rising early every day to bring her the freshest fruits. "Thank you, Raven," Gu Xiaoli exclaimed, picking up a bright red fruit but not taking a bite. Instead, she extended it toward him. "You should eat too." Raven avoided her gaze. The word thank you lodged in his throat. Females never expressed gratitude toward their beast husbands. Only unfamiliar males received thanks for aiding them. Nonetheless, he accepted the fruit, reluctantly taking a bite. Xiaoli comes from another world, so she is unlike the females here. She cannot be measured by their standards. Raven reassured himself as he chewed, Daju. Xiaoli wiped dew from another fruit on her animal hide before taking a bite. It was sweet and juicy. She devoured 2 of them, satisfying her hunger. After finishing, Gu Xiaoli stood, brushing off her hide skirt. Beyond the small stream at the back of the mountain lay a lush bamboo forest, and she yearned to see if there were any tender shoots, as well as to survey the terrain further from the tribe. Initially, venturing far from the tribe had been strictly prohibited for Leo, but after days of her gentle persuasion, Raven had finally relented, allowing her to cross the stream and explore the distant bamboo grove. With her handmade bamboo basket slung over her back, Gu Xiaoli stepped out of the cave, welcoming the first rays of morning sunlight. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a tall figure leaning against the wall. Turning her head, her radiant smile froze on her face. Leo, with one long leg propped on the ground, arms crossed, met her startled gaze with a mischievous glint in his golden eyes. "Have you eaten enough? What do you plan to play today?" "I'll accompany you." Leo straightened up, his languid gaze towering over the flustered Gu Xiaoli. I'm just going to wander around," she stammered, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Burdened with duties, Leo rarely oversaw Gu Xiaoli himself, usually sending Xinga and Riki. Today, after finishing her breakfast, she had seen no one and thought that Leo had finally relaxed his surveillance, seizing her chance to break free. Little did she know, she was in for a surprise upon stepping outside. Yes, that's so. I happen to have time today. I'll walk with you. I hope I'm not intruding," Leo said, leaning slightly forward, his magnetic voice sending a chill through Gu Xiaoli. "Of course not," she exclaimed, waving her hands vigorously, cold sweat trickling down from her smile-laden temples. Inside the cave, Raven heard the commotion and quickly stowed away the leftover fruit. Stepping out to stand behind Gu Xiaoli. "Brother, we were just about to explore the forest at the foot of the mountain. Why not join us?" Raven said in a neutral tone, smiling at his brother while gently patting Gu Xiaoli's back in reassurance. Gradually regaining her composure, Gu Xiaoli managed to smile as well. Observing the banter between the two, Leo raised an eyebrow. "Of course, we should all go together. But before that, did a thief enter your cave?" "I smell the scent of a wildling." Without giving them time to respond, Leo strode past them to the cave, his gaze fixated on the Black Panther. Unlike the imposing presence he had shown toward Raven and Gu Xiaoli, the panther did not react aggressively or issue any warnings at Leo's approach. Instead, it curled up tightly in the furthest corner. In a defensive posture, Gu Xiaoli felt a surge of dread and hurried into the cave. With Raven close behind, "This panther is gravely injured. I cannot stand by and watch it die," Gu Xiaoli interjected, blocking Leo's blade-like gaze, her voice taut with anxiety. Chapter 60. Protecting the panther. Leo remained silent, his expression unreadable as he took a few steps closer. Gu Xiaoli found herself overshadowed by his towering figure, retreating a few steps under the pressure. The moment Leo approached the cave, the panther sensed an overwhelming danger. Knowing it could not confront Leo, it instinctively shrank back in fear. Adopting the most vulnerable position possible, the slender figure stood protectively in front of it, the panther's green eyes lifting to meet Gu Xiaoli's troubled gaze. The panther had never anticipated that a self-serving female would one day expose herself to such a formidable opponent for its sake, leaving it with an indescribable feeling. Gu Xiaoli, having learned from Raven about the long-standing enmity between the Black Panther and the spotted leopard, understood that Leo would not easily relent. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish the panther so readily, resolutely standing her ground. Leo would not change his mind based on her simple opinion, but perhaps Raven might have a chance. Gu Xiaoli cast a pleading look over Leo's shoulder toward Raven in the backlight. Raven's expression was shrouded in shadow, making it difficult for her to discern. He turned his head slightly, ignoring her. Her futile plea did not go unnoticed by Leo, who smirked as he reached out toward the Black Panther. Bypassing Gu Xiaoli, Gu Xiaoli, disregarding everything else, grasped Leo's sturdy wrist with both hands, preventing him from lifting the panther by its neck. He's just an injured child. He would never pose any threat to the tribe. Once he recovers, I will send him away immediately. Gu Xiaoli cried out in desperation, nearly kneeling on the ground. Her defense of the Black Panther was not merely out of pity. Although Leo verbally permitted her to come and go freely near the tribe, he was, in fact, constantly monitoring and restricting her life. His unreasonable dominance and authoritarian views on females had eroded Gu Xiaoli's remaining affection for the tribe. In this stifling environment, she desperately needed a breakthrough to help her escape this cage and explore the broader world in search of a way home. The Black Panther was her most promising opportunity. Unlike adult males, its youthful innocence made an ideal choice to become her loyal ally and shield. After a pause, Leo's muscular arm lifted Gu Xiaoli effortlessly, his deep voice lightly mocking. "You don't truly believe that this little bastard can help you escape from me, do you? Perhaps you should spend more time attending to your future beast husband. If I'm in a good mood, I might share some information about how to get home." After a moment of silence, Gu Xiaoli's hair fell over her face, obscuring her expression. "If you were so confident, then keep him." Gu Xiaoli tilted her head back, her provocative gaze fixed firmly on Leo. The girl's hands, tightly gripping his wrist, had begun to bead with sweat, yet the deep, dark pools of her eyes shone with an enthralling light. Leo's usually steady heartbeat faltered for a moment. "All right," he responded decisively, fully aware of Gu Xiaoli's ulterior motives. Yet he allowed her this opportunity. The glimmer of stubborn hope in her eyes ignited his desire to conquer. He was eager to extinguish all her hopes and witness the scene when she was utterly defeated. He yearned to smooth away all her sharp edges, to see her submit to him like the other females did. Regardless of the process, upon hearing Leo's consent, Gu Xiaoli quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 61. The Gift from Rabbit Sauce 1. "Xiaoli, are you there?" The timid voice of Rabbit Sauce floated in from outside the cave. "Xiong Zhuang, and I brought you some beast meat and fruits." As she entered, Rabbit Sauce's voice abruptly halted upon seeing the three beasts and one human inside the cave. Xiong Zhuang, laden with a pile of goods and unable to see the path ahead, collided into Rabbit Sauce without time to stop. The petite Rabbit Sauce lost her balance and fell forward, letting out a soft gasp. The sound. Xiong Zhuang immediately dropped the heap of animal skins and meat. Rushing to Rabbit Sauce's side, his sturdy arms lifting her up. "Rabbit Sauce, are you all right? Please don't get hurt." Xiong Zhuang exclaimed in a fluster, squeezing Rabbit Sauce tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. "I am fine, cough cough. You're squeezing me too tightly. Let go." The disparity in their sizes made it difficult for Rabbit Sauce to breathe. Xiong Zhuang paused for a moment, then swiftly released her, causing her to stumble awkwardly back to the ground. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and the three beasts and one human stared wide-eyed at the two, clearing her throat awkwardly. Rabbit Sauce stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. "Oh dear, how did you manage to drop all the gifts for Xiaoli on the ground?" she lamented softly, noticing the scattered items. Xiong Zhuang scratched the back of his head sheepishly and bent down slightly. "You fell, so I was worried about you." Rabbit Sauce glanced at Leo and then back at Gu Xiaoli, her cheeks reddening as she whispered, "I'm sorry for coming at a bad time. If you're busy, I can leave and let you continue. No. Did you come just to bring me these?" Gu Xiaoli hurriedly distanced herself from Leo and leaned closer to Rabbit Sauce, seizing the conversation. Let me introduce them to you. This is the animal skin that Leopard 2 asked me to deliver to you, and this is the fresh deer meat that Hua 3 wanted you to have. Oh, and I heard you like the red ground fruit, so Jinwu even went out of his way to dig up a lot for me to bring to you." Rabbit Sauce chattered on, pointing to the small mountain of gifts laid out on the ground. Listening intently, Gu Xiaoli felt 3 dark lines appear on her forehead. Usually, with Lei 1 by her side, any gifts from unfamiliar males were ruthlessly discarded. She was well protected behind a wall of iron. It seemed the males of the tribe had no avenue to pursue her, so they resorted to sending Rabbit Sauce to deliver their goodwill. Gu Xiaoli raised her hand to interrupt Rabbit Sauce. "So all of these are gifts from others that you were entrusted to bring to me?" Rabbit Sauce was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, actually, I brought some things too, but they're nothing compared to what everyone else has given." She hesitated, feeling unworthy. "May I see your gift?" Gu Xiaoli's gentle, dark eyes locked on a Rabbit Sauce's slightly evasive red ones. After a moment of hesitation, encouraged by Gu Xiaoli, Rabbit Sauce slowly retrieved a small animal skin pouch from the bottom of the pile with great effort. She carefully opened the pouch to reveal tender green bamboo shoots inside. "These are immature hollow sticks. I used to eat them often. They taste quite good that I wonder if you'll like them." After receiving Gu Xiaoli's help, Rabbit Sauce had been contemplating how to repay her kindness. Xiong Zhuang, being simple-minded, was content with just hunting enough food for himself each day. As a herbivorous creature, she was unsure if Gu Xiaoli would even eat many of the things she could gather. After much thought, Rabbit Sauce felt that the hollow sticks, which she frequently consumed, were perhaps the most presentable option among her meager selections. Chapter 62. Friends on an outing. Even so, Rabbit Sauce spent a full 3 days gathering all the tender shoots she could find in the nearby bamboo forest. As summer transitioned into autumn, new shoots were rare, and she scoured the bamboo grove to collect just this small bag. Nevertheless, this was the most suitable food she could think of for a purebred omnivore. Possessing a refreshing taste without the risks of upsetting one's stomach like the red ground fruit. Due to her own fragility and perceived inadequacy, the gift she had painstakingly prepared paled in comparison to those from other male suitors. Had Gu Xiaoli not insisted on asking, she would have never considered presenting her humble offering. Rabbit Sauce kept her head bowed, anxiously awaiting Gu Xiaoli's reaction. However, the anticipated disdain or criticism did not come. The animal skin pouch was taken from her grasp, and she looked up in confusion, meeting Gu Xiaoli's sincere, grateful smile. Wow. Thank you so much. It's too far to go to the bamboo forest. And I've been craving bamboo shoots for so long. I can finally enjoy them today, Gu Xiaoli exclaimed, tightly hugging the bag of bamboo shoots, savoring the fragrant aroma. Rabbit Sauce's eyes widened, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. She had never dared to hope for acceptance from a purebred. Yet Gu Xiaoli seemed to always care for her feelings that a wave of warmth surged to her nose, suddenly making her feel a bit sour. Rabbit Sauce, why are you crying? Are you hurt? Xiong Zhuang, noticing the tears in her eyes, panicked and rushed around her in confusion. Zhuang, I'm fine. I'm just so happy. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Tu Jiang looked at her silly bear with a mixture of laughter and sorrow. The tears of excitement in Tu Jiang's eyes startled Gu Xiaoli. She had merely expressed her fondness for bamboo shoots. Yet Tu Jiang reacted with such fervor. Not only did her race and name reflect her essence, but her personality was equally soft and adorable, much like a little bunny. The various gifts introduced by Tu Jiang were now difficult to return, so Gu Xiaoli had no choice but to enlist Raven's help in organizing them. It was a rare occasion for the two young girls to gather, and they decided to venture up the mountain for a picnic. The 3 male beasts had no objections, and thus, the 5 of them set off towards the nearest peak. In the lush, verdant forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the swaying leaves. The petite figures of Tu Jiang and Gu Xiaoli walked side by side, chatting and laughing, occasionally stopping to gather fruits and vegetables from the ground. Many inconspicuous plants could be used for cooking or seasoning, and Tu Jiang learned a great deal as she followed Gu Xiaoli, collecting along the way. The 3 male beasts trailed not far behind, Raven and Xiong Zhuang, much like married men accompanying their wives on a shopping spree, carried an assortment of plants collected by the females in their hands. Meanwhile, Leah strolled nearby with an air of elegance, lazily savoring the rare moments of leisure. The mountain was not particularly high, and the delicate females like Tu Jiang and Gu Xiaoli reached near the summit after a morning's trek. The trees around them grew increasingly sparse, and the view gradually expanded, with a cool mountain breeze caressing their soft hair. Raven held a few heads of garlic in his left hand, while his right grasped a handful of twigs bearing spices like cinnamon and star anise. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that the sun had risen to its zenith, signaling lunchtime. The local beastmen were accustomed to their main meal in the evening, which Gu Xiaoli found difficult to adjust to upon her arrival. Often feeling famished by midday, though she wished to adapt to the local customs, Raven's attentive care and affection made it challenging. With just a subtle expression or glance from her, he would immediately sense her discomfort and strive to remedy it. Over time, Gu Xiaoli retained her 3 meals a day habit, while Raven developed the routine of cooking at mealtime. Chapter 63. Heartfelt Conversations at the Summit. 1. After placing their items beneath a large tree, Raven turned to glance at his brother. Though he appeared to wander aimlessly, his steps never strayed far from Gu Xiaoli, always keeping her within his line of sight, despite his brother's frequent irritable demeanor causing Gu Xiaoli distress. Raven believed that when it truly mattered, his brother would protect her. Thus reassured, he ventured deeper into the woods to gather ingredients for their lunch. The two girls strolled and chatted their way to the mountain's peak, captivated by the surrounding scenery, pausing to marvel at its beauty. Though the mountain was not tall, it was encircled by a deep valley where turbulent river waters flowed at the bottom. Opposite them rose a series of interspersed green peaks, their heights varying harmoniously. The lofty mountains pierced the clouds, while the lower ones were accompanied by singing birds. The sounds of wind and bird calls blended together, evoking a sense of expansive freedom, as if for a fleeting moment one could forget the mundane troubles of the world. Standing face to face, the two exchanged satisfied smiles, both silently grateful for the delightful moments they could share with a dear friend. Although Gu Xiaoli had not intended to arrive in this world, her connection with Tu Jiang had allowed her to experience a sincere friendship that she had never known in the real world. That on the day she would eventually leave this realm, she knew she would cherish this very moment. As Gu Xiaoli pondered, she glanced back, only to find Raven had vanished, leaving behind the obedient Xiong Zhuang and Leo leaning against a tree. Beside her stood only the unarmed Tu Jiang, and Gu Xiaoli quickly assessed the width of the canyon below. Feeling a fleeting urge to escape, in her backpack lay the wind wings that could assist her in gliding, along with 3 meticulously crafted epic arrows of varying attributes and several potions for restoring health and mana. Just days ago, she had finally deciphered the technique to mentally manipulate her backpack, and upon opening it, she found the items within were just as plentiful as in the game, standing ready for action. She had not disclosed the existence of her backpack to anyone. When Leo had interrogated her, her subconscious had not regarded it as a skill, thus she had not revealed it. The wind wings had originally been equipped to prevent her from falling to her death from heights in the game. When donned, they would unfurl a pair of white, semi-transparent, butterfly-like wings from her back, allowing her to glide gracefully until she reached the ground. Although the mountain peak was only about 70% the height of the opposite peak. Jumping from here would enable her to soar with the upward currents of the canyon, reaching the halfway point of the opposing slope. Even a swift and agile leopard could not traverse the raging river of the canyon quickly enough to catch up to the gliding wind wings. Stealing a glance back at Leo, who was casually leaning against the tree, Gu Xiaoli felt an inexplicable sense of being watched, despite his lack of attention towards her. Turning to face the canyon again, her emotions mirrored the rushing waters below, as her heart raced with conflicting desires. Danger behind her, freedom ahead. Should she take the plunge? Gu Xiaoli stared intently at the unfathomable canyon, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. Tu Jiang, observing her pale complexion, suddenly asked softly, "Do you dislike it here very much?" Startled, Gu Xiaoli turned to meet Tu Jiang's crimson eyes, realizing that even she could sense her desire to flee. Seeing the serious expression on Gu Xiaoli's face, Tu Jiang hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask that if you don't like it. We can change the subject." After a pause, Gu Xiaoli sighed helplessly and murmured, "I truly don't like this tribe." Chapter 64. Heartfelt Conversations at the Summit. 2. Tu Jiang tilted her head in confusion, her eyes widening in bewilderment. Why? The leopard tribe is so powerful. Seemingly recalling something, Tu Jiang lowered her head and mumbled, "I wasn't eavesdropping outside your cave on purpose. Our rabbit clan has naturally keen ears. I guess it because you don't get along well with Leo?" Gu Xiaoli opened her mouth to respond but ultimately sighed instead. Indeed, she despised Leo, yet that was not the fundamental reason for her desire to leave. Beyond Leo, there were Raven, Xing Guruyan, and her dear friend Tu Jiang. When the time came to depart, she would certainly feel a sense of loss for the people and things she would leave behind. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoli stated, "I don't belong here. I just want to return to my true home." And no matter how many attachments she had to the tribe, they were merely fleeting moments in the span of a few months, incomparable to the life and bonds she had nurtured over 20 years. Furthermore, not every aspect of life in the tribe was worth longing for. The hint of sorrow lingered in Gu Xiaoli's dark eyes. And Tu Jiang, seemingly affected by her emotions, felt her own eyes welling up. "Though it may not sound appropriate, if there's anything I can do to help you with your desire to return home, please let me know that I will do everything in my power." Tu Jiang's voice trembled with emotion. Surprised, Gu Xiaoli looked at Tu Jiang, then smiled softly in response. "Aren't you afraid of Leo?" The thought of opposing that powerful, bloodthirsty man made Tu Jiang shiver slightly. Yet she mustered the courage to reply, "I am afraid of him, but you're my only friend, and no matter what, I could truly wish to do something for you." In Gu Xiaoli's heart, Tu Jiang had always been the fragile, adorable little rabbit. She had never imagined that this seemingly weak creature could possess such loyalty and courage. A warm sensation surged within her, and her throat tightened, preventing her from speaking. Leaning closer, Gu Xiaoli enveloped Tu Jiang in a heartfelt embrace, resting her chin on her slight shoulder as she said, "Thank you, Tu Jiang. Regardless of whether I can return home, I will always remember you." Tu Jiang returned the embrace, and in that moment, the two fragile girls found strength in one another. The rustling of leaves broke the tender moment as Raven emerged from the underbrush, one shoulder bearing a wild boar while his other hand clutched a few wild chickens. Interrupting the sisters' affectionate exchange, Xiong Zhuang tilted his head, watching the flapping chickens in Raven's grasp with a goofy grin. "Delicious? Hee." Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaoli turned to see Raven, realizing he had come to bring her lunch. Abandoning her escape plans, she took Tu Jiang's hand, and together they descended the mountain to prepare the ingredients. The opportunity to flee with the wind wings was rare, and escaping under Leo's watchful gaze was far too risky. Should she fail, finding another chance would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, she needed to remain patient, awaiting the perfect moment to succeed in one decisive action. Tu Jiang, accustomed to a single meal a day, found Raven's midday hunting puzzling, wondering how he could carry so many catches while also bringing back the remaining ingredients. Beside them, Gu Xiaoli bashfully scratched her head and explained to Tu Jiang her dietary habits due to her poor stomach. Tu Jiang, suddenly enlightened, brushed her ears, feeling a tinge of envy for Raven's attentive care towards Gu Xiaoli. After assessing the ingredients and estimating everyone's appetite, Gu Xiaoli decided to make do with what was available, pulling out a pot to prepare chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried pork with potatoes, and roasted sweet potatoes. Following a brief division of labor, the four beasts and one person commenced their respective tasks with great enthusiasm. Chapter 65. Outdoor Cooking. Raven, relying on her prior experience, took charge of finding a large stone to carve out a cooking pot and start a fire. Leo was responsible for skinning and bleeding the wild boar. Though clumsy, Xiong Zhuang possessed immense strength and was tasked with clearing the selected flat area of all combustible materials to prevent forest fires. Meanwhile, Tu Jiang and Gu Xiaoli ventured to a nearby clear mountain stream to wash and chop the plant-based ingredients. Upon returning to the fire pit, they found Raven had successfully kindled a small flame. Xiong Zhuang, catching the scent of smoke, suddenly widened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting the flickering orange flame in Raven's hand, he jumped in surprise, his enormous body clumsily rushing towards Tu Jiang, attempting to lift her and flee. Taken aback, Tu Jiang screamed in fright, but in her panic, she recognized Xiong Zhuang, her delicate arms patting his back inquiringly, trying to ascertain what was happening. The other three, caught off guard by Xiong Zhuang's intense reaction to the fire, stood frozen in place. Jiu Xiaoli quickly shouted for Xiong Zhuang to stop, while signaling Raven to intervene. Surrounded by Gu Xiaoli's shouts and Raven's attempt to block him, Xiong Zhuang ultimately did not run far and halted in the forest, appearing somewhat dazed. Breathless, Gu Xiaoli hurriedly explained, "This fire is not dangerous. We often cook like this. Do not be afraid. I assure you will not be harmed." Naturally, Tu Jiang trusted Gu Xiaoli, patting Xiong Zhuang to signal him to set her down. After scratching his head, Xiong Zhuang obediently released Tu Jiang. On their way back, Xiong Zhuang, somewhat timid, hunched over and tightly hid behind Tu Jiang, who, despite her small stature, struggled to pull along the massive Xiong Zhuang, creating a rather comical scene. As the first pot of water boiled, Gu Xiaoli first scalded several mountain chickens to remove their feathers. She washed the stone pot and began frying potatoes and pork. Lacking vegetable oil, the fat rendered from the pork sufficed, and she added scallions, ginger, garlic, and green peppers. Raven, anticipating the need for seasoning with so many people cooking on the mountain, wisely brought along a bag of salt. Thus, a fragrant pot of stir-fried potatoes with pork was successfully completed. The five gathered around the stone pot, each taking what they desired. Tu Jiang primarily feasted on potatoes and green peppers, while the two leopards and Xiong Zhuang indulged in the pork, with Gu Shaoli balancing both sides, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiong Zhuang, having never tasted such delicious meat, oblivious to the ambience, devoured nearly half the pot, leaving Tu Jiang feeling guilty for contributing so little while consuming the most. She discreetly snapped a photo of Xiong Zhuang, hoping to prompt him to eat less. "Why are you taking pictures? This is too delicious, Tu Jiang. You should eat more too." Xiong Zhuang mumbled with a mouthful of pork. Unable to deter him, Tu Jiang cast an apologetic glance at Gu Shaoli, resolving to bring more food for her in the future as compensation. Amused by the candidness of Xiong Zhuang, Gu Shaoli replied, "It's all right. Eat your fill. There's plenty more to come." A wild boar was divided among several pots, and soon, amidst the cheerful atmosphere, it was entirely consumed. The mushrooms Tu Jiang foraged were torn into small pieces, mixed with the prepped pork and tossed into the pot to prepare chicken stew with mushrooms. The sweet potatoes, unearthed alongside the potatoes, were wrapped in leaves and thrown into the fire to roast. The five sat around the pot, eagerly anticipating the next wave of culinary delights. Jiu Shaoli and Tu Jiang huddled together, discussing topics typical of young girls, while Raven occasionally adjusted the fire. Leo leaned against a tree, casting a meaningful glance at Raven and Gu Shaoli, while Xiong Zhuang, hands planted on the ground, leaned forward, fixated on the bubbling chicken in the pot, occasionally swallowing his saliva. The aromatic blend of various seasonings wafted from the pot, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Jiu Shaoli carefully picked up a piece of chicken with two clean sticks, blew on it a few times, and tasted it, declaring it ready to eat. Chapter 66. Unwelcome visitors. 1. Just as they prepared their sharpened wooden sticks, eager to indulge in the feast, a sharp voice pierced the air from nearby. "Did you not say Leo went up the mountain with that little vixen? Why has it taken so long? What is that delicious smell? Go check it out." The irate female voice grew louder as it approached. Accompanied by rustling sounds, hurried footsteps echoed, and a male beast man burst into view, upon seeing the flickering fire beneath the stone pot. He noticeably paused. He sniffed the air, confirming that the enticing aroma emanated from the oddly shaped stone, yet due to the perilous flames, he hesitated to approach. This male, with golden hair and eyes, was also a member of the leopard tribe. As his gaze swept over the five gathered around the pot, it lingered on Gu Shaoli with undisguised astonishment, but upon spotting Leo, his eyelids twitched, and he immediately took a respectful step back. "Kolo, why are you so slow? I did not tell you to dawdle, but to find food." A robust female emerged from the bushes, followed by a male with a scar on his mouth. The leading female, broad-shouldered and round, bore a face full of freckles, resembling someone who felt owed millions by others. The male named Kolo meekly gauged the female's mood. Leah had heard rumors of a beautiful purebred female arriving in the tribe a few days prior. Previously, as a strong leopard female, she had been the center of attention among the males. However, since that detestable purebred appeared, she noticed the males no longer fawned over her, but instead were captivated by the unfamiliar female. What was so special about a slightly prettier face capable of birthing strong beastmen? Purebreds appeared so frail, and with her robust physique, she could easily squash one with a single slap. It baffled her why the males in the tribe were so blind as to prefer such a useless purebred female. Seated beside the pot, Tu Jiang recognized Leah as the newcomer and furrowed her white brows, subtly shifting closer to Gu Shaoli. She reached behind Gu Shaoli to tug at her skirt, having been bullied by Leah in the past. Gu Shaoli only recognized the scarred male at the back as the one who had tormented Tu Jiang days prior, while the rest were unfamiliar. While preparing to grab some meat, her hand froze in midair, unsure how to respond. "Leah, be careful. It's fire." Despite his fear, Kolo stepped protectively in front of Leah. Blocked by him, Leah hesitated, but moments later, she shoved Kolo aside and confidently approached the stone pot. What is there to fear about fire? Her slightly trembling voice betrayed her inner trepidation. Instinctively, beastmen harbored a deep-seated fear of fire, yet when Leah spotted her long-desired Leo calmly sitting by the flames, especially with a strikingly beautiful purebred female beside him, she could no longer remain still. If these beastmen could safely gather around the fire, then surely she would be unharmed. The stone pot was surrounded by beastmen, leaving no room for Leah to sit. Undeterred, she boldly stepped forward, seized Tu Jiang's white hair and yanked her backward, causing Tu Jiang to cry out in pain as she clutched her head and was flung aside. Upon hearing Tu Jiang's cry of anguish, Gu Xiaoli hurriedly dropped her wooden stick and turned to check on her. Xiong Zhuang, instantly shedding his previous foolish demeanor, leaped up in fury toward Leah. "You're a bad person. You bully Tu Jiang. I will fight you, woo woo woo." Before he could finish, he was met with a fierce kick from the scarred male, sending him crashing to the ground. Gu Xiaoli quickly helped Tu Jiang up, her heart aching as she checked if she was hurt. Tu Jiang shook her head, feeling wronged, and Gu Xiaoli comfortingly patted her back, gently untangling the mess of white hair caused by the rough handling. Raven intended to step in to assist, but seeing Leah's aggressive demeanor and Leo's silent acquiescence, she could only hold back, hoping Gu Xiaoli remained unscathed, and conceding that Tu Jiang could endure some suffering. Chapter 67. Unwelcome Visitors. 2. With both Tu Jiang and Xiong Zhuang knocked down, Leah released her pent-up frustration. While she dare not lay a finger on the purebred, surely she could handle the lowly rabbit beastman. After assisting Tu Jiang, Gu Xiaoli pulled Xiong Zhuang away from the scarred male's clutches. Just when they were enjoying their meal, their good friends were suddenly attacked by a group of strangers, igniting righteous fury in anyone. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting them?" Gu Xiaoli clenched her fists and shouted at Leah's rotund back. "Humph! How dare a lowly herbivorous beastman share the same pot with the noble Lord Leo? Of course, I am here to rid Lord Leo of the bothersome trash. Not only has the purebred female stolen her thunder among the multitude of males, but she has also seduced Leo. Her beastly father was the former clan leader, and she is the strongest among all the females in the tribe. Despite Leo's consistently lukewarm attitude toward her, the surrounding beastmen unanimously believe that she will inevitably become Leo's chosen mate and the matriarch of the entire clan. I heard from Scarsong that Gu Xiaoli has actually become involved with her future beast father. Frustrated and filled with an unquenchable fire, I did not expect Gu Xiaoli to care so much for a lowly rabbit. And this provided me with the perfect opportunity to strike. The rabbit, who is self-sufficient and eager to help. How dare you call her lowly? She is kind and polite, far more refined than a loud and unreasonable woman like you. Gu Xiaoli retorted without hesitation. The notion that a proud female from the leopard clan could be compared to a useless herbivorous beastman infuriated Leah, her face turning pale with rage, gritting her teeth. She caught sight of Leo watching the drama unfold, and relying on her years of ingratiating herself with him, she was certain that Leo would side with her. Thus, she suppressed her anger, softened her voice, and turned to Leo with a feigned look of pity, saying, "Leo, look at that female. She dares to insult me with a herbivorous beastman. After all these years of friendship, how can you bear to let her and that wretched rabbit ride over me?" Leah, whose mind was empty aside from her pursuits of food and Leo, had a clear understanding of Leo's preference for submissive and devoted females who relied on him. Leo slowly raised his chin, his narrow golden eyes fixed on Gu Xiaoli, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The normally adored Gu Xiaoli finally had a rival, and Leo was intrigued to see how she would respond to Leah's provocation. As for Leah, before Gu Xiaoli's arrival, he had merely viewed her as a breeding tool. However, after her arrival, she had gained a bit of utility. Leo hoped Leah's intense jealousy would make Gu Xiaoli feel the pressure of competition, leading her to recognize her position. Leo did not respond, and Leah took his silence as a form of tacit support, escalating her remarks. "Koro, Scarsong, why are you both still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and chase that foul rabbit away. Don't let her obstruct my view." Two strong males approached menacingly, and Gu Xiaoli hurriedly shielded the rabbit behind her, while Xiong Zhuang rose from the ground to stand in front of the two females. Gu Xiaoli was obscured from Leo's view by the two ill-intentioned males, and he felt a surge of urgency to step forward, only to be halted by Leo's sharp command. Leo intended to temper Gu Xiaoli's temper, and naturally, he would not allow Lei Wen to play the hero. The brotherly control Leo exerted made Lei Wen hesitate, ultimately opting to remain an observer. Koro was somewhat apprehensive of Xiong Zhuang's imposing physique and dared not advance, carefully maintaining a standoff with him. Scarsong, however, ignored Xiong Zhuang entirely, moving closer to Gu Xiaoli with a sinister smile, whispering, "Now you see, Leo's thigh is not so easily embraced. Why not let me be your beast husband? I guarantee there won't be any troublesome nuisances like Leah. Without Lei Wen's protection, Gu Xiaoli faced the looming threat of the hulking and brooding Scar Song. She furrowed her brows, pulling the rabbit closer. Discreetly stepping back a couple of paces, Chapter 68. Leah, the two bothersome females had been pushed aside, and without Leo's support, they could stir up no trouble that Leah's gaze was drawn to the pot bubbling enticingly with fragrant food. She had caught a whiff of that aroma from afar, and now, seeing the meat boiling, her mouth watered. She sweetly inquired of Leo, "I've been walking all day, and I'm so hungry now. What kind of meat is in that pot? It smells so wonderful. May I have a taste, Leo?" After a lengthy pause, Leo finally withdrew his gaze from Scar Song and Gu Xiaoli, offering a nonchalant With Leo's permission, Leah joyfully reached for the boiling pot. Having always eaten raw, she had no concept of cooking, and, as her plump hand plunged into the boiling water, she barely managed to grasp a piece of meat before she yelped in pain. Jumping up, "It burns! Koro! I'm hurt, what are you doing? Do you want me to die? Come here now." Leah instantly reverted her sharp, piercing voice, disregarding everything in her fury. Koro hurriedly rushed back to Leah's side. But being his first encounter with fire, he had no idea how to handle a burn, merely floundering around her as she kicked and hit him in her frustration, seizing the moment of Leah's uproar. Scar Song edged closer to Gu Xiaoli, attempting to grasp her wrist, but Gu Xiaoli swiftly stepped back, evading his unwelcome hand. Lei Wen watched Scar Song's robust figure with concern. Leo cast a sidelong glance at Leah. Her raucousness irked him. Sensing his unfriendly gaze, Leah promptly quieted down, yet her eyes still lingered on the meat in the pot. "I'm starving. Koro, hurry and get the meat out for me." Leah commanded Koro, whom she had just kicked, but there's fire underneath. "It's dangerous." Koro hesitated, gazing at Leah from the pot's edge. "It's precisely the danger that I want you to face. Do you expect me, a female, to take that risk?" Koro sighed silently, one of Leah's few suitors, suddenly finding her temper unbearable, contemplating giving up on his pursuit. Leah had always touted her identity as Leo's future mate, and on the day Leo became clan leader, he firmly declared that his future female would only have him as a mate. Consequently, many of Leah's suitors withdrew, leaving her without the care she ought to have received. Were it not for Leah's promise that if he fulfilled all her wishes, she would certainly mate with him, Koro would have long since abandoned the torment of staying by her side. With Leah urging him on, Koro, unable to reach into the bubbling pot, suddenly recalled that when he had first arrived, everyone around the pot had been using sticks. A flash of inspiration struck him as he looked around and picked up a wooden stick that the rabbit had dropped in her haste. With this stick, he easily speared a piece of succulent meat from the pot, dripping with juices. The rabbit, bullied by Leah due to her background, dared not retaliate. However, seeing Gu Xiaoli's hard work in preparing the chicken stew being snatched away by Leah, she found unexpected courage and mustered her strength to exclaim, "That's the chicken stew that Xiaoli worked hard on for the entire morning. She hasn't even had a taste. How can it be your turn to eat?" Upon hearing this, Leah, still grasping the meat skewer from Koro, mockingly laughed at Gu Xiaoli, a weak and useless purebred like her, who can't even catch a sharp-beaked beast. How could she possibly make something so delicious? This pot could very well be a delicacy personally prepared by Leo for me, right? Wretched rabbit, it seems you're not only of lowly lineage but also dim-witted. You and your foolish bear are a perfect match. Leo, wouldn't you agree? You are far too kind-hearted, feeling pity for these two foolish and lowly beast-men. I think they ought to be driven out of the tribe. Chapter 69. Racial Discrimination. The rabbit, already feeling immense inferiority due to her lineage, turned pale at Leah's words, lowering her eyes in silence. Witnessing her friend being so mercilessly belittled filled Gu Xiaoli with pent-up anger. She wanted to retort, but the memories flooded back. In the eyes of almost everyone, it was only natural for Leah to bully the rabbit, and even the rabbit herself accepted the unfair treatment with resignation. Words caught in her throat. She could not find anything to say. The deep-seated racial discrimination between carnivorous and herbivorous beastmen in this world rendered any defense from Gu Xiaoli, standing the rabbit's position, a mere joke in the ears of these lofty carnivorous beings. "Forget it," the rabbit whispered, holding back tears as she gently shook Goose Xiaoli's arm. Leah, enjoying the sight of Goose Xiaoli's embarrassment while eating the meat skewer, felt a great sense of satisfaction. She was grateful to her rabbit friend. Otherwise, faced with her purebred identity, she truly did not know where to begin. Finishing a skewer of chicken, Leah marveled inwardly. Truly deserving of being the male she chose, even the food was handled so perfectly. Fantasizing about the life after mating with him, where she could enjoy such delicacies every day, Leah couldn't help but giggle aloud. However, while Leo was currently indulging her, that purebred female remained a significant threat. She needed to secure her position as matriarch and expel the purebred female from the tribe to feel at ease. With this thought, Leah cautiously speared a few pieces of well-seasoned chicken with the stick in her hand and presented them to Leo. Smiling ingratiatingly, her chubby face squishing her already small eyes into mere slits, saying, "Leo, this meat is truly fragrant. You should try some too." Leo appeared oblivious, offering her not a single glance as he focused intently on the distant figure of Goose Xiaoli. As a purebred female descendant, Leo possessed not only an extraordinarily robust physique, but also exceptional intellect and wisdom. Upon reaching adulthood, he deftly repelled external threats through his innate charisma and assertive methods, ultimately ascending to the position of clan leader. His formidable intelligence and strength garnered the admiration of countless females both within and outside the tribe, unlike other males who had to endure fierce competition to find a mate. Should he desire, a plethora of strong females would willingly forsake all other males to present themselves before him. Faced with such an abundance of choices, he leisurely selected only those females deemed worthy of his stature. Goose Xiaoli, as a purebred, not only possessed a fertility rate that satisfied him, but also boasted formidable supportive skills. Had it not been for her stubborn independence, she would have been his unequivocal choice for bolstering the tribe and nurturing future generations. Yet he felt no concern over her rebellious nature. After enduring countless bloody conspiracies against other tribes, he had mastered the art of wearing down wills and controlling minds. He was confident that under his relentless guidance and refinement, the timid and weak Goose Xiaoli would soon transform into his compliant and devoted mate. With a disdainful smile, Leo called out to Goose Xiaoli in the distance. "Do you see, regardless of the affection you received from many males before, in my tribe, under my command, only obedient females are worthy of remaining by my side. It would be wise for you to learn this early, to spare yourself some suffering." Goose Xiaoli looked at the sycophantic Leah, repulsed by her insincerity. Upon hearing Leo's words, her lips twitched in disbelief. The two shared a remarkable similarity in their arrogance and disdain for others. She understood that she could not rely on Leo to act justly, and she was unwilling to let Tu Jiang suffer such indignities in vain. With 3 strong males, including Leo, confronting her at close quarters, she knew that any attempt at physical resistance would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, she instinctively thought of her long-standing support, Lei Wen. Ever since Leah's arrival, Lei Wen's presence had been conspicuously diminished. She wondered if he could assist her. Her pleading gaze circled around before landing on Lei Wen. Chapter 70. The Unreliable Lei Wen. 1. When Lei Wen met her helpless and aggrieved eyes, it felt as though his heart had been struck with a heavy blow. He impulsively considered rushing forward to drive away the scarred song encircling Goose Xiaoli. But he stumbled, nearly falling, as he turned to see his brother's warning gaze and the leg that had yet to retreat. With no choice but to avoid Goose Xiaoli's gaze, he lowered his head and returned to his brother's side. He was acutely aware of Goose Xiaoli's suffering and frustration. These sharp-beaked beasts had been intended for her, yet Leah had snatched them away. However, his brother Leo was clearly favoring Leah, and Lei Wen was uncertain of his brother's feelings toward Goose Xiaoli. Believing instead that Leo had chosen Leah as the future matriarch of the tribe, thus supporting his future mate, Lei Wen would sacrifice anything, even his life, for Goose Xiaoli. But his brother Leo was an exception. Their beast father had passed away early, and their mother had neglected him. Were it not for Leo's care and attention since childhood, he would not have survived to this age, despite his turmoil and heartache. Lei Wen ultimately did not dare to confront his brother, instead apologizing with a face full of regret. "I'm sorry, Xiaoli. Please endure for now. I'll make you another pot when I return. For now, let this one go to Leah." This response left Gu Xiaoli wide-eyed and speechless. While she had previously known that Lei Wen held his brother in high regard, she had naively assumed that Lei Wen's gentleness and care for her were dependable. Even the fragile Tu Jiang dared to stand up for her, while Lei Wen seemed like a puppet to his brother. Leah, witnessing Gu Xiaoli's state of abandonment amidst the absence of support, felt a surge of triumph and leaned closer to Leo, only to be halted in place by a disdainful glance from him. Gu Xiaoli's heart sank. It seemed Lei Wen was not as reliable as he had once appeared. Today, it appeared there would be no resolution to this grievance. Without sparing the leopard brothers another glance, she turned to lead Tu Jiang away. Xiong Zhuang followed closely behind, oblivious, inquiring if she had been hurt. Gu Xiaoli's gentle black eyes no longer held affection for him, causing Lei Wen to panic. He hastily reported to Leo before swiftly pursuing Gu Xiaoli, who this time was not obstructed by Leo. As soon as the petite purebred departed, Leo rose and kicked Leah away from his side. After gazing too long at the beautiful and pure Gu Xiaoli, he now turned back to Leah with a sense of nausea, finding her no longer appealing. Uncertain of what she had done wrong to provoke his ire, Leah felt frustrated yet forced a gentle demeanor as she retreated to eat her skewers. She resolved to endure for now. Planning to reclaim his favor once she became Leo's mate, confident that he would not dare to treat her unjustly then, for the sake of his status as clan leader, Gu Xiaoli, walking slowly with Tu Jiang, was soon caught up by Lei Wen, who fell in a step beside her. Gu Xiaoli, expressionless, refused to look at him, igniting a sense of impending loss in Lei Wen. He stammered, seeking to explain, "I'm truly sorry, Xiaoli, but Leah has always been the most likely candidate for matriarch. The tribe must provide for what the future matriarch desires. This is loyalty and respect toward the clan leader. You should rest for a bit. I'll learn to make those 2 dishes you prepared earlier, and I will cook for you right away." Gu Xiaoli abruptly halted, frowning at Lei Wen. Did he think she was upset merely because she missed out on a dish of stir-fried meat? In truth, she was not angry with Lei Wen. She recognized the care and affection he had shown her over time, and she could not bring herself to be upset with such a kind-hearted boy. However, she was astounded by his inability to discern right from wrong. She had assumed his tender attentiveness constituted his entire character, and the revelation of his other side left her momentarily bewildered. Gradually regaining her composure, Gu Xiaoli began to reflect on her own feelings based on Lei Wen's attitude toward her and his brother. Chapter 71. The unreliable Lei Wen, 2. In the perilous world of beasts. She had received Lei Wen's meticulous care and assistance, which had provided her with a great sense of security, yet it also blinded her to the reality. She had become so reliant on his tenderness that she had overlooked the fact that his brother, the most important and untouchable figure in his life, was now eyeing her with predatory intent. Lei Wen had inadvertently become the catalyst for her oppression by his brother. After calming her emotions, Gu Xiaoli earnestly examined her heart. She discovered that, deep down, she did not harbor resentment toward Lei Wen. She did not believe that, simply because she was vulnerable and incapable of self-sufficiency in the treacherous world of beasts, Lei Wen was obligated to abandon everything to prioritize her care. On the contrary, she felt grateful for his past efforts on her behalf. Turning to face Lei Wen, she solemnly asked, "Your brother truly means a great deal to you, doesn't he?" Caught off guard by her pivot to discussing Leo, Lei Wen hesitated, internally conflicted. His brother was indeed someone he could never betray, yet he feared that answering affirmatively would only further anger Gu Xiaoli. Lei Wen's hesitation unwittingly provided Gu Xiaoli with her answer. Taking a deep breath, she made an effort to smile at Lei Wen. "I understand now. I will respect your choice. Everyone possesses their own judgment regarding the significance of those around them." She could not coerce Lei Wen into forsaking the brotherly bond he had upheld since childhood simply due to her insecurities. From the beginning, relying on Lei Wen had not been her active choice. And now she needed to navigate her relationships and future more judiciously. Since Lei Wen was unreliable, she would need to expedite her plans to take the little black panther as her apprentice. She would not foolishly believe that her own frail nature could withstand the formidable leopard clan led by Leo. Thus, it was imperative to seek a partner with whom she could engage in equitable exchanges and mutual trust. Gu Xiaoli's calm demeanor rendered Lei Wen's prepared attempts to placate her mood. He had anticipated her to lash out due to her grievances with Leah. Xiaoli, are you not angry? Lei Wen asked. Perplexed, Gu Xiaoli smiled with a sense of relief, replying, you merely made the choice you had to make. I have no grounds to force you to change. Thank you for your care all this time. I promise to repay this kindness in the future. Her understanding and composed attitude unsettled Lei Wen far more than if she had erupted into a furious outburst, despite her radiant smile being so close. He felt an increasing sense of unreality in the moment. Observing Lei Wen's flustered state, Gu Xiaoli sighed softly in resignation and gently took his hand, saying, come, let us return home. Returning to the home, she would soon leave. Guided by Gu Xiaoli, Lei Wen walked anxiously alongside her back to the cave. With no provisions left at Tu Zhang's home, they parted ways midway, and Lei Wen remained on the mountain with Xiongzhuang. Intending to gather more food in the lush hills, the protagonists of the farce departed one by one, leaving only Leah, and two males. That Leo's cold demeanor deterred Leah from approaching him too boldly. She obediently sat by the pot, consuming the leftover meat. Apart from Leo, no other beastmen present knew how to wield fire. Not wishing to experience another forest fire, Leo stepped forward and extinguished the remaining embers beneath the pot with a few swift kicks. Leah, startled by his actions and the crackling remnants of fire, inadvertently dropped her meat, which rolled away. Seeing Gu Xiaoli storm off in anger, Ba Song felt disinterested and lifted his foot to leave, only to be coldly obstructed by Leo. Realizing he was no match for Leo, Ba Song forced a smile and asked, what do you mean, Chief? Leo cast a chilling glance at Ba Song, having overheard his earlier conversation with Gu Xiaoli. Chapter 72. A hint of suspicion. Ba Song's daily antics in the tribe had not escaped Leo's notice, but as long as they did not threaten the tribe's welfare, Leo chose to overlook them. However, Ba Song's audacity to set his sights on Gu Xiaoli was another matter entirely. Without further ado, Leo swept his leg, catching Ba Song off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Then firmly planted his foot on Ba Song's artery. Struggling to breathe, Ba Song clutched Leo's ankle with both hands, gasping, spare me, Chief, cough, I won't dare again. One more offense, and you'll be the next meal for the wolf pack in the west. Leo's deep voice resonated, and Ba Song barely escaped with his life. Once Leo had walked away, Ba Song, still on the ground, cautiously propped himself up with one hand, his gloomy gaze fixed on the spot where Leo had vanished, suddenly breaking into a silent grin. For over 30 years, no purebred female had graced the prairie, and with Gu Xiaoli being so sought after, Ba Song could not fathom Leo monopolizing her, as long as there were other competitors. He could seize the opportunity to strip Leo of his chances, even if it meant collaborating with outsiders. Ba Song would not let any opportunity to pursue a human female slip by. Transforming into a magnificent golden leopard, Leo descended the mountain like a flash, racing towards the grassland where Xing'e and Weiqi were hunting that day on the boundless grassland. A small figure gradually grew larger in the distance. A deep leopard roar echoed across the azure sky, causing Xing'e and Weiqi, who were in the midst of their hunt, to halt their actions, allowing their prey to escape a near-fatal encounter. The two leopards departed from their hunting group, racing towards their chief. After 3 leopards converged, they transformed back into human form. The 2 leopards understood that their chief had important matters to discuss, hence his personal visit to the grassland. Henceforth, you shall take turns watching over Gu Xiaoli, ensuring that trustworthy individuals are by her side at all times, Leo declared. Despite Gu Xiaoli not making any overt attempts to escape on the mountain, Leo sensed a subtle threat. Isn't your brother always hovering around her? Why do we need to intrude and spoil the atmosphere? Ruichi jested nonchalantly. Leo shot a frosty glare at Ruichi, refraining from engaging his banter. If Lei Wen could handle this, the boss wouldn't have summoned us. Ruichi, it's best if you refrain from asking too many questions, Xing'e interjected, patting the slightly embarrassed Ruichi on the back. Moreover, ensure she's never left alone in elevated places. Leo's expression turned grave. He could not forget Gu Xiaoli's demeanor while standing atop the mountain that morning. Her petite silhouette resembling a delicate bird, glancing around as if she might vanish at any moment. Elevated places? The two beastmen echoed simultaneously. Judging by Leo's expression, they surmised that Gu Xiaoli might possess some hidden abilities, making it easy for her to slip away unnoticed. Exchanging glances, Ruiqi and Xinga replied in unison. Understood. Upon returning to the cave, Gu Xiaoli recalled the little black leopard she had found. She had assumed that, left unattended throughout the day, the black leopard would seize the opportunity to escape. Once inside the cave, Gu Xiaoli wearily settled onto a piece of beast hide, her peripheral vision catching movement in the shadows at the back of the cave. A pair of golden eyes opened, lifting its head in the darkness, fixating on her with a striking brightness. The black leopard had remained here. Gu Xiaoli felt a surge of joy, as if she had instantly shed all the day's displeasures and exhaustion. Rising energetically to approach the black leopard, she slowly extended her hand, attempting to stroke the leopard's large head, but the black leopard, true to its initial demeanor, growled in warning. Chapter 73. Finally able to pet the big cat crouching on the ground, Gu Xiaoli suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. After a day of hard work alongside her best friend, being bullied by others was one thing. Now, Lei Wen's choices had stripped her of the ability to deceive herself into relying on him. The pent-up feelings of injustice had nowhere to go, and now she faced the ire of a thoughtless little black leopard. A wave of desolation engulfed Gu Xiaoli's mind, and without warning, hot tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Having endured the relentless threats and bullying from the strong males, the accumulated fear and grievance burst forth like a dam breaking, leaving her unable to contain it any longer. The mask of what was once a smile cracked and vanished. And not wanting Lei Wen to witness her distress, she could only wrap her arms around herself, curling into a small ball, desperately stifling her sobs. The once elegant black leopard, now taken aback by her sudden tears, was bewildered. Wasn't it just a refusal to let her stroke its head? Why was she crying all of a sudden? As a proud black leopard, though still a juvenile, being saved and petted by a small female was rather humiliating. However, seeing the small female tightly clutching herself, burying her head between her knees and stifling her cries, she appeared exceedingly pitiful. The black leopard, feeling a surge of irritation, shook its head, unsure of how to respond. Did females not usually express their discontent by lashing out, shouting, and striking males to relieve their frustrations? He had never encountered a female's tears before, nor knew how to handle such a situation. The fragile, petite female before him seemed engulfed in endless sorrow, and with each of her sobs, the black leopard felt as if his heart was being twisted into knots. He realized he could not withstand Gu Xiaoli's quiet suffering and hidden shame. Thus, the black leopard helplessly flicked its long black tail, abandoning its pride as a mighty male, and awkwardly lowered its noble head, gently rubbing against Gu Xiaoli's slender arms that were tightly wrapped around herself. After a moment, when she still remained curled up like a snail and did not respond, he had to lower his head once more, this time nuzzling her hair more insistently. Her hair was dark, shiny and soft. Unlike the other unpleasant-smelling females, it bore a delightful fragrance that the black leopard did not find disagreeable. Lost in her world of sorrow, Gu Xiaoli felt something brushing against her head softly. Curious, she lifted her gaze, only to meet the black leopard's large, light green eyes. For the first time, observing the unfamiliar female so closely, the black leopard seemed momentarily stunned. The soft light from outside illuminated her pale face, revealing delicate, translucent hairs, while her deep, dark eyes glistened with a misty sheen. Her perfectly shaped brows were raised, and her flawless face bore traces of damp tears. In his wandering life, he had never encountered a female as beautiful as she. The black leopard found himself momentarily entranced by her pitiable visage. Seeing the black leopard so close and not rejecting her, Gu Xiaoli momentarily forgot her tears, and on a whim, her hand reached out to stroke the black leopard's fluffy ears. Realizing that the little female was brazenly grabbing and rubbing his ears, the black leopard initially wanted to protest. Yet, the image of Gu Xiaoli's helpless, sobbing face resurfaced in his mind, compelling him to lower his pride and allow her to pet his noble head. To his surprise, the proud black leopard was indeed being petted. Gu Xiaoli, in a moment of forgetfulness, cast aside all her grievances from the day and joyfully focused on caressing the magnificent black cat before her. Initially intimidated by the powerful limbs of the panther, she cautiously stroked its sleek fur. Gradually, she noticed that the panther seemed to offer little resistance, prompting her to wrap her arms around its somewhat slender, yet robust neck. Chapter 74. The delight of petting cats. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiaoli pressed her face against the panther's side, inhaling deeply its feline essence. In the real world, she often watched the zoo director petting the tigers without a care, while she could only envy and give a thumbs up to the videos. Now, the moment had come for her to indulge in this experience. Revan, having finished organizing the vegetarian supplies they had brought down from the mountain, turned to find Gu Xiaoli entwined with the panther she had barely known just days prior. Instantly, he felt an uncomfortable twist in his heart, akin to a painful squeeze. He awkwardly approached the pair, resembling a wife who had discovered her husband's scent on a shirt but dared not question him, and said, "We are short on meat for dinner. I need to head back up the mountain to hunt some more. Xiaoli, would you accompany me?" Gu Xiaoli, engrossed in her affection for the large cat, looked up at Revan with surprise. The sky outside had grown dim, and typically, Revan would caution her not to stray from the cave when he went hunting at night. Why was he breaking his usual pattern today by inviting her to join him? Moreover, it was dark outside, and she would struggle to gather ingredients, let alone assist in hunting. Having her along would only be a burden. "I can't be of any help, so I want to go. Be careful out there on your own," Gu Xiaoli replied before returning her attention to deepening her bond with the panther. Not giving it much thought, ignored by Gu Xiaoli, Revan left the cave dejectedly. Was she seeking revenge for the grievances he had caused her during the day? He sighed inwardly, recognizing his own faults, and deemed it inappropriate to question her. Perhaps he could procure some of her favorite meat to appease her later. As he reached the path at the cave's entrance, he spotted Xingu approaching with 3 hefty wild boars slung over his shoulders, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Yu Xiaoli's excitement grew as she petted the panther, which was on the verge of becoming agitated. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed outside, followed by 3 thuds. Gu Xiaoli looked up to see the colossal wild boars piled at the cave's entrance. How had Revan managed to procure 3 such enormous creatures in mere minutes? While Gu Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, the panther swiftly escaped her embrace, darting away to a safe distance. As she recognized Xingu emerging from behind the wild boars, Gu Xiaoli's confusion dissipated. It was Xingu who had delivered the 3 boars. "I suddenly had a craving for the meat you prepare. I wonder if this is enough to exchange for a dinner cooked by you," Xingu said, propping up the mound of wild boars, a smile dancing playfully on his lips. Of course it's sufficient." "You're most welcome," Gu Xiaoli replied, casting a lingering glance at the panther, whose fur had become disheveled from her attentions, before turning to walk towards Xingu with a smile. Before entering the cave, Xingu had caught a whiff of the panther, initially feeling a tinge of caution. However, upon realizing it was merely a juvenile cub under Gu Xiaoli's gentle manipulation, he felt at ease. No wonder Leo had not alerted him to the presence of the panther. It was just an inexperienced little creature, hardly a threat, a new pet. "Quite adorable," he remarked, glancing at the panther behind Gu Xiaoli. The panther, insulted by being referred to merely as a little female pet, arched its back and hissed in protest. However, with 2 adult male leopards present, it dared only to emit a few low growls to express its dissatisfaction. Though Xingu claimed to desire Gu Xiaoli's culinary skills, he, alongside Revan, took on the brunt of the work, allowing Gu Xiaoli to merely tear a few leaves and offer minimal guidance by the pot. Initially, she had intended to stew the pork brought by Xingu with noodles. However, realizing that noodles were a luxury in the Beastman world, she instructed Revan to peel and cube the leftover potatoes from a few days prior and toss them into the pot in place of the noodles. A pot of savory pork stew with potatoes simmered, its rich aroma wafting through the air just right. Once the broth had thickened sufficiently, Gu Xiaoli announced that dinner was ready. Chapter 75. Xingji's mediation as Revan threaded the potatoes and pork onto wooden skewers. He pondered how to cheer Gu Xiaoli up. Turning to the side, he noticed that Gu Xiaoli had stealthily taken several large chunks of meat from the pot and was now walking over to the panther. This time, the panther did not disdainfully reject the stew as before. Instead, it eagerly approached, salivating and lowering its head to devour the meat from Gu Xiaoli's hand. Gu Xiaoli resembled a compassionate rescuer who had finally managed to feed a wild kitten after days of effort. One hand offering meat while the other stroked the panther's head in satisfaction. Why is it always that panther? She thought, feeling somewhat deprived as she herself had yet to eat. Revan, clutching his carefully prepared potato and meat skewers, wore a grim expression. Gu Xiaoli was so engrossed in the panther that she failed to notice Revan's forlorn gaze, reminiscent of a wronged spouse. Xinggu, unable to suppress his amusement at the sight, called out, "Xiaoli, come eat some meat. Put the meat down. The panther can manage on its own. Revan's skewers are waiting for you." Only then did Gu Xiaoli notice Revan's pitiful expression, but she couldn't resist slipping a few more pieces of meat to the panther before hurriedly returning to the pot. She nodded in gratitude and accepted Revan's skewer. That detached thank you only deepened Revan's melancholy. Since returning from the mountain, he felt an invisible wall had formed between him and Gu Xiaoli. Despite her reliance on him for food, shelter, and care, he still felt like an outsider in her life. "What brings you here for dinner all of a sudden?" Gu Xiaoli asked Xinggu while eating. Disregarding Revan's melancholic demeanor, "I haven't tasted such delicious food in ages. I suddenly craved it and came over," Xinggu replied with a smile. Revan, lost in his thoughts, remained silent, and the atmosphere around the pot fell into a lull. "I heard you had a bit of an unpleasant incident on the back mountain today." Xinggu casually brought up. Gu Xiaoli suspected that Leo had noticed something amiss and had sent Xinggu to check on her. "It has nothing to worry about. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the customs, which led to my inadvertent offense," she replied with a resigned smile. Upon hearing this, Xinggu shook his head with a wry smile. Sometimes, the thoughts of males aren't too hard to decipher. Though Leo usually handles matters with great tact, when it comes to a female he likes, he can't help but act a bit awkwardly. If you understand his intentions and go along with him, you might just see a different side of him. Gu Xiaoli lowered her gaze, silently chewing her potatoes. She had no interest in discovering Leo's other side. All she wanted was to find a way to escape the clutches of that arrogant, male chauvinist and his dim-witted, troublemaking sycophant, Leah. Xinggu was Leo's right-hand man, and Gu Xiaoli only dared to voice her complaints internally. Maintaining a facade of peace. "Thank you for your advice. I will reflect on it and make my own choice," Gu Xiaoli responded flatly. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Xinggu sighed. "Ah, your stubbornness bears a striking resemblance to Leo's dictatorial nature. If you two clash, I truly wonder who will come out on top." Xinggu equated her persistence to Leo's tyranny, causing Gu Xiaoli to bristle. She never gave up on her pursuit of freedom and independence. While Leo sought to impose his will upon her, a fundamental difference between them. Feeling her principles unjustly conflated by Xinggu, Gu Xiaoli found it hard to swallow, and the delicious food before her suddenly lost its appeal. Ultimately, she could not suppress her rebuttal. "This isn't a matter of winning or losing. I simply wish to attain the freedom and respect I deserve." Her gaze burned with defiant resistance. Chapter 76. Surveillance. The fearless glimmer in her jet-black eyes caused a tremor in Xinggu's heart, momentarily rendering him speechless. He quickly realized that if Leo were to witness this, with his competitive nature, he would undoubtedly find ways to torment Gu Xiaoli. "Just keep those words to yourself. Make sure Leo doesn't hear them," Xinggu urged anxiously, because Singe tacitly accepted her viewpoint. Gu Xiaoli felt a measure of solace in her heart. She refrained from letting her animosity towards Leo spill over onto Singe and tilted her head with a smile, saying, "I must thank you for keeping today's conversation confidential." Singe let out a long sigh. While he could protect her secret for the moment, the underlying conflict between the two of them would remain unresolved, and there would come a day when even he, the mediator, could no longer maintain the peace. Unfortunately, both Leo and Gu Xiaoli were as stubborn as mules, and he could do nothing but hope that their story would not culminate in tragedy. The two shared no further words, and the remaining time of dinner passed amidst the hearty feasting of the group. That a massive wild boar had been boiled in a large pot that covered the cave's entrance. And after everyone had eaten their fill, even the little black panther, having been generously fed by Gu Xiaoli, let out a long, satisfied burp and lazily sprawled on the ground as the hour grew late. The two adult males swiftly tidied up the pot and the fire pit, while Raven laid down thick animal skins, waiting to lie down with Goose Xiaoli. Singe stepped outside the cave, but did not leave. Instead, he sat down on the ground, leaning against the mountain wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Inside the cave, Goose Xiaoli was tightly embraced by Raven, drifting into slumber, while the panther, fully sated, had already succumbed to dreams. Outside, Singe bathed in the moonlight, motionless against the wall. Throughout the night, the two beast men remained awake, one troubled by unspoken thoughts, the other bound by duty. As dawn broke, warm sunlight streamed into the cave, and the crisp chirping of birds, accompanied by the rising sun, heralded a delightful start to Goose Xiaoli's day. Stretching her limbs, she stepped outside, using her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight as she gazed into the distant mountains and forests. Unbeknownst to her, having spent nearly a quarter of a season in this beastly realm, the sweltering summer was already drawing to a close. The refreshing mountain breeze in the morning tousled her hair and fluttered her animal skin skirt. After several days of heavy rain, many purslane plants had begun to sprout on the mountainside. After feasting on rich venison and greasy pork for days on end, she had grown weary and decided to venture to a nearby mountain she had not visited for several days to gather some purslane for a refreshing dish. The mountain she selected was not only abundant with purslane, but also densely wooded with shrubs, interspersed with ravines and hills, providing a perfect cover for concealment. The black panther had begun to accept her culinary offerings with a semblance of ease. Though reluctant, it allowed her to stroke its fur without retaliation. It was time for her to present her conditions to the panther. Before making her demands, she needed to showcase her bargaining chips. Yet with Raven and Leo's subordinates in tow, she could not afford to act too conspicuously. After careful consideration, she chose Purslane Mountain from the few nearby peaks she had permission to explore. Singe, who had kept watch outside the cave all night, transformed into Richie before the sun rose. Goose Xiaoli, employing food as both bait and leverage, finally managed to coax the panther into accompanying her up the mountain. Carrying her handmade backpack, they soon encountered Richie, who had arrived not long ago. Unaware of Singe's vigilant watch, Goose Xiaoli was oblivious to the fact that Richie would remain tight-lipped about it. Upon hearing Goose Xiaoli's plan to gather purslane, Richie shrugged, indicating he had no objections. After all, climbing such a small mountain posed no challenge for him, and he could enjoy a meal atop the mountain at midday. What was there to complain about? Chapter 77. Seeking opportunity thus, Raven, Richie, Goose Xiaoli, and the Black Panther set off early, entering the sun-dappled woods to commence their ascent. Throughout the morning, Goose Xiaoli gathered wild vegetables while searching for suitable terrain and opportunities. Unfortunately, Richie was like a stubborn burr, refusing to leave her side no matter what excuse Goose Xiaoli conjured. As the four traversed a vast thicket, the previously relaxed Richie suddenly halted. The other two beastmen, having walked a short distance, soon realized and stopped, turning to look back at Richie. Richie abandoned his leisurely demeanor and cautiously approached the bushes that he crouched down, sniffing the air, seemingly unable to discern the scent. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, squinting as he pondered, before slowly standing up. What's wrong? Raven's heart sank alongside Richie's movements. Although he had detected nothing amiss himself, Richie's keen sense of smell had rarely led him astray during hunts. The seriousness etched on Richie's face made Raven fear for Goose Xiaoli's safety. After a moment of silence, Richie appeared to be puzzled, recalling that he had caught a fleeting whiff of an unfamiliar scent while passing the thicket. The scent was faint and elusive, making it impossible to identify which race it belonged to, but that brief olfactory encounter had ignited a sense of foreboding within him. However, upon retracing his steps and sniffing again, he was met only with the scent of earth and vegetation. Could his judgment have been mistaken? Richie found himself at a loss, looking up at the anxious expressions of Goose Xiaoli and Raven. And remembering the promised lunch, Richie waved his hand, signaling for everyone to continue their ascent. After a considerable amount of time spent walking, with the warmth of the mountain and the sporadic rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves indicating that midday was approaching, Goose Xiaoli still had not found an opportunity to be alone with the panther. The passage of time only intensified her anxiety. Approaching a shallow mountain stream, Goose Xiaoli decided to set down half a basket of wild vegetables and sat on a fallen tree trunk, as thick as a person to catch her breath. Raven, who had been closely following her, immediately produced some wild fruit and offered it to her mouth. Though parched, Goose Xiaoli pushed Raven's offering away, politely thanking him and declining. She rose and moved toward a nearby thicket. Crouching down, within the bushes were numerous small, red berries that tasted tart. While they might not quench her thirst as sweetly as Raven's wild fruit, Goose Xiaoli resolved to rely less on him. Determined to learn self-sufficiency and gradually survive in nature using her own strength, Raven withdrew his hand, still holding the fruit, feeling somewhat awkward. Goose Xiaoli's rejection had left him with a heavy heart. Nearby, the black panther lounged lazily, flicking its tail in boredom. The only thing that piqued its interest on this outing was the promised mouth-watering chicken and braised fish from Goose Xiaoli. Otherwise, it had little desire to accompany such a feeble female on a leisurely stroll. After finishing the berries, Goose Xiaoli began to fret about how to showcase her impressive skills in games to the panther without raising the suspicions of the other beastmen. During their ascent, Richie had appeared to meander casually, seemingly at ease, yet he had never strayed far from Goose Xiaoli's side. In contrast, Goose Xiaoli had gathered half a basket of wild vegetables, but had failed to discover any suitable hiding spots. Exhausting herself to the point where her legs felt as though they were shackled with stones, making every step a struggle, Singe, having paused alongside Goose Xiaoli, leaned against a tree trunk, whistling nonchalantly, the very obstacle to her plans, which only served to further irritate Goose Xiaoli. Casting her gaze towards the mountain, she scanned the lush greenery that obscured her view, unable to discern anything in the distance, uncertain if she would find an opportunity on the path ahead. Goose Xiaoli's dark eyes turned, and with a slight nod, she resolved to set up a pot for a meal right there, choosing to bide her time. Chapter 78. Seeking Opportunity 2, at noon. Goose Xiaoli suggested, "We should have braised fish for lunch. Richie, why don't you catch a few from the stream we passed earlier?" She endeavored to maintain a friendly smile. Richie's whistling ceased, and he casually plucked a green leaf. Chewing it while smirking, "I'm here to eat, not to be your errand boy. You can send Raven instead." Upon hearing this, Raven immediately stood up, eager to respond. "What kind of fish do you want? I'll go catch some for you." Goose Xiaoli was not particularly interested in any fish. She simply wanted to distract Richie that Raven's willingness to take charge had posed a significant obstacle in her attempts to send Richie away since they began their ascent. Clenching her jaw to suppress her irritation, Goose Xiaoli managed to muster a polite smile, saying, "I have no special requirements. Just a few plump, hearty fish will suffice." Oblivious to Goose Xiaoli's awkwardness and frustration, Raven accepted the command as if it were a matter of great honor and promptly set off to find fish without a moment's delay. Letting out a subdued sigh, Goose Xiaoli noticed Richie regarding her with a bemused smile, causing her heart to race with unease. Had she inadvertently revealed too much, raising his suspicions? Yet upon reflection, she found nothing particularly out of the ordinary in her behavior. Surely he wouldn't report such trivial matters to Leah. Would he? Nervously biting her lower lip, Goose Xiaoli stole a glance at Richie, who was toying with a leaf, and then, unwilling to relent, she tentatively suggested, "Richie, since we'll be cooking soon, could you please clear away the combustible materials here and set up a stone pot over the fire?" This time, Richie did not refuse, as Goose Xiaoli's culinary delights had not offended him. As long as Goose Xiaoli did not wander about aimlessly, he would not frivolously deprive himself of the pleasure of indulging in her offerings. Discarding the fragmented leaves in his grasp, Richie rose, manifesting his gleaming claws, and deftly swung them a few times. The dense vegetation, reaching up to his waist, fell in response, and before long, he had effortlessly cleared a patch of ground. After a brief circuit, he set his sights on a large rock situated beneath the wooden structure where Goose Xiaoli was seated. With a glance, he signaled to her to rise and approach the boulder. Bending down, his sharp claws sank deeply into the soft, dark earth on either side of the stone. With both hands gripping the rock, he rooted himself and, with a muscular twist of his narrow waist, heaved, unearthing a stone taller than a man. Meanwhile, Goose Xiaoli, having shouldered her bamboo basket, pointed toward a stream partially obscured by trees and informed Richie, who was busy excavating the stone, that she would wash some wild vegetables over there. Upon hearing her, Richie paused his efforts and craned his neck to glance at the stream she indicated in the distance. Despite a few shrubs blocking the view, he could still sense something amiss through sound and scent. Nodding in tacit agreement to Gu Xiaoli's request, he bent down once more to resume his task of digging. Gu Xiaoli, securing the bamboo basket with her arms, discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, waved her small hand behind her back where only the Black Panther could see, and then proceeded towards a creek. Although the distance was not far, she managed to position herself within Richie's visual blind spot, hoping that, with the trees shielding her, she could showcase her skills to the Black Panther. The panther, lying in place and awaiting its midday meal, cast a curious glance at Gu Xiaoli's subtle gestures, pausing its incessant swishing of its large black tail for a moment. Uncertain of her intentions, and with nothing else to occupy its time, the panther lazily yawned and slowly rose to follow Gu Xiaoli, who was deliberately slowing her pace. With her back turned to Richie, who occasionally cast glances in her direction, Gu Xiaoli endeavored to conceal her movements behind the tall bamboo basket. Her dark eyes scoured the surroundings, searching for a gully or tree that could provide cover from Richie's sight. Chapter 79. The youth sensing the keen gaze directed at her from behind, Gu Xiaoli dared not linger. Reluctantly, she removed the basket from her back, squatting by the riverbank to rinse the wild vegetables in the clear stream. The panther ambled over to the river, tilting its head to observe Gu Xiaoli washing the vegetables, almost as if it were summoned to witness this mundane task. Rolling its eyes in exasperation, the panther chose to ignore her and wandered upstream, lapping up the crisp mountain water, preoccupied with how to unveil her abilities to the panther without being detected by Richie. Gu Xiaoli inadvertently allowed a handful of tender green vegetables to be swept away by the current. Realizing her loss, she quickly leaned forward to retrieve the drifting greens, her porcelain-like fingertips just missing the vegetables, which were carried across to the opposite bank by the rushing water. Following the path of the vegetables with her gaze, a slender, snow-white hand suddenly emerged, half submerged in the water, intercepting the greens and scooping them up along with a handful of water. Was there someone else in the mountains? Gu Xiaoli looked up in surprise to find the owner of the hand, and just one glance held her frozen in her position of foraging for vegetables. The clear stream babbled gently, occasionally punctuated by the melodious chirps of birds. Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of towering trees, illuminating the youth's gray-white hair, which shimmered like a translucent veil in the light. Unlike the majority of the burly beastmen she had encountered, this boy possessed a fair complexion and a lithe figure, his neatly trimmed short hair swaying softly in the breeze. His silver eyes appeared detached, seemingly indifferent to the world around him, and the simple linen jumpsuit draped over him exuded an air of understated elegance. The youth remained silent, and upon sensing Gu Xiaoli's unwavering gaze, he stood and extended the wild vegetables towards her, meeting her eyes with his silver-gray ones. Adorned with a distant yet beautiful smile, Gu Xiaoli was jolted back to reality by the panther's deep growl, which seemed to harbor a strong animosity towards the unfamiliar. Handsome youth, adopting an aggressive stance and fixating on him with tense vigilance. From the panther's demeanor, Gu Xiaoli surmised that the boy likely did not belong to the panther clan. She glanced once more at the spot where the youth had just stood, only to find it now empty. The sounds of flowing water and birdsong persisted, while the handful of damp vegetables by the stream remained as the sole testament to the boy's brief existence. The panther, alerted by the tension in the air, was drawn to the sound of Richie's approach, striding through the grass with long legs and keen golden vertical pupils that quickly spotted the abandoned bundle of wild vegetables across the stream. His brow furrowed. The events of the day seemed to be more intricate than he had initially anticipated. Taking a moment to sniff the air along the riverbank, Richie detected a strong minty aroma that masked all other scents. However, since arriving in the mountains, he had only encountered a single mint plant at the foot of the hill. Seeing that Riki's expression was rather grim, Gu Xiaoli quickly tidied up the wild vegetables that had been washed, pushing him back to the stove while coaxing him gently to finish the stone pot first. The youth encountered by the river was indeed peculiar. However, Gu Xiaoli did not perceive any hostility from him. The leopard clan's strong aversion towards him was likely due to their differing races, which mattered little to her as a purebred individual. The grievances of various races were of no consequence to her. Regardless of any enmity between them and that youth, Gu Xiaoli was determined to prepare lunch first, as it was the fruit of her labor from a tiresome morning, and both Levin and Riki had contributed their efforts as well. Chapter 80. Steamed fish for lunch. Riki's demeanor remained serious, yet he did not refuse Gu Xiaoli's request, hastening to complete the stone pot. The Black Panther, startled by the earlier commotion, altered its leisurely pace to cautiously encircle Gu Xiaoli, occasionally eyeing the surrounding underbrush with vigilance. Before long, Riki had excavated the pot, lifting it with both hands to fill it with clear stream water at the creek, returning to place it with a thud atop the fire kindled in the stone pile. As Gu Xiaoli tossed in some seasonings to bring the water to a boil, Levin returned, carrying the tails of more than a dozen lively fish, initially intending to prepare a dish of spicy chicken to tantalize the Black Panther. Gu Xiaoli reconsidered, observing the serious and alert state of both the panther and Riki, deciding to postpone the dish and make do with steamed fish instead. With Gu Xiaoli's guidance, Levin skillfully gutted and cleaned the freshly caught fish, tossing them into the pot along with the seasonings. The three beasts and one human gathered around the pot, listening to the chirping of birds in the forest. Soon, the steamed fish began bubbling furiously, releasing an enticing aroma. The Black Panther eagerly nudged its large head toward the edge of the pot, only to be firmly pushed back by Gu Xiaoli's delicate hand. The panther's height allowed it to rest its chin on the rim of the pot. Concerned that the panther might not comprehend the danger of the heated stone pot, Gu Xiaoli admonished it to keep its distance while she grabbed a large leaf and used a clean stick to extract 3 fish, placing them on the leaf for the panther. The Black Panther would only resort to eating fish from the river in moments of extreme hunger and desperation. It was not due to a fear of fish bones. Its sharp teeth and barbed tongue could easily crush any fish skeleton. Rather, it was the fish's inherent fishy smell that left a lingering taste for days, creating a negative impression of fish as a food source. To Gu Xiaoli's surprise, the fish he had prepared in the pot turned out to be tender and delicious, devoid of the foul odor that the panther so despised. Worried that the panther might eat too hastily and choke on a fish bone or scald itself, she continuously urged it to take its time. Eventually, the panther devoured an entire fish, emerging unscathed and letting out a contented sigh, which allowed Gu Xiaoli to relax and begin enjoying her own fish. Levin had become somewhat accustomed to Gu Xiaoli's favoritism towards the Black Panther. Most females tended to have multiple mates. Perhaps he too should learn to exercise restraint. Additionally, Gu Xiaoli's affection for the panther was more akin to a profound maternal love, and her feelings for him truly reflected a genuine reliance and fondness for a male. Levin closed his eyes, seeking solace. The large pot of steamed fish was quickly emptied, yet Riki still bore a hint of concern, suggesting that the group should return to the cave for the day. Although it was a pity, Gu Xiaoli understood the apprehension of the leopard clan, who were protective of their important females in the presence of unidentified foreign beastmen, and readily agreed to Riki's proposal. Levin and Riki took the initiative to clean up the stone pot and extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoli sorted through the remaining ingredients that could be saved for the next meal, placing them back into the bamboo basket. The Black Panther, still unsated, lay on the ground, using its paws to prop its head up, its green eyes lazily half-closed as it watched Gu Xiaoli busily moving about. Suddenly, the panther closest to her twitched its nose, raising its head to gaze intently at her, its previously dull green eyes narrowing into slits. Gu Xiaoli picked up the last remaining scallions and garlic. Intending to place them into the bamboo basket and conclude her task, she inadvertently rushed and failed to notice a branch used for kindling on the ground, tripping over it with her leg. Chapter 81. One misfortune after another. Levin and Riki had their backs turned to her as they cleaned up the stone pot and fire pit, failing to react to her startled exclamation. Gu Xiaoli, propelled by inertia, lunged towards the bamboo basket, collapsing alongside it. The wild vegetables and seasonings within the basket were scattered chaotically across the ground, with a few cloves of garlic rolling into the underbrush. Gu Xiaoli's hands were smeared with dirt and debris as she awkwardly leaned on the basket. She groaned as she got up, wiping her hands before patting her knees, relieved to find that she was merely dirty and uninjured. Having fallen, no one came to assist her. Instead, 3 intense gazes bore down upon her. After being scrutinized for a while, she finally became aware of the awkward atmosphere. glancing left and right. Apart from the Black Panther's expression of surprise and shock, the other two adult males gazed at her as if they were ready to pounce and devour her. What was the big deal about tripping and knocking over a basket? Why did these beastly men look at her as if they were going to devour her alive? Even the usually shy Levin's gaze was unusually overt, making her feel as if her hairs were standing on end. In her confusion, she suddenly felt a warm rush in her lower abdomen, gradually pooling in her specially made animal skin triangle pants. Jiu Shally froze in place, incredulously looking down at her lower half. Having been here for over 2 months, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about the troublesome visitor. In the past, her menstrual cycle would often be delayed by a week or two when her health was poor or when she was preoccupied with trivial matters. However, after entering this beastly world, with her period being late for an extended period, she had gradually relaxed her vigilance. Yet, she never anticipated that her visitor would arrive at such an embarrassing moment, and the looks from the two beastly brothers made her want to dig a pit and bury herself. Levin struggled against the overwhelming urge emanating from the blood scent, which carried a hint of alluring temptation, as he trembled and approached Gu Shaoli. Riki, who had been staring at her oddly, suddenly turned sharply, noticing a slight disturbance in the forest ahead, causing the birds to take flight. "Run!" Riki shouted anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What?" Gu Shaoli was bewildered, not comprehending the situation, still frozen in place. Before she could grasp what was happening, the howls of wolves echoed from all directions of the forest, the rustling of leaves approaching at an alarming speed. Suddenly, a pack of gray-black wolves sprang from the surrounding bushes, encircling them tightly. Riki and Levin transformed into their formidable leopard forms, shielding Gu Shaoli protectively. Jiu Shaoli had never experienced such a dramatic encounter up close. Fear rendered her limbs weak, and she stood frozen. The Black Panther silently leaned against her, adopting a stance ready to fight. The wolves, while not as robust as the imposing Riki and Levin, still boasted a size comparable to that of a juvenile leopard. Dozens of wolves, large and small, formed a dense ring, leaving no escape for the group. Although the leopard's massive forms provided an advantage, the sheer number of wolves made the hearts of the 3 leopards, along with Gu Shaoli's, race wildly. The pack of wolves arched their backs, their claws glinting menacingly as they bared their sharp fangs, growling ominously. The imminent battle loomed, the standoff akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap at any moment. Chapter 82. Courageous battle against the wolves. A series of soft footsteps crunched on the leaves, drawing near, while the fierce wolves remained on guard. Amidst the tension, a strikingly handsome youth with silver-gray hair stood with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back, he appeared entirely unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere, his silver-gray eyes sparkling as he elegantly extended a slender, pale hand toward Gu Shaoli, motioning invitingly. "Come to my side." The youth's voice flowed like clear, tinkling stream water. Indeed, he was coming for her. Gu Shaoli had formed a rough guess upon first meeting him. Yet she had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth could command such a multitude of wolves, lying in ambush nearby, without being detected. Fixating on the beautiful youth, Gu Shaoli furrowed her brow. Silently retreating 2 steps, "I won't go. You can take your wolves and leave." The youth possessed a stunningly beautiful visage that would incite envy even among girls, exhibiting a demeanor that was gentle and courteous, in stark contrast to the brutish male who was consumed by discord at the mere sight of her. Logically, such a beast man would align more closely with Gu Shaoli's ideal archetype. However, upon first encountering him, an inexplicable sense of dissonance washed over her. It seemed that beneath the unfamiliar youth's graceful and amiable exterior lay an untouched abyss, a shadowy corner that, once glimpsed, could ensnare one in an endless darkness. Upon hearing Gu Shaoli's response, the youth lowered his hand, tinged with disappointment, shaking his head in a gesture of regret. Then, with an elegant smile, he looked up and said, "Then we shall have to ask you to leave." The word leave was pronounced with a distinct emphasis by the youth's melodious voice, sending a chill down Gu Shaoli's spine. After speaking, he took a small step back, still smiling as he gazed at Gu Shaoli. The 3 leopards remained tense, their eyes fixed on the wolves before them, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement from the adversary. The stagnant air was pierced by the youth's light laughter. And with that joyous sound, a multitude of wolves leapt from the ground, like arrows released from a bow, instantly obscuring the sky above Gu Xiaoli and her companions. The cacophony of beastly roars. The thud of claws striking the earth, the splatter of blood from torn flesh, and the crack of breaking bones filled the vibrant green forest. The three leopards engaged in a fierce melee with the pack of wolves. The smaller wolves being hurled through the air by the powerful leopards, bitten and even killed, yet they pressed on relentlessly, charging in waves against their formidable foes. None of the wolves directly targeted Gu Xiaoli. Instead, they focused on separating her from the protective embrace of the two robust adult leopards. The fifth wolf that attempted to charge at Gu Xiaoli was swiftly swatted away by Raven's mighty paw. Crashing against a stout tree trunk, did Gu Xiaoli clench her teeth, her fingertips digging into the tender flesh of her palm, the sharp pain finally bringing her some semblance of calm amidst the chaos. She crouched down and rolled toward the still smoldering campfire, seizing a piece of wood that was ablaze at one end, and with a fierce determination, she thrust it violently into the belly of the wolf that sought to ambush her from behind. With a mournful howl, the wolf's pelt was scorched, leaving a large blackened gash on its belly, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Wielding a torch, Gu Xiaoli managed to fend off several wolves. Beads of sweat already soaking her temples, trickling down her creamy neck and into her hide skirt. Her dwindling stamina dissipated at an alarming rate, diminishing both the power and precision of her counterattacks. The wolves, initially crippled by an innate fear of fire, gradually overcame their trepidation, their sinister eyes fixated on the torch in her grasp. Inching closer through her vulnerabilities, surrounded by foes, Gu Xiaoli found herself contending with 7 or 8 wolves from both the front and rear. Just as she turned her head to defend against the wolf creeping up behind her, one lunged from her blind spot, sinking its teeth into the wooden stick held tightly between her hands. Breathless and exhausted, she could not withstand the force of a wolf nearly twice her size, and the torch slipped from her grasp, clamped firmly in the wolf's drooling jaws. Chapter 83. The Moment of Crisis. Raven, burdened by 3 wolves clinging to him, remained distracted by Gu Xiaoli, regrettably unable to break free. Otherwise, he would have rushed to her side in an instant, as he caught a glimpse of her torch being snatched away. His blood surged, and with an inexplicable surge of strength, he violently shook off the wolves gnawing at his flesh and charged towards Gu Xiaoli. Unfortunately, the wolves were remarkably swift. In mere strides, they leaped into the air. Lunging toward her, Raven's eyes widened with desperation at the sight of Gu Xiaoli in peril, wishing he could teleport to her side for her protection. The Black Panther and Ricky, ensnared by wolves, were also at a distance, struggling to break free from their entrapment. Meanwhile, the youth clad in gray stood apart from the chaos, observing calmly from a slight distance. His silver-gray eyes gleamed with a hint of determination as he beheld Gu Xiaoli, now a caged bird. The closest wolf extended its dark, clawed paw in the air, poised to pounce on the vulnerable pure-blood girl and drag her away, amidst the cacophony of howls and splatters of blood. No one noticed Gu Xiaoli's hands, previously deprived of the torch, forming a bowing gesture in the in an instant. A resplendent golden bow, an arrow materialized in her grasp, and she swiftly released a lightning arrow aimed directly at the wolf's outstretched claws. The dazzling golden light streaked past the wolves surrounding her, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, as several of the wolves attacking her convulsed and collapsed, no longer the fierce predators they once were. The wolf clan had observed from afar as Gu Xiaoli was pursued by the panther, and though they had gleaned some understanding of her extraordinary abilities, they were caught off guard. The once fragile Gu Xiaoli had turned the tide, transforming several of the wolves under the boy's command into mere remnants of their former selves. The youth raised an eyebrow, his silver-gray eyes now reflecting awe and admiration as he assessed Gu Xiaoli. With a gesture of his sharply defined right hand, he commanded the stunned wolves on the ground to retreat, while a fresh wave of energetic wolves encircled Gu Xiaoli. This time, however, the wolves maintained a cautious distance, their eyes vigilantly tracking her every movement. With the golden bow in hand, Gu Xiaoli maneuvered and retreated towards Raven and Ricky. The still juvenile Black Panther, despite being surrounded by wolves of comparable size, relied on sheer determination and the experience gained from years of wandering to fend off several attackers. His speed undiminished despite his injuries. As he faced the menacing pack, the Black Panther prepared himself for a fight to the death. Having endured countless hardships while living alone, feeling little attachment to life, he would merely regret missing out on the culinary delights crafted by that seemingly useless female. Amidst his relentless struggle, he caught a glimpse of a frail figure approaching. Suddenly, several streaks of golden light flashed, causing the two wolves gnawing at him to yelp and release their grip. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Panther leaped and clamped his jaws around the neck of another wolf, attempting to ambush him. Silencing it with a swift snap, blood gushing forth. Upon turning back, he was astonished to find Gu Xiaoli, typically so feeble and seemingly only useful in the kitchen, wielding a glittering object he had never seen before. Repelling the wolves one by one with an impressive poise, for a moment, the Black Panther was momentarily taken aback, before plunging back into the ceaseless battle against the wolf horde. Chapter 84. The crisis persists throughout the ordeal. The youth remained a mere observer, shifting positions while never taking his eyes off Gu Xiaoli, watching as she continually drew back the bowstring. After a prolonged observation and a brief contemplation, he let out a sharp cry, redirecting the majority of the wolves' attention back to Gu Xiaoli. The wolves, having lost their initial fear of the unknown weapon, began to communicate in hushed growls, surrounding her in a pentagonal formation, launching probing attacks while nimbly evading her arrows. Progressively tightening their noose around her, cold sweat trickled down Gu Xiaoli's back. While she had initially intimidated the primitive beast with her newfound weapon, their fear had dissipated, exposing her fatal vulnerabilities. She was inherently too fragile. Although capable of delivering powerful strikes in short bursts, she lacked a stable self-defense mechanism. Even a minor misstep would grant her adversaries a lethal opportunity. The wolves had evidently discerned this weakness, and, leveraging their numerical advantage and agility, began to close in on her. Her heart raced as panic set in, her mistakes becoming more frequent, granting the wolves further chances to approach her. Just as a wolf leaped from the side, ready to pounce, the Black Panther suddenly darted to her side, intercepting the wolf's claws. Gu Xiaoli swiftly followed up with an arrow, dispatching the ambushing wolf. The Black Panther encircled Gu Xiaoli, forming a steadfast barrier, disregarding his pain to shield her from all impending dangers. Under the Black Panther's protection, Gu Xiaoli's aim regained its precision, and together they successfully repelled the encroaching wolves. The trio of panthers, seasoned veterans of battle, regarded their injuries and fatigue as trivial. However, for Gu Xiaoli, who had long been accustomed to a sedentary life, the sudden fright coupled with prolonged exertion had drained her energy to its last reserves. Continuing in this manner would only worsen her predicament. She contemplated employing a skill that summoned a thunderous storm, capable of striking all enemies within a designated area. The only drawback was her uncertainty regarding whether she could strike the wolves without inadvertently harming the three panthers as well. Amidst the high-intensity confrontation with the wolves, she found herself gasping for breath, her throat parched and her head spinning from oxygen deprivation. Her arms, weary from the continuous archery, felt as though each arrow weighed 1,000 pounds. With no time to spare, she could not afford to linger any longer. Gu Xiaoli focused her energy, closing her eyes to attune herself to the forest transformed into a battlefield, hoping to intuit a method for distinguishing her allies. Enabling the three panthers to evade collateral damage from her skill, akin to teammates in a game. Deprived of her lightning arrows, the Black Panther found the struggle against the wolves increasingly arduous. And moments later, it became nearly impossible to keep them at bay. Without the steady output of support behind him, the Black Panther grew anxious, low growls escaping his lips as fresh wounds marred his body. Just as the wolves threatened to breach his defenses, countless blinding beams of white light cascaded from the heavens, converging around Gu Xiaoli. The wolves encircling her were struck by the descending lightning, resulting in numerous casualties and anguished howls. The youth, observing from a distance, was also caught off guard by a bolt, stumbling back several steps in disarray. Gu Xiaoli had already lowered her bow and covered her ears, tensing her body in anticipation of the thunderstorm's conclusion. When she finally opened her eyes again, her worried gaze instinctively sought the direction of the Black Panther. Chapter 85. A new application of skills to her astonishment. He remained engaged in his struggle against the wolves, the one in his jaws already having succumbed to the thunder, smoke rising from its lifeless form. Remarkably, apart from the injuries sustained in battle, the Black Panther showed no signs of harm from the barrage of lightning. Raven and Shinga, who quickly approached, bore similar marks, wounds of various sizes, but were unscathed by the lightning strikes, although they had dispatched most of the wolves in the vicinity. The youth, lurking behind the bushes, continued to fixate on Gu Xiaoli, raising a hand to place his finger against his lips. A piercing whistle echoed through the forest, provoking a renewed rustling in the distance. Ricky could not help but curse. How many wolves has this infernal creature concealed nearby? Without further delay, Ricky took the lead, guiding the remaining three as they raced down the mountainside. The howling of wolves and the rumble of thunder echoed ominously. It was likely that the orcs of the tribe would soon come to investigate the disturbance, as long as they could escort Gu Xiaoli safely to the base of the mountain. With the support of their kin, everything would be manageable. Gu Xiaoli clutched the sleek fur of the Black Panther tightly, her body pressed against its back, fearful that a moment's inattention would send her tumbling down the steep, gnarled path lined with trees. Raven followed closely behind the panther, glancing back occasionally to provide cover. The three panthers surged towards the foot of the mountain like the wind, although few in number. The speed of the wolves trailing them was remarkable. Strangely, the wolves seemed to have lost the fierce determination they had displayed moments earlier, maintaining a distance as they flanked the two sides. Refraining from launching an attack despite their ability to catch up, they only occasionally posed a threat, forcing the three panthers to alter their course, though the wolves were generally weaker in physique compared to some robust herbivorous orcs. They thrived through cunning schemes and impeccable coordination. Ricky was acutely aware of the wolves' treachery, and as they ran, a sense of unease gnawed at him. After being compelled to change direction several times by the wolves, Ricky suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way as he crossed a patch of grass. The entire area collapsed beneath him. With his extensive experience, Ricky instinctively extended his powerful hind legs, kicking the earth behind him to propel himself upward, landing precariously on the edge of the pit, his sharp claws leaving deep marks in the soil as he clung to the wall of the crater. The Black Panther and Gu Xiaoli, however, were not so fortunate. Trusting Ricky's lead, they were focused solely on running without considering the dangers, and the smaller panther could not leap over the wide and deep pit, no matter how hard it tried. Below lay a treacherous pit filled with poisonous thorns disguised by fallen grass. To protect Gu Xiaoli, the panther fought against its instinct to roll over, but it could only watch helplessly as it began to fall. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, the panther felt a sudden tug as its hind legs were grasped, hanging upside down against the earthen wall. It turned out that Gu Xiaoli had activated a blink skill mid-air, using her mental link to the panther's allies to bring both herself and the panther to safety. However, transporting such a large creature significantly reduced the distance covered, and they barely returned to the edge of the pit. With Gu Xiaoli clutching the panther's ankle as they landed in that moment, the wolves, like phantoms, surged forth as the pit was triggered, surrounding them once more. Chapter 86. Escape. 1. As Gu Xiaoli landed, she knelt at the edge of the pit, suddenly bearing the full weight of the panther, her chest pressed against the rim, her shoulders yanked down violently, resulting in a couple of sharp cracks and a dull pain radiating from her upper arms. Her once smooth and gleaming shoulders now appeared elongated and distorted. The pit's bottom was filled with toxic thorns, and tears streamed down Gu Xiaoli's face as she thought of the panther. Gritting her teeth and refusing to let go, Raven, noticing her injury, swatted away a nearby wolf and turned to assess her wounds, his golden eyes glistening with concern. The panther's bloodied hind leg began to slip from her grasp due to gravity, as if determined to battle against death itself, while her hands, nearly numb from pain, clung desperately. The Black Panther, held tightly by Gu Xiaoli, clawed at the wall, slowly sliding down, its head nearing the treacherous thorns below. Raven, in his human form, seized the panther's long tail, pulling them both swiftly back to the edge of the pit. Though it was but a brief moment, Raven's unprotected skin bore the brunt of the wolves' merciless attacks, leaving him with several deep wounds. Once again surrounded, the oncoming wolves seemed endless, and the four of them were already battered from the previous skirmish. The arrival of the leopard tribe's reinforcements was uncertain, and if they continued to fight in this manner, it appeared that only Gu Xiaoli would survive. The wolf youth, like a specter, leaned against a tree trunk, gazing down at the three creatures struggling for survival around the pit that had been hastily dug by the wolf tribe overnight. Gu Xiaoli had indeed surprised him, yet the assault had dragged on for too long. A swift resolution was necessary before reinforcements arrived. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and several wolves immediately formed a tight encirclement around Gu Xiaoli. Avoiding the pit, the three panthers arranged themselves in a triangular formation to protect her in the center, ensuring no wolf could approach her closely to Gu Xiaoli. Summoning a golden arrow, found that the intense pain in her shoulders made even lifting her arms challenge, let alone drawing her bow. Her large-scale lightning arrow control skill was still on cooldown, and to immobilize the numerous wolves surrounding her, she would need to use an area freezing skill. However, the wolves were no strangers to Gu Xiaoli's various skills. They would likely scatter before she could complete the lengthy casting animation for her freezing skilled to shake off the relentless wolves. She had to devise a different plan. That Gu Xiaoli's hair was soaked with sweat, and despite the persistent pain in her shoulder, she maintained her focus for a moment. Retracting her bow, she made a feeble attempt at a running start, charging in the direction away from the panther. Her sudden movement startled the three panthers. Leaving their protective circle, she would soon be captured by the horde of wolves. The quick-reacting wolves locked their gaze on Gu Xiaoli, ceasing their attacks on the panthers and rushing toward her. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to reach the outer edge of the wolf pack, Gu Xiaoli vanished into thin air. The wolves, having tracked her every move, found themselves bewildered, searching frantically for their lost target. The two golden panthers had an inkling of what was happening. They had witnessed her disappear before when they had captured her, and they realized she was using her skill to lead them to safety. Chapter 87. Escape 2. In a state of shock, the Black Panther had yet to comprehend Gu Xiaoli's sudden disappearance when it felt a warm presence behind it, followed by the sensation of a light and soft body clinging to its fur. Gu Xiaoli had run toward the protective circle formed by the three panthers, only to execute a feint, using her invisibility skill before abruptly turning back. With limited mobility in her arms, she managed to leap and awkwardly seat herself upon the Black Panther's back. Her slender legs tightened around the panther's waist to prevent herself from being dislodged, while her arms hung in front of her, preparing to unleash the freezing skill at the most densely packed area of wolves. Beneath the towering trees, a thick canopy of leaves gathered above, rapidly forming a heavy blanket of dark clouds, as pale blue snowflakes began to fall, causing the air temperature to plummet. With a warm breath at her side, the Black Panther heard Gu Xiaoli's familiar, hushed voice. Go! Without hesitation, the panther's muscular limbs sprang into action, resembling a bolt of black lightning as it bounded over the wolves, racing down the mountain with Gu Xiaoli on its back. Raven and Ricky paid no heed to the frozen wolves, but upon catching a whiff of Gu Xiaoli's unique scent on the panther, they hurriedly followed. With a stoic expression, the youth's dark eyes remained fixed on the retreating figures of the three panthers, as if a tempest were brewing within. Fortunately, the wolves that had not been frozen wandered about beneath the trees, their howls pulling the youth's thoughts back to the present. The gray-haired boy's silver-gray gaze fell upon the wolves encased in ice. With a fluid motion, he gracefully descended from the towering tree and approached the frozen beasts, delivering a swift kick to the outer layer of ice. The brittle shell shattered, and the wolves trapped within sprang forth, shaking off the remnants of ice, while others followed suit, breaking free one by one to fall back. With the unwavering command of the youth, a dreary pack of dozens of wolves vanished in a silence in an instant, and the forest regained its vibrant vitality. Had it not been for the remnants of blood and fur on the ground, no one would have suspected the brutal struggle that had transpired here. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, 3 disheveled leopards were discovered by the leopard clan, who had come to investigate the thunderous sounds echoing from above. It was not merely the terrifying celestial phenomenon they had never witnessed before. nor the mingled scent of blood from both clans carried by the mountain breeze that drew the leopard clan's attention, but rather an elusive, maddeningly seductive aura of femininity that drove the beastmen nearly to madness. Coincidentally, Leah was out hunting on the distant plains today, and only a few leopards remained in the tribe to tend to the females and young. Scarsong had lingered in the tribe for several days without participating in the hunt, seeking an opportunity to approach Gu Xiaoli. When he had caught a distant glimpse of the thunder descending upon the mountain in broad daylight, he had briefly suspected it was related to Gu Xiaoli. Upon being the first to detect the faint scent in the air at the foot of the mountain, he joyfully abandoned the other beastmen and sprinted upwards. The higher he ran, the more pronounced the scent of blood became, even overpowering the sweet fragrance of the young female. However, Scarsong was not concerned for the safety of the leopard clan. Rather, this suited his intentions perfectly, with the guardians of her beauty absent. It was now easier for him to approach Gu Xiaoli. The main contingent of leopards, witnessing Scarsong rush out without a word, exchanged glances and followed him at a cautious distance, sniffing the air for the scent. Chapter 88. Medical attention. By the time Scarsong encountered Gu Xiaoli, she had dispelled her invisibility, her shoulders visibly swollen and red, her arms weakly dangling at the sides of the black panther. Her entire being slumped upon the blood-stained back of the creature. Scarsong reached out, intending to lift the defenseless Gu Xiaoli, but was met with a fierce snarl from Weiqi, prompting him to reluctantly withdraw his hand. Gu Xiaoli, gravely injured and pale, ignited the protective instincts of the arriving males, who approached one by one to express their concern for her. The black panther, bearing Gu Xiaoli, found itself encircled by a throng of burly men, unable to evade their attentions, which was infuriating. With a roar of frustration, the black panther could no longer endure the crowd, extending its sharp claws to part the beastmen and hurriedly making its way toward Gu Xiaoli's dwelling. Leywin could not attend to his own injuries, instead rushing after the black panther carrying Gu Xiaoli. Weiqi blocked most of the overly concerned beastmen, yelling in beast language from behind, instructing Lei Wan to lead the black panther and Gu Xiaoli to seek out the tribe shaman first. Within Rui's cave, the elderly man with a white beard, who was sorting herbs, caught a whiff of an unprecedentedly strong scent of blood drawing near, his white brows furrowed. The ruckus caused by the young beastmen was a common occurrence, with injuries from hunting or fighting regularly troubling him. Yet, the potent mingling of foreign scents with the blood was something he had never encountered in his years of practice. The sense of dread washed over him as he set down the herbs and walked to the cave entrance to peer outside. There he beheld Lei Wan and Ruiqi approaching in their human forms, their bodies nearly drenched in deep crimson blood. Following them was an adolescent black panther, similarly bloodied, though its dark fur concealed the extent of its injuries. The black panther also bore an unmoving figure upon its back. "Oh dear," Ray exclaimed, his voice quivering with age. "I have always warned these young beastmen not to act recklessly, yet they refused to listen." Rui, who had a good rapport with Lei Wan and Weiqi, felt both anger and sorrow upon seeing their severe wounds, that he hurriedly pushed aside the clutter at the cave entrance to clear space for them to enter. Turning to gather some hemostatic herbs, the black panther followed the two beastmen into the healer's cave, cautiously lowering itself to the ground as Lei Wan placed the unconscious Gu Xiaoli onto the animal pelts spread out by Weiqi. Rui had thought that dealing with the injuries of a few beastmen would be enough to occupy his attention. However, when he hurriedly approached the patients with his herbs, his gaze fell upon Gu Xiaoli, who had lost all color and lay unconscious in Lei Wen's arms. The herbs, gripped tightly in Rui's wrinkled hands, fell to the ground with a thud as he nearly stumbled to Gu Xiaoli's side. Though the ruckus caused by those young beastmen was one thing, how could they have reduced this precious, pure-blooded female, who had been so lively just days prior, to such a state? Rui's ears burned with rage, his white beard bristling with fury as he gazed upon the injured Gu Xiaoli, nearly exploding with indignation. Yet despite his anger, he could not afford to delay in attending to the wounds of the pure-blooded female. Suppressing his fury, he placed his hand on Gu Xiaoli's forehead to check her temperature, leaning in closely to examine the exaggerated swelling on her shoulders that a chill ran through him. Her forehead was burning hot, and the severe inflammation suggested she had suffered a dislocation that had likely been aggravated further, now swollen to the size of small hills. Chapter 89. Severe injury and coma. Not only did the symptoms indicate dislocation and bone injury, but even the fever alone, based on his previous experiences, suggested that less than half of female beastmen could endure such a condition, especially considering Gu Xiaoli was a pure-blooded female, inherently more delicate than the average beastman. Without daring to delay, Rui, who was usually slow and deliberate, hurriedly dashed to his herb pile, retrieving several roots of buplurum and vigorously pounding them with a stone pestle. His initial anger transformed into deep concern and fear, as he questioned whether Gu Xiaoli could survive such grievous injuries. After examining Gu Xiaoli, Rui's expression turned grave, causing the hearts of the three leopards to hang in suspense. Ruichi stepped forward, taking the pestle from Rui's hands to assist in grinding the herbs, knowing that if the elderly healer took too long, Gu Xiaoli might not make it. Rui gathered some water from his usual stock for preparing remedies, mixing it with the crushed buplurum before attempting to feed it to Gu Xiaoli. The unconscious girl's pale lips remained tightly shut, as the medicinal liquid trickled down her cheek, diluting the bloodstains on her animal skin skirt. Leah, cradling Gu Xiaoli's feverish body, was engulfed by overwhelming fear. In their daily interactions, he had only felt jealousy and envy. He had never considered the possibility that her radiant smile might one day vanish forever from his life. The mere thought of such a possibility pierced his heart with unbearable pain. Grasping the leaf Rui had used to attempt feeding her the medicine, Leah took a large mouthful of the mixture and, using his other arm to support Gu Xiaoli's face, leaned down to press his lips against hers, aiming for her feverish mouth. In her hazy state, Gu Xiaoli felt something cool and soft against her lips, and as her throat burned with thirst, a slightly astringent liquid flowed into her mouth. Instinctively, she accepted the offering. Ruichi's complex gaze shifted between the healer and Gu Xiaoli as he solemnly inquired, "Is her life in danger?" "Only in danger?" Rui's voice rose, his beard trembling with indignation. For her to survive the night would be a miracle, blessed by the beast god. This pack of rascals, who relish in their rowdiness, have caused a once-in-a-lifetime pure-blooded female to be wounded to such an extent. The memory of Gu Xiaoli's polite and charming smile during her recent visit weighed heavily on Rui's heart, contrasting sharply with her current state of near death. The thought of unleashing his fury upon those responsible for her injuries was nearly irresistible. Leah, despite his own grievous wounds still bleeding, felt a surge of desperation upon hearing the healer's words, pleading with Rui to do whatever it took to save Gu Xiaoli. Even the black panther, previously languidly licking its wounds at the cave entrance, lifted its head, its light green eyes filled with confusion as it gazed towards Gu Xiaoli, clearly unprepared for the possibility of losing her. Ruichi's heavy voice shattered the tense silence. "Rui, how confident are you that you can save her?" "3 parts," Rui replied grimly. "This child is gravely injured. At best, she is only a 3 in 10 chance of pulling through. Even if she does survive, the lasting effects are uncertain. Why can't you males treat the females with care? If you can't protect them, at least hand them over to others who can." Rui scolded with exasperation. The 2 beastmen fell silent, reflecting on the perilous journey up the mountain. Had they been more vigilant, they might have detected and avoided the wolf trap, preventing Gu Xiaoli from facing such a life-threatening ordeal. Chapter 90. Let her save herself. Ruichi furrowed his brow, gazing deeply at Gu Xiaoli as if making a monumental decision. He sighed heavily and stepped forward. "Wake her up," he commanded. Leah and Rui, both incredulous, turned to stare at Ruichi in disbelief. Leah remained frozen, still holding Gu Xiaoli. Rui, incensed, shouted at Ruichi, his frail limbs shaking with rage. "You little brat! How can you think of bullying a female at a time like this?" She lay in a deep coma, gravely injured. What she needed most was rest and rehabilitation. How could anyone forcibly awaken her at such a time? Ricky felt an urgent anxiety within him that Gu Xiaoli's chances of survival were merely 3 in 10. And allowing her to remain unconscious could very well lead to her demise. That he recalled that when Gu Xiaoli had first arrived, she had mentioned her ability to heal through song. a complete skill that could potentially save a life on the brink of death. Ricky kicked aside Rue's old foot, which was flailing about, and crouched beside Gu Xiaoli, fixing his gaze intently into Raven's eyes. He spoke each word with conviction. Gu Xiaoli can save herself, if you truly wish for her survival. Believe me, and wake her now. Raven stood momentarily, mouth agape in shock. Had she possessed such capability? He had never heard her mention it throughout their time together. However, after witnessing her extraordinary abilities, he found it increasingly plausible to trust Ricky's words. Perhaps Xiaoli simply had not found the right moment to reveal it to him. Unknown to them, Black Panther had drawn near to Gu Xiaoli, unable to approach due to the two leopards' presence. Yet it watched her anxiously, occasionally flicking its tail in agitation. After a moment's contemplation, Raven lowered his head and gently shook Gu Xiaoli in his arms. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her delicate brows furrowed, unresponsive to the world around her. Xiaoli, wake up, he whispered softly in her ear. This rate. With Raven's method, the sun could set and Gu Xiaoli might never awaken. Ricky strode purposefully to a large leaf where the old shaman stored water. Scooping a handful with a smaller leaf to cleanse his bloodied hands, he then returned to Gu Xiaoli, extricating her from Raven's embrace and positioning her upright. With cold, damp hands, he forcefully slapped her flushed cheeks. The sound of his relentless strikes echoed sharply, nearly causing the old shaman to faint. That he wanted to intervene, to stop Ricky, but he was trembling with rage and could muster no strength, only collapsing onto the ground. Lamenting, Raven supported Gu Xiaoli's upper body, his heart aching for her, yet he dared not obstruct Ricky. He understood that if she remained unresponsive, it could mean a permanent slumber from which she would never awaken. After a series of vigorous shakes and icy slaps, Gu Xiaoli's pale lips parted, releasing a faint groan. She had been lost in a long dream, wandering alone on a vast prairie, pursued by a pack of beasts with gaping maws, including leopards and jackals. She fled desperately, her modern home glowing softly in the distance with orange-yellow light. Yet no matter how she ran, the distance never shortened. Suddenly, a black panther appeared beside her, running alongside her. It seemed to harbor no intent to harm her, its beautiful light green eyes casting a disdainful glance in her direction, occasionally offering support when she stumbled. Time slipped away as she and the panther ran together, completely disoriented regarding her home. Abruptly, a violent shaking and stinging sensation jolted her awake, and she thought she heard a familiar voice calling her repeatedly. Chapter 91. The Song That Heals Wounds with Great Effort. Gu Xiaoli's heavy eyelids fluttered open, her dark eyes unfocused and bewildered as they scanned the surroundings. Several familiar figures surrounded her in the dim light of night. The sharp pain in her shoulder and the cacophony in her mind surged like a tide. As her senses, previously dulled by unconsciousness, flooded back, bringing immense agony, it seemed she had collapsed onto the Black Panther's back after evading the jackals with Raven and the others. She struggled to breathe, gasping yet unable to shake off the dizziness of asphyxiation, and felt an unbearable chill, as if she had been thrust into the depths of winter. Hurry, heal yourself. Ricky's anxious voice reached her ears, muffled as if through a chaotic sea. Please, don't leave me. Raven's voice, tinged with fear, even bore a hint of tears. If you fall asleep now, you may never awaken again. Quickly heal. In her dazed state, Gu Xiaoli's fevered mind wrestled with the notion of healing. Was she gravely ill? Was that why she felt so cold? A shadow of pure black flitted at the edge of her vision, appearing anxious, pacing in small circles. Suddenly, the memory of the untouchable Black Panther flashed through her mind, and instinctively, she reached out to soothe it. However, besides the unbearable ache in her shoulder, she felt no sensation in her recollection. The panther's once sleek, glossy fur was now stained crimson with blood, and she felt an overwhelming desire to soothe the wounds of that child, just as she had done the first time she saved the panther. She opened her mouth and tried to sing, her voice hoarse, attempting several times before finally piecing together a somewhat coherent melody. All four beastmen present could distinctly hear her raspy song, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Warm, white light erupted from the wounds of all 5 beings present, including Gu Xiaoli herself. visibly healing at an astonishing rate within mere seconds. Ordinary wounds vanished without a trace, while deep gashes left only delicate pink scars. Even the elderly Rue felt his once painful knees rejuvenated. As they regained their youthful agility, her healing was an area of effect skill. Any creature that heard her song could be healed of at least 80% of their injuries, except for Ricky, who cast a silent glance at Goose Xiaoli. The other three beastmen stared in disbelief at their own bodies, witnessing the remarkable healing of their wounds. Raven was the first to react, inspecting Goose Xiaoli thoroughly to ensure she had cooled down and was out of danger before he sighed in relief. "What in the world?" the shaman Rue exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in astonishment. Ricky turned to Rue, pulling him aside to speak in hushed tones, his expression serious. Rue remained in shock for quite some time before finally calming himself. With a face etched with wrinkles, he solemnly assured Ricky of something he had never expressed so earnestly before, even going so far as to swear an oath to the beast god. Goose Xiaoli returned to full vitality. Aside from a slight struggle to lift her arms over her head, she seemed well. After speaking with Ricky, Rue did not inquire further about Goose Xiaoli, but instead, with a radiant smile, he generously presented her with several bundles of herbs wrapped in beast skin, offering them to her with both hands. Chapter 92. The Trouble of Aunt Flo as Goose Xiaoli bent down. A fresh scent of blood mingled with a sweet, alluring feminine aroma wafted from her beast skin skirt. When she had first arrived, Rue had noticed a hint of that strangely sweet scent. Masked by the overwhelming stench of blood, but given their severe injuries, he had not thought to investigate further. Now, with their injuries subsiding, Rue inhaled the air, glancing at Goose Xiaoli, and was struck with astonishment. The enchanting fragrance emanating from her could drive any robust male into a frenzy. If Rue were not so advanced in years, he might have felt an uncontrollable urge himself. How much more so for the younger, more impetuous males in the tribe? How could they possibly resist such a scent? Allowing her to remain like this was unthinkable. The unbonded males in the tribe would surely swarm to her, causing chaos. Louis, trembling with urgency, turned to rummage through a pile of herbs for quite some time. His bushy white beard collected a fair amount of the dust that was stirred up before he emerged. Clutching a handful of herbs, the withered black plants exuded a bitter and astringent aroma, causing Goose Xiaoli to sneeze twice in quick succession. He handed the herbs over to Raven, earnestly instructing him to grind them into powder and sprinkle it over her to mask her scent. After an interminable lecture to Raven and Richie about the necessity of caring for Goose Xiaoli, he reluctantly allowed them to depart once their impatience became palpable. With most of the injuries sustained by the three orc warriors healed by Goose Xiaoli, there was no further need for herbs, and, as dusk approached, they escorted Goose Xiaoli back to the cave. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Leo, who had intrusively positioned himself in the center of the cave. Surveying them with his usual roguish smile, Daji Xiaoli felt a wave of discomfort wash over her under his scrutinizing gaze, lamenting her misfortune. Having been chased and beaten by wolves during the day, she now had to contend with Leo, the ever-suspicious old rogue, leaving her with no hope of a peaceful dinner. Tears of frustration cascaded silently within her heart, though she silently mocked her predicament. She mustered a smile as she faced Leo, politely nodding to welcome his presence. Leo furrowed his brow as he stared at Goose Xiaoli. He had detected a faintly alluring scent in the air, even before she entered the cave. And despite being masked by the pungent odor of the orc warriors, he instantly recognized it as that of a female. This was one of the reasons why purebred females were highly sought after. "You are in heat," Leo remarked with a smirk that sent a shiver down Goose Xiaoli's spine. She hurriedly retreated to a corner, wrapping herself tightly in a thick hide to conceal herself. Her scent was undeniably potent, and despite the presence of two strong males beside her on the journey back, it had still attracted the attention of several eager males. Raven crushed a small branch of bitter herbs and discreetly approached Goose Xiaoli. Sprinkling the crushed remnants into her hair and over her hide, a few particles of dust wafted into her nostrils, causing her to sneeze repeatedly from the acrid odor. Turning, she noticed Raven clutching a handful of peculiar herbs. His face contorted in distress. "What did you sprinkle? It tastes so bitter," Goose Xiaoli complained, pinching her nose and distancing herself from Raven, shaking her head vigorously to dislodge the powder from her body. This is the bitter herb given by the shaman. It can mask your scent so that other males do not detect you. Forget it. I really can't tolerate this smell, Gushali replied, grimacing as she moved further away from Raven. Reluctantly, Raven conceded. Even if her monthly cycle was upon her, she wouldn't roam about and would remain in the cave to avoid attracting too many males. Raven had prepared a clean pair of undergarments for Gushali. She accepted them, glancing awkwardly at the three males present. Raising an eyebrow at Gushali, Leo, surprisingly, did not trouble her further, calling for Raven and Richie while leading the cornered panther out of the cave. Chapter 93. The arrival of rabbit sauce outside the cave. Raven and Richie briefly reported to Leo about the events that transpired on the mountain. Leo's expression darkened upon hearing the account. Previously, there had been rumors suggesting that the wolves would make significant moves on the plains today. Leo had taken many of the tribe's strong young warriors to patrol and stand guard, only to find silence on the plains. While trouble brewed in his own territory, he learned about Gushali's ambush only after returning to the tribe following an afternoon of hunting. The fact that the wolf clan could set a trap so silently in his territory while managing to divert him. The tribe's chief suggested that there was an issue with his sources of information. Leo's elongated golden eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling smile crept across his lips. He was curious to see what tricks this orc could still conjure under his very nose. Inside the cave, Gushali quickly changed into the clean undergarments, wiping away the bloodstains with a hide before hastily putting on the new leather undergarments. The leather was not only unabsorbent, but also exceedingly heavy. Clinging to her uncomfortably, regretting her lack of foresight in addressing her monthly issue beforehand, she now found herself in an awkward position, forced to endure the discomfort. As the cool evening breeze swept through, the sky grew dim, and Leo opened his mouth to inquire further about the events, only to be interrupted by the sound of hurried scrambling and labored breathing coming from the nearby mountain path. Shally, are you all right? Rabbit Sauce gasped, bending over with her hands on her knees as she spoke in broken breaths. Behind her trailed the stout bear Zhuang, obscured by a bundle that blocked his view of the path. His hearty voice emerged from behind the load. Have we arrived? The three males stood still, watching as the panting Rabbit Sauce, clearly exhausted from her ascent, fell into silence. The Gu Xiaoli, who had faintly heard Rabbit Sauce's voice from within the cave, leaned out to peek, her eyes landing on the sweaty Rabbit Sauce, still trying to catch her breath, and the towering bear Zhuang, holding a mountain of items. What brings you here? Gu Xiaoli exclaimed with a mixture of shock and delight. Having endured a day of trials, while I was up the mountain pulling radishes, I overheard some males mentioning that you seem to be injured, Rabbit Sauce said, her worried gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoli. Seeing the bloodstains on her, along with her weary expression, Rabbit Sauce's face twisted with concern. Friends in times of adversity feel particularly dear, having faced numerous perils and close calls throughout the day. Gu Xiaoli had been on edge. Now, with the genuine concern of a trusted friend, her emotional barriers crumbled instantly, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes, warm and bittersweet. In a sudden embrace, Gu Xiaoli rushed forward to tightly hug Rabbit Sauce, burying her head in her soft, frail shoulder, wetting her leather skirt with her tears of grievance. Rabbit Sauce stumbled back a step from the force of Gu Xiaoli's embrace, momentarily taken aback, but then she raised her arms to return the hug, allowing Gu Xiaoli to lean against her shoulder as she gently stroked her hair, continuously offering comfort. Point one was of lowly status, living under the scrutiny of others, born to scorn. The other had traversed a path of oddities and trials, destined for a life of upheaval. The two girls clung tightly in the evening breeze, supporting one another. Leo raised an eyebrow, observing the two young ladies wrapped in each other's embrace. The herbivorous females of the tribe were of little use. He remembered that she had come to the tribe during a famine before he assumed power, and at that time, resources were plentiful, so they accepted her. To his surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous little rabbit had managed to forge a friendship with Gu Xiaoli. How could the ever-arrogant Leo comprehend the bond formed between two sisters wandering through life, finding solace in each other's struggles? After comforting Gu Xiaoli for a while, Rabbit Sauce leaned in close to her ear and softly suggested, "It's windy outside. Let's move inside the cave to talk. Gu Xiaoli, resting her head on Rabbit Sauce's shoulder, rubbed away her tears before lifting her head and responding with a muffled The two petite girls supported each other as they entered the cave together. Chapter 94. The Arrival of Rabbit Sauce 2. A wave of warmth surged forth, the vivid red hue once again covering the stains that Gu Xiaoli had previously wiped away before Rabbit Sauce ascended the mountain to find Gu Xiaoli. She had overheard several male orcs discussing that purebred females were in heat. Naturally, she had chosen to ignore their crude remarks, with a vast expanse of untouched wild vegetables remaining on the mountain. She hurriedly pulled Bear Zhuang along, intent on bringing back the soft leaves she had left over from her last cycle. Surrounding Gu Xiaoli with formidable protectors, Rabbit Sauce, though uncertain of the utility of her offerings, had thoughtlessly brought them along. Hearing that the males accompanying Gu Xiaoli had also sustained injuries, Rabbit Sauce had even gritted her teeth and packed away the winter supplies of radishes and sweet potatoes she had been hoarding. Leaving none behind that in the entirety of the beast world, Rabbit Sauce had only this one good friend, and feeling her genuine affection, she wholeheartedly reciprocated with care. Her petite nose twitched as she caught a whiff of a potent, blood-scented allure. In fact, she had sensed it when she embraced Gu Xiaoli earlier, but it was not as pronounced then as it was now. Several eager gazes fell upon Gu Xiaoli, who felt increasingly uncomfortable as she gripped the hide tightly. Attempting to ignore the lecherous stares, noticing the reddish-brown marks on Gu Xiaoli's legs, Rabbit Sauce wondered if she had prepared not a single soft leaf. Quickly, she rummaged through the items Bear Zhuang had been carrying. Extracting a large leaf bundle filled with soft leaves, Bear Zhuang, struggling to balance the remaining items, clumsily stumbled and fell, scattering sweet potatoes and radishes across the ground. Rabbit Sauce felt a pang of guilt toward Bear Zhuang, but was more concerned for Gu Xiaoli. Casting a quick apologetic glance at Bear Zhuang, she pulled Gu Xiaoli deeper into the cave, away from the dangerously hungry males. These are soft leaves. You should use them quickly. Rabbit Sauce picked the cleanest and freshest leaf from the bundle and placed it in Gu Xiaoli's hand. The young girl's small hand was covered by the large leaf, and she curiously pinched the leaf, examining it back and forth in front of her eyes. The green leaf in her hand was unlike most tree leaves. It possessed an extraordinarily thick and soft texture, with a sponge-like structure within, seemingly capable of absorbing liquids from its surface. Gu Xiaoli hesitated while gazing at the soft leaf, considering her unique situation and the possibility that this was her first time using it. Rabbit Sauce blushed and quietly reminded her, "You can place this on the bleeding area." Gu Xiaoli suddenly realized that it was the indigenous version of a sanitary pad. There were no records of such leaves in her game encyclopedia, perhaps because the characters in the game did not require eating, drinking, or other bodily functions, nor did they have regular menstrual cycles, thus lacking relevant information. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she glanced around while holding the soft leaf. Leo was watching the interaction between the two young females with great interest, while Raven looked at her with concern, as if he were about to rush over to help her change her sanitary pad at any moment. Sensing her awkwardness, Rabbit Sauce hurriedly found a complete animal hide, taller than a person, and with her two small paws grasping the corners, she held it high, creating a makeshift changing shelter between Gu Xiaoli and the other males. Gu Xiaoli thanked her and quickly changed into a clean pair of underwear, placing the soft leaf underneath. It was soft and breathable, absorbing the excess liquid and leaving her feeling much more comfortable. The two young girls, having finished their task, emerged hand in hand from the corner. Bear Strong was still clumsily picking up the sweet potatoes and carrots that had fallen to the ground. Earlier, Rabbit Sauce had treasured these items, claiming they were vital for her winter survival, not allowing him to touch them. It was puzzling why she now let him carry them all at once. Rabbit Sauce crouched down to help Bear Strong with the gathering, and when Gu Xiaoli attempted to crouch down to assist, Rabbit Sauce stopped her, pulling her aside and urging her to sit on the animal hide. "Xiaoli, with such severe injuries today, you shouldn't be working. Bear Strong, and I will take care of the gathering." Chapter 95, A Grand Dinner 1. In no time, Rabbit Sauce and Bear Strong cleaned up the area. With great effort, Rabbit Sauce dragged a large sack of carrots and another of sweet potatoes to Gu Xiaoli, saying, "These are the food I saved earlier, since you can't go up the mountain to gather during your heat. If you don't mind, you can eat what I've prepared." Didn't you say these were your winter supplies, and I mustn't let them get lost? Why are you giving them to her now? Bear Air, standing behind Rabbit Sauce, scratched his head in confusion. Who told you to speak out of turn? Rabbit Sauce, somewhat annoyed, poked Bear Strong's sturdy belly with her small arm. Bear Strong, unfazed, chuckled and apologized. Hearing Bear Strong's words, Goose Shally felt too embarrassed to accept Rabbit Sauce's gift. Despite her numerous refusals, she could not withstand Rabbit Sauce's enthusiasm and persistence, ultimately conceding and accepting 1/10 of each bag for that evening's dinner. The sky had completely darkened, and the stars in the clear sky sparkled like a vast ocean, dazzling and magnificent. The two sisters held hands, cherishing their bond and chatting for a long time. Reluctant to part ways, Raven contemplated turning the remaining herbs given by the old witch doctor into powder. Although Goose Shally disliked the scent, her heat aroma was undeniably alluring, and he detested the way the other males gazed at her. After Rabbit Sauce left, he would have to persuade Goose Shally to mask her scent in the stillness of the night. Only the gentle voices of the two females could be heard when suddenly a series of chicken clucks shattered the tranquility. Several chickens, either terrified or exhausted, began to scream, and the figure of the previously absent Black Panther appeared at the cave entrance. With a mouthful of feathers, he dragged in 7 or 8 flapping wild chickens. Releasing one, a wild chicken, lively and desperate to escape, was swiftly caught by the Black Panther, who knocked it unconscious with a swift paw. The once peaceful atmosphere inside the cave erupted into chaos. As several conscious chickens flew around in sheer panic, feathers floating in the air, a rooster, with its proud comb standing tall, spotted the Black Panther blocking the cave entrance, and, in a frenzy, nearly collided with Leo's face. Irritated, Leo waved his large hand, gripping the chicken by the neck, and with a swift motion, a crack echoed as the once vibrant rooster's head drooped limply, its neck twisted. Raven hurriedly chased after the remaining wild chickens. The Black Panther approached Goose Shally, dropping a chicken at her feet and nudging it towards her with his PW. The Goose Shally recalled her promise to the Black Panther to prepare steamed fish and mouth-watering chicken for him. But the wolf's interference had prevented her from fulfilling it. Unable to suppress her amusement, Goose Shally reached out to stroke the Black Panther's large head. She thought to herself that he had merely gone to catch chickens, and her earlier worries about him escaping were unfounded. He had become her loyal diner, and it seemed unlikely he would run away. After a tiring day, having been ambushed by wolves and returning empty-handed, Leo had just intended to take Ricky out to hunt some game to soothe her nerves when he witnessed the chaos caused by the wild chickens the Black Panther had brought back. Leo's expression cracked slightly, inwardly lamenting, not understanding why Goose Shally insisted on keeping that Black Panther, whose juvenile size rendered it incapable of bringing back anything substantial for dinner, instead creating a mess and yielding only a few meager bites of meat. With a silent sigh, he resolved that tonight's meal would rely on himself as the clan leader. Although he was still somewhat unruly, he had to take care of the female he had chosen. Chapter 96. A Grand Dinner, 2. Bear Strong happened to catch a wild chicken that had foolishly flopped in front of him. Having not eaten anything since morning, he drooled as he fixed his gaze on the clucking wild chicken and bit down, seizing it by the neck and head. Nearby, Rabbit Sauce, startled by the flurry of wild chickens, shrank into a ball, contrasting sharply with the burly and naive Bear Strong. Goose Shally hurriedly called out to Rabbit Sauce to stop him. Hearing Rabbit Sauce's prohibition, Bear Strong reluctantly licked the wild chicken's head a couple of times before spitting it out, the chicken now dripping with his saliva, dazed and clucking in confusion. Let us eat mouth-watering chicken together later. Don't eat it raw just yet, Goose Shally explained to Bear Strong. Mouth-watering chicken. Isn't this it? Bear Strong replied, puzzled, shaking the pitiful wild chicken that was now drenched in his saliva. Goose Shally couldn't help but chuckle, exasperatedly face-palming as she explained, not that kind of mouth-watering chicken. Just wait and you'll see when I cook it. Rabbit Sauce felt somewhat troubled. Bear Strong had a hearty appetite, and being so naive, he didn't know how to restrain himself. She had never given Goose Shally any meat before, and bringing Bear Strong along to mooch a meal felt too presumptuous. Goose Shally noticed Rabbit Sauce's hesitation and was about to persuade her to stay when Leo interjected. How can these few sharp-beaked creatures be enough for so many of us? Ricky and I'll go get some more. Tonight, let us take your big pot and eat at my cave." With that, Leo strode out of the cave, Ricky brushing off the feathers clinging to his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at the Black Panther before following Leo's lead into the hunt. Turning back, Rabbit Sauce found Gu Xiaoli had already linked arms with her. "You should stay for dinner. I happen to plan to make a pot of stir-fried radish with meat and roasted sweet potatoes with the food you provided. Bear Strong also enjoys the food I make, doesn't he?" As the timid Tu Jiang hesitated, Gu Xiaoli grasped her hand and playfully shook it, saying, "I'm just a lonely girl. Why not stay and keep me company?" Although Tu Jiang did not fully comprehend the implications of being a girl, she was nonetheless swayed by Gu Xiaoli's words and resolved to stay for dinner. In contrast to the previously excavated large stone pot, Raven's cave felt rather cramped, making it a challenge to maneuver the pot in and out. Consequently, the two females directed Raven and Xiong Zhuang to transport both the large and small pots, along with the available ingredients, to the cave atop Mount Leo. Once everything was settled, Gu Xiaoli stood at the cave entrance, hands on her hips, marveling at the chief's cave, perfectly nestled in the sheltered nook beneath a massive boulder at the peak of the mountain. The interior was not easily visible from the outside, yet stepping just a few paces out allowed one to experience a breathtaking view stretching for miles, with a panorama of the mountains laid out before them. The cave itself was a hidden gem, significantly larger than Raven's abode, boasting a concealed exit beneath the massive stone at the front and an ample opening at the top, large enough for an adult male to pass through. Positioned away from the wind, it faced a gentle slope, ensuring that rain would not lead to water accumulation inside. Raven arranged the oversized stone pot within the cave. Its spacious surroundings were more than sufficient to accommodate a circle of robust orcs like Xiong Zhuang, each measuring approximately 3 meters in width. Standing by the pot, one could gaze upward to see an opening large enough for a person, perfectly designed to vent smoke from the fire, preventing the vast cave from accumulating harmful gases. While waiting for the two hunters to return, Gu Xiaoli instructed Raven to set up a smaller pot to scald the unfortunate wild chickens caught by the Black Panther, starting with the mouth-watering saliva chicken. Despite lacking several seasonings and having simplified a few steps, the semi-cooked dish still emanated an enticing aroma, eliciting eager anticipation from the orcs present. Chapter 97. A Grand Feast 3. By the time Leo and Ricky returned with a haul of game as substantial as 2 mountains, the saliva chicken had fully cooked, its fragrance tantalizing everyone's taste buds. As Ricky climbed halfway up the mountainside, he caught a whiff of an unprecedented aroma, surmising it must be Gu Xiaoli's culinary creations from the wild chickens caught by the Black Panther. Dragging several prey larger than himself, he felt a surge of energy and rushed up to the summit. Leo, who had been leading the way, was overtaken by Ricky, resulting in a face full of dust. Momentarily stunned, he quickly picked up his pace to follow. Just as Ricky arrived at the cave's entrance, he found Xiong Zhuang and Raven nearly finishing off the last morsels of the saliva chicken. Without hesitation, Ricky dropped his quarry and dashed forward to scoop the remaining meat into his mouth, chewing voraciously and savoring the delightful blend of flavors. Leo, arriving a moment later, was met with the sight of an empty pot and the lingering, exquisite aroma filling the cave. With a scowl, he stepped inside, slamming a hefty pile of game onto the floor, causing both Gu Xiaoli and Tu Jiang to tremble. Xiong Zhuang, still chewing on chicken, seemed oblivious to Leo's menacing glare, wistfully eyeing the last remnants of broth in the pot, indicating he desired another batch. Startled by Leo's intimidating gaze, Tu Jiang quickly punched Xiong Zhuang, urging him to help with a new catch. Gu Xiaoli chimed in with a smile to diffuse the tension. "There are plenty of ingredients left for seasoning. We can make more. Tonight, everyone will have enough to eat. No need to fight over it." Only then did Leo retract his piercing gaze, though he still appeared somewhat displeased as he settled onto the ground. As the leader of the entire leopard tribe, Leo was robust and accompanied by his capable assistant, Ricky. Thus, the quality and quantity of their spoils were beyond reproach. Gu Xiaoli first directed Raven and Ricky to skin and bleed the wild boars, cutting them into pieces while discarding excess fat and organs. The remaining pork, neither too lean nor too fatty, was mixed with radishes for a simple stew, seasoned lightly for a mildly spicy flavor. The pot, large enough to hold 5 of Gu Xiaoli, was soon filled to capacity with a boar meat by the efficiently working orcs. Tujiang volunteered to assist, perching atop Xiongzhuang's shoulders, following Gu Xiaoli's instructions to break the cleaned radishes into segments, while also preparing other seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and star anise. Adding clear, sweet spring water, they set the pot over a roaring fire, and as the group settled around the pot, their faces beamed with eager anticipation. T.O. Gu Xiaoli's left sat Raven, and to her right, Tujiang, who quietly observed Tujiang. From time to time, Tujiang would tug on Xiongzhuang's ears, cautioning him against overeating. Xiongzhuang, with a look of innocence, would protest that the food was simply too delicious to resist. A rabbit, a bear, a petite herbivore, and a massive carnivorous beast. Xiongzhuang, typically dull-witted, was remarkably obedient to Tujiang, greeting her occasional reprimands with a smile and humbly accepting her criticisms in this world of beasts. The strict hierarchy of carnivorous orcs over herbivorous ones made Gu Xiaoli find the pairing of Tujiang and Xiongzhuang rather fascinating. Despite Xiongzhuang's natural foolishness, it was curious how a carnivorous orc would defer to an herbivorous one, fully devoted to her. What, one might wonder, was the origin of their bond? Gu Xiaoli poked Tujiang, her curiosity piqued. Tujiang, well aware of Gu Xiaoli's intrigue, smiled helplessly. After all, a little white rabbit and a brown bear seemed an almost impossible duo, especially since they had yet to become mates and merely cohabited. Under the flickering firelight, Tujiang began to recount her tale, revealing the story of her life with Xiongzhuang. Chapter 98. Tujiang's Past. 1. At the tender age of 9, Tujiang had found herself cast adrift in the leopard tribe, having fled her own clan during a year of famine, which had been decimated by neighboring carnivorous tribes. The few surviving members of her clan were scattered, seeking refuge. Unable to survive alone in the harsh savanna, the young Tujiang sought help from the leopard tribe, one of the most formidable tribes in the tropical grasslands. The leopard tribe embraced her with a spirit of love and tolerance, accepting the vulnerable rabbit. Nevertheless, life in the tribe did not improve significantly for Tujiang. The male carnivorous orcs held her in disdain, deeming her a frail herbivore. Forming a bond with her carried the risk of producing weak offspring. Even if not a rabbit, any other offspring would likely be inherently fragile, ill-suited for hunting and survival. Aside from modest shelter, Tujiang received no special attention from the males by the age of 10. She was entirely responsible for her own sustenance, enduring several illnesses without care, mustering the strength to survive alone. She believed she would spend her life in solitude within the leopard tribe until she encountered Xiongzhuang last year. That rainy season was particularly prolonged, with torrential downpours lasting for days without respite, flooding the plains and submerging nearly every flat expanse. The orcs lamented the challenges of hunting during the deluge, while Tujiang, isolated in a cave, subsisted on the meager supply of sweet potatoes she had stored on the third day. When her provisions ran out, the torrential rain finally ceased. Enduring hunger, she ventured into the mountains in search of food. Fortunate that the plants did not cunningly hide away like elusive animals after the rains. After the heavy rains, the resilient flora thrived, and wild vegetables and fruits quickly filled Tujiang's stomach, alleviating her worries for a time. On her descent, she noticed several orcs gathered around something on the exposed riverbank, discussing it animatedly. Cautiously, she approached and discovered a bear, a massive, powerful brown bear, partially buried in the mud, its fur matted with black muck. Lying on its back with eyes shut, unresponsive, Tujiang overheard the leopard tribe orcs lamenting that the bear was dying, yet no one was willing to use their hides to carry him to the shaman. And so they dispersed, leaving the bear motionless. Tujiang too turned to leave. After all, how could she, who struggled to care for herself, possibly attend to a bear? That night, as Tujiang lay awake, unable to sleep while gazing at the myriad stars, the image of the bear lingered in her mind, wondering if he was still alive in the dead of night. A small, pure white figure quietly approached the familiar riverbank, finding the enormous creature still lying there. She could not forget her own helplessness and panic when she lost all her kin and was forced to wander alone. If he were still alive, perhaps the bear felt equally lost. Just a glance, if he still breathed, she would save him. Tujiang reassured herself, wondering if he had perished after lying there for so long. She merely wished to take a glance, so that she could return and peacefully indulge in a restful slumber. The tiny fingers ventured towards the formidable nostrils of the bear, and Rabbit Sauce cautiously felt, her eyes gradually widening in astonishment. Although faint, he was indeed alive. Rabbit Sauce slowly rose, silently gazing at the massive bear sprawled on the ground, remaining still for an extended period. The following morning, the beastmen discovered that the half-dead bear on the mudflat had vanished, leaving only a long drag mark that led straight to the home of an unwelcome female. No one knew the immense strength and courage that the fragile Rabbit Sauce had expended to bring that colossal creature back home. Chapter 99. The Past of Rabbit Sauce 2. The mighty bear had resided in Rabbit Sauce's small cave for 3 days. During this time, he felt as though he were being fed like a rabbit, with tasteless meals comprising nothing but plants. Yet miraculously, he gradually regained his strength, perhaps due to his robust physique and the fat stored beneath his thick fur. However, the awakened bear did not express the gratitude that Rabbit Sauce had hoped for. He did not even utter a simple thank you. Instead, he clamored for his brother, frantically running about in a state of chaos, as if the sky were collapsing around him. Rabbit Sauce's offerings of food were hurled to the ground, and the bear's wild antics left her meticulously maintained cave in disarray. Unfortunately, Rabbit Sauce endured a few blows, her face quickly adorned with bruises. Despite her numerous attempts, Rabbit Sauce found it impossible to communicate with the bear, let alone calm his tempestuous emotions. He merely shouted in a panicked frenzy for his perhaps non-existent brother. Ignoring the presence of any beastmen around him, the bear was a fool. Within days, the entire tribe was aware that a simpleton bear had come to reside at Rabbit Sauce's home. Even so, she did not cast him out, for the autumn following the rainy season was particularly frigid. She reasoned that housing a brown bear would not occupy too much space. 3 days later, the fearless bear was finally brought low by unrelenting hunger. His limbs grew weak, collapsing onto the ground as he mumbled for meat from his brother. Summoning her courage, Rabbit Sauce offered him a piece of carrot, and the famished bear devoured it in one gulp. Embarking on a long journey of vegetarianism, Rabbit Sauce herself was uncertain how she managed to endure, as she had to prepare her own provisions before the cold season arrived, while simultaneously caring for the foolish and unruly bear. Perhaps it was the sight of the simpleton bear being bullied by other males of the tribe, or the image of the now thinner giant shivering in the winter cold that compelled her to keep him. As time passed, the bear no longer incessantly called for his brother, becoming taciturn and occasionally returning to the mountains to catch small game. She thought that the simpleton bear would never hold anyone in his heart until one fateful day. The most popular female of the tribe, Leah, was in a foul mood and happened upon Rabbit Sauce, kicking over her mushroom basket in a fit of rage. Rabbit Sauce, as always, endured the bullying and exclusion from Leah, accustomed to the treatment. This time, however, a small mountain of brown-black fur surged forward, colliding with Leah and sending her tumbling backward. Leah's admirers were momentarily stunned, allowing her to land face first in the dirt, her visage smeared with grime. Leah, who had always been exalted and revered, could hardly bear such indignity. The outcome was inevitable. The bear was surrounded and beaten by Leah's suitors until darkness fell. His body, which had begun to recover, once again sprawled on the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. Rabbit Sauce cried and pleaded for mercy, helplessly watching as the bear was struck down. As night fell, Leah, bored, led her suitors away, leaving Rabbit Sauce and the semi-conscious bear behind. Just as when he first arrived, Rabbit Sauce, barely reaching his chest, exerted all her strength to support him under his armpit, slowly making her way home, unwavering in her loyalty to in the bleak dawn of autumn. Each breath Rabbit Sauce exhaled turned to mist, and just before the sun rose, she returned home with the dejected bear. From that day forth, the bear's daily refrain officially shifted from calling for his brother to calling for Rabbit Sauce, the beast man he had once held in his heart, drifting away like leaves in the autumn wind, deeply buried beneath the coming winter's snow. Instead, the petite and endearing Rabbit Sauce had become the center of his world. Chapter 100. Dinner continues the experiences of Rabbit Sauce, and the bear left the onlookers filled with emotion as the story reached its conclusion, and the food in the pot began to bubble. The beastmen who had assisted Gu Xiaoli in preparing the food knew that when the contents of the large pot were boiling vigorously, it was time to eat. The circle of beastmen around the pot were all prepared with sharpened sticks, eagerly awaiting Gu Xiaoli's command to dig in. Gu Xiaoli surveyed the scene, noticing the dried remnants of chicken juice on the bear's chest, then glanced at the bubbling broth, suddenly struck by an idea. Previously, the food had mostly been stir-fried, and the occasional soup had been ladled out with sticks that, in truth, having bowls and spoons would be far more convenient for consuming soup. With the number of diners at an all-time high that evening, and several pots of diverse dishes awaiting preparation, it would not do to have everyone make do with sticks. Thus, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gu Xiaoli teased them, instructing each male beastman to venture out to find a stone the size of a basketball and a piece of wood as thick as an arm, as she gestured. The males looked perplexed, yet under Leo's lead, each returned with a stone. Gu Xiaoli directed them to carve out small pots in proportion to the shape of the stone cauldron, and the beastmen easily crafted their own stone bowls. She then picked up a stick, finding a patch of sand to sketch the shape of a spoon from 3 angles. Raven, Leo, and Ricky quickly grasped her meaning, skillfully crafting wooden spoons. The bear, clumsily guided by rabbit sauce, fashioned a crooked wooden spoon as well that, in her focus on guiding others, Gu Xiaoli neglected to prepare her own bowl and utensils, but Raven took the opportunity to venture out again, gathering stone and wood to create her a set. Seeing this, Rabbit Sauce also had the bear prepare a set for her. The stone bowl felt somewhat heavy for Gu Xiaoli. She demonstrated how to ladle meat and soup from the pot, cradling the bowl in her arm. The allure of the food spurred everyone to learn how to use the bowls and spoons with remarkable speed. Ricky, eager to eat more, swiftly found a massive stone, carving it into a basin-sized bowl, discarding his previous smaller creation, and hungrily devoured the contents with his strong arms cradling the filled basin. Leo, observing his once reliable right-hand man, felt a twinge of concern as he realized how much he could eat. Forgetting his loyalty to the chieftain in the face of food, an pot could withstand the appetites of a few robust leopards and a colossal bear. After several rounds of spicy stir-fried venison, steamed lamb chops, and a medley of liver and heart, Gu Xiaoli felt as though her stomach might burst. Rabbit Sauce had consumed nearly 80% of the vegetarian dishes, and as the last 2 pots were prepared, she leaned against the bear, signaling that she could eat no more. Yet, it seemed only the 2 females were filled. The remaining males had astonishing appetites, barely satisfied after 4 enormous meals. Had it not been for the late hour, the 2 females, yawning from fatigue, might have indulged in 3 more pots. As the evening meal drew to a close, Rabbit Sauce intended to stay with the bear to help clean up the leftovers. But Gu Xiaoli insisted they return home to sleep. The 3 leopards cooperatively fetched water to clean the stone pots and utensils, tidying the fire pit and returning the clutter to Raven's cave. In no time, the chieftain's spacious dwelling was transformed into a pristine state. Chapter 101. Staying overnight after Leo's residence had been tidied, Gu Xiaoli intended to rise and follow Raven back to his cave to sleep. Just as she lifted her foot, a strong hand grasped her slender arm, causing her to stagger back against the solid chest. Turning her head, she found Leo's calloused hand holding her upper arm, pulling her into his embrace in an ambiguous manner. Struggling to escape, Gu Xiaoli called out in a panic for Raven, who paused and turned, regarding Leo with a puzzled expression. "It's late. We must return to sleep." "Do you have any business, brother? You go back." "She stays," Leo replied, ignoring Raven and continuing to draw Gu Xiaoli into the cave. "But Xiaoli has always stayed with me." Raven hastily pursued the path in the cave, gesturing wildly in an attempt to reclaim Xiaoli. "You failed to safeguard her, Raven," came the piercing admonition from Leo, whose unwavering gaze left Raven unable to meet his eyes. The wolves, in an unusual display of provocation towards the leopard clan, likely had their sights set on Gu Xiaoli. Until recently, only a few beastmen associated with the leopard clan were aware of her skills and identity, but after the encounter with the wolves on the mountain, her abilities had become common knowledge. The wolves, now cognizant of this, would undoubtedly not relent easily. Moreover, aside from the external threat posed by the wolves, Gu Xiaoli's inadvertent actions had also rendered Leo distrustful. He discerned her polite yet distant demeanor towards Raven, She would not willingly attach herself to a male merely due to a singular gesture of goodwill. Raven's indecisiveness was wholly inadequate to protect Gu Shaoli amidst fierce competition. Leo felt it imperative to adopt certain measures soon. Even if he could not win her heart, he must at least ensure her presence remained with him for the time being. Raven's silence left Gu Shaoli in a state of panic. Unlike the naive and obedient Raven, Leo, having spent the night with her, could not be trusted not to impose his will upon her against her wishes. "I'm quite safe with Raven. There's truly no need for you to linger," she protested, struggling as fear tinged her clear voice. "Ha!" Leo scoffed, his hands tightening around her arms, rendering her immobile, his golden eyes reflecting a dark crimson glow in the dim cave. "Today, the Wolf Clan attacked. Not only did you fail to notice their ambush, but you also failed to protect her, leaving her life hanging in the balance. How will you safeguard her if you encounter the wolves again in the future?" After a prolonged silence, Raven finally lifted his head slowly, struggling to speak. "Shaoli, I am sorry. Your brother will take care of you." In that fleeting moment, Gu Shaoli ceased her struggles in Leo's grasp, her eyes wide with helplessness and disbelief. She had expected Raven to fight fiercely to take her back out of possessiveness, yet to her astonishment, he had hardly contested and had relinquished her so easily. Compared to the wolves, Gu Shaoli felt that Leo was the one more likely to bring her harm. The surprise and disappointment in her dark eyes pierced Raven's heart like a dagger. He yearned to protect Gu Shaoli from all harm. However, when faced with his own brother, Raven found himself utterly paralyzed, for everything he possessed was bestowed by his godlike sibling. In this beastly world, nothing compelled him to defy his brother. With heavy steps, Raven departed the cave, leaving Gu Shaoli alone with Leo. Chapter 102. Leo's night. The moment Leo released her, Gu Shaoli fled to the furthest corner of the cave as if escaping a plague. Leo cast a glance at her, unimpressed. Though Gu Shaoli was emotional, she was not foolish. She would not venture into the perilous wilderness alone in the dead of night, nor would she naively believe she could escape Leo's grasp on her own. Remaining with Leo for the night was her only option. Leo moved to an inconspicuous corner of the cave, bent down, and retrieved a hide pouch from the shadows, tossing it towards the ever-vigilant Gu Shaoli. She had curled up against the wall, clutching her arms, when the pouch unexpectedly blocked her view. Startled, she caught it and examined Leo with suspicion before unwrapping the hide pouch. Inside, she discovered the same green grass that the rabbit had previously given her. However, this batch appeared cleaner and fresher, evidently gathered not long ago. "Ensure your scent and blood are well concealed. Do not bring me trouble," Leo admonished, having approached her without her noticing. Gu Shaoli shrank back, yet complied, carefully stowing away the pouch of verdant grass. The previous supply from the rabbit had been scant. Perhaps it would not last her even 2 days. Now, with this unexpected gift, she would not refuse it. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Leo's mouth as he laid several hides thickly on the ground, beckoning Gu Shaoli to join him. Like a timid turtle, she clung to the soft green grass, refusing to move closer to him. Given Leo's past behavior, she was not convinced he would refrain from making advances while they slept. "Will you come over on your own, or shall I assist you?" Leo inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I will sleep over here. Truly, I prefer to sleep like this. I do not wish to disturb you. My patience is limited. Count to 3, he warned. Before he completed his count, Gu Shaoli realized she could not resist Leo's insistence and reluctantly stepped onto the hides he had laid out. Before Leo could wrap his arms around her, Gu Shaoli swiftly pulled a hide over herself, cocooning herself tightly as far from Leo as possible. The air fell silent for a moment, and Leo could not help but chuckle softly. He found Gu Shaoli to be quite unlike most females, who often behaved with arrogance. Her occasional cunning and the embarrassment she displayed when caught were rather endearing. Seizing the moment she was distracted, Leo's powerful arm reached out, drawing her toward him like a ball, pressing her against his warm chest, holding her securely in his embrace. The instant Gu Shaoli was captured, she braced herself for the worst, contemplating a drastic act to threaten Leo's integrity. Yet as she settled into his solid arms, her threats faltered. After a lengthy period of tension, Leo remained silent, simply holding her close without further action. He gently rested his chin atop her soft hair, Closing his eyes, he would possess her body, but not tonight. Nestled within the warmth of Leo's embrace, Gu Shaoli repeatedly reminded herself to remain vigilant. However, the day's adventures and exhaustion ultimately overwhelmed her, causing her to succumb to slumber amidst Leo's comforting warmth. The night passed without dreams. As dawn broke, Gu Shaoli awoke from the cold, realizing that Leo's warm chest had vacated while she still slept. A single hide was insufficient to keep her warm as autumn approached. Half awake, she shivered, sitting up and wrapping the hide around herself. Squinting to survey her surroundings, the domineering figure was gone, replaced by a familiar man approaching her with a smile. Rubbing her eyes, she focused and recognized Exengo. Chapter 103. Leo's actions cold? Wait here. I will fetch you warmth, Exengo said before disappearing. Jiu Shaoli, perplexed, sneezed several times in place. Moments later, Exengo returned, carrying a bundle of wood, squatting down to create a small fire before her. Wrapped in the hide, she extended her hands towards the flames, smiling as she squinted at the warmth. She could not help but admire how attentive and considerate Exengo was. He consistently noticed her predicaments and offered assistance with gentlemanly grace. After warming herself for a while, the sun had risen higher outside the cave. Jiu Shaoli, eager to nurture her bond with the black leopard, extinguished the fire with Exengo and prepared to step outside to check on the black leopard's well-being. Since being forcibly retained by Leo the previous night, she had not seen the black leopard and wondered if he had obediently returned to the cave with Raven. Before she could exit the cave, an arm blocked her path, preventing her advance. Jiu Shaoli. Exengo smiled and said, "The chieftain has commanded that you remain in his cave during your estrus period to recuperate. You are not to leave." Jiu Shaoli. Was she being placed under house arrest by Leo? A surge of anger welled within her. Who was he to unilaterally restrict her freedom? Stubbornly, Gu Shaoli attempted to evade. Yet, Exengo's smile and steadfast defense kept her at bay. "This is a command from the chieftain, and I must comply. I hope you can understand. Leo does this for your own good." Exengo explained, his smile unwavering. I could see that moment. Gu Shaoli desperately wished to storm out and berate Leo. But alas, she could not even pass Exengo. Exengo had often shown her kindness, and she felt unable to turn against him, for she did not wish to inadvertently harm him due to her conflict with Leo. Suppressing her frustration, Gu Shaoli plopped back down onto the hide bed that had yet to be packed away, unable to express her anger directly towards Exengo, and instead buried her head in her arms. Meanwhile, near the base of the mountain at the entrance to Rabbit's home, Rabbit was preparing to gather more food with Bear Zhuang after distributing a portion of her scant green grass and provisions to Gu Shaoli. Her long white ears perked up. Rabbit froze and listened intently to the sounds outside her cave. Someone was approaching, and from the sound of it, it seemed to be Leo. Ricky trailed behind Leo, his shoulders burdened by the weight of 3 wild boars he had hunted in the early morning. In the distance, he caught sight of the 2 snowy white ears of Rabbit Sauce peeking out from the cave entrance. It was one thing for her to send him to keep an eye on the rather oblivious Shaoli, for at least there were delicacies to be enjoyed in her company. But to be roused so early just to deliver 3 wild boars to a mere little white rabbit? It was truly a case of a female misjudging the tribe. Ricky lamented begrudgingly in his heart. The 3 plump wild boars were thudded onto the ground in Rabbit Sauce's cave, and aside from the jubilant Xiongzhuang. Both parties exchanged a silent gaze. Leo spoke first. "You and Xiongzhuang have been having a tough time. This is a small token of my appreciation as the tribe leader. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Xiongzhuang bounced with excitement, gazing at the prey, exclaiming, "For us? Of course, I'm satisfied. Absolutely delighted. You truly are the finest leopard I've ever encountered." Rabbit Sauce narrowed her white brows, casting a scrutinizing glance at Leo's official smile, and gently patted the oblivious Xiongzhuang, signaling him to temper his exuberance. Xiongzhuang, however, failed to grasp Rabbit Sauce's hint and bellowed, "Why are you patting me? The tribe leader is so generous. Rabbit Sauce, you ought to thank him." With a sigh of embarrassment, Rabbit Sauce raised her voice. "I am merely a weak herbivorous orc and have done nothing worthy of reward. Might I inquire what this means, tribe leader?" Chapter 104. The unwelcome visitor Rabbit Sauce was acutely aware of her standing within the tribe. Leo had always disregarded her. Whenever she was bullied by Leah and the other females, He turned a blind eye, and her existence was to him as insignificant as a blade of grass that could be snapped at any moment. His unusual concern for her could only be attributed to one possible reason: Xiaoli. The little rabbit is rather understanding. Leo chuckled lightly. Since Xiaoli has just arrived in this tribe and is unfamiliar with her surroundings, I am grateful to you for looking after her. There is no need for thanks. Everything I do for her is entirely voluntary, Rabbit Sauce replied coolly. When did their budding friendship become a matter for his external acknowledgement? She wondered what notion he held of himself. Leo's gaze toward Rabbit Sauce conveyed his undisguised disdain. Regardless of species or age, females always seem to lack perspective. At tea times, females, unlike males, would act on impulse, blinded by emotion, making choices they would regret for a lifetime. A.S. Xiaoli's good friend. You should counsel her wisely when she is unable to see the situation clearly. Rabbit Sauce's white brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disgust. Previously, Xiaoli had expressed her desire to leave the tribe while they were out on a picnic at the mountaintop. Leo, intent on monopolizing her value and abilities, would never allow her to depart. However, Rabbit Sauce did not anticipate that Leo would appoint her, an inconspicuous rabbit, to act as a mediator, setting aside whether her words, as a mere herbivorous orc, would hold any sway over noble purebloods. After learning about Xiaoli's character, she genuinely admired and supported her decision. How could she possibly assist Leo in imposing such a haughty mindset upon her? No matter the circumstances, I will always respect the choices Xiaoli makes for herself. I believe only she knows what is best for her. As soon as these words left Rabbit Sauce's mouth, the surrounding atmosphere noticeably chilled. Leo's thin lips tightened, and his smile vanished. He stepped closer, casting a shadow over the petite Rabbit Sauce, who instinctively recoiled in fright. Even the simple-minded Xiongzhuang sensed Rabbit Sauce's unease and rushed forward, attempting to push Leo away, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by Ricky. Xiongzhuang cried out in pain, and Rabbit Sauce immediately turned to check on him, but the oppressive aura from Leo rendered her immobile. In the backlight, Leo's indistinct figure spoke. I advise you to contemplate your own situation before making any impulsive choices. And consider your family as well. Rabbit Sauce lowered her head, listening to Xiongzhuang's furious cries and pained groans, her fists clenched tightly at her sides, trembling with rage, while her long white ears stood upright, quivering with indignation. Should Xiaoli show any signs of movement, I expect you to report to me immediately. Otherwise, I assure you that neither you nor your bear would wish to witness the consequences. Leo's magnetic voice droned lazily. He lifted a hand and pinched the edge of her snowy ear between his fingers, casually blowing away a small speck of dirt. Just a bug, Leo stated calmly. I understand. Rabbit Sauce managed to squeeze out the words, laden with a nasal tone. Leo stroked her white ear from beneath, as if rewarding an obedient pet. He remarked with satisfaction, It's good that you understand. I shall not disturb you any further. With a glance at Ricky, the two leopards swaggered out of the cave, leaving Xiongzhuang tightly embracing Rabbit Sauce, and the latter weeping quietly against Xiongzhuang's chest. Chapter 105. The hesitant exchange between two inside Leo's cave. Xiaoli curled up in a ball beneath a hide, isolating herself on the bedding. Singo leaned against the cave entrance wall, enjoying the rare tranquility without the need to hunt. The sudden confinement imposed by Leo filled Xiaoli with increasing anxiety. Ostensibly, she was kept nearby for her protection against the wolf pack's attacks. Yet even with an abundance of time and manpower, he could not sustain her captivity indefinitely. As long as she harbored thoughts of escape, Leo would not relent. He could not possibly keep her imprisoned for life. His decision seemed to hinge on waiting for something, an opportunity to alter her perspective. However, what could Leo possibly offer that would make her willingly stay? Following Leo's usual pattern, a dreadful thought crept in her mind. Xiaoli? Xiaoli? A familiar voice cut through her worries. She poked her head out from beneath the hide to see Raven, bent over and holding a fruit in one hand, gazing at her. After a restless night spent alone, Raven felt immense guilt for leaving Xiaoli with his brother Leo. Rising with the dawn, he had ventured up the mountain to gather Xiaoli's favorite fruits. After much hesitation in his own cave, he finally summoned the courage to visit the cave at the summit where the female who occupied his heart resided. Xiaoli regarded Raven with a complex expression for a long moment before ultimately expressing her gratitude. Accepting the fruit from his hand, the bright red, round fruit glistened with morning dew, and while she cradled it in her hands, she hesitated to take a bite, staring down at it as she turned it over. Raven broke the awkward silence, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" He had actually wanted to inquire if his brother had done anything to her, but the question morphed into something else before he could voice it. Even if his brother had indeed acted inappropriately, what could Raven do? The brother desires everything, yet he possesses no authority to obstruct it. Jiu Shaoli let out a muffled confessing that she did not truly resent Leywin for leaving her to confront the perilous Leo alone. That would be deceitful that a breath caught in her throat. Gu Shaoli abruptly lifted her gaze, having contemplated numerous inquiries filled with anger and grievance. She parted her lips to speak, but upon meeting Leywin's sorrowful eyes, no sound emerged. All her words transformed into a prolonged sigh as she averted her gaze once more. She had long understood Leywin's stance, and she acknowledged that she had no right to usurp the position of the brother who had cared for Leywin throughout his life. Nevertheless, when one is persistently engulfed in danger and beset by profound unease, there arises an instinctive yearning for the nearest individual, regardless of its practicality, akin to a drowning person desperately seeking salvation. Although she had resolved to no longer rely on Leywin, she found it increasingly difficult to act on this decision, for in this unfamiliar beastly world, Leywin was the first, and presently the only, one who demonstrated consistent thoughtfulness and concern for her, making it nearly impossible for her to forsake the warmth he provided. As thoughts of safety and protection crossed her mind, a shadow, entirely black, flickered in her consciousness, after being forcibly detained by Leo for an entire night. She had yet to see the Black Panther and was unaware of its current state. In a moment of shared understanding, an enraged growl echoed from the cave entrance. Jiu Shaoli hurriedly looked up to see a sleek black figure arching its back. Adopting an aggressive stance in an attempt to intimidate the gatekeeper, Xingu, the robust Xingu dismissed the juvenile Black Panther, his arms crossed, regarding the perceived threat as mere child's play. Chapter 106. A Master-Disciple Transaction Last Night. After satisfying his hunger, the Black Panther, disinterested in mingling with a group of cash leopards, returned to Leywin's cave to rest. He assumed that Gu Shaoli would, as usual, return to the cave, eager to shower him with affection. However, when the night deepened, the only one who returned was the despondent male Leywin, whom he held in contempt. That night, he gave little thought to it, considering that a weak female was hardly worthy of his concern. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the emptiness of the cave kept him tossing and turning, his full belly reminding him of a certain female's radiant smile. When morning arrived and Leywin also departed the cave, the Black Panther, feeling utterly bored, resolved to seek out Gu Shaoli. Following her unique scent, he arrived at the mountaintop cave where he had feasted the night before, only to be thwarted by the bothersome subordinates of the cash leopard. "Black Panther is my friend. Let him in. He will not harm anyone," Gu Shaoli interjected, halting the standoff between Richie and the Black Panther. Xingu, having seen the Black Panther in Gu Shaoli's company on several occasions and possessing some knowledge of her rescuing the juvenile, decided, out of consideration for Gu Shaoli's evident boredom, to make an exception and allowed the small Black Panther into the cave. Upon entering, the Black Panther was immediately enveloped by Gu Shaoli's embrace, her arms tightly around his neck. Having endured the betrayals and bullying from the two brothers, seeing the potential he had pinned all her hopes upon moved her to tears as she knelt down to embrace him, as if this gesture would provide her with a greater sense of security in her state of vulnerability. The Black Panther surprisingly did not reject her affectionate embrace, nuzzling her hair with his large, dark head. After indulging in her affection, Gu Shaoli stood up, patting the Black Panther's back before settling onto the fur-covered ground, gesturing for him to sit beside her. At some point, the Black Panther had ceased to feel the initial aversion to this female's closeness, gradually becoming more accepting and familiar. Naturally, he lay beside her, catching a whiff of the scents left by other males on the pelts, which caused him to wrinkle his nose in disdain. Yu Shaoli leaned affectionately against the Black Panther's back, resting her chin on her left hand while her right hand playfully toyed with his large, supple ears. The Black Panther relished her touch, contentedly rumbling a purr. Standing to the side, Leywin gazed forlornly at the intimacy shared between Gu Shaoli and the Black Panther. After a moment's hesitation, he lacked the courage to approach and instead walked to the cave entrance. Engaging Xinggu in idle conversation, Gu Shaoli pulled the Black Panther deeper into the cave. Her unease regarding Leo's actions reached a peak, compelling her to hasten her plans to influence the Black Panther. Seizing the moment of intimacy, Gu Shaoli gently rested her head on the Black Panther's large black head, her lips near his ear, whispering softly, "Did you witness my prowess against the wolves on the mountain? What were your thoughts?" The Black Panther opened his narrow, green eyes and contemplated her performance on the mountain. Indeed, it had been astonishing. He had never seen any species of beastman or pure human capable of executing such unique and lethal attacks, instantly becoming invisible, healing wounds, and delivering tremendous damage. "This is merely the tip of my capabilities," Gu Shaoli declared proudly. The Black Panther disregarded her self-promotion, shaking his head vigorously, causing her to bobble slightly. Unfazed by the Black Panther's lack of cooperation, Gu Shaoli continued, "These abilities aren't limited to me. I can teach others as well. Would you like to learn?" Chapter 107. A master-disciple transaction. As soon as her words fell, the Black Panther, who had been shaking his head, abruptly stopped, his eyes widening as he turned to look at her. That wasn't this something she could inherently do? Could it truly be imparted to other beastmen? If he were master, even just her ability to become invisible or unleash damaging light, he could overpower beastmen twice or thrice his size. As expected, the Black Panther was intrigued, and Gu Shaoli continued to entice him. "Teaching you is certainly possible, but there's a condition. You must call me master." The Black Panther tilted his head in confusion. "Meow? Master?" He had never encountered this term before. Gu Shaoli, resting on the fur, propped her chin up with her hand, meeting the Black Panther's gaze. "Master means I will impart my skills to you, enabling you to become stronger. However, you must heed my words at all times and protect me when I need it." The Black Panther let out a cry and jumped back, shaking his head in protest. He could agree to protect her, but he would not be foolish enough to heed the commands of a short-sighted female. Gu Shaoli, observing the Black Panther's indecision, pouted, "What's holding you back from learning?" The Black Panther lowered his head, emitting a discontented purr. He was undeniably envious of her extraordinary abilities, yet the conditions she proposed were simply too difficult for him to accept. His agitated movements caught the attention of the two beastmen at the cave entrance, who appeared ready to investigate further and possibly cast the Black Panther out. In a flurry, Gu Shaoli wrapped her arms around the Black Panther, vigorously rubbing his large head and playfully pressing his ears against his skull. Disregarding his protests, feigning intimacy as she signaled to the entrance that she and the Black Panther were unharmed. Leywin and Xinggu hesitated, glancing back to confirm the Black Panther posed no threat before returning to the entrance to continue their conversation. Reluctant to harm Gu Shaoli, the Black Panther refrained from struggling fiercely, his forepaws gripping the ground as he twisted and turned until he finally broke free from her clingy grasp. As Gu Shaoli stubbornly attempted to reattach herself to him, the Black Panther raised one of his hefty paws, pressing it against her face to prevent her from clinging to him like an octopus once more. Having failed to establish intimacy, Gu Shaoli sheepishly withdrew her hand, feigning indignation. After all, becoming a disciple is a lifelong commitment. "I shall give you a few days to consider it, but do seize the opportunity. I won't wait forever." The Black Panther lay deep in thought, resting its chin on the two ebony paws that the farmer had tucked against his chest. Gu Shaoli did not wish to press too hard. After all, a forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. It was essential for the Black Panther to perceive her kindness so that he might willingly seek her mentorship, which would render the endeavor meaningful. She turned her back, using the panther's robust form as a cushion, lazily reclining on the pure black bioweave sofa, allowing her body to relax. Unlike other adult males, whose gazes were often laden with anger or admiration, the Black Panther's eyes held a purity and clarity that was refreshing. Perhaps it was because the Black Panther was still a juvenile and not burdened by the complexities of seeking a mate. She never sensed the threat that every woman had felt from a man at some point. This absence of menace afforded her an immense trust in the Black Panther. Perhaps guided by a woman's intuition, she felt certain that he would not act upon any base desires to harm her. Now, the Black Panther had successfully experienced the fruits of her paid instruction, displaying both affirmation and longing for her abilities. It was merely a matter of time before she would accept him as her disciple. However, Leo's relentless pursuit left her anxious about whether she would have ample time to wait for this life-saving apprentice. The panther's jet-black tail swayed rhythmically behind him, and when it brushed against Gu Xiaoli, she seized it gently, playfully toying with it in her grasp. The Black Panther had long since grown accustomed to Gu Xiaoli's affectionate tendencies, and as long as she did not inflict pain, he allowed her liberties. Chapter 108. Swift wind as she caressed the panther's tail, Gu Xiaoli found solace in the Black Panther's company. Feeling that perhaps the days of her confinement were not so unbearable after all, she tilted her head to observe the two large ears that stood erect atop the panther's head. And suddenly a question struck her this day. She did not know the panther's name, nor did she possess any knowledge about his origins. According to Raven, the Black Panther was still a juvenile, and thus unable to transform into human form, preventing her from learning about his lineage from him. However, from the state in which she had found him, it was evident that he was emaciated and suffering from malnutrition, with a multitude of both old and new wounds suggesting he had received no protection from any adult beastmen. For whatever reason, he had endured a long and arduous existence all alone. She had heard Raven mention that there were no communities of beastmen primarily composed of Black Panthers in the nearby plains, indicating that he must have wandered from far away to in this beastly world, centered around females. If a male cub were to tragically lose his beast father, it was highly likely that his beast mother would show little concern for the child. Firstly, due to the scarcity of females who must bear numerous offspring throughout their lives, losing one or two is hardly extraordinary. Secondly, females are often pampered by the surrounding males from birth, leading them to a state of pride and self-centeredness, leaving little room for nurturing their young. Perhaps the young Black Panther had been abandoned by his beast parents for some reason, forced to fend for himself at a tender age. With this thought, Gu Xiaoli could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for the Black Panther, reaching out to gently groom his fur with her fingers. "What is your name?" she inquired. The Black Panther emitted a low grunt, recalling that when his beast father was alive, he had devoted himself to pleasing his beast mother, and for a long time after his birth, he had not possessed a name of his own. The surrounding beastmen merely referred to him by his father's name. His beast mother, fickle in her affections, quickly grew tired of his father and sought new companionship, while his father relentlessly endeavored each day to win her favor. His mother, unrelenting, used the pretext of wanting snow lotus flowers from the snowy mountains, fully aware that gathering them in the dead of winter was perilously dangerous. Yet she still commanded his father to undertake the task. As expected, his father never returned from the snowy mountains, and the following spring, other beastmen discovered his frozen body, now thawed, atop that very mountain. The young Black Panther had witnessed the entire ordeal. He had desperately tried to dissuade his father from the perilous venture, but ultimately to no avail. Without the protection of his father, he struggled within the tribe, often bullied by other beast fathers. Regardless of how grievously he was injured, his mother remained indifferent in his young heart. The accumulation of resentment eventually erupted. The year following his father's death, he departed the tribe alone, embarking on a journey of wandering. The harshness of nature's environment is unforgiving. Typically, beastmen would not choose to leave their tribes to live solitary lives unless they had committed an unforgivable transgression or had been abandoned by a female partner. Yet for the Black Panther, life outside, though fraught with hardship, was far preferable to facing the daily humiliation and abuse from his mother's other partners. Had he not encountered a vicious band of rogue beasts on the plains, he would not have sustained the severe injuries that led Gu Xiaoli to rescue him. The Black Panther was unable to articulate human speech, prompting Gu Xiaoli to continue her musings aloud. "Do you have a name?" The Black Panther did not respond. "Perhaps I should give you a name." "Let me think. You are so black. How about calling you Little Black?" The Black Panther protested with a growl, having already encountered 3 other Black Panthers named Little Black in his former tribe. "What should we call you then?" Gu Xiaoli pondered, stroking her chin. The Black Panther ran with the swiftness of the wind. akin to a bolt of black lightning, and an idea suddenly illuminated Gu Xiaoli's mind. Swift as the wind. Let's call you Jiefeng. What do you think? Chapter 109. Leo's persuasion upon hearing this name. The Black Panther's slit pupils widened slightly. Jiefeng, swift as the wind. His half-brothers typically bore names like Black 1, Black 2, all the way to Black 18. He had never imagined that a name could be so melodious and carry such significance, causing a flutter of joy within him. The Black Panther silently committed this name to memory, while outwardly he maintained an indifferent demeanor. Noticing that the Black Panther did not voice further objections, merely scratching at his large ears, Gu Xiaoli took this as tacit approval of the name. Clinging to his neck, her upper body pressed against his back, she repeatedly called out Jiefeng with delight. After playing with Jiefeng for a while, Raven, having heard from Xingge that Leo would likely return in the morning, worried that his brother would oppose his unilateral decision to bring the Black Panther to see Gu Xiaoli, decided to take the Black Panther back to his cave first. Before departing, Gu Xiaoli earnestly admonished Jiefeng to take good care of himself. The Black Panther endured a lengthy lecture as she tugged at his ears, feigning impatience on the surface, yet feeling a warm satisfaction within. Once Jiefeng and Raven had left, Gu Xiaoli shed her previous despondency, nibbling on some fruits that Raven had brought, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Xingge. She could sense that the Black Panther's attitude toward her had gradually shifted from rejection to acceptance, and with her mentorship endeavor set in motion, her heart felt considerably lighter. After finishing the fruits, Leo returned to the cave, bringing Ricky with him, but he stood at the entrance, issuing instructions to Xingge and Ricky, who quickly dispersed, leaving only Gu Xiaoli and Leo. Leo's slow approach caused Gu Xiaoli to retreat to the edge of the animal skin. Hugging her knees and watching him warily, Leo regarded her defensive posture with indifference. He leisurely squatted in the center of the Furby. As he drew closer, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, which intensified as he sat down. The scent of that little mongrel she had brought back. His thick brows furrowed subtly, but remembering Gu Xiaoli's presence, he suppressed the rising irritation. While he could forcibly keep her by his side, he understood that her willingness to cooperate would make everything much easier, that he hoped she would soon recognize the situation and align herself with him, thus sparing herself some suffering. Breaking the silence, Leo began, Gu Xiaoli, your skills are remarkable, leaving a strong impression on me. This indeed grants you leverage in negotiations. However, I trust you have realized that while your little tricks may be enticing, without a powerful beastman to protect you, you cannot hope to survive in this world relying solely on your own strength. What do you want to say? Gu Xiaoli replied, displeased. Leo nonchalantly plucked a strand of black fur from the animal's skin and blew on it, watching it float gently to the ground. While females could easily secure a living through their appearance and bodies, to truly thrive, one must possess sound judgment. That a purebred female with your abilities would find it exceedingly challenging to conceal her identity and avoid conflict in this grassland. An ordinary male beastman would struggle to protect you, let alone a mere juvenile like that little cub. But I wield control over the most powerful tribe in this grassland. Only a beastman of my caliber possesses the capacity to claim you as his own. Gu Xiaoli's face was as pale as water, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. What she had always desired was never the company of powerful and influential beastmen. Rather, what she truly needed was understanding and respect. Equality and independence. It was precisely a blank slate like the Black Panther Jiefeng, devoid of any background, who could engage with her on equal terms, offering her the respect and understanding she yearned for. She spoke coldly. I will make my own judgments about my life, and this is none of your concern. Chapter 110. The Life of House Arrest. Leo chuckled dismissively and said, in 10 days, the tribe will hold a celebration, at which time I will announce you as the matriarch. That Gu Xiaoli turned around, her eyes wide in disbelief. She was to be the matriarch? Leo was the chieftain, which meant he intended to bond with her. She quickly shook her head, her denial interrupted by Leo. The chieftain had the freedom to choose a partner within the tribe, and that was the rule. No tribe member had the authority to refuse. Gu Xiaoli was left dumbfounded, a lump lodged in her throat, unable to breathe for what felt like an eternity. Ignoring her dazed expression, Leo seized her arm and pulled her up from the animal skins, his other hand crumpling the several layers of thick pelts beneath him. Leo could not tolerate his possessions being touched by any other beastmen. These pelts had already absorbed the stench of mingling, and could only be discarded. Holding a large bundle of pelts, Leo turned to Gu Xiaoli as he was about to leave and said, "I will stay with you for the days leading up to the celebration. You need only remain here quietly." As soon as Leo left, the cave felt empty and unguarded. In 10 days, she would be forced to bond with this man she despised to the core. Gu Xiaoli even entertained the reckless idea of escaping the tribe at all costs. After a moment of shock, her rationality returned, forcing her to abandon that impractical thought, setting aside whether Leo would leave her alone. The very notion of slipping away unnoticed among the tribe's inhabitants was nearly impossible. Dazed, her footing unsteady, Gu Xiaoli leaned against the wall, uncertain of her future. Leo soon returned with dozens of pristine, clean pelts, laying them out for her. Yet, Gu Xiaoli felt no joy. The following days unfolded just as Leo had said. Aside from delegating tribal affairs to Xing'a and Rookie, he remained constantly by her side. Several times, Leywin brought the Black Panther to visit Gu Xiaoli, but each time Leo barred their entry. Leo took meticulous care of Gu Xiaoli's daily needs, yet her spirit suffered daily torment. She felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, carefully nurtured and marinated, only to be served as sashimi 10 days hence. When her menstrual cycle reached its most agonizing phase, she had tried various remedies, brown sugar water, heating pads, or resting all day, but to no avail. Each month, she relied on painkillers to cope. Unfortunately, in the world of beastmen, even the shadow of painkillers eluded her. She could only curl up like a shrimp, pressing her arms against her abdomen amidst the pile of pelts. Without the gentle presence of Leywin and the charming Black Panther, Gu Xiaoli had to remain vigilant against Leo, whose beastly instincts might erupt due to her scent. With grievances unvoiced, she could only stifle her tears. Soaking a large patch of pelts with her sorrow, Leo observed her suffering, recalling the agony endured by other females in heat within the tribe. They often vented their frustrations upon their beastly counterparts. He had expected Gu Xiaoli to unleash her fury during this period, perhaps even muster the courage to confront him, yet she bore her pain in silence. With a sigh, Leo resolved to find ways to alleviate her suffering. Seeing her in such a state, he realized that escaping was not an option for her at the moment. He decided to venture out in search of food that might bring her some comfort. While it might not heal her wounds, it could at least distract her mind. Chapter 111. Intrigue 1. Initially intending to prepare a pot of hot soup from memory, Leo collided with Xing'a, who was hurrying over. It turned out that the wolf tribe had come to sincerely apologize for the earlier attack on Gu Xiaoli. The eldest son of the wolf tribe, accompanied by several strong wolves, was blocking the eastern village entrance, refusing to leave without seeing Gu Xiaoli. With half the tribe dispatched for hunting, the guards were outnumbered and dared not act rashly, thus seeking the chieftainess' guidance. Leo's expression darkened as he left Xing'a to watch over Gu Xiaoli and swiftly transformed into a leopard, racing toward the eastern part of the tribe. Curled up in the pelts, Gu Xiaoli felt as though she was being cradled together with the pelts and carried along. Having endured a night of pain, she was now exhausted and in agony, her mind too foggy to engage with the outside world. She buried her head in the pelts, allowing the outside world to envelop her. Xing'a, noticing her distress, approached the cave and added 2 clean pelts over her. According to the shaman Rue, her abdominal pain was a natural consequence of her heat cycle. He had seen other females lash out at their mates during such moments. But there was no fundamental remedy. He could only silently accompany her in the eastern part of the leopard tribe. The trees that cascaded down from the mountains gradually thinned out into the plains. The autumn sun remained scorching, casting waves of heat over the sparse grasslands. The massive golden leopard swiftly approached the eastern edge of the tribe, where the sparse trees on the plain revealed a gray mass and a golden-brown mass divided by an invisible line. Leo hastened toward the standoff between the wolf and leopard tribes, as the rear ranks of the leopard tribe retreated to clear a path for him. Navigating through the throng of beastmen, he quickly spotted the leader of the wolf tribe, Lu Shun, the eldest son of the wolf tribe as chieftain. Lu Shun was tall and muscular, his back slightly hunched. despite the wolf tribe's average smaller stature compared to the leopard tribe. He towered over Leo by half a head, rumored to be the product of a purebred human mother. Beneath the bright, cloudless sky, shadows cast over his deep-set eyes obscured their dark gray hue. Unfazed by Leo's displeasure as he strode purposefully towards him, Lu Shan donned a practiced, courteous smile. "Chieftain Leo, since your ascendance, your name has echoed across the plains that it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You truly stand apart." Get to the point, Leo's expression was cold enough to freeze water. "Well, it's not a major issue. A few days ago, my younger brother got lost and had a little conflict with a purebred female. I've come to apologize and explain on his behalf that I believe she resides here, and I wish to make amends," Lucian replied, gesturing toward the mountain of pelts and meats brought by the wolf tribe. Chapter 112. Intrigue 2. "That won't be necessary. She requires no explanation. You may leave," Leo said, not even glancing at the gifts Lucian had brought. "That simply won't do. Purebred females are exceedingly precious. And I trust you understand that we, the wolf tribe, cannot afford to leave a poor impression upon meeting her. This gesture of goodwill must be presented in person. It would be inappropriate for you to accept it on her behalf." Lucian maintained his smiling facade. Leo, growing impatient, shot a glance at Lucian and his so-called offerings, saying, "Leave the items here. You may go back." "Haha, Chieftain Leo certainly has a sense of humor. These gifts are meant as an apology for Gu Xiaoli, and they must be delivered personally to her. How could we allow you to accept them on her behalf? My younger brother mentioned that the purebred female has yet to bond with any beastmen, and thus possesses the right to choose freely. Are you afraid she might not accept you?" Lucian's smile concealed malice. In the world of beastmen, the right to choose a mate always rested with the female. Any attempt to claim her without her consent would invite a united front from the surrounding tribe's males, particularly concerning a rare, purebred female. Leo's expression turned frigid, declaring, "She is currently unwell and cannot receive guests. If you wish to see her, it would be better to discuss it another time," Lucian persisted. "Rest assured, we shall not disturb her rest. Once the gifts are delivered, we will depart immediately." In Leo's somber eyes, a hint of murderous intent flickered. It was evident that this pack of wolves had their sights set on Gu Xiaoli. It was implausible for them to merely present gifts upon encountering her. He would never allow Lu Shan to see her. Although his remaining forces could only achieve a stalemate, he held great confidence that his hunting party would return by evening, engaging the wolves on his home turf. He was certain he could wait for his team to arrive. Leo's Adam's apple quivered as he emitted a low, threatening growl toward Lu Shan, his 10 fingers revealing sharp claws, splayed menacingly at his sides. The members of the leopard clan behind him crouched down, vigilantly watching the wolves, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The wolves, generally less robust than the leopards, took a few steps back, intimidated by the leopard's imposing presence. Lu Shan, seasoned in the art of warfare, could not fail to perceive the murderous intent emanating from Leo after provoking him. However, with ulterior motives, he quickly retreated upon sensing Leo's limits. "Dear Chief Leo, please do not misunderstand. My visit this time is merely to express my apologies to Gu Xiaoli if I have inadvertently disturbed you. I am truly sorry. Please do not be angry." Lu Shan feigned sincerity, raising both hands in a gesture of goodwill. Leo scrutinized Lu Shan's eyes, shrouded in shadow, his brow furrowed, as if unable to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, within the cave atop the mountain, a lithe figure with an orange-yellow back and a black underbelly flitted past, pausing for a few seconds to survey the empty cave before sweeping its tail and vanishing without a trace. The female leopards and cubs left behind in the cave sensed the abnormality. Anxiously huddling together, awaiting the return of the strong males, a light gray wolf and an orange-backed wolf met in the mountain shadow, exchanging hushed words before swiftly departing the scene, their gray forms disappearing into the shadows. Lu Shan, undeterred, continued to engage Leo in conversation until a sharp, brief howl from behind him broke the tension. He hastily concluded their interaction, bidding Leo farewell before disappearing with his pack like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 113. Intrigues and Deceptions 3. Eldest brother Lu Shan led a dense horde of wolves some distance away, where he met with his second brother Liu Bai and third brother Liu Ko. The three wolves formed a triangular formation, with two of them transforming into human forms. The gray-haired youth, Liu Bai, shook his head at his elder brother. He and Liu Ko had thoroughly searched all the caves on the mountain's upper levels. Yet they had not even caught a glimpse of her. A thundercloud loomed over Lu Xin's face. The leopard clan had clearly indicated that Gu Xiaoli was in heat, and Leo was personally guarding her, keeping her confined within a mountain cave. Is the information reliable? The gray-haired youth inquired. Looking toward his elder brother, Liu Xun remained silent. The beastman who had relayed the information was likely motivated by Gu Xiaoli's status as a purebred female. However, alone, he had no means to approach her, and therefore pretended to be benevolent, continuously leaking information to the wolf clan to help them evade Leo and draw closer to Gu Xiaoli. As long as Leo harbored intentions of monopolizing Gu Xiaoli, that individual would need to rely on the wolf clan. Curiously, although Leo had shown signs of extreme impatience and even murderous intent, he had allowed them to stall for so long that it was possible he had already perceived the internal discord among them and had hidden Gu Xiaoli elsewhere. The three wolves fell silent. Having witnessed Gu Xiaoli's prowess, they unanimously agreed that whatever the cost, they must obtain her. Yet, having been thwarted by Leo this time, any future attempts would be significantly more challenging. It seemed they would need to deliberate carefully before taking action. After a moment of silence, elder brother Liu Xun took the lead in departing, and the dark mass of wolves swiftly vanished from the vast grasslands. This time, the wolves had failed to seize the opportunity. Would the next determined attempt succeed in breaching Leo's defenses? The fate of Gu Xiaoli remained uncertain. On the other side, within a cave filled with herbs, Rui was unusually bustling about, crushing various foul-smelling herbs to scatter at the cave entrance. Earlier that morning, Xingu had brought Gu Xiaoli, wrapped in animal skins during her heat, to his cave for refuge. Rui, in a flurry, pulled out the high-quality animal skins he had preserved in the cave and spread them on the ground for Gu Xiaoli to lie upon. Upon hearing that the wolf clan was on the attack, Chief Leo had instructed Xingu to temporarily hide Gu Xiaoli in the herbal den to mask her scent. Rui hurriedly gathered bitter herbs, grinding them into a fine powder and scattering it everywhere. That on one hand, Rui's herbal den was conveniently built within a cave at the foot of the mountain, typically housing less significant beastmen who managed to evade the wolf's search. On the other hand, the den was already filled with the scents of various herbs, and the addition of the bitter herbs produced an even more peculiar and unpleasant odor, effectively masking the alluring scent of Gu Xiaoli in heat. Xingu placed Gu Xiaoli at the innermost part of the cave, standing at the entrance, vigilantly watching for any signs of wolves. After a long wait without sighting any wolves, an unexpected guest arrived instead. Leah. Despite being confined in Leo's cave for several days, Gu Xiaoli had attracted Leah's attention, who had cunningly discovered that a female had taken residence in Leo's cave. When she heard Scar's song mention this, Leah had mercilessly mocked him, for it was well known that the cave atop the mountain was the sole dwelling of the chief. How could just any female be granted such privilege? That cave had always been Leah's exclusive domain to share with Leo, and she couldn't fathom which ignorant female in the tribe would dare to usurp her position. Chapter 114. Intrigues and Deceptions. However, Scarsong's next words left Leah utterly dumbfounded. The female residing in Leo's cave was none other than the purebred Gu Xiaoli, who had recently arrived in the tribe. She had thought that her previous performance on the mountain had secured her place in Leo's heart, believing that although her looks and status paled in comparison to that purebred, Leo would still dismiss Gu Xiaoli due to her relentless pursuit of him. Yet this time, Leo had brought her into his cave. Wasn't this tantamount to tacitly allowing that wretched woman to seize what had always rightfully belonged to Leah? Leah's features twisted in rage, rendering her a fearsome sight. Time and again, she had stormed up the mountain, seeking to confront Leo, only to be thwarted by his guards halfway up. This time, Leo's orders seemed particularly resolute. Despite her best efforts to create a scene, the male warriors formed an impenetrable barrier before her, rendering her unable to push through. Frustrated, Leah flitted about the tribe like a headless fly, venting her anger on those of lower status and impure bloodlines. Leo had yet to publicly announce Gu Xiaoli's status as the future matriarch, and under Leah's aggressive promotion, she remained the most likely candidate for matriarch in the eyes of the tribe. Subjected to Leah's unreasonable bullying, others dared not voice their anger, choosing instead to swallow their grievances. Having vented her frustrations, Leah began to contemplate her next move. That slender female Goose Xiaoli had little to commend her, save for a slightly more appealing appearance and scent. To undermine the bond Goose Xiaoli had cultivated with Leo over the years, Leah was certain she had employed some underhanded means, given the opportunity. She would explain everything to Leo, steering him away from such a scheming female. Yes, she seethed with indignation. Leah suddenly recalled that Rue had once gathered herbs capable of enhancing a female's beauty. What were they called? Snow lotus. She needed to procure some for herself. She couldn't allow that wretched Goose Xiaoli to outshine her. With this thought in mind, Leah sprang into action, racing toward Rue's cave. Midway, she remembered Rue mentioning that the snow lotus was quite difficult to harvest, yielding only a few blooms each year. She halted abruptly, pivoted, and returned to where she had just been, delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of her suitor, Kolo, whom she had just beaten out of frustration. Kolo, bruised and sprawled on the ground, emitted a pained grunt. "Don't slack off. Hurry up and follow me if you still wish to pursue me." Leah's high-decibel voice forcibly roused Kolo from his stupor. Kolo staggered to his feet, letting out a weary sigh, and slowly trailed behind the briskly moving Leah. Before long, Leah arrived at Rue's cave, intending to storm in and demand the snow lotus from that old fellow. However, she was immediately repelled by an exceptionally pungent and bitter aroma that wafted from the entrance, causing her to stagger back 3 steps. After a series of forceful sneezes, Leah pinched her nose in disgust and shouted Rue's name into the cave. Rue, stationed at the entrance, caught sight of Leah charging toward him like an irate porcupine. Yet he found it difficult to harbor any fondness for a female of her kind. He mused that if Leah were the only female available for pairing in the world, he would rather remain single for eternity. Sango subtly shifted his position, concealing himself behind a heap of herbs hanging at the cave's mouth, as he had no desire to engage in conversation with the noisy female. Chapter 115. Intrigue and Deceit 5. Rue, busying himself with the herbs, felt a surge of irritation at the insistent calls from outside, as he was a valuable shaman, deserving of respect even from the clan leader. Leo. How could he tolerate being summoned in such a disrespectful manner? Rue puffed out his white beard, set down the herbs in his hands, and with furrowed brows and deep-set eyes, strode quickly to the entrance. "Stop howling. If you have something to say, say it." Rue's low, gravelly voice interrupted Leah's incessant shouting. Leah snorted derisively, thinking that once she ascended to the position of matriarch, this old man would never dare to treat her with such disdain. However, she decided to set that aside for now. Her priority was to enhance her beauty. "About that snow lotus you mentioned last time, the one that can make females more beautiful. Give me as much as you can." "Snow lotus? Ah, you mean the Ice Mountain snow lotus?" Rue stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Yes, that's the one. Hurry and fetch it for me. Bring as much as you can." Leah's tone grew increasingly urgent. "That you say? Didn't I already give you all of it last year?" "Everyone is busy stockpiling prey right now. It was time to venture into the treacherous mountains for that." Rue spread his hands and shrugged. Leah's recently vented frustration flared up once more, her volume rising sharply. "What do you mean?" "None. What am I supposed to do? How can you, as a shaman, be so irresponsible? I'm to become the matriarch. You must always have the necessary herbs on hand." Rue, incensed by Leah's disrespectful attitude, raised his voice. Aged yet resolute. "None means none. The snow lotus grows on perilous, perpetually snow-covered mountains. I, an old man, certainly cannot gather it. If you want it, go collect it yourself." With that, he turned his back, disregarding Leah's furious, ashen face. The unfortunate Kolo, having been pummeled by the robust Leah, finally limped into the cave after witnessing the standoff between Leah and Rue. Leah, still fuming, caught sight of Kolo's despondent expression as he arrived, and an idea flashed across her mind. Since Rue could not provide the snow lotus, she could send Kolo to fetch it for her. Although Kolo was somewhat hesitant in his actions, he was generally obedient. Thus, Leah turned her gaze toward the cave, but the acrid scent deterred her from approaching the entrance, forcing her to shout Rue's name instead. Rue, still fuming from Leah's earlier retort, remained impervious to her calls, focused solely on preparing his herbs. Exhausted from calling out, Leah reluctantly allowed Kolo to enter the cave to inquire about the location of the snow lotus. Kolo, limping, unenthusiastically stepped into the dimly lit apothecary, which bore an odd odor. The golden leopard's keen eyesight allowed him to discern a small bundle nestled deep within the cave, wrapped in unremarkable beast skin, which seemed to conceal a living creature. Revealing a glimpse of glossy black fur and a pale, lotus-like arm, Kolo's mind involuntarily replayed the image of the purebred female goose Xiaoli he had seen during a recent expedition with Leah. She was the most beautiful female he had ever encountered. He found himself momentarily entranced, releasing the breath he had been holding due to the cave's unpleasant herbal scent. Suddenly, Kolo noticed that beneath the heavy aroma of the herbs, there was a faint yet alluringly sweet fragrance. Instinctively, he disregarded the acrid bitterness, expanding his nostrils to inhale deeply, desperate to savor the scent that awakened his primal desires. Sengo, sensing Kolo's unusual behavior, swiftly stepped out from the shadows, positioning himself in front of him. Chapter 116. The Wrath of Leah. 1. Outside the cave, Leah's impatience grew, and her desire for the snow lotus compelled her to lower her defenses. Despite the stinging smell, she ventured into the cave. She intended to deliver a sharp kick to Kolo, hoping to teach him a lesson, but just a few steps in, she too caught a whiff of a fragrance that overpowered the bitter odor in the air. It was a unique scent, tinged with blood, yet imbued with an inexplicable sweetness. And from the expressions of Kolo and Sengo, Leah deduced that the aroma was enough to drive any male to madness. And she, above all, must possess this scent. She had a premonition that this enticing aroma far surpassed the freshest snow lotus in the world, ensuring her a firm hold on the heart of the clan leader. Leo. The fragrance emanated from the depths of the cave, and as she sidestepped Sengo blocking her path, she spotted a bundle wrapped in bee skin amidst the clutter of herbs. Ignoring the still-dazed Kolo and the obstructive Sengo, she strode purposefully toward the cave's interior. Sengo, quick to react, seized Leah's arm, causing her to lose her balance and collide with him. "What do you think you're doing?" Sengo inquired, maintaining his grip with a stoic expression in the face of Leah's aggression. Leah hesitated for a moment, recalling that Sengo was Leo's right-hand man, who had always remained quietly supportive of Leo during her previous attempts to ingratiate herself with him. How dare he treat her, the future matriarch, with such insolence? After the initial shock, an overwhelming fury surged within Leah, propelling her to claw and scratch at Sengo with all her might, her golden hair whipping about as she moved with fervor. Sengo, disdainfully pulling her away from the living balm of a female, maneuvered her to a side far from Gu Xiaoli. His firm grip remained tightly around her until he was certain she had expended her energy and could no longer charge toward Gu Xiaoli. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Leah leaned on her knees, trying to regain her composure. Since Gu Xiaoli's arrival in the tribe, she had faced a series of misfortunes. It seemed as though everything was slipping away from her control, and her once infallible anger had repeatedly proven ineffective. She internally urged herself to calm down. If anger could not resolve her problems as it once had, she would have to adopt a more composed approach. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoli, disturbed by the commotion, reluctantly poked her head out from the warm bee skin to investigate. Upon making eye contact with Leah, who was gritting her teeth and forcing a smile, Gu Xiaoli found herself struck with trepidation. In the backlight, she could not clearly discern Leah's expression, but the sight of her wild golden hair and wide grin, despite the sharp teeth that seemed reminiscent of a monstrous predator from a horror game, sent a shiver down her spine. Startled by Leah's fierce demeanor, Gu Xiaoli instinctively created space, preparing to defend herself should this half-human, half-monster make a move at the same time. Leah, having discerned that a person was wrapped within the beast's skin, began to contemplate, eyeing the narrow confines of the cave. Aside from the unpleasant herbal scent, there was little else. She could definitively determine that the alluring aroma emanated from this human. Recognizing the bloody scent, she understood that the human female was in heat, and while she had witnessed the scent of females in heat altering before, it had always been a repulsive odor that made beasts avoid them. Never something so irresistibly enticing to her as a female. Chapter 117. The Wrath of Leah. 2. The hierarchical divisions of different races had been ingrained in Leah since childhood, despite the pent-up rage that had arisen from the provocations of this wretched woman. She dared not confront the purebred female directly. Taking a deep breath, Leah endeavored to suppress her murderous impulses, adopting a fa of benevolence as she lowered her voice to address Goose Xiaoli in the cave. What a delightful fragrance. You're Goose Xiaoli, right? How did you come by this scent? I would love to try for myself. The Gu Xiaoli's sense of smell was not as acute as that of the orcs, apart from the faint metallic scent reminiscent of rusted iron when changing her menstrual pad. She noticed nothing else. Coupled with the dizziness from menstrual cramps, she could hardly comprehend what Leah was saying, gazing blankly at the backlit, frizzy-haired Leah in silence for a long while. This prolonged silence, in Leah's eyes, seemed a deliberate affront, igniting a simmering rage within her, causing her beastly claws to tremble slightly behind her back. Alas, the secret of the alluring fragrance was still held by Goose Xiaoli. It was undoubtedly this very scent that had captivated Leo, who had always regarded her as a mere leopard. Leah was compelled to lower her stance, squeezing her voice to say once more, Xiaoli, one must learn to share good things with friends. You must be unfamiliar with the tribe since you just arrived, right? I've been quite busy these past few days, and Haven Tea had the chance to show you around. Once your heat passes, I promise to take you out for some fun. So now, do tell me the source of this enticing fragrance. After all, you are a noble purebred, so you needn't worry about lacking admirers among the orcs. Sharing with your sister will cost you nothing. Amidst Leah's incessant chatter, Koro, who had been in a stupor, finally came to his senses, glancing curiously at Leah. Hadn't she just claimed to detest the hypocritical purebred Goose Xiaoli? There was even a moment when she, in a fit of anger, suggested he should eliminate Goose Xiaoli. Of course, Koro dared not lay a hand on the rare pureblood. He could only endure the blows while pretending not to hear. Sengo, lurking in the shadows, smirked derisively. Even before Goose Xiaoli's arrival in the tribe, Leah's pursuit of Leo had been one-sided. Leo merely spared her due to her being a purebred leopardess, showing no interest in dealing with her. Nestled in her fur-covered nook, Goose Xiaoli drowsily listened to Leah's lengthy monologue, catching snippets about friends and sharing fragrances. She vaguely surmised that the scent Leah referred to was the reason for the recent change in the gazes of all the males towards her. Yet, that was not something she could alter at will. In fact, if it were possible, she would prefer to smell foul, as that would spare her from unnecessary troubles. As for befriending Leah, having witnessed her vile demeanor towards Tu Jiang on the mountain, she had already resolved to sever ties with such a person. Leah's pretentious overtures only made Goose Xiaoli feel nauseated. There's no fragrance, and if you have nothing else, please leave, Goose Xiaoli said. Clutching her abdomen with difficulty, her patience wearing thin, Leah felt she had discarded all the dignity and pride she could muster. Yet that ungrateful human remained impervious to her efforts. She could feel a surge of anger threatening to burst forth, ready to scorch her alive. Unable to hold back any longer, she erupted at Goose Xiaoli. What is so great about being a pureblood? If you choose not to speak, then don't. Do you really think Leo would be swayed by your sordid tricks? We've had a close relationship since childhood, and the position of matriarch has always been and can only be mine. I warn you, do not set your sights on Leo, or I will make sure to mar that ugly face of yours. Chapter 118. The eve of the harvest festival. Before Goose Xiaoli could react, Exingu stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping Leah's arm. With remarkable agility, Exingu engaged his entire body, swinging Leah with a forceful motion. Unprepared, Leah soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, landing heavily on the stones outside the cave, her expression contorted in pain. Hearing the dull thud followed by Leah's ensuing exclamations of anger, Kalu belatedly came to his senses, hurriedly rushing to assist Leah. Mortified and in pain, Leah, feeling disgraced, contemplated delivering a flying kick to Kalu in frustration. However, XNG's throw had been forceful. Leah was rendered unable to move from the pain, relying on Kalu to support her arm over his shoulder as she wailed in agony. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Kalu dared not offend Exingu or the noble purebred, quickly nodding an apology before hastily carrying the lamenting Leah away. Faye, who had intended to tend to the freshly gathered herbs, was equally vexed by Leah's antics. Were it not for Xingji's swift action and Keilu's prompt retreat, he would have gladly dragged his weary limbs to deliver a few kicks to Leah. Seeking to alleviate Gu Xiaoli's grievances, observing Leah's disheveled departure from the cave, Rui fiercely stroked his unruly white beard, muttering as he approached Gu Xiaoli, patting her back gently, concerned that Leah's behavior might upset her, and advising her not to dwell on it. Throughout the ordeal, Gu Xiaoli remained cocooned within the animal hide, her attention solely focused on her abdominal pain. She exchanged few words, merely witnessing Leah's dramatic performance. In truth, she felt little emotional turmoil, and after the old man's consolation, she found herself slightly embarrassed. Not long after Leah's departure, Leo hurriedly arrived with Richie at Rui's apothecary, relieved to find Gu Xiaoli still safely ensconced in the animal hide, unharmed. When the wolves had suddenly appeared, Leo had sensed something amiss, entrusting Gu Xiaoli's safety to his trusted ally, Exine Gu. While feigning ignorance and playing along with the unfolding events, the Jiu Xiaoli was once again taken back to Leo's cave atop the mountain. In the ensuing days of her monthly cycle, Leo took it upon himself to care for Gu Xiaoli, adopting a more domineering approach compared to the gentler demeanor of late W. Jiu Xiaoli had no autonomy over her daily needs. Aside from her meals, which Leo adjusted for her delicate stomach while maintaining her dietary habits, her daily routines were strictly aligned with Leo's preferences. Although she was being cared for, Gu Xiaoli felt as though she were enduring military training, as Leo consistently found ways to bend her will to his. During this time, the Black Panther and Lei attempted to visit Gu Xiaoli, but were firmly turned away by Leo. Unlike Lei 1, who complied with Leo's wishes, the Black Panther mustered the courage to try and force his way into the cave. Leo, positioned at the entrance, displayed his sharp claws, terrifying Gu Xiaoli into urging the Black Panther to leave immediately. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Leo initially intended to pursue the intruder, but Gu Xiaoli clung to his leg, imploring the promise he once made to her to keep the Black Panther safe, coaxing him back into the cave. Throughout Leo's watch over Gu Xiaoli, no unfamiliar males were allowed to visit her. Even when Tu Jiang arrived with fruits, the innocent Xiong Zhuang was ordered to wait outside. Fortunately, Tu Jiang's 2 visits spared Gu Xiaoli from facing the ever-daunting presence of Leo alone. Even a brief conversation with Tu Jiang could significantly alleviate the grievances and fears that had accumulated within Gu Xiaoli during such a high-pressure and distorted lifestyle. She even believed that without the glimmer of light brought by Tu Jiang, she might not have been able to withstand the mental strain and would have crumbled. Chapter 119. The Harvest Festival, 1, at last. Gu Xiaoli's menstrual cycle came to an end, and just a few days later, the long-awaited day of the Harvest Festival arrived. She had initially thought that this festival would at least offer her a moment to catch her breath. But she had not anticipated that Leo would thrust her from the depths of her dark confinement into an abyss of despair. The Harvest Festival was an occasion celebrated punctually by nearly every tribe on the grasslands, marking the end of the lengthy rainy season and praying to the beast gods for a bountiful autumn harvest. Although the yield for carnivorous tribes often depended on the number of tribe members and their hunting prowess. Lions, tigers, leopards, and other carnivorous tribes would select a clear evening at summer's end to gather as one, sharing food and reveling in song and dance. The young males and females of the tribe would congregate to celebrate. And over time, the Harvest Festival evolved to serve another purpose beyond simply praying for a bountiful harvest: courtship and mating. Many females would make a concerted effort to beautify themselves prior to the festival, hoping to attract more males during the festivities and thus expand their selection of potential partners. Correspondingly, males would strive to showcase their strengths at the Harvest Festival, vying to stand out amidst fierce competition to be chosen by their desired females. In the Gold Leopard tribe, on a crisp autumn evening, the sky was adorned with fish-scale clouds tinged with golden hues from the setting sun, while the vast, sparse grasslands stretched endlessly, merging with the fiery red horizon in the distance. A scene both expansive and ethereal. Eagerly anticipating the Harvest Festival, many males had gathered in advance around the large stones at the foot of the mountain, but a glance around revealed that this year, significantly more males had come to celebrate the Harvest Festival than in previous years. They huddled in small groups, excitedly discussing their preferred females. Among their discussions, the name most frequently mentioned was that of the purebred Gu Xiaoli, who had arrived in the tribe just days prior. Several fortunate males who had seen her in person animatedly recounted her beauty, fragrance, and the rare gentleness of her character. The onlookers, filled with anticipation or disbelief, created a lively atmosphere in an area that had previously been devoid of interest. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of stones scraping against earth echoed from afar, gradually growing louder and capturing the attention of the excited beast crowd. The beastmen, with their keen eyesight, craned their necks to see a massive oval stone, taller than two men, being pushed slowly toward them. The beastmen exchanged glances. Some curious males boldly followed the rolling stone to investigate. Behind the rolling stone, the tribe leader's right-hand men, Xiangge and Richie, worked in perfect unison, exerting themselves at a 45-degree angle to propel the stone forward. Before long, the colossal stone came to a steady halt at the center of the gathering beastmen, and Xiangge and Richie finally straightened their backs. Pounding their waists and wiping the beads of sweat from their brows, the lively conversation regarding Gu Xiaoli was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of the stone, and before Xiangge and Richie could catch their breath, the beastmen swarmed around, clamoring with questions. Teasing remarks, jeers, inquiries, and expressions of confusion mingled, creating a cacophony that rendered any individual voice inaudible. Raising his hand for silence, Xiangge, a figure of calm reliability within the tribe, quickly commanded attention. The restless crowd fell silent, their curious gazes fixed upon the two. "This is a fine treasure for you to enjoy, so please settle down. You'll soon find out what it's all about," Richie teased, building suspense. "First, let two beastmen move this stone aside. We have something else to place in the center of the square." Xinggu beckoned to the herd of beasts. The flat stone originally placed at the center of the square was not particularly heavy for the robust male leopards. Two impetuous young males volunteered to assist. Together, they effortlessly lifted the stone, clearing a space with ease. Chapter 120. The Harvest Festival 2. Ricky, supporting the oval-shaped giant stone with one hand, glanced at the darkening sky. Estimating that Leo would soon bring Gu Xiaoli to the stage, they were digging the pot now, and by the time Leo descended the mountain, they would be ready. With a knowing look exchanged with Xingge, the two beasts revealed their sharp claws before the gathered crowd, and, following Gu Xiaoli's prior instruction, began to dig fervently. The hard stone was no match for the orc's naturally sharp claws, akin to steel. As Ricky and Xingge worked in perfect synchrony, the air filled with flying dust and the sound of their nails scraping against the stone. The surrounding orcs were not deterred by the flying debris. Rather, they grew more intrigued, drawing closer to observe the duo's actions. Most of the early arrivals for the event were males, their tough skin rendering them impervious to the minor discomfort of flying grit. Thanks to the flawless cooperation between Xingge and Ricky, a large stone pot nearly 3 meters in diameter was soon completed. Xingge continued to refine the sharp edges, while Ricky directed the curious onlookers to fetch water from the river to wash the pot and locate suitably sized stones to construct a makeshift fire pit beneath it. With the enthusiastic assistance of the orcs, the massive stone pot was securely placed atop the hollow fire pit formed by the stones. When Leo arrived at the foot of the mountain with Gu Xiaoli, they were greeted by the sight of a group of bare-chested giants cheering around a terrifyingly large stone pot. The pot was so enormous it could rival the combined size of 3 bathtubs. Gu Xiaoli was suddenly reminded of the scene in a rainforest where cannibals gathered around a pot to celebrate their next meal after capturing a living prey. Leo led Gu Xiaoli closer. Although he did not utter a word, the orcs around them instinctively fell silent, bowing their heads in respect to make way. This silence spread like a wave through the herd, and, as Gu Xiaoli followed Leo, she marveled at the spacious path that the orcs voluntarily created for him. Sandwiched between this wall of muscular figures, each averaging 2 meters in height, Gu Xiaoli, standing at just under 1.7 meters, felt a palpable sense of pressure despite the respectful demeanor of the surrounding orcs. The massive stone that had been replaced by the pot was placed not far from it, facing the pot and the edge of the square. Leo was the first to approach, laying down layers of flawless beast hides he had brought from home atop the giant stone, crafting a primitive yet grandiose version of a sofa, although somewhat firm. The thick layers of hides ensured that even when lying atop the stone, one would not feel its chill. Sitting cross-legged on the flat, giant stone, Leo nodded toward Gu Xiaoli with his chin, signaling her to join him. Gazing at the towering stone sofa that reached her neck, she hesitated for a moment. Leo, growing impatient, gestured toward Xingge behind her. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoli found herself lifted under her armpits by a pair of strong hands, her feet leaving the ground as she was moved toward Leo. Instinctively, she flailed her arms, but she was quickly drawn close to Leo, who took her from Xingge like a doll, placing her securely beside him while wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Compelling her to lean against him intimately, Gu Xiaoli pushed against Leo with both hands, but her feeble efforts were no match for his strength. To him, her struggles felt akin to a mosquito's bite. She could only remain rigidly compliant as he held her tea that moment. The setting sun had dipped below the distant horizon, leaving behind a crimson glow where the earth met the sky. The surrounding light dimmed, and Gu Xiaoli's visibility shrank to a few meters around the massive pot. However, the revelry of the night vision-capable leopards was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 121. The Harvest Festival 3. Most of the Tribe S members had gathered in the square, their hearts full of joy, forming dense circles around a few popular females. Only a handful of indifferent males and a few less favored females lingered at the outskirts. This year's celebration, however, saw Gu Xiaoli tightly encircled by Leo, who was ever present beside her. His rough hand firmly grasped her rounded shoulder, a constant declaration of his possession before all the males present. Despite this, a few brazen males loitered near the giant stone where Gu Xiaoli sat, their eyes betraying an undeniable desire as they stole glances at her, while others, more timid yet eager to join the fray, clustered around, effectively blocking any escape for Leo and Gu Xiaoli. Xingge and Ricky stood on either side of the stone. Without their occasional intervention and Leo's commanding presence, the surrounding males would have surged forward. The intense scrutiny from so many eyes made Gu Xiaoli uneasy. She failed to notice Leo, who was squeezed among the crowd, gazing at her with sorrow, yearning to approach but lacking the courage or strength to do so, held firmly in Leo's embrace. Gu Xiaoli pondered that since this was a celebration for the entire tribe, Rabbit Sauce and Bear Zhuang should also be present. She wondered if Black Panther had come to join the festivities, hoping he would not face exclusion or bullying due to his differing fur color. As she scanned her surroundings, she soon spotted Rabbit Sauce at the edge of the bustling crowd, her iconic tall, white ears standing out. A large orc accompanied her closely. In the night, Gu Xiaoli could not discern clearly, but she was fairly certain it was her good friend and Bear Zhuang. She waved toward Rabbit Sauce, who joyfully returned the gesture amidst the towering figures of the orcs. This interaction with her friend eased Gu Xiaoli's tension, and a long-lost smile graced her face. However, her accidental smile caused a stir among the nearby male orcs, who immediately erupted into excitement, raising their hands and mimicking her gesture in a frenzy. It was as if a small forest had been injected with hormones, instantly growing to obscure her view of Rabbit Sauce completely, embarrassed by the overwhelming attention of the muscular male orcs. Gu Xiaoli turned her head, clenched her fist to her mouth, and coughed a couple of times. This treatment, akin to that of a superstar with fervent fans, was almost too much for her socially anxious self to handle. Noticing her discomfort, Leo shot a cold glare, and the previously boisterous crowd fell into a sudden silence. Gu Xiaoli continued to scan the crowd, but she could not find the pure black silhouette she had been longing for, and a sense of emptiness washed over her. In truth, Black Panther had indeed attended the celebration. However, he preferred to avoid the raucous gatherings of fools. Thus, he had chosen a tall tree not far from the square to recline upon, lazily observing Gu Xiaoli's small figure from a distance. His night vision was on par with that of the spotted leopard, and even in the darkness, he could see Gu Xiaoli clearly from behind. Having surveyed the attendees and finding them satisfactory, Leo instructed that the firewood and hay had been prepared. He then raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Standing atop the massive stone, he surveyed the crowd, and each orc gazed up at their young leader with awe, who had ascended to his position through remarkable physical prowess and intellect. Chapter 122. The Harvest Festival 4. as the tribe members gazed up in reverence. Leo began to speak. "I am delighted to see you all gathered for this harvest festival. First, I would like to extend my gratitude for your unwavering support as your chieftain. Furthermore, this celebration is particularly special. In addition to commemorating the end of summer and praying for a bountiful autumn harvest, I have several important announcements to make." Leo's resonant voice echoed across the wilderness, lingering in the air. When he mentioned the important announcements, Gu Xiaoli felt her heart leap to her throat. His grand celebration might be intended to reveal her identity as the tribe's matriarch. "First, I wish to present something to you all." Leo gestured toward the massive stone pot, where Xinggu and Ricky were already prepared. Following the crowd parted to form a circle around them. Before them lay a large bundle of dry straw, laid out on a small, smooth stone. Ricky squatted down, holding one end of a sharpened wooden stick, and began to spin it rapidly against the straw. In no time, a wisp of white smoke began to rise from the top of the stick, prompting the crowd to instinctively step back. Only Xinggu and Ricky, who had witnessed Gu Xiaoli ignite a fire before, remained in place. Ricky, with unspoken understanding, helped blow the small flame into a larger one, ultimately creating a roaring torch from the dry wood. The fiery blaze illuminated the previously dark night, and the surrounding orcs recoiled in fear from the flame in Ricky's hand. "Everyone, please quiet down." Leo rose to his feet, exuding the authority of a chieftain as he forcefully quelled the unrest among the beast horde. Instigated by fear, faces filled with trepidation gazed up at the calm chieftain. Leo, as the trust and reliance the tribe placed in him gradually soothed their agitation. Once the atmosphere settled, Leo, with deliberate composure, elucidated that fire does not merely bring death. It possesses myriad applications, with proper control. Our tribe can surely harness the power of fire to achieve remarkable progress. Silence enveloped the beast horde as they exchanged wary glances, none daring to approach the flickering flames. This knowledge was imparted to us by the pureblood, Gu Xiaoli, and despite multiple attempts, neither Xinggu nor Rui Qi suffered harm from fire. Today, I intend to teach every beastman in the tribe the art of utilizing fire, and I hope that all can consider the tribe's welfare. Keeping this skill confidential from outsiders while fostering it internally and allowing it to flourish. Sitting at Leo's feet, Gu Xiaoli marveled at his prowess as a leader when he stood to speak. His voice and presence effortlessly commanded the attention of so many muscular warriors. Suddenly yanked to her feet by Leo, Gu Xiaoli found herself standing beside him atop the massive stone, overlooking the crowd. The focused gazes of the audience caused her, unaccustomed to public speaking, to break into a sweat. Next, Gu Xiaoli would personally explain the methods of utilizing fire. Leo took a small step back, ceding the stage to her. But she hesitated, struggling to organize her thoughts. Fortunately, with Leo maintaining control of the crowd, she eventually calmed herself, preparing her speech, while the beastmen below patiently awaited her words. Regarding fire, when used correctly, is not as terrifying as you might think. She began, deliberately raising her voice and slowing her pace to ensure clarity. Drawing on her prior experiences explaining precautions to Xinggu, Rui In, and others, Gu Xiaoli's presentation became structured and coherent, enlightening her audience, who now regarded her with newfound respect. After concluding her speech, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. The early autumn night was not particularly warm, but her earlier panic at being thrust into the spotlight caught her off guard. After all, any beastman who had attended her fire workshop could have easily filled this role. In the subsequent arrangement for cooking, Leo refrained from further involving Gu Xiaoli, instead assigning her a few assistants and letting Leywin take the lead in preparing a pot of delectable food. Merely discussing the uses of fire sufficed to complement Gu Xiaoli's imminent elevation to matriarch. Drawing from feedback from several beastmen who had tasted Gu Xiaoli's culinary creations, Leywin selected the most popular dishes, instructing his helpers to slaughter pigs, render oil, and prepare seasonings, all in a flurry of activity. The beastmen gathered expectantly around the bubbling pot, when suddenly a stir rippled through the crowd, the heart of the commotion. Leah, flanked by Kolo, strutted into the throng with an air of self-importance. The beastmen who had been shoved aside bristled, ready to confront her, but upon realizing it was the notoriously arrogant Leah, they swallowed their ire. Many among the crowd quickly recalled Gu Xiaoli, who was seated beside Leo, and wore expressions of schadenfreude as they awaited Leah's potential humiliation, though Leah feigned indifference to the harvest festival and arrived fashionably late. In truth, she had been tossing and turning for 3 restless nights, eagerly anticipating whether Leo would publicly declare his affection for her. For this evening, she had prepared for 3 full days, lingering at the shaman's abode to acquire every herb that could enhance a female's skin, applying it all over her body in an attempt to compete with Gu Xiaoli. On the morning of the festival, she made a special trip to the stream for an exhaustive bath, sending Kolo to gather all the fragrant wildflowers nearby, which she crushed and applied to her skin. After much contemplation, she decided to arrive fashionably late, believing it would convey that she was not groveling for Leo's attention and would heighten his anticipation for her return after their days apart. However, reality diverged sharply from Leah's fantasies. Leo's focus remained solely on Gu Xiaoli's entrance and the groundwork for her role as matriarch, oblivious to the absence of the loud female who had just pushed her way into the celebration. Forcefully parting the crowd of waiting males, Leah dramatically flicked her freshly washed golden hair and sauntered to the center, standing before Leo. She anticipated that he would be captivated by her carefully curated appearance. But upon lifting her gaze, she was nearly struck with fury at the sight before her. The massive stone, which only Leo had previously been deemed worthy to ascend, was now adorned with thick beast pelts. And beside Leo sat a bewildered Gu Xiaoli. Gu Xiaoli's slender arms were crossed over her chest, ensnared in Leo's powerful embrace. Ignoring Gu Xiaoli's subtly resistant expression, the two appeared strikingly like the future matriarch and chieftain. Leah's gaze burned with fury as she glared at Gu Xiaoli, hissing through clenched teeth, "Only the matriarch is permitted to occupy that position, Ji Xiaoli. You are new here and unaware of the customs. Do not blame me for failing to warn you." Startled by Leah's murderous glare, Gu Xiaoli instinctively shrank back, reaching for her weapon. However, she quickly realized that Leo's hand, which had been around her, had loosened. Granting her the freedom to move, she hastily relinquished her position. Unfazed by the arrogant Leah, Leo instead cast an intrigued glance at Gu Xiaoli. For Gu Xiaoli, Leo's attentiveness and care had always elicited a look of disbelief. He interpreted it as her desire to flaunt her favor, a delicate balance of rejection and acceptance to become his matriarch. Mere beauty and fertility were insufficient. One must possess exceptional knowledge and capability, as well as an understanding of propriety. Although Gu Xiaoli did not exhibit Leah's blatant pride, Leo sensed within her an indomitable spirit, persistently resisting and striving to become the woman he desired. This reckless stubbornness must be tempered. Upon witnessing Gu Xiaoli yield her position, Leah felt a sense of relief wash over her, surmising that Gu Xiaoli's hesitance stemmed from insecurity, prompting her to step aside rather than confront her directly. Leo remained indifferent to Gu Xiaoli's retreat. Bolstering Leah's confidence, she crouched and leapt, clinging to the edge of the stone like a great frog, gradually positioning herself between Gu Xiaoli and Leo, rumpling the carefully arranged pelts beneath her. With the massive forms of Leo and Leah occupying the stone, the once ample space now felt cramped. Leah knelt upon the pelts, and with a seemingly casual shimmy of her hips, she forcefully bumped her solid rear into Gu Xiaoli. The petite Gu Xiaoli, unable to withstand such a forceful impact, cried out and tumbled backward like a falling autumn leaf from the stone. The surrounding beastmen, raptly engaged in the spectacle of 2 women vying for 1 man, watched intently as Gu Xiaoli fell. Several nearby beastmen quickly reached out, catching her and lifting her above their heads, leaving her startled and clutching her chest. The males who had caught Gu Xiaoli were elated, relishing the opportunity for close contact with their dream girl, reluctant to set her down. Just as they reveled in their moment, a chilling sensation swept over them, compelling them to look up and see Leo's icy golden eyes. Trembling, they hastily bent down and placed Gu Xiaoli back on the ground, afraid to touch her again. Once her feet touched the ground, Gu Xiaoli graciously thanked all the beastmen who had caught her. The males, taken aback by such politeness and gratitude from a pure-blood female, stood frozen, some grinning foolishly, some scratching their heads, and others chuckling awkwardly, all feeling a warm glow in their hearts, unsure how to respond. Observing the pure-blood female's soft demeanor and earnest expression of thanks, the surrounding male beastmen found themselves utterly enchanted, although they dared not approach her under the chieftain's imposing presence. Witnessing her adorable nature in person was more than rewarding. Squeezing her way to Leo's side, Leah noted Goose Shalley's warm reception among the tribe's males and scoffed internally, deeming her useless, merely adept at enticing lesser males. Unlike her, who had cultivated a bond with Leo from a young age, Leah believed there was no way this latecomer could compete. Ignoring Goose Shalley, Leah's arms wrapped around Leo's as she noticed his displeased expression. Could it be due to her recent push against Goose Shalley? Remembering Leo's aversion to overly assertive females, Leah quickly softened her tone and, addressing Goose Shalley, said, "My apologies, Shalley dear. It seems the stone's position is rather cramped, and you tumbled down so easily. I hope you weren't hurt? It is entirely my sister's fault for not taking proper care of you. You aren't angry, are you?" This remark not only shifts the blame on Goose Shalley, but also showcases her generosity and magnanimity. Leaving Goose Shalley with a frown of exasperation, Goose Shalley had no intention of remaining by Leo's side and held no interest in the intricate power struggles for the position of matriarch. Though Leah did not consciously wish to assist Goose Shalley, her meddling inadvertently provided Goose Shalley with the perfect opportunity to distance herself from the troublesome Leo. With no lingering resentment, Goose Shalley merely waved her hand at Leah, indicating that she was fine and intended to leave the grand ceremony to seek out Tu Jiang and Hei Bao. The surrounding male orcs, upon witnessing this, rekindled their hopes, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Since Leo tacitly accepted that the position of matriarch belonged to Leah, they still had a chance to court Goose Shalley. "Stop right there." Leo's deep, commanding voice resonated behind Goose Shalley. She hesitated momentarily, lifting one foot, but ultimately retreated timidly. Turning around, Goose Shalley forced a smile as she looked up at Leo, who was looming over her, and felt the pressure in the atmosphere around her intensify. "Where do you think you're going?" Leo's flat, emotionless inquiry left Goose Shalley feeling unexpectedly weak in the knees that wasn't it permissible to wander about during the harvest ceremony. Goose Shalley's smile began to falter. Leah, clinging to Leo's arm, playfully chided, "Oh, if she wants to explore, let her. After all, you're the tribe leader. Don't waste so much time on an ordinary female." Leo ignored Leah's remarks and ordered Goose Shalley, "You're not to go anywhere. Stay right here." Goose Shalley felt disgusted by the duet of Leah and Leo, and though she dared not directly confront Leo, she murmured softly in protest, "Why should I?" Leo's gaze turned icy, and he forcefully shoved Leah aside, descending from the rock with an aggressive stride towards Goose Shalley. "Simply because I'm the chieftain of this tribe, by tonight, you will be my female." What? What? Two distinct voices echoed from either side. Leah expressed shocked anger, while Goose Shalley felt a surge of fear and indignation. Unable to sit idly by any longer, Leah leapt down from the rock's edge, hastily approaching Leo with teary eyes, trembling as she gently grasped his arm. "Surely, I must have misheard you. We've shared such a close bond since childhood. How could you possibly choose this unknown, useless female as your matriarch? This cannot be true, right, Leo?" Leo had initially intended to use Leah's overt affection to provoke Goose Shalley, yet he found her repeatedly oblivious to the competitive atmosphere, lacking any sense of rivalry. Thus, he resolved to restrain her for now and educate her gradually in the future. Oblivious to Leo's intentions, Leah continued her tirade. "Let me be honest with you. Goose Shalley is merely pretending. She sought out the shaman for herbs that induce arousal to entice you. I don't know what dealing she has with the shaman, but old Rue refuses to divulge the method she used to ensnare you. You must not fall for her tricks." Rue, who had been watching the spectacle among the orcs, erupted in fury at her words. His white beard bristling with indignation. At his age, he cared little for reputation. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, he could not abide the slander against the kind and polite Goose Shalley. No one contradicted Leah, for Goose Shalley's character and Leah's disgraceful behavior had become glaringly evident through their interactions. Leo, unable to endure Leah's incessant chatter, callously cast her aside, his voice cold as he commanded, "Silence! I do not wish to see you again." The crowd of orcs murmured in sympathy and resignation, but more than that, they were entertained their gazes filled with derision. Proud and arrogant, Leah had long considered herself the future matriarch, domineering within the tribe and garnering the resentment of many orcs. Now, rejected so publicly by Leo, it was a source of great satisfaction to them all. Yet, despite dismissing many suitors, Leah, with her pure bloodline and robust physique, had pursued Leo relentlessly, convinced that regardless of his feelings, the position of matriarch would ultimately be hers. How could she accept that it had been snatched away by a frail newcomer? With rage clouding her judgment, Leah directed all her fury at Gu Xiaoli, her mind consumed by the thought that if Gu Xiaoli were gone, everything would return to its former state. A furious scream pierced the air as Leah, fueled by wrath, leapt toward Gu Xiaoli, her claws bared, a menacing visage contorted with rage. "You wretched creature! Die!" Still reeling from the fear and anger of being forcibly bound to Leo, Gu Xiaoli barely processed the hoarse voice before Shadow lunged at her. In an instant, a radiant golden bow appeared in Gu Xiaoli's hands. Just as Leah's claws were a mere foot away from her, Gu Xiaoli released a massive glowing orb of electricity, striking Leah in the chest with a resounding bang, leaving her paralyzed. Leo, sensing the danger, lifted his leg to deliver a kick to Leah, but halted upon seeing the bow in Gu Xiaoli's hands. Leah rolled twice before coming to a stop. While the orcs instinctively recoiled, as if from a plague, Gu Xiaoli's arrow had been fired in a moment of desperation, employing a technique from her game to deal with close-range assassins, creating a colossal sphere of electricity that not only pushed her opponent back, but also stunned them for several seconds, allowing for a subsequent attack. Leo regarded Gu Xiaoli with newfound respect. It appeared that even a cornered rabbit could bite. Leah lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing for a moment before finally regaining her composure, helped up by Koro, who noted the significant force behind Gu Xiaoli's shot. The surrounding males gasped in astonishment. The seemingly harmless Gu Xiaoli was unexpectedly formidable. "Leo, did you see that? She actually harmed me." Leah, trembling and weeping, continued to direct her ire toward Gu Xiaoli, typically one to avoid conflict. Gu Xiaoli was now thoroughly incensed. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she spoke clearly. "Listen well, Leo. From the very beginning, I had no intention of remaining in this tribe. That I am under no obligation to obey your commands unconditionally, nor will I repay your hospitality in the manner you expect. I have no interest whatsoever in becoming your female or the matriarch of your tribe. You and Leah can resolve your matters yourselves. Do not involve me in this. You have no right to impose this upon me." "Oh, is that so?" Leo's face twisted into a sardonic grin, a chilling aura enveloping Gu Xiaoli. The surrounding orcs instinctively took a step back. The last time they had witnessed such a countenance on Leo, he had decimated the wolf clan that dared to provoke him, leaving a scene of carnage in his wake. With a firm resolve, Gu Xiaoli met Leo's gaze, her trembling hands retracting the bow into her spatial bag, deliberately puffing out her chest to project strength. Leo, having seen through her facade of bravery, scoffed, "Then let me show you exactly how qualified I am." With decisive strides, Leo tore a lengthy strip of animal hide from the rock, and before Gu Xiaoli could react, he approached her, seizing her delicate arm and twisting her around, forcing her back against him. Without a hint of gentleness, he bound her wrists together tightly with the hide, rendering her completely immobile. The pain of having her arms wrenched behind her caused Gu Xiaoli to groan, and in that moment, she truly began to grasp the depth of her fear. With her hands bound, her abilities, save for her invisibility skill, were rendered useless. Leo uttered no further words, hoisting Gu Xiaoli by her restrained arms, and pulled her back onto the rock to stand beside him. Gu Xiaoli's arms, constrained by the binding, were taut with pressure, causing her face to pale, yet she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to utter a sound of surrender. "I hereby declare that from this moment on, Gu Xiaoli is the matriarch of our leopard tribe, and she shall solely be my female. Anyone who dares to lay a hand upon her shall face death without mercy." Rio's frigid voice echoed hauntingly across the wilderness. The chieftain's union should have been a moment of great celebration for the entire clan, yet the orcs below were left dumbfounded by Gu Xiaoli's resolute stance. Amidst the crackling fireworks of the night, the only sounds that could be heard, apart from the chirping of insects and the whispering wind, with the hushed murmurs of the crowd gathered in the square. On the outskirts of the throng, unable to push through, Tu Jiang, perched upon the broad shoulders of a bear, watched in desperation as Gu Xiaoli was bound. Anxious to assist her, he urged the bear forward. But alas, a lowly rabbit such as himself, alongside an outsider's bear, was not welcomed, rendering him incapable of breaching the ranks of the beastly horde. Not far away, the panther, having vanished from sight as Leah attacked Gu Xiaoli, found himself at a loss for words. A perennial wanderer, he had never cared for anyone's feelings, yet witnessing the foolish female being mistreated stirred an inexplicable urge within him to protect her. A lithe black figure darted nimbly along the winding mountain path, racing towards Gu Xiaoli with astonishing speed. Upon finishing his proclamation, Rio disregarded the boiling cauldron of food meant to celebrate his union. Seizing Gu Xiaoli and leaping down from the massive stone, striding towards the cave at the mountain summit. The orc spectators, whether in astonishment or sympathy, instinctively bowed their heads to clear a path for Rio as he passed. Gu Xiaoli understood that Rio was serious this time. In a panic, she struggled for help, but with her feet off the ground and her hands bound, Rio carried her effortlessly, undeterred by the chaos surrounding them. As the crowd parted, a figure emerged. Standing defiantly before it was an elderly man, his hair a stark white and his face lined with deep wrinkles, leaning heavily on a cane as he locked eyes with Rio. Unlike the others who shunned him, Rio halted, regarding the elder, and placed Gu Xiaoli on the ground, yet his grip around her neck remained firm, allowing her desperate struggles to yield no results. The elder, slightly stooped and shorter than Rio by a considerable margin, gazed into his eyes with a penetrating stare that bore an uncanny resemblance to Leah, with a voice both powerful and resonant. The elder questioned Rio, "What is the meaning of your actions today?" Rio looked down at the elder, his expression unchanged, and replied, "As you can see, it is quite literal." The elder, filled with indignation, tightened his grip on the cane and struck it forcefully against the ground. "How can you act in such a manner? Our Leah has cherished you since childhood, sacrificing so much for you. How could you be so oblivious? If not for her, perhaps you, this impetuous youth, would not even be the chieftain today." Leah, injured by Gu Xiaoli, suddenly emerged from the shadows, supporting her father's arm as she feigned pity. "Father, please do not be so harsh. While it is true, I have assisted Rio greatly. It was out of love, and I acted willingly. We must not demand too much of him. We merely hope he recognizes those who genuinely care for him and does not fall for an outsider." The interplay between father and daughter elicited a cold smile from Rio. Chapter 128. The Harvest Festival. 10. Leah's father, the former chieftain, presided over a time when food and female distribution within the tribe were woefully imbalanced, with only a select few orcs who obeyed him enjoying more than half of the tribe's resources. Such inequity lingered for too long, leading many tribesmen to resent their contributions, rendering the tribe akin to a disjointed assembly. Under the combined onslaught of prairie wolves and jackals, the tribe struggled for survival, with many members facing dire shortages for several years, resulting in a significant decline in both males and females. In several battles for territory against other carnivorous species, the leopard clan suffered greatly. Had it not been for the young Rio, who skillfully navigated crises with tactical brilliance, the leopard clan might have met the same fate as the prairie wolf tribe, unable to sustain itself. The elderly chieftain, focused solely on personal pleasure, displayed little concern for the tribe's welfare, allowing his daughter Leah to run amok. Unable to bear the situation any longer, the tribesmen secretly elected the highly esteemed Rio as chieftain. While the old chieftain, sensing his waning power, realized he could only retain his position by challenging Rio to a duel. Having lived a life of ease, the old chieftain stood no chance against the fiercest warrior in the tribe. Thus, he reluctantly opted to step aside graciously, believing he could still maintain a semblance of authority while indulging his daughter Leah's whims. Fortunately, Leah had set her sights on Rio as a golden son-in-law. Though it was somewhat undignified for a female to pursue a male, Leah hoped that once she and Rio bonded, her father could continue to enjoy the privileges of chieftainship, wholeheartedly supporting her pursuit of Rio. Seeing Rio remain silent, the old chieftain pressed on, "Do not let momentary temptations cloud your judgment. Regardless of her allure, she is still an outsider. Your youth and impetuosity are understandable, but after more than a decade of being chieftain, I assure you, only my daughter Leah should be your ultimate choice. Rio, unfazed, placed his hand upon Goose Shalley's shoulder. I am now the chieftain, and choosing Goose Shalley as my partner is my decision. Should you have any objections, challenge me to a duel. Otherwise, take Leah and leave the tribe, for you are not welcome here. A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. The father and daughter duo had tormented the tribesmen for far too long, and witnessing their downfall brought a sense of relief. Most tribesmen wish for their swift departure. Upon hearing Rio's unwavering declaration, the old chieftain fell silent, suddenly feeling the world spin around him, leaning heavily on his cane. He barely managed to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Leah, watching Rio lead Goose Shalley away, was overtaken by tears. Ignoring her father's condition, she clutched his arm, urging him to devise a plan. The mere thought of Goose Shalley becoming the tribe's matriarch and asserting her dominance was unbearable. The old chieftain, filled with frustration and urgency, had hoped to enjoy a life of luxury through his daughter, only to find her incapable of securing a male's affection, in a fit of anger. He pushed Leah aside, cursing her as he hobbled away with his cane. Chapter 129. The Harvest Festival 11. Standing alone amidst the scornful, gleeful gazes of onlookers, Leah was at a loss, tears brimming in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that in the span of just a few days, her once promising future had crumbled to dust. In her pursuit of Rio, she had turned away nearly all suitors, mockingly deriding them. Now, apart from Rio, she was left with only Kolo, who had been devoted to her without regard for his own sacrifices. Without her anchor, Leah felt unsteady and collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud, trembling and sobbing. Yet, not a single orc stepped forward to aid her. All remained coldly indifferent. Kolo, having been scattered by the orc crowd, finally heard Leah's cries and managed to push his way to the front. Seeing Leah, now a disheveled figure weeping on the ground, he instinctively reached out to help her. However, the surrounding orcs had already filled his ears with their chatter, informing him that Leah had shamelessly vied for the position of matriarch against the noble purebloods and was now cast aside by Rio. Kolo halted, conflicted. Though he had always been aware of Leah's desire to bond with Rio, his strong affection for her had led him to deceive himself with her promises. Gazing upon the dust-covered, inconsolable Leah, he suddenly found her, whom he had once deemed worth all his efforts, to be utterly unappealing. With a heavy sigh, Kolo suppressed the urge to rush to her aid, taking a small step back in a crowd of orcs. Resigned to the reality that Leah was never the idealized female of his imagination, beneath her robust exterior lay an insatiable hunger for more. Leah, amidst her wailing, sensed the unusual stir around her. Raising her tear-streaked, dirt-covered face, she scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Kolo hidden among the orcs. Just moments ago, she had been engulfed in despair, but in an instant, her expression shifted as she hoarsely shouted at Kolo. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me up." "You fool!" The onlookers swiftly cleared a circle around Koro, their gazes directed at him filled with sympathy, disdain, and mockery. Unlike his usual self, who would act immediately for Leah's sake, Koro remained silent, fixated on her for an extended period, just as Leah was on the verge of impatience, ready to unleash a torrent of scornful words. Koro sighed deeply and shook his head gently. "I am sorry, Leah. I will no longer pursue you." Leah was momentarily taken aback, as if she could not comprehend the meaning of his words, tilting her head and widening her eyes to ask, "What?" Ignoring her, Koro turned and pushed through the throng of orcs, gradually vanishing into the sea of beasts. Behind him, as anticipated, came Leah's frantic screams. "What gives you the right? Just an unwanted male? Am I? Leah, someone you can pursue at will and abandon just as easily. Do you think you are something special? Koro, come back. If you turn around now, I might still grudgingly forgive you. Koro, you will regret this. Dare to toy with me, and I will ensure your demise." Leah's heart-wrenching wails echoed, but Koro simply lowered his head and quietly departed from the harvest ceremony, slowly making his way back to his cave under the night sky. He had always believed that pursuing Leah was the singular motivation in his life. However, gradually, This goal had drained him both physically and emotionally. After finally letting go of Leah today, everything felt concluded. All his previous efforts and sacrifices rendered meaningless. Yet he experienced a profound sense of relief. Perhaps, aside from the females, he should take more time to appreciate the beauty around him, savor delectable foods, and truly live his own life. Chapter 130. The Harvest Ceremony, 12. Meanwhile, shaking off Leah and the old chieftain, Leo dragged the struggling Gu Xiaoli toward his cave. Bonding was not akin to modern marriage. Devoid of dazzling ceremonies and celebrations, it was merely the orcs adhering to their primal instincts to engage in procreation, returning to the cave where she had been confined for several days. Gu Xiaoli felt as though she was about to be violated. With her hands bound behind her, she was utterly powerless to utilize her skills, struggling like a dying prey in vain. Though Tu Jiang and Xiong Zhuang were kept at a distance, they could mostly surmise Gu Xiaoli's predicament from the discussions and reactions of those in the front row. Perched atop the broad shoulders of Xiong Zhuang, Tu Jiang caught sight of Gu Xiaoli being dragged away in terror by Leo. Urgently, she instructed Xiong Zhuang to leave the orc crowd and follow Leo. Unfortunately, Leo had already made arrangements for the lowly Gu Xiaoli. 3 robust leopard males shadowed their chieftain at a distance. And upon seeing the anxious rabbit accompanied by a dazed bear, they swiftly stepped forward to block the path. Although Xiong Zhuang was strong, with the fragile Tu Jiang in tow, he found himself at a disadvantage against 3 formidable foes. After a prolonged struggle with the 3 powerful leopards, they could not break through their blockade. Hearing the overwhelming chatter surrounding Gu Xiaoli and Leo, Lewin could no longer remain idle. He hastily grabbed an orc. Mumbling a few half-hearted instructions about the steps for stewing meat in a large stone pot, before hastily squeezing through the orc crowd to find Gu Xiaoli, the bewildered orc, unexpectedly assigned the task of cooking, stood frozen, unable to comprehend the rapid-fire instructions Lewin had just delivered. The fragrant steam from the pot wafted enticingly towards him, the only one who had learned cooking techniques from Gu Xiaoli. Lewin had long since vanished, while Exingu and Rue Qi, sensing trouble, discreetly followed him and Gu Xiaoli. Suddenly, the orc who had been pulled in to substitute for Lewin gazed in confusion towards the direction of his disappearance, then greedily eyed the soon-to-boil delicacies in the pot. Instinctively knowing that the food was ready for a hearty feast on the other side, Gu Xiaoli struggled with all her might, yet still found herself relentlessly dragged up the mountainside by the robust Lewin, tears of despair welling in her eyes. Hearing Gu Xiaoli's cries for help tinged with sobs, Lewin's heart raced with worry, disregarding the sharp rocks and thorny bushes along the way as he pursued her voice up the steep slope. A figure suddenly emerged from the bushes along the winding mountain path, and instinctively, Exingu and Rue Qi moved to intercept, only to realize it was the panting Lewin. His legs and feet were covered in numerous small cuts. Stained red, unfazed by his injuries, Lewin bypassed Exingu and Rue Qi, his expression complex as he approached Leo and Gu Xiaoli. Exhausted from being dragged, Gu Xiaoli could hardly muster any strength to struggle, her sweat-soaked dark hair clinging to her pale cheeks. Leo halted upon seeing Lewin, gripping Gu Xiaoli's bound arm with one hand, supporting her weary form. The violent, unyielding force with which she had fought back came to a standstill, and Gu Xiaoli, gasping for breath, managed to lift her head. What met her gaze was Lewin's concerned and pained expression, and suddenly, hope flickered like a flame in the boundless darkness. Chapter 131. Leo's Night. 1. She recalled the tender care Lewin had shown her before Leo had taken her captive. His youthful affections for her. Lewin was the younger brother whom Leo had raised since childhood. Perhaps he could rescue her from Leo's grasp. Lewin, help me. I truly don't want to go. Gu Xiaoli's voice cracked as she pleaded that moment. She could no longer afford to consider her decision to avoid relying on Lewin. When drowning, one can only instinctively grasp at every straw within reach. Gu Xiaoli's pitiful and helpless demeanor was like a dagger, piercing deep into Lewin's heart. He stepped forward, reaching out to embrace Gu Xiaoli, but Leo also advanced, wrapping his large hand around her shoulder and pulling her tightly against himself. Leo's possessive gaze caused Lewin to hesitate, retracting his hand, yet he mustered his courage to speak. Xiaoli isn't feeling well. Brother, Please let her go. Though Gu Xiaoli was in Leo's embrace, her hopeful eyes were filled solely with Lei Wen. Although Lei Wen did not dare to directly confront Leo, it was evident that the position of his once-adored brother had now been entirely usurped by his beloved Gu Xiaoli. A male and female dared to exchange affectionate glances right under his nose. And Leo scoffed coldly, ultimately releasing Gu Xiaoli. Leo, who had raised Lei Wen since childhood, could read his brother like an open book. Today, he intended for Gu Xiaoli to see clearly that with Lei Wen's character, he would never dare to defy him as the elder brother, nor could he protect her. As Leo's iron grip loosened, Gu Xiaoli mistakenly believed he was considering Lei Wen's feelings, seizing the opportunity to plead with a choked voice. Lei Wen, it was my fault before. I always neglected you and didn't consider your feelings. This time, please help me. I truly don't want to be with your brother. I beg you. I promise to treat you well in the future. Lei Wen sighed, casting a conflicted glance at Gu Xiaoli. Had this been before, when she had yet to be taken away by her brother, his heart would have soared with joy upon hearing her words. But now, Lei Wen understood that his brother intended for Gu Xiaoli to be his mate, and she could only be his. Lei Wen was at a loss for how to face the brother who had nurtured him with such care. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him. He would give everything, even sacrifice his life, to love Gu Xiaoli. Yet this love was predicated on not harming his most respected brother. The stable, reliable bond of kinship and the fervent passion of love struck at Lei Wen's conscience like two hammers from opposing sides. His averted gaze and hesitant demeanor only intensified Gu Xiaoli's anxiety. She genuinely did not wish to bond with Leo. She understood that while Leo was cunning and manipulative, once she fell into his trap today, she would likely never escape, destined to become nothing more than a breeding machine. Lei Wen, please, take me away. I am willing to go anywhere with you that I could be your mate, together for life, never to betray or abandon you. Gu Xiaoli sacrificed her pride and implored Lei Wen. Lei Wen, taken aback, lifted his gaze, a flicker of light momentarily shining in his eyes. However, upon witnessing the smoldering jealousy etched on Leo's face, that glimmer extinguished instantly. For the first time in his life, Lei Wen heard a female pledge such an extraordinary commitment to a male that, in that fleeting moment, he fantasized about whisking Gu Xiaoli away to a distant land, abandoning all worldly ties and constraints, where their eyes would hold only each other, living a carefree existence. Yet upon seeing the sinister glint in Leo's eyes behind her, Lei Wen understood that this was merely a figment of his imagination. His romance with Gu Xiaoli was akin to the ephemeral bubbles on the ocean, shattered before even witnessing the first rays of dawn. Chapter 132. Leo's Night 2. Leo initially intended to patiently await Lei Wen's rejection of Gu Xiaoli, relishing the despair that would shadow her face. However, upon hearing the promise Gu Xiaoli offered to Lei Wen, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him, akin to an unquenchable wildfire. How could she willingly offer herself to that incompetent brother, yet refuse to even glance at him? Lei Wen's hesitation and silence further vexed Leo, who forcefully seized Gu Xiaoli's arms bound behind her. Despite his effort to restrain his strength, his hands, tense with rage, elicited a cry of pain from her. You ought to return, Leo stated impassively to Lei Wen, shouldering him aside as he propelled Gu Xiaoli forward. Lei Wen steadied himself, his head bowed in silence, his eyes vacant as they fixated on his own toes. Xingge and Ruiqi, their expressions varied, stood a short distance away, observing the tangled confrontation reach its conclusion. Ruiqi snorted, while Xingge shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a faint rustle approached with alarming speed, and a shadowy figure, entirely black, leaped from the high slope, charging directly at Gu Xiaoli and Leo. In the distance, Xingge and Ruiqi were unable to intervene in time. The shadow emitted a fierce roar, sinking its teeth into Leo's arm, which he instinctively raised to shield his face. In a split second, Leo sensed the murderous intent surrounding him. He pulled Gu Xiaoli behind him for protection, but was a fraction too late to defend himself, resulting in a bite to his arm. Startled by the beast's roar, Gu Xiaoli let out a brief scream, attempting to draw her weapon, only to find her hands bound too tightly to move, forcing her to retreat from the battleground as much as possible. Blood streamed from Leo's muscular arm, tensed against the Black Panther's jaws. Once he confirmed there were no other threats, and that Goose Shally could not escape. Leo, seemingly impervious to pain, lifted his bitten arm and hurled it against the rocky wall. The Black Panther, smaller in stature than Leo, was sent spinning through the air before crashing into the sharp rocks, releasing its grip with a pained yowl and collapsing to the ground. Gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain in his ribs, the Black Panther quickly regained its footing, assuming an aggressive stance. Its gaze fixed on Leo, yet its peripheral vision flickering towards Goose Shally. Upon hearing her cries for help carried by the wind, the Black Panther could no longer remain still, having wandered aimlessly for so long. He had rarely cared for the lives or emotions of others. Yet, he discovered that Goose Shally's sorrow and joy resonated within him. He could not stand idly by while she suffered. Thus, under the cover of darkness, he concealed himself along Leo's path back to the cave, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Leo, a seasoned warrior and a robust leopard, faced a Black Panther that was not only underage, but also somewhat malnourished. Nevertheless, the Black Panther's pale green eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Having roamed the wild for so long, his life hung by a thread. He did not regard his own life as paramount. All he desired was to protect the foolish female who fancied herself his master, valuing neither life nor death. Leo, discerning the Black Panther's intentions, swiftly positioned himself beside the fleeing Goose Shally, restraining her. The Black Panther, a fraction too late, lunged to drive Leo away from her. Leo bent low, hoisting Goose Shally onto his shoulder, bending his knees to leap agilely onto an adjacent mountain path, leaving the Black Panther in vain. At that moment, Shinga and Ruichi arrived, transforming into colossal leopards, encircling the Black Panther. Chapter 133. Leo's Night 3. Leo glanced back at the ensnared Black Panther, swiftly carrying Goose Shally along a shortcut until they reached the mountain summit. With her head hanging down, Goose Shally's soft abdomen was jostled sharply against Leo's iron-hard shoulder with each leap, causing a wave of nausea and discomfort. Amid the turbulence, she struggled to lift her head, and through blurred vision, she discerned a small black figure being besieged and torn apart by two massive golden forms halfway down the slope, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not discern whether her pain stemmed from her bruised abdomen or from guilt and regret for the innocent Black Panther, suffering for her sake. Once inside the cave, Leo bent down, placing Goose Shally against the wall at the farthest end. Despite his desire to immediately claim the disobedient Goose Shally, teaching her the consequences of defiance, Leo instead grabbed a handful of animal hides. Haphazardly laying them thickly on the ground, he stifled his impulse and laid Goose Shally flat upon the hides. Goose Shally, exhausted from the ordeal, her body battered and sore, found herself with little strength to flee. Her heart racing, with her hands bound behind her, pressed beneath her weight, the pain in her arms caused her forehead to bead with sweat. Leo's hand supported him, casting a shadow over the petite Goose Shally. In the darkness, she could only make out the luminous, golden vertical pupils that instilled in her a shuddering desire. She could even feel the warmth radiating from him, his breath brushing against her face and neck. Rather than hastily indulging in the feast he had long anticipated, Leo gently caressed Goose Shally's face, using his thumb to wipe away the dust clinging to her skin. Goose Shally shivered at the astonishing warmth of his fingertips. With a mocking grin, Leo leaned closer to Goose Shally, akin to a cheetah toying with its prey before the kill. He did not rush to tear away her animal skin skirt. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Do you see, Goose Shally? You are mine, forever mine. Stop harboring those impractical fantasies. The correct choice for all females is to remain obediently by my side, lest your fate mirror that of the foolish Black Panther you sought to rescue." As Goose Shally endured the pain of her contorted arms beneath her, she listened to Leo's degrading warning that in the moments leading up to this, she had been consumed by fear. Yet, when faced with the reality of it all, an unsettling calm washed over her, bordering on indifference. She recalled a news story she had seen in the real world about a wife enduring prolonged domestic abuse who, unable to bear the pressure any longer, leaped to her death. The top comment read, "If you have the courage to take your own life, why not take along the person you despise the most?" In that moment, she felt akin to that woman. Rather than becoming a mere tool under Leo's dominion, a uterus compelled to survive, she would prefer to perish fighting. With that thought, all her fears seemed to evaporate, replaced by a resolute desire for vengeance that surged within her chest. No longer would she evade. Her obsidian eyes locked onto Leo's glowing gaze in the darkness. She declared firmly, "Leo, listen well. I'm not one of those females from your tribe who flock to you. I owe you nothing. To be your mate, to be the mother of your clan, is something I have never desired. If you dare force me today, then as long as I draw breath in this world, I will find every possible way to ensure you suffer." Her piercing voice echoed within the cave, lingering long after she had spoken. Chapter 134. Persistence 1. The smile faded from Leo's face, and he maintained his position over Gu Xiaoli. Remaining silent for an extended period, he was not intimidated by her threats. With her hands bound, she was a weak female incapable of defending herself, and Leo could conjure countless methods to bend her will, compelling her to bear him several litters of cubs. However, the hatred reflected in her dark eyes caused his heart to ache. Her calm, yet unyielding demeanor instilled in Leo, for the first time in his life, a wavering uncertainty regarding his decision to owe him. She should have been like all other females, merely a vessel capable of bearing strong offspring, with the added benefit of her unique powers to aid him in expanding his influence. He could not fathom why he repeatedly hesitated because of this seemingly inconsequential female. Leo averted his gaze from the knife-like hatred in her eyes, slowly sitting up in silence, seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a deep voice. "From this day forward, you are my female, and that is indisputable. However, I can grant you 30 days to acclimate to me and accept me. After 30 days, I will no longer show you any mercy." Having uttered his words, Leo did not afford Gu Xiaoli a moment to respond. Instead, he strode directly to the cave entrance, leaning against the rocky wall. Gazing up at the star-studded sky while the cool breeze swept over him, Gu Xiaoli lay on her back on the ground, staring blankly at the small opening in the cave ceiling. Just a moment ago, she had steeled herself for a grim fate, prepared to fight to the death. Yet now she found herself unexpectedly granted a 30-day reprieve. After a night filled with sorrow, fear, and guilt, her mind had completely short-circuited. With her hands still bound behind her back, Gu Xiaoli resembled a frozen fish, unable to even roll over. The events of that night had been overwhelming, and she wearily closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling chaotically in her mind. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, having been intercepted by Xing'e and Riki, showed no signs of surrender. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the winding mountain path became the arena for a standoff between two adults and a juvenile. Caught in the pincer movement of the two adult leopards, the Black Panther bore numerous grotesque wounds upon its body. Panting heavily, its breath mingled with blood mist, crystallizing in the chill of early autumn. When visiting Gu Xiaoli's home for a meal, both Xing'e and Riki had caught sight of this pampered Black Panther. Out of respect for Gu Xiaoli, they had initially intended to deliver a few warning slaps. But to their astonishment, the Black Panther, oblivious to its precarious situation, continued to stubbornly charge towards Leo's cave despite sustaining injuries. The adult leopards had not unleashed their full strength against the Black Panther. Yet the creature seemed entirely unfazed by their restraint, pouring all its energy into a desperate assault. In an instant, a large chunk of flesh was torn from Riki's foreleg, blood streaming down to the ground. This provoked Riki's ire. He was not Gu Xiaoli, who coddled the little Black Panther. In the world of beastmen, there was no concept of respecting one's elders or cherishing the young. Only the strong reigned supreme. Without mercy, he swung a paw, catching the Black Panther off guard and sending it tumbling down the slope for over 10 meters. However, Riki had no intention of letting the Black Panther off easily. In the tribe, apart from Leo, he had never lost a fight. Now, having deliberately chosen to be lenient, he could not allow this ungrateful upstart to inflict such a significant injury upon him without consequences. He leaped after the direction in which the Black Panther had fallen. The Black Panther, lying on the ground, perked up its ears and nimbly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Riki's descending assault. Barely escaping disaster, the Black Panther struggled to rise. Being still a minor, It had sustained several broken bones after being forcefully sent flying multiple times, were it not for the endurance cultivated through years of wandering. Any other young beast-man raised in a more nurturing environment would have long since succumbed to tears, pleading for mercy. However, as fatigue set in, the Black Panther found itself increasingly battered, its relative smallness rendering it incapable of maintaining its only advantage, agility. Finally, after evading Riki's ferocious bite, the Black Panther slipped and collapsed, blood soaking its fur. Riki's massive paw pressed down on the Black Panther's small head, grinding its blood-slicked face into the earth. Observing the Black Panther's dire condition and its diminished threat level, Shinga transformed into human form, approaching Riki from behind to signal him to cease his onslaught. After all, this Black Panther was dear to Gu Xiaoli, and Shinga feared that Riki, in his fury, might genuinely harm it. Riki huffed disdainfully, yet in truth he had never harbored intentions to kill. The Black Panther, being an outsider, had challenged his authority without understanding the rules, and he sought merely to teach it a lesson. Riki also shifted to human form, kicking the Black Panther lying on the ground, which elicited no response, before glancing back at the situation in the cave atop the mountain, satisfied that their leader had likely resolved matters with Gu Xiaoli. Shinga and Riki wiped the blood splatter from their faces, linking arms as they discussed descending the mountain to check if there was any food left in the pot behind the two beasts. The Black Panther's paw twitched faintly in the pool of blood. In the haze of confusion, Gu Xiaoli's lively figure replayed in its mind, filled with joy, anger, sorrow, surprise, and mischief. And in its final vision, her face was etched with sadness and despair. Slowly, the Black Panther's green eyes opened, and its blurred sight tracked the two figures moving further away. Gritting its teeth, it swallowed the cries of pain, propelled by the night's concealment, and limped in the direction of Gu Xiaoli. All that remained in its mind were memories of her tenderness, her playful nature, and her delightful food, illuminating the Black Panther's monochrome existence like a beacon, drawing it instinctively towards that warmth. Alas, the unrelenting iron claws returned, crashing down upon the Black Panther's spine like a mountain, pinning it to the earth. Halfway down the slope, Shinga glanced back at the fallen Black Panther with a twinge of compassion, while Riki, sensing Shinga's unease, quickly scaled the mountain to block the panther's path. Unsurprisingly, the Black Panther found itself further besieged, receiving a thorough beating from the two leopards. Its injuries had become life-threatening. Even a well-grown adult beastman would struggle to rise from such severe wounds. Yet, the Black Panther, as if possessed, continued to push forward despite the torrents of blood flowing from its body, like a devoted pilgrim. Unbeknownst to the Black Panther, a flicker of warmth had emerged in its previously desolate existence. This warmth, akin to a gentle spring rain, seeped silently into its heart. Gu Xiaoli's care and attention filled the void of familial love that it had desperately yearned for in its childhood. It treasured her like a precious gem. Once one has tasted such warmth in life, returning to a state of indifferent detachment becomes impossible. After a night of relentless combat, as the moon began to set, Riki's initial fury transformed into a silence devoid of words. Shinga sighed deeply, gazing intently at the Black Panther, which clung to life yet refused to yield. As dawn's first light graced the earth, warming all of creation, the Black Panther remained cold and lifeless on the ground, its dark green eyes devoid of the vitality they once held, pupils gradually dilating. Shinga and Riki silently watched the brown-red form sprawled on the ground, exchanging no words that to the foot of the mountain. What should have been a grand harvest celebration had dwindled into a sparse gathering by midnight. The bubbling pot of delicacies missed its perfect cooking moment due to the absence of the chief cook. Following Gu Xiaoli's hysterical confrontation with their indomitable leader, many males found themselves engulfed in concern for the fate of this stubborn, yet fragile female, losing their appetite for the peculiar aromas wafting from the pot. The few remaining ravenous beastmen who attempted to snatch a bite were met with scalding burns. The once tantalizing morsels ultimately reduced to charred, acrid remnants. As dawn broke, the last flicker of flame at the bottom of the pot extinguished, transforming into a wisp of smoke, while the once mouth-watering feast was reduced to mere ash. The few beastmen lingering in the square sighed and returned home, in the cave atop the mountain. A drowsy Gu Xiaoli was stirred awake by a rustling sound. Cracking her eyes open, she was greeted by the harsh rays of the morning sun. Someone was supporting her from behind, and she felt intermittent touches on her back. Her arms, having been pinned all night, had completely lost sensation. In her dazed state, she turned to see that the person behind her was none other than Leo. The terrifying events of the previous night rushed back to her mind, prompting Gu Xiaoli to struggle forward. Seeking to distance herself from Leo, a large hand gripped her shoulder and pulled her back. Leo's expression sour as he said, "I'm untying you. Don't move." Upon Gu Xiaoli's arrival, she had endured an entire night of restless turmoil, leaving her utterly fatigued. Moreover, she was acutely aware that, bereft of her abilities, she stood no chance against Leo, and thus resigned herself to his whims. The animal hide ropes were untied, revealing ghastly welts upon her pale wrists. Once liberated, her arms hung limply at her sides, unresponsive to her will. Despite her attempts to move, she was met with an increasingly unbearable pain and numbness, rendering her immobile. Leo, noticing her helplessly drooping arms, unceremoniously seized one, cradling it in his hands as he began to gently rotate and massage her joints. After nearly a whole night of contemplation, Gu Xiaoli had lost the courage for a noble sacrifice. She averted her gaze from Leo's face, allowing him to manipulate her arm as he pleased, staring at the wall in silence until the latter half of the night. Gu Xiaoli arrived at a decision. Leo had granted her 30 days to acclimate. However, she doubted she could endure his domineering nature for even 300 days. It would be far more prudent to utilize this 30-day span to gain his trust and await the opportune moment to escape this tribe. The actions of Leiwen had thoroughly disillusioned her, and as for her dear friend Tu Jiao, even if she were to depart, Xiong Zhuang would be there to care for her as long as she brought along her future apprentice. Haiba Jiefeng, she would have no lingering attachments to this tribe. Chapter 137. Sisterly Moments 1. After a brief period of Leo's massage on her arm, color began to return to her pallor, and the prickling numbness surged to her mind like needles. She gasped, trembling as she tried to retract her increasingly numb arm, only to have Leo's cold grip reclaim it. "If you want to keep that arm, then let it stay put." Gu Xiaoli dared not protest, gritting her teeth as she endured the maddening, tingling sensation accompanying the return of feeling to her arm. Leo, displaying remarkable patience, meticulously massaged each joint of her arm with his formidable hands until both limbs regained their normal function. As she moved her still, somewhat stiff wrists, Gu Xiaoli suddenly heard a bright call. She glanced up to see a figure with white hair and long rabbit ears peeking from the cave's rocky entrance. A pair of tearful red eyes gazed into the cave. Hesitant to approach under Leo's imposing presence, Gu Xiaoli longed to rush forward and embrace her sole confidant, crying freely, yet she restrained her impulse. Casting a questioning look at Leo, unwilling to cause harm to anyone because of herself, in her weakened state, she preferred the embrace of an inferior rabbit over his. Leo's countenance was as dark as water, and after a long silence, he finally nodded. Observing Leo's expression, Tu Jiao cautiously led Xiong Zhuang into the cave. As Xiong Zhuang stepped inside, Leo cast him a sidelong glance, causing Tu Jiao's fur to bristle in alarm as she quickly intervened. "You should wait outside," she instructed Xiong Zhuang. Though bewildered, he obediently stood outside the cave. Tu Jiao took the animal hide bag filled with food from Xiong Zhuang's hands, placing it against the wall before turning to face Gu Xiaoli. Her tear-filled eyes meeting her friend as, with her delicate white arms, Tu Jiao gently enveloped Gu Xiaoli, allowing her to rest her head on her slender shoulder. After enduring so much, finally encountering the one person she could trust and rely on. Gu Xiaoli, overwhelmed with emotion, lifted her still stiff arms to embrace Tu Jiao in return. Burying her head into Tu Jiao's petite shoulder, she inhaled the fragrant scent of grass emanating from Tu Jiao's snow-white hair as her tears flowed freely into it. Tu Jiao felt frustrated with herself for being merely a helpless, herbivorous female, unable to aid her friend in times of peril, and could only tighten her embrace in a futile attempt to provide Gu Xiaoli with comfort. Gu Xiaoli, stifling her sobs in Tu Jiao's arms, appeared as though she had suffered the gravest injustice. Leo turned his head away, no longer observing the two sisters, while countless females lined up seeking a night of warmth with him. Yet here was Gu Xiaoli, shunning him as if he were a plague. After a while of weeping, Gu Xiaoli finally calmed down. Tujia tentatively released her, using her small paws to wipe away the remnants of Gu Xiaoli's tear-smeared face. Reaching for the animal hide bag leaning against the wall, Tujiao pulled out 2 large mangosteens, placing them in her palms before squeezing them with all her might, yet the robust fruits remained unyielding. Stealing a glance at Gu Xiaoli's expression, Tujiao noticed her friend's nose reddened, wearing an expression of distress. With determination, she exerted all her strength against the mangosteen's tough exteriors, yet the fruits remained impervious to her efforts. Originally intending to lift Gu Xiaoli's spirits with a bite of the sweet fruit, Tujiao found herself in a dilemma as she could not even crack the shell. Gu Xiaoli observed Tujiao's flustered state, her ears standing erect and trembling, her face growing increasingly crimson like a little tomato blanketed in winter snow. But a burst of laughter escaped Gu Xiaoli at the sight of Tujiao's endearing struggle. Perhaps due to the prolonged tension she had endured, the sudden relaxation upon seeing Tujiao made her laughter come easily. As her dear friend toiled to open the mangosteen, Gu Xiaoli felt a pang of guilt for her own idleness, prompting her to turn her head away, clearing her throat softly. Chapter 138. Sisterly Moments 2. Tujiao widened her red eyes, captivated by Gu Xiaoli's radiant smile, slowly lowering the mangosteen in her hands. You finally smiled. Taken aback, Gu Xiaoli paused, then sighed. This is life, I assenti it. If I don't smile, should I cry instead? I've already cried enough. Gu Xiaoli's optimistic demeanor eased Tujiao's worries. Gu Xiaoli, possessing both inner strength and gentleness, had been coerced by Leo, and Tujiao feared she might act irrationally. Tossing and turning throughout the night before dawn, she hastily gathered all the food she had recently collected and rushed up the mountain with Xiong Zhuang to find Gu Xiaoli. Let us open it together, Gu Xiaoli urged, pulling Tujiao back to the task at hand. Tujiao's hand holding the mangosteen was enveloped by Gu Xiaoli's, their hands raised to chest height. Together, they exerted force, their voices mingling in a harmonious struggle, and finally, a small crack appeared on the dark fruit surface. Concerned for Gu Xiaoli's still recovering arm, Tujiao snatched the cracked mangosteen, her fingernail prying into the fissure, forcefully splitting it open to reveal the white flesh within, presenting it to Gu Xiaoli. However, Gu Xiaoli did not accept the fruit. Instead, she reached for Tujiao's tiny hand, inspecting it closely to find her nails and skin had separated, a crimson hue threatening to bleed. Why are you so foolish? What will you do if your finger gets hurt? Gu Xiaoli scolded, her gaze filled with concern. Tujiao chuckled sheepishly, withdrawing her hand into a fist, concealing her injured fingers. It's nothing. This happens often when I'm foraging for food in the mountains. It'll be fine soon. You should eat the mangosteen. I picked this a few days ago. It's delicious. With that, Tujiao presented the fruit to Gu Xiaoli's lips. Yet Tujiao's earnest concern only deepened Gu Xiaoli's emotion, her friend's unreserved devotion causing her heart to soften, and her nose began to tingle with the threat of tears once more. Hey, Gu Xiaoli, why aren't you happy? Don't cry. If you don't like it, then don't eat the mangosteen. Rabbit Sauce hurriedly waved her hand, nearly discarding the mangosteen she had painstakingly peeled. Gu Xiaoli's quick reflexes allowed her to grasp Rabbit Sauce's hand holding the fruit, bringing it to her lips and swallowing it whole, for the mangosteen that Rabbit Sauce had so laboriously opened could not go to waste. With Gu Xiaoli's insistence, the other half of the mangosteen found its way into Rabbit Sauce's stomach. Leaning against the rocky entrance of the cave, Leo gazed into the distance, his eyes fixed on the white clouds above, while his ears captured every word exchanged between the two sisters. With a resigned sigh, Leo stepped closer to Gu Xiaoli. The sudden approach of his imposing figure caused the two young women to instinctively huddle together, their 4 eyes warily tracking Leo's every move. Leo did not touch either Gu Xiaoli or Rabbit Sauce. Instead, he reached out to snatch the bee-skin bag that Rabbit Sauce had brought, tossing it to the ground. He then settled cross-legged beside it, his large hands rummaging through the bag to extract a handful of mangosteens, which he crushed with a loud crunch before arranging them neatly beside Gu Xiaoli. The sight of the two females gathered together in tears and unable to even open a single mangosteen while dragging out their emotional turmoil, was more than Leo could bear, prompting him to personally assist them in peeling all the mangosteens. Though Gu Xiaoli was reluctant to have her time with her sister interrupted, she could not help but notice Leo's grim demeanor as he sat there, focused solely on crushing the fruit. She felt that even if she were to ask him to leave now, she would likely receive a fierce rebuke, akin to the easily crushed mangosteen in his hands. Exchanging glances, Rabbit Sauce and Gu Xiaoli silently agreed. And eventually, Rabbit Sauce timidly nodded towards Leo and murmured a thank you. As they nervously munched on the mangosteens Leo had prepared, the sisters engaged in a low conversation about trivial matters. As a herbivorous female, Rabbit Sauce felt unworthy of the honor of consuming mangosteens hand-peeled by the formidable clan leader. It was a dream shared by all the females in their tribe. Aside from her and Xiaoli, if not for Leo's cold demeanor and the terrifying strength with which he crushed the mangosteens, rendering her unable to swallow, this treatment would have been rather agreeable. Chapter 139, Sisterly Moments 3, Xiaoli, a voice filled with emotion broke the eerie atmosphere of the sisters' tea gathering. Rabbit Sauce and Gu Xiaoli both looked up to see a figure silhouetted against the light at the cave entrance. Rabbit Sauce tilted her head in recognition of the person as Raven, while Gu Xiaoli remained unresponsive, indifferently lowering her head to continue eating the mangosteen. The blatant disregard caused Raven's heart to plummet. Like Rabbit Sauce, he had not slept a wink all night, replaying Gu Xiaoli's desperate pleas in his mind. Raven was acutely aware of Gu Xiaoli's fear and disdain for Leo, having been the first to discover her and accompany her through a significant period of time. Raven repeatedly reminded himself that Leo was his brother and also the clan leader, and he would never harm Gu Xiaoli. Furthermore, becoming the clan mother would afford her a far more prosperous life than being a mere female of his ordinary status. Yet, deep down, a voice incessantly questioned him. What if she truly was unhappy as his brother's mate? What if she defied his brother and conflict ensued? What if she genuinely did not wish to become his brother's mate? The multitude of possibilities left Raven too afraid to delve deeper, fearing that when the sun rose the next day, he might never see Gu Xiaoli again, worried that her stubbornness might rob her of the chance to blossom with a smile like a flower. Before him, Gu Xiaoli bore no visible wounds and sat freely beside Rabbit Sauce, but she had lost the vibrant spirit she once possessed, and her eyes could no longer shine with the warmth he once cherished. Although his heart ached with profound pain, Raven still exhaled in relief. With a weary visage, he stepped into the cave, inhaling deeply before asking, "Xiaoli, are you all right?" Even amid her disdain, he needed to ascertain her safety. Gu Xiaoli continued eating the mangosteen, not sparing him a glance, as if a fourth person had never entered the cave. "I know everything is my fault, but I had no other choice. Xiaoli, please try to adapt. Actually, my brother isn't as terrifying as you think. Do not provoke him. He will treat you well, just as he has always treated me." Raven spoke with a pale face. Like a dog? Gu Xiaoli's smile was devoid of warmth. A dog? Both Raven and Rabbit Sauce looked puzzled. In their world, beasts were not domesticated as pets. Hunting, guarding, and other tasks were performed by the beastmen themselves, making the idea of taming a wild beast, especially one that had largely evolved into beastmen, utterly absurd. The beastmen could not comprehend Gu Xiaoli's sarcasm. Shaking her head, Gu Xiaoli wished to avoid further dialogue with Raven, for his actions the previous night had completely shattered any hope she had of relying on him. Now, even the prospect of merely being ordinary friends was entirely out of the question. Raven understood that Gu Xiaoli's words were likely not kind, and he looked at her with guilt-ridden eyes. As he drew closer, Gu Xiaoli's scent inevitably reached Raven's nose. It was a familiar and comforting fragrance he had embraced countless times before. However, this scent was strikingly devoid of his brother Leo's essence. This indicated that Gu Xiaoli had not truly bonded with Leo the night before. The revelation was overwhelming, momentarily causing Raven to forget Gu Xiaoli's coldness, leaving him rooted in place. Did this mean he still had a chance? The thought surged through him, prompting Raven to shake his head in panic. After all, she was his brother's chosen mate. How could he betray his brother? Yet, regardless of how fiercely he resisted, the notion grew like a wild fire in his heart. And in that moment, he realized that Gu Xiaoli had begun to hold a weight in his heart that might soon surpass that of his brother Leo, who had raised him. Chapter 140. Sisterly Moments for You. You haven't bonded yet? Unable to contain his surprise and joy, Raven, under Leo's watchful gaze, inquired. Gu Xiaoli regarded Raven as if he were an extraterrestrial creature, incredulous that after abandoning her in a den of wolves for an entire night, this was his primary concern. This is none of your business. Have you been overindulged by the abundance of prey? Shouldn't you be out hunting? Leo interjected, positioning himself between Raven and Gu Xiaoli. Raven meekly acknowledged and turned to exit, but his mind was filled solely with thoughts of Gu Xiaoli. Leo fixed his deep gaze on Raven's departing back, realizing that the little brother he had watched grow up was now spreading his wings. It seemed he would need to keep a closer eye on this younger sibling in the future. After sending Raven away, Leo resumed crushing his mangosteen. Rabbit Sauce glanced back and forth between the two, trying to decipher the complex relationships at play. Raven is worried about you. If there's anything to discuss, please do so calmly, Rabbit Sauce urged, shaking Gu Xiaoli's arm. When the incident occurred the previous night, Rabbit Sauce and Bear Zhuang had been kept at bay by Leo's subordinates and were unaware of the events that transpired between Raven and Gu Xiaoli. They assumed Raven's consistent kindness towards Gu Xiaoli was merely a misunderstanding among friends. Gu Xiaoli furrowed her brow and took a deep breath. Rabbit Sauce was her friend, and she felt compelled to explain. Last night, even the little black panther dared to rush in to save me. But Raven ignored my pleas for help and callously allowed his brother to violate me, she thought, but refrained from voicing the latter half of her statement. She no longer wished to argue about right or wrong. She simply wanted to find a way to repay Raven's recent kindness and then sever ties cleanly. Upon hearing about the little black panther, Rabbit Sauce visibly paused, her gaze drifting as a look of concern washed over her. When she ascended the mountain, a group of beastmen had surrounded a spot halfway up, seemingly engaged in discussion. In her haste to check on Gu Xiaoli's safety, she had not closely observed the dark figure lying on the ground. Now, recalling snippets of their conversation about something that could not be saved, transformations and foreign beasts, Rabbit Sauce's heart sank. This. Gu Xiaoli sprang to her feet, lips pressed tightly together, her face pale as she rushed towards the cave exit without uttering a word. Leo discarded the mangosteen, his long legs rising as he followed closely behind her. Left behind, Rabbit Sauce glanced around before hurriedly exiting the cave as well, just a few steps outside the cave. Gu Xiaoli was abruptly seized by a large hand gripping her arm, bringing her to an abrupt halt. Pain shot through her still-healing shoulder as she spun instinctively and collided with Leo's sturdy chest. "Where are you going without finishing your mangosteen?" Leo inquired, feigning ignorance. His keen hearing had already picked up on everything, and he blocked Gu Xiaoli's path, unwilling to witness the glimmer of interest in her eyes for other males. "Let me go see him. He might be seriously injured," Gu Xiaoli implored, clutching Leo's arm desperately. Lowering her demeanor did not soften Leo's heart. Instead, it ignited the fury he had struggled to suppress. "What does that have to do with me?" "Return to the cave. You haven't finished your mangosteen." Leo feigned an intention to take her away. "I can promise you one condition. Please, just let me have a glimpse of him." Gu Xiaoli's feet pressed firmly against the ground, her entire being resisting Leo's arm. Leo relaxed his grip, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "A condition?" "Any request I can fulfill, as long as you ensure the safety of the Black Panther." Gu Xiaoli, preoccupied with the Black Panther's well-being, momentarily overlooked the flaw in her words. "Then I want to bond tonight." Leo's gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoli, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "What? This is unacceptable. Did you not say that anything within your power is permissible?" Leo's tone turned icy. Gu Xiaoli's face flushed crimson, stammering and at a loss for words. Unamused, Leo bent down and effortlessly lifted Gu Xiaoli, striding back. Chapter 141. The Transformation of the Black Panther. Wait. Wait, I can prepare a delicious meal for you. Something I have never made for anyone else. Just for you. Gu Xiaoli clung to Leo's neck, desperately trying to bargain. This was the most plausible solution she could conceive in the moment. Leo halted, casting his gaze down at the blushing female in his arms. Her intimate embrace and the proximity of her face greatly pleased him. "Just one meal?" Leo elongated the last syllable. Not just that. Whenever you wish to eat, I will cook for you whatever you desire. The corners of Leo's mouth subtly lifted. After a moment of silence, he added another condition. Once healed, the Black Panther must leave the tribe. Otherwise, I shall personally slay him. All right. Gu Xiaoli immediately acquiesced. Given the circumstances, her primary concern was whether the Black Panther would survive and if he could remain by her side as her apprentice or if they would have to reconsider later. Impatiently, she leapt from Leo's embrace and dashed towards the hillside, leaving Leo standing alone. The rabbit sauce, emerging from the cave, stood beside them, unable to interject, deducing from their conversation that the newcomer Black Panther had encountered trouble. Curiosity piqued, she intended to inquire about the Black Panther's predicament, but was deterred by Leo's fearsome expression, tailing Gu Xiaoli with ears drooping. Descending to the hillside, Gu Xiaoli gasped as she spotted a large mass of black lying on the ground. Surrounded by alarming bloodstains, the onlooking beastmen had already dispersed, indifferent to the imminent death of the foreign beastman. Witnessing this scene, her heart sank to the depths of despair. She could only recall how the Black Panther had been brutally slammed against the rocks by Leo while attempting to save her, subsequently being restrained by Shinga and Ruichi. How could he be so gravely injured now? Gu Xiaoli's footsteps wavered with anxiety as she approached the Black Panther, tears streaming down her face upon seeing his large head curled against his chest. Even magnified several times, his battered visage was unmistakable. He was her Black Panther. His once glossy fur was now marred by deep gashes, matted together with thick, crimson blood. Numerous bones were grotesquely twisted, sunken into his form. His enchanting, light green eyes were swollen shut, leaving him lifeless on the ground, akin to a decayed corpse. The brutal sight deepened Gu Xiaoli's guilt and self-reproach, ensnaring her in an inescapable mire of despair. Tears obscured her pallid smile as she pressed her hands against the motionless body of the Black Panther, shaking him fervently while calling his name in an increasingly desperate tone. If she had not forcibly kept the Black Panther, he would not have faced such dire consequences while attempting to rescue her. When the stoic and bewildered Xiong Zhuang arrived at the scene, he beheld Gu Xiaoli kneeling over the massive form of the Black Panther, hysterically calling for him. Despite Rabbit Sauce's attempts to pull her away, Gu Xiaoli remained deaf to their pleas, her voice hoarse from calling out to the unresponsive Black Panther. This heart-wrenching tableau was profoundly moving. Even the usually oblivious Xiong Zhuang stood quietly to the side, speechless at Gu Xiaoli's agonized state. Leo's brow furrowed. He instructed Shinga and Ruichi to keep all distractions at bay outside the cave, not anticipating that the obstinate Black Panther would endure such a beating without yielding. The crux of the matter was that this little Black Panther was Gu Xiaoli's cherished companion, making their path ahead even more arduous. Chapter 142. The Transformation of the Black Panther. 2. He is already dead. Let us return, Leo urged gently, but Gu Xiaoli remained oblivious. Without hesitation, Leo stepped forward, grasping Gu Xiaoli and lifting her while pushing the Black Panther's arm upward. Gu Xiaoli found herself cradled against his thigh. "Release me." She flailed her arms and kicked her legs, screaming to return to the Black Panther's side. If witnessing the Black Panther in such a near-death state had filled her with sorrow and guilt, being taken away now enveloped her in terror and despair. For she knew that brain death and the cessation of a heartbeat could be separated by hours, even years in certain cases. This meant that the lack of response from the Black Panther to her calls could indicate brain death. However, beings like the Beastmen, endowed with formidable strength and self-healing abilities, might still have a heartbeat long after falling unconscious. If she were taken away now, as the child's heart gradually ceased to beat, it would be too late for redemption. That if she could sing the healing song now, perhaps the Black Panther would still have a glimmer of hope. But Leo's iron grip clamped down on her like steel bars, inexorably pulling her further from the Black Panther. Gu Xiaoli's mind raced. She twisted her body to the maximum extent, turning back to face the Black Panther, her voice hoarse as she unleashed the familiar healing song. The moment her melody poured forth, a miracle unfolded. White light began to emanate from the Black Panther's myriad wounds. As she continued to sing, his shattered bones reconnected, and his flesh knitted together, leaving Leo astounded and frozen in place. Time rewound to the final moments before dawn as the Black Panther closed his eyes. The chill of early autumn swept through, and his battered form trembled weakly, sensing the approach of his life as in those final moments. Memories flashed before him. His father's tragic fate, his mother's indifference. The bullying from other young beastmen, the disdain from other fathers, wandering the wilderness alone, enduring hunger and scavenging from feral beasts for food and water. At this point, there seemed little worth clinging to. Suddenly, a bright and somewhat mischievous smile appeared before him, playfully tugging at his ears, head, and paws, something he should have found repulsive. Yet, those moments of joy resonated like fireflies in the night, gradually coalescing to illuminate his life as a beast. A voice within him cried out, yearning to see that smile once more, that expression of warmth that no beast man had ever shown him. Out of fierce desire swelled within the Black Panther, regardless of the cost. He would resolutely charge towards that warm figure. He heard the ominous cracking of bones throughout his entire body, excruciating pain radiating from every inch of him. Yet he remained undeterred, resolutely gritting his teeth and enduring. The injuries he had previously sustained and the hardships he had faced paled in comparison to the torment he now experienced during the transformation. Male orcs could only achieve their adult form when they sought a clear objective at the appropriate age. Each male undergoing their first transformation had to endure an agonizing metamorphosis. Every bone within their body would contort and reorganize. The frail, injured, or those who transformed prematurely were often unable to withstand the ordeal, meeting a tragic demise that a steadfast will was not the sole factor for successful transformation. The young Black Panther, being still immature, was not permitted to attempt transformation until several years later than his peers. Especially given his current grievous injuries, fractured bone shards twisted within him, akin to sharp blades ensnared in a tumultuous washing machine, as remnants of broken bones sliced through every inch of his flesh during the metamorphosis. A profound agony was stifled within the Black Panther's throat, the omnipresent pain even provoking thoughts of self-destruction. Yet upon recalling that foolish female, a surge of strength welled within him once more. Chapter 143. The Transformation of the Black Panther 3, after a prolonged period of suppressed anguish. His pure black form vanished, replaced by a still-maturing human physique. The Black Panther took a tentative step towards the beam of light that had beckoned him, but his battered body could bear no more and collapsed in a cacophony. After losing consciousness and with his blood drained, he could not defy the nature of his race, reverting to his formidable beast form. The transformation granted him a powerful beastly body, but did not aid in healing his wounds. In fact, it exacerbated many of them. As time passed, his blood and warmth ebbed away, and when the sun rose above the horizon, most of his organs had succumbed to failure, leaving only a heart that beat weakly. Perhaps it was fate. This resilient heart persisted until rescue arrived. A hoarse melody and warm white light enveloped the Black Panther, as consciousness gradually returned to his body, compelling him to open his eyes and lift his head. Black Panther, run, leave this tribe and never return. The first voice he heard was familiar, yet fraught with tension, but a chill ran down his spine. Animal instinct warned him of imminent danger. He leapt 3 meters into the air, landing on a higher path adjacent to him. Daring to glance back at the situation, Jiyu Shaoli sat cradled in Leo's arms, her slender legs turning pale from the pressure. Leo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Black Panther, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Hurry! Go! Gu Shaoli urged, her forehead slick with sweat, oblivious to Leo's countenance as she waved her hands frantically, urging the Black Panther to flee. Jiyu Shaoli had clearly sensed Leo's overwhelming possessiveness during her days of confinement, and her distressing display upon seeing the Black Panther's injuries had undoubtedly placed him on Leo's death list. Having already tasted the bitterness of loss, Gu Shaoli was determined not to witness another innocent child perish because of her. After a moment's hesitation, the Black Panther, with his emerald eyes deepening, cast one last glance at Gu Shaoli before leaping into the underbrush, swiftly disappearing from sight. She watched the Black Panther depart to safety. Gu Shaoli felt her back drenched in cold sweat. Only then did she realize that Leo's rock-solid arm was firmly pinning her legs, rendering her immobile with pain. She dared not meet Leo's frosty gaze. stifling her discomfort as her delicate hand rested on his chest. Her head bowed in silence, that Rabbit-chan's attention was wholly focused on Gu Xiaoli, noticing her legs constricted painfully by Leo's wrath. Xiaoli's legs will be hurt. Rabbit-chan empathized with Gu Xiaoli's suffering, timidly addressing Leo. Leo's slit pupils shifted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the diminutive Rabbit-chan, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. However, seeing her equally terrified and distressed friend, Rabbit-chan clenched her fists, steeling herself to meet Leo's gaze, pleading earnestly, "Please let her go. She's truly in pain." With a cold snort, Leo ignored Rabbit-chan's entreaty, yet he did loosen his grip on Gu Xiaoli, deliberately tilting her so that she leaned against his broad shoulder as he strode back to the mountain cave. Upon returning to the cave, Leo firmly barred Rabbit-chan and Xiong Zhuang from entering, resuming his confinement of Gu Xiaoli. Chapter 144. Back to confinement. Leo restrained his temper and refrained from directing his ire at Gu Xiaoli over the Black Panther incident. He understood that while he could possess her body at any time, winning her heart required effort and finesse. Consequently, he altered his previous demeanor, dedicating ample time to accompany Gu Xiaoli, frequently taking her hiking in the mountains and indulging some of her modest requests. However, Gu Xiaoli remained unmoved by Leo's transformation, maintaining her fearful and respectful attitude, complying with his every whim, afraid to defy him in the slightest. Unlike her prior life in Raven's Cave, where she could freely determine her daily activities and contemplate culinary delights to reward her hard-working friends, Gu Xiaoli, after being unilaterally isolated by Leo from the outside world, had become his exclusive chef. Leo had provided them with a pot and a pair of utensils, forbidding anyone but himself and Gu Xiaoli from tasting her cooking, and disallowing any food from being brought to them. Xiaoli's daily sustenance relied solely on Leo, compelling her to wear a forced smile before the very provider of her sustenance. Following their nominal bonding, Gu Xiaoli's life became even more stifling. Knowing that in 30 days Leo would impose a union upon her, she felt utterly powerless. True to Leo's nature, he would undoubtedly follow through, even if she cried and protested. He could bind her firmly, leaving her to lie on the ground, akin to a paralyzed individual, as he prepared for their union. Such a life, merely contemplating it, cast a shadow of despair over her, inducing a profound melancholy. With this thought, Gu Xiaoli vigorously shook her head, slapping her cheeks in an attempt to dispel the negativity. There would surely be a way out. With 30 days remaining, she was confident she could find an opportunity to escape. To flee from Leo, she refused to believe that fate could be so cruel to her. Days spent with Leo were agonizing, and at long last, she reached the 10th day, yet still found no chance for escape. Inevitably feeling a sense of despondency, coupled with the daily task of navigating Leo's unpredictable moods and attempting to decipher his thoughts, Gu Xiaoli felt as if she had aged a decade overnight. Meanwhile, Leo appeared ever patient, hunting numerous prey daily, providing her with copious amounts of meat, relishing the culinary expertise of Gu Xiaoli as a royal chef. Occasionally, when Gu Xiaoli accidentally burned or charred a dish, Leo would wordlessly devour it all, leaving no remnants behind. Observing Leo crunching on the charred remnants of her culinary mishaps, Gu Xiaoli's mouth fell agape in astonishment, akin to swallowing an egg. She had expected him to chew her bones with the same fervor. Instead, he simply polished off the burnt portions and left her with the unburned morsels, leading her to wonder if the culinary standards of the beast world were so poor that they could stomach such fare. Gu Xiaoli thought little of it, yet remained exceedingly cautious with her cooking, fearing that one day Leo's foul mood might turn her into the meal rather than merely the cook. As autumn deepened, the mountain winds grew increasingly chilling. Ever since being cast out from the tribe, the Black Panther had not strayed far, intentionally concealing his presence while lingering near the leopard tribe's territory. The injuries he had sustained that night were grave. Even Gu Xiaoli's healing song had not fully mended him, leaving behind numerous shallow cuts, and his shattered bones had yet to heal entirely, causing him lingering pain from falls. Nevertheless, the Black Panther paid little heed to these minor afflictions. He had clawed back to life, fueled solely by thoughts of Gu Xiaoli, who occupied his mind day and night. While mending his body, the Black Panther sought opportunities in the vicinity of the leopard tribe. Biding his time. Chapter 145. The actions of Scar's song. Autumn rains fell incessantly, the dampness accelerating the drop in temperature, prompting Leo to provide Gu Xiaoli with additional thick fur garments. One night, dense clouds obscured the moonlight, and a tall figure stealthily emerged from the mountainside, skillfully evading the night-watching orcs, making his way to the dark, flat grassland. There, a flaxen-haired youth awaited him. "Why haven't you come yet? Gu Xiaoli has become the matriarch?" "Oh, is that so? Once we are adequately prepared, we shall certainly arrive." The male voice was tinged with a palpable sense of urgency. "Leo is quick to act. If you delay any longer, she might already bear a child, and that would complicate matters even further." A youthful, melodious laugh escaped him. "Who says a cave occupied by others cannot harbor new inhabitants? Just ensure the previous occupant vanishes, and arrange for a newcomer to take their place." The male of the leopard clan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the reputation of the wolf clan for their ruthless nature was indeed well-deserved. To secure the continuation of their formidable lineage, they would not even spare the unborn child of a female. "Aren't you afraid she might harbor resentment towards you? Do you truly care about a female's sentiments?" Indeed, Gu Xiaoli had previously expressed disdain toward Scar's song, yet he remained utterly unconcerned to the core. His and Leo's thoughts aligned perfectly. Once a female bears a child, there is no escaping. Presently, in the tribe, Leo monopolized Gu Xiaoli. Given his status, it would be impossible for him to claim her as his mate within the leopard clan. Thus, it would be wiser to ally with the wolf clan and abduct Gu Xiaoli. For at least that would grant him a glimmer of hope. "Then make haste. I shall be prepared at any moment." With that, Scar's song vanished from the grassland as swiftly as a wraith. The following morning, Rabbit Sauce returned with a bulging sack of potatoes to seek out Gu Xiaoli, only to be rebuffed at the threshold by Leo once more. Rabbit Sauce bit her lip, clutching the bag at the entrance, hesitant to enter, yet unwilling to leave. Gu Xiaoli consumed both meat and vegetables, but after long being confined to Leo's exclusive diet of meat, she would undoubtedly suffer from ill health. Gu Xiaoli leaned closer to the cave's entrance and spotted Rabbit Sauce behind Leo, gesturing frantically for her to avoid conflict and leave quickly. Yet Rabbit Sauce stubbornly spoke up. "Xiaoli is a purebred human. If she goes too long without vegetables, it will harm her health. As her male, shouldn't you be more understanding and caring toward her?" The last statement was delivered in a weak tone, as Rabbit Sauce could hardly bear the pressure exerted by the authoritative Leo. Casting a glance at Gu Xiaoli, Leo recalled that indeed, her appetite had been poor these past few days. Each time he prepared a large pot of meat, she consumed only a minuscule portion. "I will personally fetch her some. You need not concern yourself. Now leave." With that, Leo shoved Gu Xiaoli back onto the animal hide, preventing her from watching Rabbit Sauce. Rabbit Sauce's long ears drooped as she looked down at the carefully selected sweet potatoes she had gathered over the past few days. Regretting that Gu Xiaoli would not be able to enjoy them, she had specifically chosen the largest and most succulent ones from nearby fields. Even if Leo went to collect more, they would likely not match the quality of her selection. In helplessness, Rabbit Sauce did not dare defy Leo. She had witnessed the fate of the Black Panther, and unlike him, she had responsibilities. She could not abandon everything to support Gu Xiaoli in rebellion, but could only offer her comfort and support as much as possible. As Rabbit Sauce dejectedly prepared to descend the mountain, a sudden gust-like figure brushed past her, causing her to stumble and scatter the sweet potatoes across the ground. Ricky skidded to a halt at the cave's entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust as he leaned against the wall, panting, and called out for Leo. Leo's brow furrowed. Although Ricky was typically a bit of a wild card, having worked together for many years, Leo had never seen him in such a flustered state. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 146. Crisis reemerges. 1. The wolves, that pack of wretched pups from the wolf clan, are causing trouble again. This time, they've brought along a multitude of beastmen. Ricky spoke in fragmented gasps. "What?" Leo's jaw tightened, his brow knitting together. "You truly must see for yourself. I fear our remaining beastmen will not be able to hold them off." Ricky's worried gaze flitted between Gu Xiaoli and Leo. After a moment of contemplation, Leo set off, urging Ricky to keep a close watch on Gu Xiaoli before swiftly making his way down the mountain. Left staring at each other, Rabbit Sauce and Gu Xiaoli exchanged glances, both unsure of what to do. With Leo gone, Gu Xiaoli felt a surge of joy. She was finally free from the oppressive watchfulness. She considered inviting Rabbit Sauce inside the cave, but hesitated, recalling Leo's wrath and fearing that Ricky might report her actions back to Leo. If she were to invite Rabbit Sauce in secretly, it could put her in danger, causing her to waver in indecision. Rabbit Sauce stood up, brushing off her soiled animal hide skirt, and began to gather the scattered sweet potatoes, placing them back in her bag. Ricky, now tasked with watching over Gu Xiaoli, was usually either lounging about waiting to nap or eagerly urging Gu Xiaoli to prepare him a meal. However, this time he stood unusually still, gazing intently in the direction Leo had disappeared. A rumble echoed from Gu Xiaoli's stomach. Rabbit Sauce's long white ears perked up, and Ricky turned to look at Gu Xiaoli. Tea this hour. Gu Xiaoli should have already had her lunch and been dozing off after washing the dishes. Gu Xiaoli's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Tea had been a long time since Ricky had tasted Gu Xiaoli's cooking, and if the situation were not so dire, he would have genuinely wanted to take her hunting in the mountains again for a cookout. However, the sight of the gathering forces in the eastern part of the tribe had him on high alert, mentally preparing himself for a fight, and he resolved to postpone any culinary pursuits until they had weathered this crisis. If both he and Gu Xiaoli remained unharmed in the tribe, he would do everything in his power to convince Leo to allow his personal chef to serve everyone a meal. Gu Xiaoli's stomach continued to grumble, for Leo's exceptional hunting skills meant he could easily procure the necessary ingredients at any time, resulting in no food being stored in the cave, despite Leo's instructions for Ricky to ensure Gu Xiaoli did not escape. It would be unreasonable to keep her locked up and starving. Thus, Ricky signaled Rabbit Sauce with his eyes to bring the contents of her bag into the cave for Gu Xiaoli to eat. Rabbit Sauce hesitated. She certainly did not wish for Gu Xiaoli to go hungry, but being a naturally timid rabbit and having received explicit warnings from Leo not to enter the cave, she feared that her recklessness might bring unnecessary trouble to Gu Xiaoli. The two remained at a circular cave entrance, mere feet apart yet unwilling to meet. Ricky exhaled in frustration and strode over to Rabbit Sauce, snatching the bag from her hands and tossing it before Gu Xiaoli. "Eat freely. If anything happens, I will take responsibility," Ricky declared decisively. Only then did Rabbit Sauce gratefully enter the cave, and Gu Xiaoli hurriedly prepared the stone pot for cooking. Given the current circumstances, Ricky could not lead Gu Xiaoli away from the cave, nor dare to leave her side, so he was unable to venture down the mountain to fetch water for steaming the sweet potatoes. Gu Xiaoli had no choice but to return the stone pot and persuade Ricky to gather some twigs and licorice nearby to start a fire on the ground, with the twigs skewering the sweet potatoes. Rabbit Sauce and Gu Xiaoli sat around the fire, each holding a skewer, casually chatting while roasting their meal. Chapter 147. Crisis reemerges. 2. Ricky had little interest in the sweet potatoes and stood vigil at the cave entrance. Not far down the mountain, at the entrance to the leopard clan's territory, a stark contrast of golden-black and gray-black beasts stood poised for confrontation. Alongside the ever-looming wolf clan were the menacing boars. Sheep and deer clans, a robust golden leopard leaped forward, causing the other leopards to part like the sea, making way for Leo's imposing form. Encircled by various formidable beasts, at the forefront stood the wolf clan's eldest son, Lu Shun, wearing an inscrutable smile. Behind him lingered a slightly shorter, slender gray-haired youth, calm and composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Leo straightened, transforming back into human form, and spoke. "It seems your wolf clan has been quite idle of late. During the autumn harvest, instead of hunting, you have taken to seeking trouble here. Surely, you jest." Lu Shun replied with a smile. "What clan is not busy during the harvest season? My visit today is quite unavoidable." Leo raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Unavoidable? Prior to Gu Xiaoli's arrival, your wolf clan kept its distance from the leopard clan, and now you frequently come to cause disturbances. Surely, you harbor ulterior motives." Elyushin stepped forward with a disarming smile, earnestly stating, "It is indeed a coincidence. I have heard that your leopard clan has recently acquired a purebred female, and we happen to have one as well." Leo's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized Lu Shun's smile. Unperturbed, Lu Shun continued. "However, Our purebred female has recently gone missing. I do not wish to insinuate anything, but the timing of her disappearance coincides suspiciously with the rumors of your clan discovering a purebred female. Leo scoffed. Just because the timings are close, what does it prove? Are there only a single purebred humans in this world? Furthermore, your words lack evidence. How can you substantiate that your clan's purebred female is truly lost? Lu Shan's smile faded, and he placed a hand over his chest, his expression turning sorrowful. I understand your reluctance to part with the purebred female. As a leader, it is your duty to retain her, regardless of her wishes. However, it deeply saddens me that you would question whether my clan has indeed lost its purebred female. Elyushin amplified his voice, continuing with a poignant and vivid portrayal. Our pack of wolves has resided on the prairie for several decades, a span not shorter than that of your leopard clan. That we are the sole tribe in this expanse that possesses purebred female humans, a fact well known among all beasts. Were it not for my beloved beast mother, I would not have attained such a robust physique. However, a few days ago, I was unaware of which malicious heart coveted my beast mother, surreptitiously wounding and abducting her as a son. I've been restless day and night, fearing for her safety at the hands of her captor. She must be in a state of terror during this time of captivity. I have searched high and low, fervently hoping for a swift reunion between mother and son. After speaking, Lu Shan took a blood-stained beast hide from the gray-haired Lu by behind him, brandishing it before the gathered beasts, stating, "This is what remains of my beast mother after her abduction. Had she not been lost, how could our tribe allow such precious purebred blood to be shed?" Upon hearing this, the various clans' beast folk began to murmur amongst themselves, passing the bloodied hide around for inspection. The stains bore the fragrance of femininity, devoid of any foul odor from other species, confirming it to indeed be the essence of purebred human blood. Exine-gu, among the leopard clan, caught a whiff of the scent. While it could not compare to Gu Xiaoli's allure, it was unmistakably the blood of a purebred human. Chapter 148. Crisis strikes again. 3. Your tribe's female has gone missing, and I am powerless to assist. Please take your leave and refrain from disturbing our leopard clan's existence. Leo was entirely unyielding to his pleas. Elyushin, undeterred, replied, "Chief Leo, why the haste? Rest assured, we will not pose any threat to your tribe. We merely wish to enter and ascertain whether our lost female resides among you, that if she is not, we shall depart immediately." "Impossible," Leo retorted, his voice firm, his pupils narrowing into slits, revealing his fangs. Elyushin appeared unfazed by the intimidating presence of a full-grown leopard. Instead, he wore a congenial smile, waving his hand in reassurance. "Do not be alarmed. Look, we have scoured every corner of the prairie. The sheep, deer, and wild boar clans have all consented to our search within their territories, and we have encountered no conflict. The only area left unexplored is your tribe's. Chief Leo, your insistence on denying us access raises suspicions of hidden truths." At this remark, the herbivorous spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. In matters of courtship, the will of the female is paramount. Coercing her would invite moral retribution from other males, should the purebred human female of the wolf clan already have taken a mate and borne offspring. It would indeed be inexcusable for the leopard clan to have abducted her in pursuit of stronger progeny. Yet, Chief Leo remained steadfast in his refusal, offering no further explanations, which only deepened the suspicions. The males of various races began to point fingers at the leopard clan, some even seething with righteous indignation, eager to seek justice. Leo's brow furrowed, well aware that the wolf clan's eldest son had a purebred human mother. He had long known that the wolf clan's purebred sons had grown larger than he, and presumed their mother had aged, now incapable of reproduction, setting aside the number of beast folk that would vie for a non-reproductive elder female. It was doubtful that the heartless wolf clan would mobilize for her recovery. Ultimately, the matter seemed to pivot around Gu Xiaoli of their tribe, and with the addition of the sheep and deer clans, the leopard clan found itself with dwindling chances of success. That I say she is not here, and that is final. The leopard clan is under no obligation to prove anything to you. If you are dissatisfied, you may declare war at your discretion. However, I must caution you, should you choose to exploit your numbers against us, know that the leopard clan will defend its territory fiercely. Each beast will fight to the death. You herbivores who merely spectate will not survive. Consider your decision carefully before engaging. Leo sought to gamble on the notion that the sheep, deer, and wild boar clans lacked the courage to partake in the predatory conflict. Indeed, upon hearing Leo's declaration, the sheep and deer clans retreated a few steps, whispering among themselves, their gazes towards Leo filled with trepidation. But a young man with gray hair, standing behind Lu Shun, chuckled lightly and addressed the leader of the wild boar clan. You see their stance, do you not? I trust that your honor will ensure you uphold our agreement. Yes, Yuba, the rotund leader of the wild boar clan, now taking human form, was a middle-aged male with a robust physique. He replied with conviction, of course, we honor our word. Today I, Yuba, shall finally exact my vengeance. With that, he cast a fiery gaze upon the entire leopard clan. Chapter 149. Crisis strikes again for Yuba's stance sent waves of unease through the ranks of the beast folk. According to the customs of the prairie, each herbivorous tribe was required to offer 2 to 3 prey to the mightiest carnivorous tribe annually, as a sign of respect and submission to continue enjoying access to water sources during the dry season and to avoid further predation from other carnivorous tribes. The weaker herbivorous clans would typically select a few aged or infirm beasts to present to the dominant predators. Following the annihilation of the wolf tribe, the leopard clan had risen as the sole dominators of the prairie. However, the wild boar clan had been growing in strength in recent years and had not supplied any prey to the leopard clan for 2 consecutive years, indicating a rebellious sentiment in an effort to re-establish dominance. Leo had repeatedly led his kin in hunting the wild boar clan, resulting in a significant decline in their numbers, with many females fleeing the tribe, eroding their former might, under the weight of the leopard clan's relentless assaults. Yuba was beginning to show signs of capitulation, yet the cost of rebellion was steep. The leopard clan demanded 10 prey in exchange for peace. The wild boar clan, having suffered severe losses, was reluctant to sacrifice its remaining members to appease the leopards. As their leader, Yuba lamented the impulsive decisions of his past, which had led to the current plight of his tribe, and he found himself at a loss, consumed by worry that I end this dire moment for the wild boar clan. Lu Bai, the second son of the wolf clan leader, unexpectedly arrived with a purebred female from his clan in tow. The wolf clan had long held a notorious reputation on the prairie. Initially, Yuba suspected that the wolves harbored ulterior motives. However, Lu Bai presented an offer that left Yuba incredulous. The wolf clan was willing to deliver their leader's only daughter, a purebred wolf, as a bargaining chip. For 2 years, the wild boar clan had been at war with the leopard clan, and their females had fled, leaving behind only a few elderly and fertile females. The prospect of acquiring a robust and healthy female from a carnivorous species was beyond Yuba's wildest dreams. The wolf clan's generosity in offering their own princess was a notion he could scarcely grasp. Despite his lingering suspicions, upon seeing Lu Si's delicate features and graceful form among the beastly females, he felt his resolve waver. Lu Bai, keenly aware of Yuba's thoughts, proposed his terms. The wild boar clan must offer unconditional support to the wolf clan in its conflict with the leopard clan and relinquish any females seized during the battles. Should they fail to comply, the wolf clan would immediately reclaim the female entrusted to the wild boar clan, while Lu Si would be at the wild boar clan's discretion during her stay. Bound and struggling, Lu Si cursed vehemently, believing that her status within the wolf clan, coupled with her robust mates, would secure her position as the most likely heir to the leadership. Little did she foresee that her 3 brothers, each more treacherous than the last, had conspired against her. Her eldest brother had orchestrated the dispersal of all her companions, while her second brother had directly bound her and delivered her to the lowly wild boar clan as a bargaining chip. Lucy's mouth was filled with sharp fangs, nearly crushed by the overpowering control of a group of robust males. Just when she thought her search was in vain, a female unexpectedly presented herself. Much to Yuba's delight, upon learning that the jackal tribe was compelled to seek the tribe mother and was preparing to wage war against the leopard tribe, Yuba's sense of justice erupted alongside the long-held resentment towards the leopard tribe, and he readily acquiesced to the jackal tribe's demands. Most members of the leopard tribe had participated in the hunt for wild boars and were somewhat aware of the enmity between the 2 tribes. As the wild boar tribe revealed their murderous intent, the The leopard tribe transformed into their beast forms, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Chapter 150. A new crisis arises. 5. As the leopard tribe united against external threats. A figure stealthily departed from the rear of the main group, hastening towards Leah's cave. This figure was none other than Scarsong. He had searched through the ranks of leopard warriors for quite some time, but had not spotted the tribe leader's capable assistant. Richie, certain that he was guarding Gu Xiaoli, that if he rashly sought out Gu Xiaoli now, Richie would undoubtedly recognize him and expose his identity. However, he knew there was someone who could gain entry to Leo's cave. Leah? At that moment, Leah was indulging in raw meat within her beast father's cave, her face smeared with blood. What kind of meat is this? It tastes so fishy. It's utterly disgusting. I want cooked meat. Leah complained after swallowing a few bites. The old tribe leader watched Leah's antics with growing irritation. During the harvest festival, Leah had behaved shamelessly, scaring off all the males in the tribe and driving away her only suitor, Koro. Now, with no one to care for her and lacking the ability to hunt and survive on her own, Leah resorted to mooching off her elderly father. The old leader, frail and slow, was not adept at hunting either. Any food he managed to find was barely enough to sustain himself. With Leah's insatiable appetite, he was forced to endure hunger for several consecutive days. And at least there's food, yet you still have the audacity to pick and choose. The old leader scolded Leah with his cane, pointing at his ungrateful daughter. Leah, having been pampered since childhood, retorted angrily, "If you weren't such a failure as a tribe leader, I wouldn't be left alone and friendless. With not a single beast willing to help, not even enough meat to fill my belly. And you blame me? You! How can you still show your face? How have I raised you? Leo has been with you for years. And you let any purebred come along and steal him away? Not becoming the tribe mother is one thing, but you showed no mercy to your suitors, and now look at you, without a partner. You have to come back and rely on this old man for food." Leah shot her father a disdainful look and flung the unfinished meat to the ground. "Save Didn't you use every trick in the book to ensure my beast mother had no other mates once you became tribe leader? Why is it now that you expect me to straddle two boats with Leo?" The old leader's face flushed with anger, his attempts to argue failing him as he choked on his own words. A fit of coughing overtaking him, Leah, indifferent to her father's deteriorating health, continued to demand cooked meat. Ever since she had tasted the roasted meat from the stone pot on the mountain, she found all raw, bloody meat utterly unpalatable. "Leah," a masculine voice called from outside the cave. Initially, both Leah and her beast father thought they had misheard, but soon after, a second call echoed, and Scarsong appeared at the entrance. Both beasts inside the cave were taken aback. Leah, seeing Scarsong, proudly lifted her chin towards her beast father, declaring, "Who says I have no suitors? Look, one has come." Scarsong felt embarrassed. He was merely there on business and did not wish to elaborate. Wanting to avoid stirring trouble with the old leader, he pulled Leah out of the cave. Although Leah was somewhat reluctant, without any suitors, it would be unwise to maintain her pride, so she tempered her temper and awaited Scarsong's next words. Scarsong lowered his voice and whispered to Leah, "I heard that the Jackal tribe is invading. The tribe leader is currently locked in a standoff with the tribe members not far from the mountain." So, Leah turned to Scarsong, skepticism in her gaze. Scarsong inwardly mused that Leah truly lacked insight, yet he maintained an expression that suggested he was hesitant to speak. That Leah's curiosity was piqued by Scarsong's demeanor, and she impatiently pressed for more information. Chapter 151. A new crisis arises. 6. Scarsong hesitated, tilting his head as he spoke. "Honestly, I don't wish to say this, but in my eyes, only you are qualified to be the tribe mother of our leopard tribe. Unfortunately, tribe leader Leo made a foolish choice in selecting Gu Xiaoli. Now, as tribe leader Leo is focused on safeguarding the tribe, you have the opportunity to communicate with Gu Xiaoli." Leah appreciated Scarsong's flattering tone, straightening her back and adopting a regal posture befitting a tribe mother, wiping the blood from her face as she replied, "Of course, the position of tribe mother will eventually be mine. Gu Xiaoli won't be able to hold Leo's attention for long. That I'll go show her that being a tribe mother is no easy feat." Scarsong smiled. "Then I wish you success in claiming your rightful position. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further." Leah reached out, wanting to invite Scarsong to accompany her to find Goose Xiaoli. At least to lend her some support, but Scarsong vanished in a flash. She retracted her hand in frustration, looking up at the mountaintop and making her way up. The cave at the summit was wafting with smoke, where Goose Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce were roasting sweet potatoes. The two good friends were savoring a rare moment of leisure when an unwelcome guest interrupted them. "Oh, my esteemed tribe mother, what delicious food are you enjoying without bringing me along?" Leah sauntered into the cave, her hips swaying, that Richie's brows furrowed at the entrance. Among the tribe, he despised Leah the most and wished he could kick her out. But alas, males could not harm females. "Who let you in? Get out!" Richie blocked Leah's path, preventing her from advancing further. That Leah's expression soured. If that rabbit could sit comfortably in the cave, she was certainly of a higher status than it. And Richie's blatant attempt to humiliate her was intolerable. "Why can I not enter when that rabbit can? I'm going in. What can you do about it?" Leah defiantly pushed her chest out and marched towards Richie. Richie rolled his eyes. Unable to harm her, he could not allow her to enter the cave either. He simply pushed her with a moderate amount of force, sending Leah tumbling out, her ample backside creating a groove in the earth. Leah was taken aback by Richie's harshness, and the gazes of Goose Xiaoli and the rabbit only added to her humiliation. "How dare you hit me? Do you believe I'll tell Leo to expel you from the tribe?" Leah sprang up, pointing a finger at Richie. Richie shrugged, unconcerned. Noting Richie's indifferent demeanor, Leah redirected her ire towards Rabbit Sauce and Goose Xiaoli, exclaiming, "Goose Xiaoli, how can you claim to be the tribe mother, allowing a lowly rabbit to stand above me? I am a purebred of the leopard tribe." Goose Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce sat side by side, nibbling on sweet potatoes as they regarded Leah's tirade with amused expressions akin to watching a rabid dog bark. Leah's frustration escalated at being ignored, and she threatened, "Do you think I won't tell Leo that you had that rabbit hurt me? He will surely take my side and have you, an unworthy rabbit, killed and eaten." Rabbit Sauce was unfazed by this statement, but it struck a nerve with Goose Xiaoli. Leo indeed harbored a dislike for Rabbit Sauce, and with his possessiveness, Goose Xiaoli genuinely feared that his jealousy over her closeness with Rabbit Sauce might endanger her. "What do you want?" Goose Xiaoli inquired. Rabbit Sauce looked on in astonishment, not expecting Goose Xiaoli to engage with this mad female. Leah assumed Goose Xiaoli was intimidated and scoffed. "What do I want I sent much? Let me put it this way. Now that you have stolen my position and become the tribe mother, you should bear the responsibilities that come with it, correct?" Goose Xiaoli furrowed her brow. "What responsibilities?" Leah replied, "The tribe mother, like the tribe leader, needs to ensure the well-being of all tribe members. That I am part of the tribe, and I'm hungry now that I want to eat some stewed meat. Go make it for me to taste." Chapter 152, A New Crisis Arises. 7. Goose Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce exchanged incredulous glances. "Huh. What's the issue? Let us not forget that I'm starving because you took my position. You are now the tribe mother, and it is your duty to ensure that all the females in the tribe are well fed and clothed. If you can't do that, then you have no right to be the tribe mother." Leah pressed on relentlessly that Goose Xiaoli had never encountered someone so shameless and was left speechless, simply shaking her head in disbelief. "Don't want to do it? Fine, I'll go find Leo right now and see if he'll deal with you and that rabbit." Leah threatened, pretending to leave. Wait a moment. Goose Xiaoli's invitation to stay was met with Leah's back turned, her lips curling into a triumphant smile that Goose Xiaoli was not fearful of Leah reporting her. After all, Leo had been guarding her for several days without respite. Judging by Rick's earlier reaction, it was evident that a significant upheaval had occurred within the tribe, leaving Leo preoccupied and indifferent to Leah. Goose Xiaoli simply found it tedious to observe that madwoman stirring up trouble and wished to resolve matters independently. Leah strutted into the cave, and Rick, who was behind her, leaned closer but was halted by a mere glance from Goose Xiaoli. With her unique abilities, Goose Xiaoli would not allow Leah to manipulate her at will. Rick, not wanting to be embroiled in the antics of these females, leaned back against the rock wall, arms crossed, and watched the spectacle unfold. Goose Xiaoli coolly remarked, "Leo forbids me from going out, so there is no meat for you. All I have is sweet potatoes." She did not lift her head, focused on peeling the sweet potatoes by the fire. Leah dismissed Goose Xiaoli's indifferent attitude, glancing at Rick beside her, and said, "Why not just have him go catch some? What is he doing just standing there like a decoration?" Rick smirked and replied, I could go catch some, but if anything were to happen to Gu Xiaoli, you will pay with your life." The latter part of the statement turned cold, sending a shiver down Leah's spine. She turned away sheepishly, staring at the fire, and said, "Greedy. If there's none, then I suppose I'll have to settle for sweet potatoes." After speaking, she crossed her arms, adopting an expectant demeanor. Gu Xiaoli pursed her lips and skewered a well-roasted sweet potato with a stick, offering it to Leah. Hesitating, Leah accepted the charred sweet potato, wrinkling her brow. "How am I supposed to eat this when you've burned it like this?" Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce continued to enjoy their sweet potatoes, ignoring Leah entirely. She was accustomed to luxury, and now that there were no males to cater to her, she sought trouble with them, leading no one to pay her any mind. Leah scanned the other individuals present, and seeing no one willing to assist her, she begrudgingly reached out, mimicking Gu Xiaoli's earlier actions to peel off the burnt skin, revealing the golden flesh within a sweet aroma, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Wafted into Leah's nostrils, and she eagerly took a large bite of the sweet potato, savoring its sweet yet not cloying flavor, the soft texture melting in her mouth. Leah marveled inwardly, surprised that such a simple sweet potato could become so delicious when roasted. In just a few bites, Leah finished one sweet potato, eyeing the remaining small, charred ball by the fire with dissatisfaction. "Why are there only so few? This is hardly enough. Is this how you treat me? A purebred leopard?" During the roasting, only Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce had partaken, taking only 5 from the entire bag of sweet potatoes, which now seemed insufficient with Leah's arrival. Gu Xiaoli sighed in annoyance, while Rabbit Sauce stood up first to retrieve a few more sweet potatoes from the leather bag, tossing them by the fire to save Gu Xiaoli the trouble. Leah had been displeased with Rabbit Sauce for quite some time. This casual toss only intensified her feeling of being belittled. "Why are there so few sweet potatoes? Isn't there a whole bag over there?" Leah glared at Rabbit Sauce. "This is plenty. It would take me days to finish that entire bag of sweet potatoes." Rabbit Sauce replied, "Daha, you're just a rabbit. How can you compare to me? If I don't eat an entire bag, I'll one tea feel satisfied. Are you going to take responsibility for that?" With that, Leah carelessly snatched the leather bag, turned it upside down at the fire, and dumped the entire contents onto the flames. Immediately, the fire crackled and hissed as the sweet potatoes rained down, sending sparks flying and causing Leah to jump back in fright. The leather bag she held fell into the fire, igniting and intensifying the flames. Rabbit Sauce hurriedly pulled out the burning leather, while Gu Xiaoli quickly used a stick to gather the scattered sweet potatoes, preventing a chain reaction of ignitions. Having listened attentively to Gu Xiaoli's fire safety briefing, Rabbit Sauce dashed out of the cave, tossing the burning leather into a dirt pit and covering it with soil to extinguish the flames, though the leather bag was left with a gaping hole. Despite Gu Xiaoli's best efforts, nearly half a bag of sweet potatoes had fallen into the fire and been charred, leaving her pile what remained in decent condition against the wall and placed the already burnt sweet potatoes beside the fire to continue roasting. Throughout the commotion, everyone in the cave was preoccupied with controlling the flames or salvaging the sweet potatoes, while Leah, startled by the sudden flare, stood back with her arms crossed, refusing to lift a finger. Once calm returned, Leah swayed her way back to the fire, finding the most comfortable spot to sit. Unlike Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce, who could endure, Sango could not tolerate Leah's lack of remorse upon returning to the fire. He coldly grabbed her and pulled her up, prompting Leah to scream in protest. "Ah, forget it. With so many sweet potatoes, no one is eating them. Let her finish and leave." Gu Xiaoli waved her hand at Rick, deciding that Leah had made her own mess with the sweet potatoes and should be left to deal with it. Rick hesitated for a moment, but ultimately tossed Leah back to the ground. She rubbed her backside, wanting to retaliate for such humiliation, but was momentarily silenced by the tempting sight of the sweet potatoes by the fire. Rabbit Sauce, disheartened, carried the burnt leather bag back into the cave, sitting by the fire and waiting for her share of sweet potatoes. Inside the cave, 3 females surrounded the fire, while Rick remained by the entrance on watch. The only sound were the crackling of the flames and the occasional stirring of the sweet potatoes with a stick. Meanwhile, on the edge of the plains where the wind swept low, a battlefield of males unfolded. Wolves, wild boars, prairie sheep, and deer faced off against the noticeably outnumbered leopards, the tension palpable as if a taut string could snap at any moment. Lu Shun, with a sinister smile, Address Leo. You must consider this carefully. Given your tribe's strength, you cannot hope to contend against the alliance of our 4 tribes. Leo, with furrowed brows, remained silent for a long while, occasionally gazing beyond Lu Shun towards the distant prairie. What is Leo, the chief, looking for? Lu Shun mocked. All the major tribes have gathered here, and now you think to summon reinforcements? Is it not a bit too late? In the distance where the tawny grass met the sky, several small figures were sprinting with all their might, gradually enlarging in Leo's view. Upon seeing one figure, Leo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He spoke nonchalantly. You came to our leopard tribe merely to seek your purebred female? Of course. As long as you allow us entry, we promise to search thoroughly without causing any harm to your tribe. Lu Shun maintained a smile, bringing so many followers merely to bolster his own confidence. He was unwilling to sacrifice his kin if he could enter the leopard tribe without bloodshed. Leo replied with a smirk. Very well. The members of the leopard tribe could hardly believe their ears at their leader's easy concession to the cunning leopard tribe. Ilyushin paused for a moment, unable to decipher Leo's true intentions. Since Leo had verbally agreed, Lu Shun did not hesitate further. He stepped forward and waved for the wolf tribe to follow him. But Leo remained firmly in his path, not yielding an inch. What do you mean by this, Chief Leo? Lu Shun, towering half a head above Leo, approached, casting a shadow over him. Leo remained unperturbed, pointing with his chin towards the distance. The beastmen followed his gesture and saw 3 leopards racing towards them, each carrying something in their mouths. Ilyushin froze, realizing that Leo was not expecting these 3 leopards to serve as reinforcements. As they drew closer, both Lu Shun and Lu Bai's expressions darkened. What the spotted leopard carried in its mouth was none other than the female of the wolf tribe who had been claimed missing. The rest of the beastmen, recognizing her scent, parted to make way for the trio of spotted leopards. The unconscious purebred female bore traces of blood, and as the spotted leopards approached the center of the beastmen, they gently laid her down. The female, with her hair grayed, tattered clothing, frail body, and pale complexion, bore evident signs of injury, leaving no doubt that she was not one nurtured within a tribe. Leo knelt beside the female on the ground and addressed Lu Shun. I found your tribe mother. His words astonished all the beastmen, except for the wolf tribe, who began speculating how their tribe mother had fallen into such dire circumstances. Rumors had long circulated that the wolf tribe would abandon females deemed infertile. Could this be true? Lu Shun's complexion shifted through a spectrum of colors, his expression a mix of shock and dismay. Before leaving the tribe, he had ensured that his beast mother was well guarded. For the sake of this plan, he had even inflicted a wound on her, staining the leather with blood to enhance its persuasive power. He had not anticipated that, while leading the majority of the wolf tribe into battle to flush out Gu Xiaoli. Leo would exploit the opportunity to uncover the tribe mother he had hidden away. Rio did not directly hand over the matriarch of the wolf clan to them. Instead, he gestured for his subordinates from the leopard clan to carry her and guard her closely. As they jostled about, the elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray and her face lined with wrinkles, gradually awoke. You may withdraw now. In half a day, I assure you, the matriarch of your clan shall be returned to you. Unharmed, Rio said, pointing at the woman as he spoke to Lu Shun. The wolf clan, known for their cunning, now found themselves outnumbered. Should they develop a greedy inclination towards Gu Xiaoli after reclaiming their matriarch, and subsequently launch a large-scale offensive against the leopard clan, the latter would be utterly defenseless. Ilyushin glanced at the woman in silence. Should he miss this opportunity, finding a chance to seize Gu Xiaoli again would be an elusive prospect. The elderly female of pure blood regained her awareness, surveyed her surroundings, and, realizing her predicament, trembled as she fell to her knees before Lu Shun, tears streaming down her face. Please, Lu Shun, save me. Although I can no longer bear children, I am willing to do anything for you. I beg you, save me. I am your beast mother. The woman sobbed, her expression a portrait of despair. Her act of kneeling incited a stir among the surrounding beastmen. How could a noble pure-blood female demean herself so before her own son? Even if she could no longer reproduce, she could still enjoy her twilight years through her thriving offspring and numerous mates. Why then did she live in such wretched subservience? Seeing the poignant display of maternal affection about to unravel, Lu Shun rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mother, what are you saying? I would risk my life today to rescue you. Please get up." With several leopards standing guard, Lu Shun dared not approach too closely, merely bending at the waist with an outstretched hand. Stopping at a distance from the leopard clan, the leopard clan member beside the sobbing matriarch, driven by a mix of reverence and pity, lifted the weeping elder to her feet. Chapter 155. Crisis averted. Aside from the leopard and wolf clans, the other three tribes were utterly bewildered. How could the female that the wolf clan had been searching for so desperately suddenly be returned by the leopard clan? Why was her condition so deplorable? Yuba, the leader of the wild boar tribe, was the first to voice his suspicion. How did the matriarch of the wolf clan end up in your possession? Surely, it was not an act of abduction to bolster your own power? The wild boar tribe had long been at odds with the leopard clan for control over the grasslands. Hence, such speculation was to be expected. Rio sneered. If you wish to know precisely where she was found, you ought to inquire with the leader of the wolf clan. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Shun. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Shun's brow. Where else could they have procured her? It was evident that the leopard clan had taken her from his inept subordinates. The pressing issue was that if they were to confront the leopard clan forcefully, his beast mother, having lost her reproductive abilities and been neglected for so long, would undoubtedly divulge information detrimental to the wolf clan, causing them to lose face before the three herbivore tribes. Maintaining a strained smile, Lu Shun replied, "I cannot ascertain where you found my beast mother. Alas, it seems to be a misunderstanding, since she has been safely recovered. Let us not dwell further on the matter." Yuba assumed Lu Shun was being coerced by the leopard clan, opening his mouth to advocate for the immediate return of the matriarch, only to be pulled aside by Lu Shun, who muttered something incomprehensible before returning in silence, accompanied by a throng of wild boars. Upon returning to Rio, Lu Shun rubbed his hands together, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could return our matriarch to our tribe today. It has truly been a misunderstanding, and I hope you, Chief Rio, will not take offense." With that, Lu Shun turned away, his expression darkening, leading a gloomy procession of wolves as the remaining sheep and deer clans dispersed. One beast man beside Rio inquired curiously, "Are the wolf clan not concerned about leaving a pure blood female in our midst?" Rio scoffed. To think they would be unconcerned is naive, even if this elderly pure blood were to meet with misfortune. I am certain Lu Shun's heart would remain untouched. With the crisis averted, Rio dismissed the males stationed at the entrance of the tribe and made his way to the cave, for the wolf clan had repeatedly caused disturbances. He must swiftly compel Gu Xiaoli to submit to him voluntarily to safeguard this hard-won resource. Within the cave atop the mountain, three females sat around a fire, their bellies round from feasting. Yet the sweet potatoes roasted by the fire were hardly diminished. Leah had consumed the least. Although the sweet potatoes were delectable, her carnivorous nature led her to find them unappealing after a few bites. Yearning instead for the stew she had enjoyed earlier on the mountain, she glanced across at the seemingly tireless rabbit sauce and Gu Xiaoli, her frustration mounting. As a carnivorous female, how could she be reduced to nibbling on mere root vegetables alongside a rabbit? Lacking any semblance of authority, with a resounding thud, Leah hurled half a sweet potato to the ground, its soft flesh splattering everywhere. "I can't eat this. I'm not a vegetarian. I want meat," Leah cried out. Gu Xiaoli shot her a murderous glance, suppressing the urge to immediately draw her bow and shoot Leah, forcing herself to retort, "Did you not throw so many sweet potatoes into the fire to roast? Who else is supposed to eat them if not you? Then don't eat them. It's just a few sweet potatoes. Throw them away. I want meat. You need to send this rabbit out to get me some." Leah directed her ire at Rabbit Sauce, who found the situation absurd. Being a rabbit herself, how could she possibly catch prey, even if she suppressed her sympathy? When Leah saw Rabbit Sauce's disdainful glance, her aggression surged, and she seized a stick, thrusting it towards the fire pit in Rabbit Sauce's direction. The embers sparked and flew, landing in Rabbit Sauce's pristine white fur, causing her to yelp and jump up. Frantically patting her hair. Chapter 156. Thinking she was jealous, Gu Xiaoli dodged the flying sparks, quickly moving closer to Rabbit Sauce to check for injuries. Although Rabbit Sauce had managed to extinguish the flames with her frantic patting, a portion of her immaculate hair was scorched, and her delicate hands were reddened from the heat. "Leah, are you insane?" Apologize to Rabbit Sauce. Goose Xiaoli could not tolerate Leah's bullying of Rabbit Sauce. You're the one who's insane. Why should I apologize to her? Leah retorted sharply, but her words were abruptly cut short when she noticed Goose Xiaoli's weapon, shimmering with golden light, aimed directly at her head. The arrow Goose Xiaoli had loosed during the harvesting festival remained etched in her memory. Leah staggered back a few steps, her voice trembling. No way. You would threaten me over a mere rabbit? Leah believed her status was inherently superior to Rabbit Sauce's. Even if she were to kill her, she would only face a few reprimands at most. Get out. If you harm Rabbit Sauce again, I will kill you. Goose Xiaoli drew her bowstring taut, her eyes glinting with unmistakable intent. Leah retreated from the cave, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart as she stammered, She's just a worthless rabbit. Incapable of producing strong offspring, she is of no use to this tribe. The matriarch should prioritize the well-being of a robust superior breed like myself. Ever since she was forced into the role of matriarch, Leah had been incessantly instructing Goose Xiaoli on her duties. Gu Xiaoli, harboring disdain for such a lazy and self-important individual, snapped, I am the matriarch now, and the affairs of a tribe are no longer subject to your opinion. If you wish to avoid punishment, keep your mouth shut and retreat to your cave. After enduring much, Goose Xiaoli finally unleashed her formidable aura, causing Leah to retreat 2 steps, rendered speechless. Oh, who dares to take charge of tribal matters on my behalf? A rich, magnetic voice echoed from outside the cave. The eyes of all present turned toward the entrance, where Rio appeared, accompanied by Shinga. After a moment of shock, Leah quickly donned a pitiful expression, collapsing before Rio in a fit of tears. I was merely hungry and came to ask the matriarch if there was food. She conspired with that rabbit to insult me. Woe is me. Rio paid Leah no mind and strode into the cave, his gaze landing on the furious Goose Xiaoli, bow in hand. Leah shamelessly followed Rio into the cave, continuing, Look, she even brandished that weapon, intending to harm me. She must fear me threatening her position as matriarch and wishes to eliminate me entirely. Given our childhood bond, you must save me. Rio, upon hearing this, regarded Goose Xiaoli with a bemused smile and inquired, Is that so? Goose Xiaoli, instinctively stepping back from Rio, tightened her grip on her bow and replied, It was she who harmed Rabbit Sauce first, prompting my response. Rio frowned at Goose Xiaoli's instinctive rejection of him, having hoped she would finally show some awareness and jealousy over him, only to find it was merely about a rabbit. His expression darkened, seeing Rio's demeanor shift. Leah assumed he was displeased with Goose Xiaoli and rushed forward to stoke the flames of discord. Annoyed, Rio waved his hand, dismissing both Leah and Rabbit Sauce from the cave. Fearing repercussions for Rabbit Sauce, Goose Xiaoli lowered her bow and hurried to explain, I insisted that Rabbit Sauce come into the cave to keep me company. Please do not blame her. Suddenly, she was yanked by a powerful arm, locking her into Leo's embrace, forcing her to meet his gaze at a mere breath's distance. I S that rabbit all you see. Sometimes I truly wonder if you have any fondness for males. Leo growled, his large hand gripping Goose Xiaoli's neck, their noses almost touching, the audacity to question her sexual orientation. Goose Xiaoli silently turned her head away. She certainly had an affinity for men, but she simply did not fancy Leo. Your time is running short. If I were you, I would adapt quickly, Leo whispered in her ear before releasing her. Chapter 157, an opportunity to escape in the days that followed, unperturbed by the disturbances of the wolf tribe. Leo remained by Goose Xiaoli's side every fleeting moment. Perhaps the testimony of Richie had played a role, for Rabbit Sauce had not encountered any trouble during this period. Goose Xiaoli sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the other tribe members treated her with a newfound respect. Incidents of Bear Strong being humiliated or having his hunt stolen had ceased entirely. Furthermore, Leah seemed to have vanished, evaporating completely from Goose Xiaoli's life. Existence appeared to unfold in a tranquil manner. Within the cave of the shaman Rue, Ryan hurriedly sorted the freshly gathered herbs amidst Rue's intermittent scoldings, oblivious to the tall figure that appeared at the cave's entrance. This silhouette seemed not to have come for medicine, leaning casually against the entrance, waiting patiently. Covered in sweat, Ryan arranged the herbs and noticed a tall male standing at the cave's mouth. Was that Scar Song? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ryan approached the entrance and inquired, "Scar Song? What brings you here? You don't seem injured and I'm not here for medicine." "I have something for you," Scar Song replied, revealing a handful of vividly colored flowers. "Oh, aren't these cornflowers? What do you want them for?" Ryan asked, astonished, for cornflowers were rare in the area and were said to possess beautifying properties, something a male like him had no use for. "Of course they're not for you. I heard you have an interest in the new female, Goose Xiaoli, and while hunting on a mountain, I happened to see them, so I picked these for you." "Thinking you might need them," Scar Song explained, pressing the flowers into Ryan's hands. "Are you suggesting I give these to Goose Xiaoli?" Ryan's eyes brightened to the thought of Goose Xiaoli's joyful expression upon receiving the flowers. However, recollecting Leo's actions during the harvest festival, he became despondent. "She is already the matriarch. The chieftain will surely disapprove if I gift her something." Scar Song chuckled. "You can't just deliver it directly, but Goose Xiaoli does have a very good friend named Rabbit Sauce. I wonder if you know her?" Ryan recalled that Rabbit Sauce had come to him several times seeking herbs for Bear Strong, and feeling pity for their bond, he had surreptitiously provided her with some herbs. "I do know her, but what does that have to do with Goose Xiaoli?" "I can ask Rabbit Sauce to help me deliver the gift," Ryan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Scar Song nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Ryan wasn't entirely foolish. Ryan carefully placed the cornflowers aside and repeatedly thanked Scar Song. In his eyes, Scar Song, who had seldom interacted with him, had become a reliable ally in his pursuit of the female he admired. Inside the cave, Rui, overwhelmed with herbs, called out to Ryan for assistance. Ryan acknowledged the call and expressed his gratitude to Scar Song once more. Just as he was about to turn away, Scar Song remarked, "I had intended to tell you something regarding Goose Xiaoli. Since you're busy, we can discuss it another time." With that, he turned to leave. Upon hearing it concerned Goose Xiaoli, Ryan disregarded Rui's summons and hurried after Scar Song. Grasping his arm, Scar Song feigned reluctance, stating, "The matters concerning the female depend on you. If I reveal everything, it would lose its significance." Ryan, whose thoughts were simple, felt intrigued and implored Scar Song to share. Overlooking the glint of triumph in Scar Song's eyes, "I can tell you, but if you wish to make Goose Xiaoli happy, it's best not to mention that I informed you," Scar Song advised. Ryan nodded vigorously, believing Scar Song to be exceedingly helpful, even going so far as to ensure that the credit would be his. Chapter 158. The intermediary Rabbit Sauce. "I've heard that Goose Xiaoli has been sheltered in the cave lately, rarely venturing out, so she must be feeling quite stifled that a few days ago, while hunting, I discovered a beautiful spot not far from our tribe, filled with various plants. Perhaps she would enjoy a visit there," Scar Song suggested. Ryan tilted his head, finding merit in Scar Song's words, and inquired about the exact location. Inside the cave, Rui, busy with herbs, called for Ryan repeatedly to no avail. Frustrated, he emerged, leaning on his staff, and struck the ground in irritation. Ryan, ducking to avoid the impact, sheepishly nodded at Scar Song before hastily returning to the cave to attend to the herbs. Rui did not directly enter the cave to summon Ryan. Instead, he stood at the entrance, scrutinizing Scar Song for a moment, the shadow cast by his white brows obscuring his expression. Scar Song smiled politely at the elder before bidding farewell and departing. Rui slowly entered the cave, saying, "What has that rascal Scar Song told you that took so long?" Without lifting his head, Ryan busily sorted the herbs, casually replying, "Nothing important, just some news about Goose Xiaoli. You needn't concern yourself with it. That Scar Song has ulterior motives. You should heed his words less." Rui scoffed, wary of Scar Song's cunning nature, recalling how he had once betrayed his own brothers for personal gain. He feared Ryan's simple-mindedness would lead him astray. Don't worry. He merely shared a few tidbits of information. It's nothing malicious. Don't you have herbs to teach me how to process?" Ryan countered, having heard of Scar Song's reputation, yet believing it was merely harmless advice this time. He thought Rui was becoming overly anxious with age. Rui said no more, and the cave filled only with the rustling sounds of herbs being sorted. As dusk fell, Ryan's shadow stretched long along the dirt path, one hand clutching the withering flowers while the other supported the prey, slung over his shoulder, as he made his way to Rabbit Sauce's home. Having gathered an abundance of herbs that day, Ryan and the elder had worked tirelessly until the sun began to set, ensuring everything was neatly organized for future use. The bouquet Scar Song had given him was nearly dehydrated. the stems drooping slightly in his grasp. Carrying only a bouquet felt somewhat undignified, so Ryan decided to hunt for an additional piece before visiting Rabbit Sauce, believing that bringing a token would facilitate conversation. Upon arriving, Rabbit Sauce noticed Ryan at the cave entrance and hurriedly beckoned him to sit inside. Remembering Rue's kindness during Bear Strong's injury, Rabbit Sauce treated Ryan with utmost respect, surprised that he had brought a gift. She insisted multiple times that it was unnecessary. Bear Strong, too, was cordial, offering Ryan the freshly cooked meat that Rabbit Sauce had prepared for him. That a leopard, a bear, and a rabbit sat together, chatting in a harmonious atmosphere for quite some time. As the daylight faded, Ryan realized he needed to leave to hunt for dinner. Feeling the time had come to depart, "I heard you have a good relationship with Goose Shally?" Ryan asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Bear Strong looked up from his meal and gruffly replied, "Why does everyone keep asking that? Rabbit Sauce and Goose Shally are quite close. She often goes to visit her. Oh, you have something you wish to give?" Goose Shally had consistently defended Rabbit Sauce in front of others, and their friendship had become known throughout the tribe. Over time, males who wished to approach Goose Shally but lacked the courage to do so in front of Leo would discreetly seek out Rabbit Sauce, hoping to ingratiate themselves and request her assistance in delivering gifts and flattering words. As more and more beastmen began to present gifts, even Bear Strong had deciphered their intentions and inadvertently questioned Ryan about it. Chapter 159. Rabbit Sauce delivers good news. Ryan scratched his head sheepishly, grinning. "How did you know? I actually do have something." Saying this, he picked up the now wilted bouquet from the ground, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Rabbit Sauce. Rabbit Sauce sighed softly. She had assumed Ryan's visit was due to a need for assistance, only to find it was still about Goose Shally. While her friendship with Goose Shally had elevated her status within the tribe, bringing many polite visitors to her once quiet home, these requests had become a different kind of burden. Noticing Rabbit Sauce's expression, Ryan mistakenly thought she was displeased with the flower's condition and hastily explained. "These are cornflowers, said to help females maintain youthful and beautiful skin. Even if they are a bit wilted, they should still be usable." The gaze of Tu Jiang fell melancholically upon the bouquet of cornflowers as she remarked, "Ryan, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you in delivering these, but rather that Leo would never permit another male to present gifts to Goose Shally. The clan leader forbids his females from forming bonds with any other males, as you are well aware." Upon hearing this, Ryan let the flowers droop in his hand, his expression one of dejection as he replied, "Very well then." He had witnessed Leo's anger on several occasions, and the mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He dared not provoke the wrath of the clan leader. By the way, it seems Goose Shally has been cooped up in the cave lately. Does she not feel stifled? Ryan suddenly recalled the news from Scar Song and inquired. Tu Jiang sighed again, saying, "Indeed, each time I visit Shally, Leo stands guard at the entrance, and her smiles within the cave have grown increasingly rare. Isolated from the outside world day by day, I can sense a palpable despair emanating from her. Yet for all her concern, she felt utterly powerless to effect change that I know of a place not far from the tribe. It is quite secluded and difficult for outsiders to locate, and the scenery is splendid. Perhaps she would appreciate it." Upon hearing of the secluded location, a glint of hope flickered in Tu Jiang's eyes, prompting her to inquire further about the terrain and features nearby. Ryan described in detail all that he had heard from Scar Song. Tu Jiang's heart raced with excitement. A deep, hidden valley cradled a rushing stream below, dense with foliage, an ideal escape route. With Goose Shally's agility, she might indeed leverage the canyon's depth and the swift waters to break free from Leo's grasp. Tu Jiang was reluctant to display her eagerness before Ryan, for apart from a few close companions, few were privy to Goose Shally's desire to flee. She retracted her forward-leaning posture, cleared her throat, and said, "While I cannot say whether Leo will consent, I shall inform Goose Shally if the opportunity arises." "Thank you for sharing this." Ryan beamed with delight, exclaiming, "That would be wonderful. Oh, by the way, could you also mention that it was I who told you about this?" Ryan blushed as he asked. Tu Jiang saw through his desire for credit, but chose not to voice it, merely chuckling softly before responding, "Sure." Xiong Zhuang, meanwhile, was heartily devouring the meat that Tu Jiang had prepared, glancing back and forth at the exchange between Tu Jiang and Ryan, as if it were an entertaining show. After a few parting words, Ryan declined Tu Zhang's invitation for dinner, transforming into his beast form and swiftly vanishing into the night's forest to hunt. Tu Jiang and Xiong Zhuang were already struggling to make ends meet, and he could not afford to burden them further. The following morning, Tu Jiang ascended the mountain bearing cornflower petals and a bag of delicacies to seek out Gu Xiaoli. Unsurprisingly, all the items intended for Gu Xiaoli were intercepted by Leah. Yet this time, Tu Jiang was not turned away. It was not out of Leah's benevolence, but rather because Gu Xiaoli's mental and physical state had deteriorated drastically under her confinement, despite her efforts to self-soothe and reignite her zest for life. She found herself suffocated by the impending bond agreement that loomed closer each day. Chapter 160. A hard-earned opportunity regardless of Leo's coaxing or threats. Gu Xiaoli remained impervious to his advances, responding with cold indifference. From initially expressing dissatisfaction and protest, she had gradually turned numb, too weary even to retort. Like a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, Gu Xiaoli had transformed into a mere shell of her former self. This soulless Fade left Leo with no means to manipulate her. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to obtain Gu Xiaoli through such means. Xiong Zhuang was once again left outside the cave, and Tu Jiang, noticing Gu Xiaoli's unusual silence, hurried inside to sit beside her. Gu Xiaoli, confined to Leo's side for days, was disinclined to listen to his lectures about females, and without a suitable opportunity to escape. Her days were spent in a haze of cooking as per Leo's demands, eating and sleeping. When Tu Jiang unexpectedly visited, Gu Xiaoli managed to force a strained smile. Observing Gu Xiaoli's despondent state, Tu Jiang's heart twisted with sorrow. Yet she felt powerless to extract her friend from such dire circumstances. Instead, she opened her arms and embraced Gu Xiaoli, offering what little comfort she could. Leo leaned against the wall opposite them, watching the sisters converse in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Tu Jiang dragged her bag of food inside, extracting an assortment of small fruits favored by females to present to Gu Xiaoli. Gu Xiaoli merely nodded her thanks, accepting the fruits and chewing on them expressionlessly. Remaining silent throughout, Tu Jiang continued to seek topics of conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the outside world. It was not that Gu Xiaoli wished to sulk in front of her best friend. Rather, she was utterly fatigued, devoid of the energy to feign cheerfulness. Furthermore, she had been so isolated from the world that she had nothing to share with Tu Jiang. As Tu Jiang rambled on, she stole a glance at Leo, who stood with his arms loosely crossed over his chest, leaning against the cave wall, his expression inscrutable, nervously wiping her hands in a manner concealed from Leo's view. Tu Jiang thought that if she did not speak up now, she might not get another chance. She shifted the conversation to a type of wild vegetable, cleverly steering it toward the topic of visiting the valley nearby. Aware of Leo's strictures against Gu Xiaoli stepping outside the cave before their bond, she feigned an overwhelming desire for adventure, pleading with Gu Xiaoli to accompany her. As anticipated, Leo straightened up, darkly approaching her. Tu Jiang's trembling ears betrayed her inner fear, yet she remained determined to advocate for Gu Xiaoli's opportunity to venture outside. Sensing the danger, Gu Xiaoli grasped Tu Jiang's hand, signaling her to cease speaking and indicating to Leo that she would not leave. Leo's imposing figure loomed over the two females in the confined space, and both Gu Xiaoli and Tu Jiang clutched each other tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on their palms. Gu Xiaoli was perplexed by Tu Jiang's sudden change in demeanor and feared that Leo might lash out at her friend. She repeatedly assured Leo that she would not leave, resolutely declining Tu Jiang's request to go outside. After a prolonged moment of oppressive silence, Leo finally spoke, fixing his gaze on Gu Xiaoli. "You two needn't go. I will take Gu Xiaoli instead." The latter portion of his statement left both young women wide-eyed in disbelief, staring up at Leo that he had actually agreed to let her go out. Although under his strict supervision, after more than 10 days, Gu Xiaoli finally had the opportunity to glimpse the outside world. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she felt a renewed sense of vitality. The heavy burden that rabbit sauce had been carrying in her heart also eased with this sentiment. Fortunately, she had persistently fought for this chance for Gu Xiaoli, hoping that she would comprehend her intentions and seize the opportunity that if Gu Xiaoli successfully escaped, Rabbit Sauce might never see her again and would lose the status and benefits that came from their friendship. Nevertheless, Rabbit Sauce still wished for Gu Xiaoli to live freely outside the tribe, in accordance with her desires. Chapter 161. Breaking free from the leopard tribe. 1. The next day. Having made ample preparations, Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce eagerly ventured towards the gorge. Although the gorge suggested by Rabbit Sauce was not far from the leopard tribe, Leo, for safety's sake, summoned Sinjur and his brother Raven to join them. Thus, what started as a simple outing evolved into a grand expedition. Within the lush gorge, Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce were flanked by orcs, leaving Gu Xiaoli with no opportunity to escape. Leo remained closely tethered to Gu Xiaoli, assisting her in navigating the dense underbrush to prevent her from falling and getting injured, while simultaneously monitoring her every move that a few robust males trailed behind the two chatting females, intermittently pausing to watch them as they occasionally squatted to gather wild vegetables or sample fresh berries. Leo's attention was entirely focused on Gu Xiaoli, who, after a long absence, finally revealed a smile, a sight he found astonishing as she engaged in gathering the abundant, yet inexpensive, greenery alongside a rabbit in this desolate place. It would be inconceivable for any carnivorous female, let alone one so coveted, to trek up a mountain to forage for food, much less coexist harmoniously with a herbivorous female. Yet, while she was unwilling to enjoy the comforts of life effortlessly, she seemed all too pleased to endure hardship alongside a weaker companion. Leo increasingly felt that Gu Xiaoli's inner thoughts eluded him, yet her long-lost smile was so radiant that he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. On the surface, Gu Xiaoli and Rabbit Sauce laughed and joked, but both were taut with tension, ever vigilant of their surroundings, their minds racing to maintain a facade of tranquility while cautiously searching for the right moment to act. As they walked, the gentle sound of flowing water gradually reached Gu Xiaoli's ears, and Rabbit Sauce, with unspoken understanding, guided her toward the brook. With her keen hearing, Rabbit Sauce was the first among them to detect the brook. Harboring thoughts of letting it carry Gu Xiaoli away, she feigned nonchalance as she inched closer to the water's edge. According to Ryan, the terrain within the gorge was riddled with ravines and fast-flowing streams, making it ideal for evading pursuers. Yet she was uncertain whether Gu Xiaoli could swim or grasp her intentions. Gu Xiaoli's thoughts had already drifted toward the brook. Upon hearing the water, she immediately understood Rabbit Sauce's plan. Having traversed steep inclines from the plains, it was clear they were now at least halfway up the mountain. Gu Xiaoli surveyed her surroundings, surrounded by towering peaks within a vast gorge. The elevation was significant, and where there was water, it undoubtedly surged with ferocity. If fortune smiled upon them, the downstream might reveal cliffs or waterfalls. Her heart raced with excitement as she fixated on her escape, oblivious to the treacherous ground beneath her. The soft, damp earth betrayed her, causing her to slip and scream as the world spun around her. She anticipated rolling through the underbrush before coming to a painful halt, yet the expected pain never arrived. Instead, she found herself cradled in a firm, warm embrace that Leo's vigilant presence proved invaluable. In the instant she faltered, he swiftly caught her slender waist, preventing her fall. Gu Xiaoli leaned back in Leo's arms, momentarily stunned as she gazed at the blue sky obscured by green leaves. With a startled gasp, she struggled to escape Leo's grasp, retreating at a distance. The proximity to him always reminded her of that fateful night when she had nearly been violated, leaving her anxious and unsettled. Leo's brow furrowed. He understood that Gu Xiaoli harbored no affection for him, yet her aversion, magnified by her subconscious reactions, lodged like a cold stone in his heart. Chapter 162. Breaking free from the leopard tribe, too, the atmosphere around them plummeted. And Sinjur and Richie averted their gazes, pretending to be oblivious. Raven, who had been unable to eat or sleep for days, could not tear his eyes away from her. Wearing a troubled expression, he dared not approach. Observing Gu Xiaoli from afar through the swaying leaves, after several days apart, she appeared noticeably thinner. The once sparkling brilliance in her dark eyes had dimmed considerably, and dark circles now adorned her lower eyelids. Despite her continued banter with Rabbit Sauce, Raven could sense the fatigue and fragility in her words. She was not happy. She was merely putting on a brave face. Raven had once believed that after becoming Leo's mate, she would gradually forget him, and continued to lead a prosperous and joyful life, but he had thought he could eventually move on, forgetting the warmth and fulfillment she had once brought him. Only now did he realize how profoundly mistaken he had been. Yu Xiaoli had indeed forgotten him, yet her life resembled a barren landscape, day after day marked by a visible loss of interest and hope. Meanwhile, he found himself trapped in a relentless cycle, replaying their cherished moments in his mind, those memories growing ever more vivid and compelling, coalescing into a haunting thought he feared to entertain, drawing him deeper into despair. As Gu Xiaoli took a few steps back, she turned to find Leo's face darkened with anger, causing her to freeze, fearful of jeopardizing this hard-won opportunity. Her submissive demeanor slightly eased Leo's mood. He stood still, extending his hand to beckon her back into his embrace. Yu Xiaoli cast her gaze downward, hesitating for a moment before cautiously approaching Leo. Once closer, Leo's large hand caught her, pulling her forcefully, causing her to stumble and collide with his solid chest. With her soft waist pressed against him, Gu Xiaoli leaned back, rubbing her sore nose, remaining silent. Rabbit Sauce, frightened by Leo's chilling aura, shrank back, peering at Gu Xiaoli while silently praying that Leo would show mercy and refrain from sending Gu Xiaoli back into confinement. "Do not evade me," Leo whispered near Gu Xiaoli's ear. Lowering her gaze, she obediently nodded. Satisfied, Leo released her, allowing her to resume her search for Rabbit Sauce. Yu Xiaoli focused intently on the path ahead. Following Rabbit Sauce until they soon arrived at the brook, she glimpsed the gently flowing water through the thick foliage. Her heart raced with excitement, but upon approaching and seeing the brook's true form, disappointment washed over her. Although the stream was swift, its depth barely reached her waist, and even a half-submerged log would likely become lodged between the banks, let alone relying on the water to elude Leo. In the dense forest of the gorge, the sun was obscured, while the world beyond basked in the harsh midday sun. Within the valley, time seemed to stand still, and the environment exuded tranquility and serenity. After climbing for the better part of the morning, Gu Xiaoli felt an acute pang of hunger, yet her thoughts lingered on the brooks downstream, hoping to discover a section with greater flow. As she stepped toward the brook's current, she was suddenly yanked back, tumbling into a searing embrace. "Where do you think you're going? It's time for you to eat." The voice of Leo resonated from above her head. Fearing that Leo might detect her intentions, Gu Xiaoli did not dare to appear overly eager. Instead, she complied with Leo's suggestion and decided to have an impromptu picnic. She surveyed her surroundings in search of a flat area to clear away the vegetation and create a temporary resting spot. Suddenly, Leo's grip on her arm tightened with unusual force. Terrified of provoking him, she hesitantly pushed against his chest with her hand. Leo remained motionless, his piercing gaze fixed deep within the forest, as if scrutinizing something unseen. Chapter 163. Escape from the Leopard Clan. 3. Even Gu Xiaoli, whose senses were somewhat dulled, sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Apart from herself, all the beastmen, including Rabbit Sauce, were vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The forest, once alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, had fallen eerily silent, suspended in stillness, devoid of even a single bird's song. She prudently sealed her lips, carefully observing her surroundings, remaining utterly still as Leo held her fast. The last time she had witnessed a similar scene in the forest, she had been attacked by wolves and severely injured, Yu Xiaoli inwardly lamented. Could she possibly be this unfortunate again? Suddenly, a series of exceedingly stealthy sounds emerged from the dense thicket. The shadows of the gorge, already shrouded in darkness, concealed a plethora of vegetation, and the entities advancing from all directions were swiftly approaching them. Hidden within the underbrush, in the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaoli caught sight of the rustling grass, only to be seized by Leo, who had transformed into his beast form, clamping her in his powerful jaws. Following this, a cacophony of wolf howls and the chilling sounds of savage beasts engaged in combat erupted around them, leaving Gu Xiaoli disoriented and unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. In the second before the wolves charged, several male members of the Leopard Clan took up defensive positions to shield Leo and Gu Xiaoli. Unlike their previous encounter, Leo was accompanied by two formidable allies, methodically breaking through the encirclement of wolves. The sheer number of wolves was staggering, Even the strongest of the leopard clan could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Leo led Gu Xiaoli in a tactical retreat, striking out with his claws to topple the wolves that lunged at them. His razor-sharp talons left deep gashes on the unfortunate beasts, causing blood to flow profusely as they collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Leo leaped forward, planting a powerful paw against a towering ancient tree, soaring over the heads of the encircling wolves, landing just outside their grasp before dashing away. The cheetah possessed both strength and agility, navigating swiftly through the dense underbrush of the forest. However, it was evident that the wolves had selected their elite hunters to pursue them, like phantoms closely tailing the few leopards. Rabbit Sauce, fueled by instincts honed through years of survival in the wild, leaped 3 meters high, evading several wolves that had burst forth from the thicket. Bear Zhuang let out a roar, his form expanding into that of a massive brown bear. Though somewhat clumsy, his powerful paws swatted away several wolves that were advancing toward Gu Xiaoli. The wolves that were struck collided with a tree, creating a loud crack as they splintered the trunk, leaving a long fissure. Rabbit Sauce was not the primary target, and with Bear Zhuang's formidable beast form, the wolves dared not approach, choosing instead to circumvent him. As Leo sprinted forward, he remained oblivious to the fleeting figure of a gray-haired youth in the forest, accompanied by a towering beast man who did not belong to the wolf clan. Although Leo carefully controlled the pressure of his jaws on Gu Xiaoli, her frail limbs were still painfully compressed by sharp teeth and barbed tongue. Dizzied and on the verge of vomiting the fruits she had consumed that morning, Gu Xiaoli could only endure the nausea and pain while attempting to cooperate with Leo's escape. In her muddled state, she silently cursed the wolf clan and the brutish Leo, shedding tears of despair as she wondered why she was always the one to suffer injuries among the leopards. Leo had the strongest legs, leading the charge, with 3 other leopards trailing behind. Most of the wolves that leaped after them were dispatched by the leopards that followed. Rabbit Sauce hopped onto Bear Zhuang's back, continuing the pursuit of the wolves for a while, assisting in taking down a few. However, the brown bear, while strong, could not match the speed of the wolves and leopards, gradually falling behind in the dense forest. Losing all sense of direction, Rabbit Sauce perked up his ears, catching the distant sounds of battle, yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Xiaoli in the face of danger, yet feeling helpless. Chapter 164. Escape from the Leopard Clan 4. As Gu Xiaoli was jostled about in Leo's jaws, she suddenly recalled the last time they had been pursued by the wolf clan, which had ended with them falling into a pit several meters deep.